Chapter 111. Thinking back to the big conference room in the building. Surprisingly, not only the members of the Parents' Union, but all the people in the academy gathered in the conference room today, including students, professors from interest clubs, original employees of the scenic area, and even several representative residents of Legion community. The academy rarely holds activities, or rather, it has never held any activities at all, so it is the first time to gather so many people for a meeting like this, and everyone is inevitably curious. The person who presided over the meeting was Fong Huilan. As a former career-oriented strong woman, being a host is not a difficult task for her. The only trouble is that what she is going to announce is not good news. Sure enough, after she made it clear what kind of disaster Dong-O is about to face, there was a commotion in the conference room. Although the news came from the academy, everyone should not question it, but some people still couldn't help asking questions to confirm, and everyone's eyes involuntarily moved to the principal on the side. Ning Zhao snapped her fingers, and the scene suddenly became quiet, as if the mute button was pressed. She didn't use a microphone, but her voice was clearly heard by everyone. I'm afraid this is true, and it may even be worse. I can feel that the disaster is approaching, and the academy does not yet have the power to end it. Her first sentence made everyone's heart sink. Of course, the academy and Lekon will be fine, but there are still many children with magical powers in the whole East Continent who are in danger. For you, the lives of many compatriots are at risk. Regrettably, as a retired principal and a temporary school, I cannot respond to your expectations and promise to protect Dong-O. I must admit honestly that the school alone cannot help the entire Dong-O survive this crisis. This principal, who seemed to be magical and omnipotent in everyone's heart, was so frank that many people felt even more depressed, and even inevitably felt a little disappointed. But this disappointment was only for a moment, and everyone cheered up and listened more carefully to the principal's next words. Especially the representatives of Legion community, they were actually still confused, not knowing why they were sitting here and participating in such a seemingly important meeting. They didn't even have a position in the academy, so they could only do a limited amount of things, and they couldn't give any good suggestions in such a disaster, right? As you know, I'm just an outsider, so there's a question next that only you can answer. Do you think this should be told to your compatriots? Tell the whole of Dong-O. There was another uproar at the scene, but it was not really noisy because of the silence magic, but everyone's performance proved that they had a lot to say. You can tell from the lip shape that many people answered, of course, almost subconsciously. Don't worry about answering. Because of some special reasons, I saw some interesting illusions before. This may not be true, but it may also happen. Ning Zhao showed the story he had seen in the dream woven by the Rus Sun cult to everyone present in the form of an illusion. What she showed was chaos. In the face of disaster, once panic is caused, what kind of chain reaction will it cause? Just like once there is a sign of bank run, panic may really turn a bank from fake bankruptcy to real bankruptcy, just like the terrible stampede accidents in many large gatherings. Just like when escaping, everyone is in a hurry to get out, so the passage is easily blocked. Ning Zhao never worried about whether this matter would be credible or whether it would attract criticism for the academy. She was worried about secondary disasters. Such a disaster was described in the novel. When the rusty sun appeared in the sky of the second continent, the people who fled in panic caused many deaths themselves. She didn't think that Mr. X, who was most likely the culprit, would not consider that the academy could discover the crisis when he chose to accelerate the disaster. It is more likely that even if the academy knew about it, he would be fearless. This is of course because the academy is currently unable to save the entire East Continent. It is also because even if the academy wants to do so, it is likely to only cause panic. In order to stockpile supplies to survive the disaster, many people will inevitably consider destruction rather than construction. Fancheng is an example. Ning Zhao does not want to cause a new crisis just because the truth is revealed before the disaster really comes. But is concealment right? She doesn't think so, so she simply leaves the choice to the people of Dong-O themselves. As the illusion ended, everyone in the conference room quieted down again, and everyone began to think seriously about this issue. Ning Zhao revoked the mute magic and left the conference room to give everyone some time to think. She planned to have afternoon tea, take a break, and come back to see the results later. But just over half an hour later, Fong Huilan knocked on her door. Principal, we have made a decision. So Ning Zhao came to the meeting room again. She saw that the whiteboard in the meeting room was full of positive words, which seemed to indicate that everyone had voted, and the result was 127:13. Winning is notification. As an ordinary resident, I hope that I have the right to know about matters concerning my life and death. The first person to raise his hand to express his thoughts was a resident of Legion community. We are not afraid of danger, we are afraid of being fooled. Then, a parent of a new student raised his hand and said, the fact that Dongo people were isolated by the barrier has disappointed us once, Principal. We can't become the kind of people we once hated. Then, the student representative also stood up. Although I may think so, is the panic really caused by the truth? Is it possible that the source of panic is lack of trust and communication? The last person to speak was Fong Huilan, a representative of the Parents' Union. Principal, even if a secondary disaster really happens, at least I hope that I can do my best to survive as an insider before the crisis comes. Everyone's eyes were firm. So Ning Zhao laughed, and she couldn't help but applaud. Very good, it seems that everyone agrees with me. The fate of the people of Dong'o is chosen by the people of Dong'o themselves. Ning Zhao waved his hand, and a map of Dong'o appeared on the whiteboard. Then let me talk about what the Academy can do. This requires everyone's participation. The Academy alone cannot survive this crisis. So let the whole of Dong'o work hard for itself. Good morning, Secretary Xiao Wang. Good morning, Minister Xiao Zhang. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, the Leking City government building gradually became lively in the morning light. Although as public servants, they have to start another day of hard work, but everyone has a relaxed smile on their faces. Especially when passing by the reception hall, seeing the Leking sand table placed in the center gradually changing its appearance according to the plan, everyone will slow down. Hey, has the 7th district been built? Some people counted the grids on it and exclaimed, it's so fast. Wasn't the 6th district completed yesterday? What's the big deal? Our magic mud brick factory now has more than 60 production lines. The production of magic mud bricks has increased, so construction has been accelerated. Wow, we have to draw lots again. Many residents are waiting to move into their new houses. The draw has already been done. At the current speed, it would be a bit slow to draw lots after the completion of the project. In fact, now that the construction speed has increased, the problem of migration is the problem. There are not enough magic cars. It is still difficult to take a ride to the new district. You have to wait in line for a long time. Recently, various shelters have been organizing people to move by themselves, which is a headache for the Ministry of Transportation. Didn't they say that the magic version of the traffic light is already in trial operation? It seems that the school has also made a magic mechanism for forced parking. There are not many cars on the road now, so it shouldn't be a headache, right? There are not many cars, but in order to move earlier, people have started skating. There are accidents every day. Fortunately, they are basically rookies, and they don't skate fast, so the incidents are not too serious, but they often quarrel and call the police because of this. How can the Ministry of Transportation not be annoyed? Alas, although the magic car is easy to drive on the ice, it is indeed difficult for people, not as good as the snow. It can only be said that it is a dilemma. But won't we use magic mud bricks to pave the road again later? Then, there will be a truly easy road, and private cars can be driven again, right? Even if private cars can drive at this temperature, where will the oil come from? I think we still have to rely on magic cars. The technological products in the past are really not resistant to low temperatures. Speaking of which, do you feel that the temperature has dropped so quickly recently? In such a casual chat, government officials quickly entered their respective office areas, and the voices gradually became smaller. Secretary Xiao Wang lowered his head, with a worried look on his face that was completely different from everyone else. Of course, he was always so worried, and everyone was used to it, but Secretary Xiao Wang knew that his worry this time had nothing to do with his personality. And soon, the city government, no, the whole Lekung, would probably have the same expression as him. Who asked the magic school to pick them up last night, and inform them of such a big surprise. When entering the mayor's office, Secretary Xiao Wang happened to see Mayor Qi adjusting his clothes in front of the mirror. He glanced at the magic recorder on the table and asked, Mayor, are you going to say it now? It's always better to say it sooner rather than later, isn't it? After confirming that his clothes were decent enough, Mayor Qi sat down at the table and picked up the magic recorder that looked like a speaker. In fact, this is a piece of magic furniture. It is used to play music in the magic continent, a bit like a combination of a Bluetooth speaker and a Bluetooth microphone. However, the connection between the two is not based on Bluetooth, but on the magic network that has been gradually established in Lekung. It is now used as a temporary magic radio station. When playing music or speaking on this end of the recorder, the magic speakers in several new urban areas in the distance can automatically share the sound here. So soon, Mayor Qi's voice sounded over the 7 magic new urban areas. Dear citizens of Lekung, I am Chi Haiming, the current mayor of Lekung. Next, there is an important announcement. The staff of the government building also stopped their work and listened to the voice from the speaker with some surprise. As Mayor Chi spoke, more and more people gathered under the speaker, showing worried expressions. Some people even couldn't help but feel weak in their legs after listening to the disaster information, and sat down on the ground all of a sudden. Most of these people have relatives or important people in other cities. Many people couldn't help but cover their mouths that wanted to scream. Just when everyone was confused and didn't know why the mayor was talking about this, the heavy topic finally turned to. After consultation with the Magic Academy, Lekung will join hands with Fan Chung and Liqing to fully assist Dongdo in building 10 large magic shelters and start the Great Migration Plan. And this requires a lot of supplies. For this reason, as the mayor of Lekung, I have to announce a temporary decree to everyone. From now on, Lekung will extend the working hours of each person to 10 hours. At the same time, we will form 10 new expedition teams, and citizens who are capable and willing are welcome to sign up. Chapter 112. The mayor's speech caused a great uproar in Lekung. But the people of Lekung looked at the magic car ice track on the ground, the various heating facilities, the increasingly popular magic faucets, and the increasingly abundant food on the table, and their panic gradually settled down. Except for some people who were worried about their distant relatives and friends, most people in Lekung were confident that they could survive this test, so their attention was quickly shifted to the aid plan. In such cold weather, even with magic, the energy and physical strength consumed by work are much greater than in the past. 8 hours a day is already a gritted teeth for everyone to stick to. Adjusting to 10 hours is not impossible. This is for more compatriots who have never met. If just working a little longer can save a life, everyone even thinks that the working time can be longer. However, the public reaction is not the most concerned thing for Mayor Chi now. He still has a lot of things to do. First of all, of course, the city government will arrange the next work. The leaders of important departments have attended the meeting urgently last night and have reached an agreement, but he still needs to stand up and mobilize internally, calm his own emotions, and mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. This work is not difficult. The public officials, who have witnessed how Lekung has recovered step by step and are deeply involved in it, are much more determined than ordinary people. Although everyone has a lot of pressure on their shoulders, if they don't go at this time, who will? Then the staff of the mayor's office must be organized to carry out external liaison work. It is difficult to organize a multi-person online meeting under the current conditions. Network communication has even lost the possibility of emergency repair under the continuous low temperature, and even satellite phones may not be able to get through, resulting in very few other cities that Lekung can contact. It will take time to confirm whether the government agencies in each city area can operate normally, notify them of the upcoming disaster, and determine the location of the 10 magic shelters. Magic shelters. This is the focus of the next work of the Academy in Lekung. But although they are called shelters, they are actually 10 magic cities. Whether they can save as many survivors as possible in Dongdo depends on how many people these 10 magic cities can accommodate. In Ning Zhao's opinion, since it is impossible for every city to achieve self-rescue, the only way is to disperse the shelters to various parts of Dongdo, and then through Great Migration, move the residents of other cities without shelter conditions to the nearest shelters in 3 weeks. This is probably the only thing the Academy can do for Dongdo, and whether it can be completed depends on how cooperative the people of Dongdo are. Needless to say, the magic shelter needs a lot of manpower to be built in a short period of time. In order to build its own survival material production line and accommodate as many other local residents as possible, the selected city residents may need to work longer than the people of Lekung. Participating in the Great Migration is an extremely difficult challenge. In the absence of transportation vehicles, most people are destined to walk, and the current low temperature is not suitable for people to walk for a long time. It is necessary to design heating points along the way for rest and support, and arrange a place to live at night. And they had to bring enough survival supplies along the way. This alone was enough to discourage many people. It took great courage to take precious supplies and try an adventure that they didn't know whether it would succeed. Not to mention that to complete the entire plan, it also required strong organizational skills and let as many people as possible know the news. The first to attack were the students. Everyone spent a whole day making puppet crows just to pass on the news of Dream Network. In order to help students make as many flying puppets as possible, Mu Ziyuan organized a team of woodworkers to help them complete most of the carving work. Although the experts' work still couldn't compare with Wuga, at least this batch of crows looked much better than the first batch, and at first glance, they also had a taste of being a bit real. Everyone was too lazy to release them together. After making one, they stuffed a flyer and released one. So all day long, crows could be seen flying over the school from time to time. Anything will become boring if it is repeated over and over again, and making puppet crows is no exception. In addition to the consumption of mental energy, the students soon became a little exhausted, and Chef Wang, who was particularly distressed by the scene, led the chef team to continuously make magic biscuits and other magic foods that provide buffs. After eating, the students soon became energetic and continued to work. There is always a sense of capitalists enslaving workers. Although the students did not complain. So from that day on, people throughout Dongho began to witness the magic crow. People did not know that it was not Wooga. When many people saw the flying wooden crow, their first reaction was to associate it with the magic crow that once became popular on the internet. But this does not affect the shock brought by this incident. Some people were frightened by the puppet crows when they were struggling to find supplies outside, and then they were attracted by the leaflets they spit out of their mouths. Some were startled by the sound of dong 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 knocking on the window, and then they had a surprise face-to-face encounter with the puppet crows. Some people did not see the crows, but accidentally picked up leaflets on the roadside. No matter which way, gradually more and more people knew about Dream Network. So the second wave of people who shouldered the burden were naturally the administrators of Dream Network. That night, the number of registered people reached a new high. After a period of optimization, Dream Network has now increased the number of people online at the same time to 1,000. In order to get as many new users as possible to participate, each person is now limited to only one online per night. New users can be online for 2 hours at a time, and old users can only be online for 1 hour. Soon, Lu Yani and her colleagues were overwhelmed by the chattering new tourists. Fortunately, the login hall has been continuously optimized in these days, and a guidance function has been added. For example, after everyone logs in, they will have an extra Dream Network user guide in their hands, which records the basic usage of Dream Network. There are many text guides and arrows in the air, and even refer to the game design ideas. Everyone has a novice tutorial. Following the process, you can quickly understand and master the various instructions of Dream Network. And among the users tonight, there is a group of special people. The nicknames above their heads are golden, and there is a VIP word in front of them, which looks like online game Krypton Gold users. Of course, these are not Krypton Gold users, but official personnel of various cities after a series of procedures, or the current leaders. In addition to nicknames, the cities where online users are located are displayed above their heads. For example, one of the VIPs now displays VIP Chihaiming Lekung. This is naturally the mayor of Lekung who logged into DreamNet for the first time. The online users who have watched the documentary saw the mayor of the world's first magic city, and felt a little like watching a celebrity. Many people came forward to surround Mayor Chi, and some even couldn't help but secretly open the photo function and made AV next to Mayor Chi. Mayor Chi, he disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. Ah, is Mayor Chi invisible? What a pity, I didn't take a screenshot of the group photo. Some people couldn't help but mutter. But there were only a few people who had the leisure to play around, and soon people dispersed and began to exchange information with each other. Especially today, DreamNet updated the large-scale task East Continent migration. Well, Ning Zhao named the entire plan East Continent migration and presented it to online users in the form of task. She created a small illusion to illustrate the difficult challenges that Dongzhou will face in the future, told the migration plan led by the Academy, and showed the survivors the difficulties that they would encounter. The new users who were just delighted by the documentary were struck by lightning the next second. But perhaps because this place is too dreamy, the documentary is too beautiful, and the difficulties are clearly presented in front of them, and even what the Academy will do in the future, and how the entire plan is progressing can be clearly seen. Surprisingly quickly, these people calmed down. There is still worry and panic. However, everyone saw hope, which would bring people courage. On the other side, as VIP users logged in one after another, it was soon time for the meeting. After being surprised, the leaders followed the instructions, and came to the dream world number 009. It was a huge palace that existed in the universe. The leaders appeared in a large room in the palace one after another, and sat around a round table. On the table was a map of Dongzhou, with the locations of the Academy in Lekung, as well as the direction of the Academy Avenue marked. After a day of hard work by all parties, there are now nearly 100 people gathered here. This is already a very impressive data, although it only accounts for 1/5 of the number of all cities in Dongzhou. Not all of them are leaders at the same level as Mayor Chi Haiming. Nearly half of them are just leaders, who are forced to take on the task for various reasons. Just like Mingyu, who was elected as the new mayor of Fancheng, he was already very scared to manage Fancheng, and he was even more uncomfortable to attend a meeting of this level at this time. But he had to come. There may be someone more suitable than him, but at this moment, the one who is trusted or lucky enough to have this opportunity is him. Then, he has to take on this responsibility. Everyone should be clear about the purpose of this meeting. Mayor Chi cleared his throat and took on the work of hosting. We need to select the locations for the establishment of 10 magic shelters. I hope everyone understands that this is not only an opportunity, but also a huge responsibility. The magic shelter has to bear the lives of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of people. The Academy is providing full assistance because we believe that we Dongzhou people will not abandon our compatriots, and are willing to work together to save Dongzhou. We must live up to this trust. Therefore, I ask all my colleagues to abandon personal desires, start from the perspective of the whole Dongzhou, contribute your wisdom, and make this most important decision together. This is a long meeting. Although Mayor Chi emphasized in advance that it is best to start from the overall perspective, most people still want to fight for their own city. It is easier to build a magic shelter on the spot than to challenge the unknown large-scale migration. But to become the site of a magic shelter, it is not just a matter of opening your mouth to apply. First of all, these 10 shelters should be scattered as evenly as possible throughout Dongzhou to ensure that other cities that are going to migrate do not need to go too far. Secondly, these 10 shelters must have a certain construction foundation, and there must be an order that can immediately mobilize a large number of working people, sufficient labor, and a certain amount of material reserves. Finally, the leaders of these 10 shelters must be trustworthy. Although the identities of each other were initially verified, people in the end times are prone to change, and the current situation of the corresponding cities still needs to be verified. Mayor Chi and the Academy are very worried that after the construction of the shelter is completed, the city will directly regret or treat the upcoming migrants in a passive way. This is not saving people, this is killing people. Fortunately, the Academy has its own way. Not only can we learn about the current situation of the city from the random Dream Network users selected from the same city, but also have the killer query to make the final selection of candidates. But there is no need to tell everyone present for the time being. As the sky brightened, the Dream Network gradually ushered in the countdown to closure, and the meeting finally ended in a tug of war. A list of 20 cities was released. There are not only cities present here, but also those that have not yet been contacted. Next, the list will be reported to the Academy for the final selection. Chapter 113. The selection of the Academy was not difficult. At least with the help of DreamNet, Cory and Wuga, who could quickly fly to various places in Dongzhou, it was not difficult to choose 10 cities. The next day, the list was finalized. In fact, compared with the vast Dongzhou, 10 magic shelters seemed a bit too few. After all, it was very difficult to travel under such harsh conditions. Except for the nearby urban circle, it was difficult to guarantee that the migration to other places a little further away would be completed within 3 weeks. But the magic shelter was not the only place of refuge. The Academy Avenue was also a reserved road for survival. Leking had joined forces with the cities along the way to form a large road repair team, and set up small shelters near the Academy Avenue to pick up survivors, who were unable to reach the shelter for various reasons. This somewhat relieved some of the pressure on the shelter. But even so, it was still impossible to guarantee that all those who were willing to migrate could arrive in time. After all, some cities were indeed too far away. Wabe City. Huang Wentao skillfully wielded a rubber shovel to dig out a tree trunk from the snow. Yi Jia, who was standing by, picked up a fire axe and began to chop trees. Although they were shivering from the cold, the two girls moved quickly. After working for a while, they quickly picked up the chopped firewood and retreated to the snow house, not far away, to warm themselves by the fire. Not only were there them in the snow house, but there were also some acquaintances from the shelter. Everyone tacitly maintained this small fire together, and did not care who should add firewood to it. Although doomsday stories always emphasize the loss of human nature, and that people should be wary of each other, in fact, many times people are willing to cooperate with each other. Hey, the temperature won't drop further, will it? Yi Jia, who has a more lively personality, suddenly started talking. Although there was fire, it was still cold. In order to save energy, everyone didn't like to talk much. This made the scene seem a little cold. Huang Wantao, a good friend, took over and said, "It's almost reached the limit. The last time the temperature dropped sharply, it stopped at -60 degrees for a long time. It shouldn't keep dropping." "I hope so." Yi Jia looked at the whole of the igloo and couldn't help muttering, "Can those scientific research teams do it?" After so long, they still haven't figured out how to break this broken barrier. Didn't they say it's going to be soon? Every time I ask, it's almost soon. I think they say it's almost soon, and it's almost soon if it takes another day, and it's almost soon if it takes another 10 years. Yi Jia sighed heavily, and everyone present couldn't help but look a little ugly. Huangbei City is a very special city, or it should be said that cities close to the border are a little special. When the barrier was first discovered and the video was posted online, they, like people from other parts of Dongho, were full of disappointment with the authorities. Because they didn't want to see the scene of heaven and hell just across the border, many people, although living close to the border, were not willing to go there to deal with rescue teams from other continents. It was not until the anger and panic subsided a little that people started to go there again. Yes, there are still people who continue to go to the Intercontinental Line. Not only in the early stage of the extreme cold, but in the end of the world so far, survivors can be seen coming from other places. People still hope that the authorities can find a way to save themselves. And the continents are indeed working hard for this. The world's top experts have already gathered at the Intercontinental Line. In 2 months, a narrow city has even been formed at the border. Various high-tech equipment has appeared here. Every day, countless people are busy trying their best to break the barrier, but they have never succeeded. But seeing people from the outside world working hard has given people here great encouragement. At least it was like this at the beginning. Such a large research team has made the Dongho people, who were originally full of resentment about being deceived, feel valued again. They can even see the daily dynamic news, which is played on the electronic board by people from Beizhou to let them understand the research dynamics. The specific research content is incomprehensible, but the information such as the arrival of XX academician and the investment of XX huge research funds can still be understood. The world has been paying close attention to the changes in Dongho and has expressed that it will never give up the suffering people. This is hope. People gather here for this tiny hope. They saw with their own eyes the leaders and experts that they had only seen on TV and in reports, and gradually developed confidence, or perhaps simply out of expectation, began to believe that the barrier could be broken. So a large city like Huangbei City, which is close to the continental border, is a rare city with an increasing population in the doomsday. But life in Huangbei City is not so good. Relying on the guidance of top experts on the Intercontinental Line, a doomsday farm, a scientific water source treatment line, and efficient heating facilities were quickly established here. However, as the resources that can be found are gradually plundered, everyone's living conditions are constantly declining. 3 meals a day is absolutely impossible, and 2 meals is already squeezed out of teeth. Even these 2 meals are very small, and many fat people before the end of the world quickly became thin from hunger. After getting used to being hungry and full, water is also limited. The amount of water that the survivors can be allocated every day can only ensure that they will not die of thirst. Taking a bath is almost impossible. If it is really smelly, you can only melt a little snow water and wipe your body carefully. Everyone also quickly learned to wash clothes with snow. Although it is not clean, at least it doesn't always stink. The conditions are really not good, but the survivors in Huangbei City also know that compared with other places in Dongho, their place is already pretty good. There is still order here, and the authorities are trying to lead everyone to survive. It is an organized and disciplined place, which is very reassuring. Those survivors who came from nearby have described the chaos in their city. In Huangbei City today, everyone has only one common wish: to hold on. Hold on until the barrier is broken and they are saved. Even Yi Jia, who was disappointed with the research progress, had the same idea until she looked up and saw a magic crow on the snow house. The magic crow caused a small sensation in the shelter of Yi Jia and her partner. In fact, not only did they see it, but there were 3 or 4 magic crows in Huangbei City that day. They dropped flyers, and only flapped their wings and left after confirming that they were picked up by the survivors. Yi Jia, as a lucky person who was delivered a flyer by the crow, was surrounded by people when he returned to the shelter. Before he could show the magic flyer to his family, it was taken away by his superiors. Yi Jia was helpless, but as a small shrimp, she could only cooperate. Fortunately, she, her friend Huang Wentao, and everyone in the snow house at that time had read it and remembered every word on it. However, could this be true? Huangbei City was not a city that was given withered trees, but when the network was not completely disconnected, many people saw the information of the magic school. Huang Wentao was one of them. She had a good impression of the magic school, so she said to her friend, "Let's try it at night." It was not just the 2 little girls who planned to try. Unfortunately, Huang Wentao's parents died at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was Yi Jia who accompanied her through the initial painful time and encouraged her to be strong again. But in this shelter, there were also Huang Wenta's uncle and aunt's family, but probably because they were afraid that she would get entangled with them. Her aunt strongly opposed taking Huang Wentao to their side, on the grounds that Huang Wentao was already an adult, and they still had elderly people and children to take care of. So Huang Wentao mixed with the Yi family after the end of the world. Yi Jia was a lucky girl. Not only were her parents fine, but her relatives rarely got into trouble, and they could help each other in the shelter. So, they didn't plan to keep the magic network to themselves, but told their relatives one by one, even Huang Wenta's uncle's family. In addition, the people in other snow houses also had their own networks, so the news spread quickly. That night, more than half of the people in the shelter chose to go to bed early, wanting to try to log into the so-called Dream Network. Unfortunately, the carrying capacity of the Dream Network was limited, and most people here failed to log in successfully. And one of the lucky few, including Huang Wentao. Huang Wentao used to be as lively and cheerful as Yi Jia, but after all, she has experienced a great disaster. Now she is more mature than Yi Jia in mentality. At least, she did not waste time in the locker room at all. After registering her nickname, she decisively logged into the lobby. The scene in front of her gave her a great shock, but soon, she suppressed her desire to visit and completed a series of novice tasks according to the instructions. The most unexpected thing for her was the 2 documentaries. She thought that the living conditions in Wangbei City were good enough, but now she knows that there are other cities in Dongou with living conditions that are 10,000 times better than theirs. Like all people who see a documentary for the first time, she wants to watch more, but the countdown in the upper right corner of her sight reminds her not to waste time like this. And there was a voice in the crowd that concerned her. Hurry up, the locations of 10 magic shelters are announced on the bulletin board. Let's go and take a look. I hope our city can be selected. If not, at least it should be closer to us. She followed a group of people with anxious expressions, and came to the display of the Great Migration Plan. This is a new bulletin board specially opened by the Academy for this most important task. Not only have the locations of all magic shelters been marked, but there is even a line of notes above the shelters. Huang Wentao quickly found the magic shelter closest to Wangbei City along the map. The description floating on it was, Lingcheng Magic Shelter, Construction Progress 0%, Exclusive Communication Space 001 Dream World. What is this exclusive communication space? Someone asked her doubts. It is equivalent to the exclusive chat area of each magic shelter. After all, it is too chaotic with so many people crowded here, and the Great Migration Plan is divided into regions. So the Academy has specially vacated 10 dream worlds for us, which is convenient for internal collaboration and scheduling in each region. Oh, then let's go to Dream Island number 003 to have a look. Because of this diversion, the people gathered under the general bulletin board of the Great Migration Plan soon dispersed and entered the dream world around the hall, referred to as Dream Island. Huang Wentao quickly understood the content of the Great Migration Plan, then turned around and followed the guidance arrow to enter Dream Island number 001. It was an underwater world with a very dreamy ocean scene. But Huang Wentao didn't have time to appreciate the scenery, and soon walked to the bulletin board of the underwater world, where about 20 users had gathered. The city displayed above their heads was close to Wangbei City, so Huang Wentao quickly recounted the geographical location in her mind. Then, she finally saw a companion from Wangbei City in the crowd. It was a strange middle-aged man. Huang Wentao squeezed over. The man saw the city coordinates above her head, nodded to her, and asked softly, "Which shelter are you from?" "C13 shelter." Huang Wentao replied, "I'm from D07. After the man introduced himself like this, he frowned and looked at the map on the bulletin board. Here is a map of the area centered on the Lingcheng Magic Shelter, which can more intuitively see the surrounding information. Too far. The man's voice was heavy. Wangbei City is 490 kilometers away from Lingcheng in a straight line. Huang Wentao understood what he meant, and her heart sank. The average walking speed of a person is 4 to 6 kilometers per hour. If you walk to Lingcheng, it will take about 82 to 123 hours. Assuming you walk 8 hours a day, it will take 11 to 16 days. But that was before the end of the world, when there were roads, you would not get lost, there was no shortage of supplies, and there was no extremely cold weather. In extremely cold weather, you may not be able to reach your destination even if you walk for a month. What should I do? After all, she was a young girl who had just entered society. Huang Wentao felt at a loss at this fact. The middle-aged man did not answer. Perhaps he did not know the answer either. The voices of other people around them became clearer as a result. Wow, I don't have to migrate. I'm actually in our Lincheng. So lucky. I'm so envious. I'm in Qi County, 50 kilometers away from you, alas. 50 kilometers is so close, you should be able to complete the migration within a week. We are 170 kilometers away from Lincheng. I don't know whether to participate in the migration now. Listen to me, you must participate if you want to live. Prepare enough supplies, you will make it in time. Although you shouldn't think so, their conversation sounds very harsh at this time. Perhaps he noticed Huang Wentao's loss. The middle-aged man raised his hand and patted her shoulder lightly, smiling. Don't be afraid, maybe it's fake? The situation may not be that bad. Well, and if you prepare well, Wanbei City should be able to survive, Huang Wentao said. But both of them knew that this was just words to comfort each other. Online time, unknowingly ushered in the end. When Huang Wentao woke up, it was already dawn. She heard Yi Jia, who had woken up earlier, complaining to her parents. I tried many times, but couldn't connect to that dream network. Could it be fake? It's okay. We couldn't connect to it either. It might just be a gimmick. The parents comforted. Seeing Huang Wentao get up, Yi Jia ran over and asked curiously, Tao Tao, did you connect to the dream network? She just asked casually, and thought she would get the same answer as everyone else in the shelter. But the next second, her good friend wiped her face and said in a trembling voice, I hope I didn't connect. What should I do, Jia? It seems like something big is going to happen. Chapter 114. After listening to Huang Wentao's story, the Yi family fell silent. After a while, Yi's mother spoke first. Oh, is it possible that Wentao was confused in her sleep? How does the saying go? You dream about what you think about during the day. Maybe you remembered this before going to bed, so you had such a dream. Although Yi's mother's tone was obviously questioning, her tone was very gentle, and there was a little bit of self-hypnosis. Yi's father pulled her sleeve to stop her from continuing, turned his head and said gently, It's okay, have breakfast first. If it's true, didn't you say that there are other people who have successfully logged into the dream network? You will know the truth after checking the information later. Yi Jia didn't say much, gave her friend a hug, took her to wash up, and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast together. Because of limited energy, there is number 24-hour canteen here. There is only 1 hour dining time at 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. every day. If you miss it, no one will give you food, so everyone's work and rest schedule has become very punctual. The canteen is always the most crowded place, and you need to queue up. Fortunately, the hall is warm enough. Except for the smell that is a bit stuffy and unpleasant, there is not much to complain about. Over the past few days, the survivors have already gotten used to such smells. But today's team is more impetuous than usual, and soon even the Yi family heard what people were talking about. Have you heard about the Dream Network incident? I know, I didn't connect, it's probably fake. Someone connected, and that person said that something big is about to happen. It is said that. How is it possible? If that's the case, how many people can survive except us? Stop spreading rumors. The Yi family members in the team looked at each other, and the smiles that they could barely maintain disappeared. Everyone was worried. The news spread quickly. After breakfast, the superior set people down to ask several rumor sources to leave, and reminded everyone in public don't believe in rumors or spread them. The Dream Network incident was made up by a few people. Please don't create panic and so on. Huang Wentao also followed. She and the two rumor spreaders were taken to different rooms for questioning and verification of their statements. They spent almost the whole morning there. When the door was opened again, the three of them met the leader of the base. Ask again, are you really not lying? The three shook their heads firmly. Okay, even if the dream is true, is that magic school reliable? The leader said, do you feel anything suspicious? Are you being misled? Are those users from other cities really real? Are they deliberately trying to trick us out of here? Huang Wentao couldn't help interrupting the leader. Well, why don't you ask the city government? The leader's long string of questions stopped. The school seems to be actively contacting the authorities. Maybe the mayor has already contacted them? I asked. In the end, the three were quickly released, but before leaving, they were warned not to talk nonsense, not to cause panic, and to wait for official verification. Huang Wentao didn't attract much attention because she took the initiative to report it. The remaining two were surrounded by people almost as soon as they went out, asking questions one after another. It was only when the authorities sent people to drive them away that they did not cause another riot. Huang Wentao also met her uncle and the Yi family soon. She could only follow the official instructions, and say that she didn't need to worry for the time being and wait for official news. But should we really wait passively like this? The rusty sun in the sky is getting darker day by day, and it is getting darker and faster recently. No one needs to remind her. People who pay attention to the terrible sun can see it. Wang Wentao doesn't want the Academy's statement to be true. But there is a voice in her heart telling her that you are now standing at the crossroads of fate. Have you brought everything? I have brought everything, Uncle Sun, don't worry, I have travel experience. Sun Hongjia looked at Qin Jian, who was the same age as his daughter, and couldn't help sighing and blaming, but you went too far this time. What if something happened? Alas. The 10 expedition teams of Lekung were formed with super high efficiency. Those who participated in the previous expedition were naturally given priority. This includes Qin Jian, a magic rider who has no parents in the legal sense and is a lonely person. He seems to have grown a little taller. But after all, he is a high school boy, so it is normal for him to grow taller. This also shows that the magic construction of Lekung is well done, and the nutrition of the citizens has been kept up. But even if he is taller than himself, in Sun Hongjia's eyes, he is still a child, and he can't help but worry about him. Especially this time, the expedition team he joined is going to Lingcheng, the farthest of the 10 magic shelters. It is unknown how long it will take on the road. Combined with the experience of the last expedition team in Fancheng, it is also worrying whether there will be any danger. I'm not alone. Captain Zhang is leading the team this time. Nothing will happen. Don't worry. Qin Jian said, you, take care of yourself and don't stay up late. Qin Jian's worry was not out of courtesy. Nowadays, Lekung is busy everywhere and working overtime everywhere. But the most intense overtime is the Magic Mud Brick Factory in the Magic Industrial Zone. After all, the most urgently needed item in this migration plan is Magic Mud Bricks. It seems that the big drop in temperature tests the material storage capacity, but in fact, there is another point that is easily overlooked, which is the pressure caused by the blizzard on the building. The blizzard in Dong'o is too weird. The last time, it took only 3 days, and 5 meters of snow fell. If there is really a blizzard that lasts for a month, it is hard to imagine how much snow will accumulate. Most ordinary buildings may not be able to withstand such a heavy layer of snow, especially the shelters on the ground, which will face the risk of collapse. This is just one of the problems. Another crisis that must be considered is whether the heavy snow will cause oxygen deficiency in the buried shelter. Boss Wang of Fancheng deliberately used this to kill and rob. In fact, the oxygen deficiency crisis has always been a problem that has been ignored by Dong'o. The main source of oxygen on Blue Star is photosynthesis. Land plants supply about 30% of the oxygen, and algae in the ocean are the main source of oxygen, supplying about 70% of the atmospheric oxygen content. But now, the oceans within Dongzhou have frozen, which greatly reduces the oxygen supply from the ocean, and the photosynthesis efficiency of land plants is reduced due to low temperatures. Unknowingly, the oxygen content has been declining. It was just that this feeling of lack of oxygen was covered up by being trapped in the shelter, and the discomfort of the low temperature. However, as they gradually stopped worrying about survival, the professors who had free time began to study this problem. This may also indirectly indicate that the barrier even isolated the flow of gas. But this is also natural, otherwise it would not be possible to produce such a weird phenomenon of scorching summer on one side and extremely cold winter on the other. If it were not for the high vegetation coverage rate in Dong'o, which could barely support part of the atmospheric circulation, I am afraid this problem would be more serious than the extreme cold. In short, after combining the opinions and wisdom of everyone, magic mud bricks have become an important strategic material. Its bearing capacity is urgently needed in Dongzhou now. Architects and instructors of interest groups have designed several plans for the construction of magic shelters. The specific implementation will have to wait until the expedition team arrives and adapt to local conditions. In order to increase the maximum production capacity of magic mud bricks, Sun Hongjia's factory has implemented 3 shifts, working 24 hours a day, and the production line is being added every day. As the factory director, Sun Hongjia is often too busy to rest. This time, it was Qin Jian who took the initiative to come and say goodbye to Uncle Sunday. After all, this was an elder who cared about him very much. He had no relatives anymore, and such an elder was the fulcrum for Qin Jian to live in this world. Don't worry, I've had a good rest. Jiayu bought me a pillow from the Magic Academy, and I can fall asleep as soon as I lie down, and I sleep well. When talking about his daughter, Sun Hongjia couldn't help but smile. That's good, Qin Jian said, turning slightly and waving to him, then I'm leaving. Sun Hongjia wanted to say something more, but in the end, he could only obey the young man's wishes. Well, have a safe journey. The expedition team's cars did not set out together. Ling Chung was the farthest away, and was the first to leave. All the team members could only hastily say goodbye to their relatives and friends, then take their luggage and embark on this long journey. It would be a lie to say that they were not worried about encountering danger at all. This time, they were not going to a city like Licheng that could be considered a neighboring city, but a place that spanned most of Dong-O, where even the Magic Academy could hardly provide quick support. Fortunately, the expedition team enjoyed the highest priority supply. Not to mention that they brought more abundant supplies this time, and even everyone had a set of simple magic equipment. The VIP treatment of Dream Network alone was enough to make the members happy. Although the Dream Network had not been fully spread in Licheng, well-informed people had already known the existence of such a magic network. In order to give as many online places as possible to compatriots from afar, very few residents in Licheng could log into Dream Network. The expedition team members are one of these few groups. Their golden title is VIP personal nickname, Magic Shelter Number, Expedition Team. Not only enjoy the login privilege without queuing, and 2 hours of online time at night, but also can connect to the Dream Network during the day. Yes, in order to ensure timely communication, Ning Zhao specially opened up the Daydream Network. It is not as large as the night, and the upper limit of the number of people online at the same time is only 50. But at least it is a magic network that can be logged in at any time. In order to increase this Daydream Network, Ning Zhao rented the talents of the remaining reserve magicians in Licheng. Unfortunately, Dream Affinity is indeed a very rare attribute. In the entire Licheng, apart from Enchi, there is only one other elderly woman with this talent, and her level is only C. But it is enough to support the Daydream Network. The only trouble is the problem of falling asleep, so there are magic incense in the car that can help sleep. The effect of falling asleep is not as immediate as the magic pillow, but it is just right for people who need to log into the Dream Network. In addition, each member also brought a bottle of sleeping pills as emergency supplies. This is the first time Qingjian has received this kind of controlled drug. Their team number is 001, which is the same as the number of the Dream Island to which Licheng belongs. This trip will be full speed, and there will be 3 drivers in shifts, all the way to Licheng. For this reason, several sets of high beams and anti-collision devices are installed on the car to ensure the safety of driving at night. It must be said that the driver selected for the 001 expedition team is a wild one. As soon as he started, he drove at a speed, and many people almost fell down. Even Qingjian, who was used to the speed of magical plants like Ice Dance Leaf, felt a little dizzy. Captain Zhang couldn't help but pat the door of the cab and reminded, "Watch the road, don't just speed, it will be troublesome if you go off the road." The driver's cheerful voice came from the car. "Okay. Why does it still feel unreliable?" Fortunately, they will mainly drive along the Academy Avenue this time. I heard that the Academy's pioneering team's car is about to reach the northernmost point, which saves them a lot of time to find the way. Captain Zhang muttered a few words, and turned to the lounge on the first floor. There is also a special passenger here. A small, magic alchemy puppet. This was also newly made after renting the magic talent. Such alchemy puppets were equipped to make up for the lack of alchemy power in the magic shelter. Although everything that could be brought was brought, the magic items in a car were far from enough to support the lives of so many people. The main force still had to rely on on-site production, but there were not so many suitable magicians. The students in Class A of Plant Magic took the initiative to ask Ning Zhao to go to the magic shelter with the car, which would greatly increase the construction speed. But this plan was still rejected by Ning Zhao. It's not that she was reluctant to let the students go out, but to support this large migration plan, the amount of magic source required was also very large. Students are still the main source of magic source for the academy. In the short term, Ning Zhao can't let them go out. So the alternative plan became to increase the number of alchemy puppets. Fortunately, the would-be magicians, especially those who missed the school enrollment age, were very reasonable. After learning that it would not cause any harm to themselves and that their talents could be returned, many people chose to rent out their talents. So, there was a little puppet following the team on each expedition vehicle. This made the boring journey more fun. Well, even men have the right to like dolls. Oh no, figures. What's more, this is a figure that can move, understand magic, and has intelligence. This magic puppet was named Bebe by everyone, because it was going to the northernmost magic shelter, and the one who provided it with talent was a middle-aged bearded uncle, but there was no beard on the little puppet's face. The gender is not obvious. This led to the fact that after Captain Zhang took out the little skirt for it, everyone was most concerned about the gender of the puppet, not the gender, but I can't believe you are such a Captain Zhang. You even have a little skirt. Say, have you ever secretly raised a fan doll? Why are you looking at me? This is bought by my wife. Captain Zhang blushed under the stares of everyone. She bought a lot of clothes for the dolls before the end of the world. Aw, are you married? I look so much like a bachelor. The time playing with dolls is really fun, but it is also very short. As the only non-human in the expedition team, and the only official magician, Bebe is very busy. It not only knows alchemy, but also makes magic cookies and magma tea. These recipes are of course not part of the appearance configuration of the alchemy puppet, but are the result of emergency training before departure. The current recipes that the Academy has, and can make have been taught to the puppets. In a sense, they are the most powerful people in the whole car. So of course they are very busy. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak, Bebe would really like to say to the humans, who always surrounded him, and made trouble, "You are so annoying." The news of the expedition's departure will not affect the distant Wanbei city for the time being. But the rumors in the morning did have a certain impact in the shelter. It is visible to the naked eye that more people are observing the rusty day. After completing a day's work, many people secretly began to count their supplies. The shelter did not require everyone to hand in their belongings. Many people came here with supplies. Those that were not easy to store were either eaten and used early, or exchanged with the shelter. For example, the Yi family exchanged perishable meat, vegetables, and other foods with the shelter for dry food or chocolate. These are still carefully hidden as emergency supplies. Huang Wentao knew that the Yi family had hidden supplies, but she didn't ask for fear of causing some bad misunderstandings. But today, she couldn't help but quietly pull her friend Yi Jia over and ask how long their food could support the family. Half a month. Yi Jia hesitated and answered. Then you might be able to do it. What do you mean by enough? Are you still thinking about the Great Migration? Yi Jia smiled bitterly. No, I've been thinking about it for a day, and it won't take half a month. What if we set off tomorrow? That's also difficult. If you want to reach Lingcheng alive, the most important thing is not food and water, but firewood. At this temperature, we need to stop and warm ourselves after walking for a while, otherwise we will freeze to death. To warm ourselves, it's best to have an igloo, because we can't carry so much firewood, and we have to spend time chopping wood on the road. Also, it takes time to get water. This means that we have even less time to travel every day. Huang Wentao also knew this, but she couldn't help asking, what if we get a snowmobile? Because it is in the north. The temperature in Wanbei City is lower than that in southern cities, like Lekeng, and there are many low-temperature times in a year. This is also one of the reasons why residents of Wanbei City adapt to extreme cold faster than other cities. In this case, many families with cars in Wanbei City have snow tires adapted to driving on snow, and some even have snowmobiles. Then we need at least 4 cars. Yi Jia said. They have a large family. If they want to leave, the relatives should leave together. This is a huge team. Even if it is crowded, 4 cars are needed to seat them. But only my aunt's family has a car and tires among us, and there is not enough gasoline. In fact, it is still unknown whether the car can still be driven. There is no hope. No matter how you think about it, there is no hope. Even if the Great Migration Plan is true, Wanbei City is too far away. Should they blame the Magic Academy? If there are more magic shelters, and they are built closer to Wanbei City, maybe they can still try. But both girls know that this is not the Academy's fault. The Academy tried its best, and the magic city called Lekeng also tried its best. They are just unfortunate, and are at a disadvantage in terms of geographical location. There is nothing to complain about. In a sense, Wanbei City actually has a geographical advantage. If there were no ultimate blizzard, they could actually survive for many days like this. It's okay, we can still trust the authorities. We can still survive in Wanbei City. In the end, Huang Wentao comforted her friends and herself in this way. That night, Huang Wentao continued to try to log into DreamNet. Perhaps because she was a registered user, it was easy to connect, but this time she had to queue up, and there were 2,455 people waiting to log in. Huang Wentao sighed, feeling that she might not be able to wait tonight. In fact, why did she still log into DreamNet? Did she experience watching other city residents happily discussing migration plans again? This feeling of seeing hope, but not being able to touch it was too uncomfortable. Huang Wentao wanted to quit the queue for a moment. But she still chose to wait. Watch again. If there is really no solution, give up and stay in Wanbei City with peace of mind. Driven by this idea, she waited for almost 4 hours, for very torturous hours. Then, Huang Wentao re-entered the login hall. She didn't watch the documentary again, Nor did she pay attention to what was being discussed on the bulletin board in the hall. Only an hour later, she hurried to Dream Island number 1. There were more people here than yesterday, but at a glance, she was the only one from Wangbei City. Have the others given up? She thought so almost subconsciously, shook her head, and quickly denied this idea. Even if the people who came yesterday gave up, there would be new people coming in. It was just because of the time difference that they didn't see it. She stood in front of the bulletin board, raised her head, and tried to look at the map to try to find a solution. Then, she saw a pinned announcement. No, it's not an announcement, because it was a hot post that was manually pushed to the top by many people. The title surprised Huang Wentao very much. To the compatriots in Wangbei City. Chapter 115. That is a plan. After our discussion, it is difficult for the residents of Wangbei City to complete this migration by themselves. Huang Wentao stared at the beginning of the plan, which listed all the migration methods that she and her friends had discussed and those that they had not discussed. Therefore, we, Angxi, Yixian, Qiqing, Fengcheng, and Qixian, a total of 5 cities, jointly decided to do our best to help our compatriots from afar find a more accessible migration route. On the map attached to the plan, a slightly tortuous line connects Wangbei City and Lingcheng, which just passes through these 5 cities. We will each be responsible for our own section of the road. During the migration, we will build temporary places for heating and rest along the way, and try to leave some necessary supplies for you. Huang Wentao was stunned. After realizing something, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The distance from Wangbicheng to Angxi is about 80 kilometers. This is the most difficult part of the road. You can only rely on yourself to overcome the difficulties. If you decide to migrate, in order to ensure that you can arrive in time, please set off as soon as possible. Yes, if they rely solely on themselves, there are too many things to do along the way, such as finding the way, chopping wood, finding a shelter to keep warm, and looking for a place to stay overnight. They can't concentrate on the road at all. They will waste time on the road and eventually drag themselves to death. But what if this is a road that someone has already walked? What if the predecessors have planned the route and established suitable resting points along the way, and can even provide them with a small amount of help, saving some time to collect firewood or water? Maybe it will be in time. The distance between Angxi and Yixian is about 100 kilometers. Unfortunately, since Angxi is relatively far away, we may not be able to provide that much help, but the route and rest points are achievable. People from Angxi stay. Angxi is also a somewhat dangerous city, only 80 kilometers less than Wangbei City, so they can only make the simplest promise. Yixian is about 90 kilometers away from Qiqing. We have relatively ample time, and there are many forests nearby. The Magic Academy once provided us with withered saplings. Under our protection, there is now a large area of withered trees. We will not cut them all down. Perhaps you can get some extra heating supplies here. People from Yixian stay. Huang Wentao also remembered that it was a forest area with a sightseeing railway along the way. It was a place that had been on the tourist route. If you arrive in Yixian and go down, it will greatly reduce the heating pressure. Not to mention that people in Yixian said there were withered trees. The lighter, flame-resistant, and high-temperature withered trees are the key guarantee for heating in the subsequent cooling situation. Qiqing to Fengcheng is about 110 kilometers, which is the longest section. We have the largest granary in the north, so we can try to provide some food supplies, but we don't know how many people will pass by, so we can't guarantee that everyone can get it. Qiqing people stay. The granary city is indeed a good place to get food supplies. Fengcheng to Qixian is about 60 kilometers, one good news and one bad news. The bad news is that when you arrive here, the temperature may be very low, and you will face greater challenges. The good news is that there is a subway between our 2 cities. We recommend going underground for this section of the road, but since many underground facilities cannot be used, this is likely to become a road full of smell. I hope you don't mind. Fengcheng people stay. It is about 50 kilometers from Qi County to Lingcheng. This is the last section of the road. We have plenty of time for migration, so we will leave you as many basic supplies as possible. See you in Lingcheng. People from Qi County stay. So far, the 5 cities have expressed their support for Wangbei City in their own ways. Many people left their names on this plan, just behind the corresponding city. Because there are not many people who can log into the Dream Network, each list is very short, and it seems that there are very few people who agree to participate. But Huang Wentao couldn't help but be a little moved. It turns out that Wangbei City is not an isolated city. No matter how feasible this plan is, it is really great to find that you are not forgotten or abandoned in despair, and someone is willing to help you. Only Wanbei City can never complete the migration plan, but in fact, Dongzhou is not only Wanbei City. Magic Shelter Number 1 is an area where all cities are a community of destiny. When you see this, you will see hope. Wang Wentao didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. In such a short time, when she was completely unaware, so many people lent a helping hand to Wanbei City. Actually, this is also the suggestion of the academy. Someone beside her coughed and said, "It was an unknown survivor from Fengcheng. Have you seen the bulletin board in the hall? There is a task there, brainstorming to find a way to complete the migration. This is just a preliminary plan, but the academy said that this is both a migration and a relay. It's a bit too crazy, but it seems to be the only way. Each city opens a path to hope for the previous city, so that more time can be gained. The closer the city is, the more things can be done. We will strive to make this path easier and easier to walk. Of course, this is just a very idealistic idea. It is hard to say whether it can be accomplished in practice, but I sincerely hope that it can keep you alive. Fellow citizens of Wanbei City, time is running out. Good luck to you." After the other party finished speaking, he seemed a little embarrassed and waved goodbye. Wang Wentao looked at the route again, took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and began to try to remember more details. The content of the plan is not just these. There are many trivial details such as how to guide the direction. This is just a very preliminary discussion. She also saw a message from the residents of Wanbei City on the bulletin board. It was the middle-aged man she met last night. The other party said that he had organized a vanguard team and would set off tomorrow. There is no time to hesitate. Wanbei City cannot support so many survivors, and someone must try to open up a way out. We will leave marks along the way. Although we don't need to contribute to the previous city, we can guide the direction for our own people. If this plan is not feasible, perhaps the remaining people still have time to retreat. She also memorized the route and marks marked by the other party. Finally, Wang Wentao returned to the hall. She saw the task section of the Great Migration on the bulletin board of the whole network, and there were indeed many corresponding discussions in it. Obviously, Wanbei City is not the only one facing the distance problem. There are many cities that have expressed their willingness to participate in the relay plan. Everyone is discussing their own difficulties and solutions. She stood here reading until the countdown ended. The current manager of Wanbei City is named Yen. In fact, he even attended the site selection meeting chaired by Mayor Qi. Mayor Yen tried his best to convince everyone to set up the magic shelter in Wanbei City, but in the end, he lost. He was very disappointed. Intellectually, he knew that Wanbei City was not a suitable location, but emotionally, he thought it was abandonment. Mayor Yen felt that Lingcheng was too far away, and the school's migration relay plan was almost like a child's nonsense. This is the end of the world. Just organizing such a large-scale migration is already a fantasy, and we have to provide help to other cities in the process. Do you want to see what you are talking about? Of course, the reason why he rejected this plan so much is that he thinks Wanbei City is doing well. Although he is close to the intercontinental line, he is actually somewhat restricted. Those scientific researchers and the annoying media always try to take pictures of this side. It's the end of the world, but he has to take into account the city's image and at least listen to the advice of the higher-level leaders on the surface. This is very infuriating. But top experts are very useful. At least the production line in Wanbei City is being established smoothly. The supplies are decreasing every day, but as long as the number of people does not continue to increase, they can still survive. So, Wanbei City actually does not need to participate in the Great Migration, right? If the ultimate big drop in temperature is true, it is better to use the remaining time to stock up supplies instead of gambling on luck. Let's start with having the rations of all people again. Everyone will understand that we are starving now, so that we can survive together in the blizzard 3 weeks later. At the same time, all the non-critical work was stopped. Next, we should make every effort to collect heating materials, and use the methods guided by experts to turn wood into charcoal, etc. Then everyone can squeeze together and grit their teeth to survive. To put it more clearly, even if the materials are not enough for everyone to survive that month, at least he, as a leader, and his family will not be the ones who can't survive. He is the group of people in the city who least need to leave. However, he still reported the matter of the Magic Academy and the big drop in temperature to the higher-ups, including the joke-like migration plan. After the experts evaluated, they gave a list of materials. If the matter is true, he needs to stock up enough corresponding materials to feed everyone currently in Wanbei City. That is a number that Wanbei City cannot complete at present. Especially heating materials, which are far from enough. As for whether to participate in the migration, the higher-ups said that he can make a flexible decision and the organization believes in him. This is actually a bit like playing Tai Chi. The media outside seem to have heard the news and are paying attention to this matter. This involves many lives. Hubei City has a population of nearly 4 million. In fact, no matter which choice is made, people will die. If people die, someone will be blamed. Obviously, the outside world does not intend to take the blame. This instruction was issued this morning. Mayor Yan laughed when he saw it. After laughing, he calmed down and issued the same instructions to all shelters. Announced the ultimate cooling and migration plan. And, residents are free to choose whether to leave. Therefore, the news brought by Huang Wentao and the information released by the shelter were heard by the Yi family and others one after another. The shelter was in an uproar. Even those who had heard the news felt caught off guard. What followed was a having of food and drink, and adjustments to work hours and content. Mayor Yin assigned the material tasks to each shelter, and they had to raise everything themselves. The shelter did not hide anything, and announced the current amount of materials, and the target amount truthfully. With a little calculation, everyone understood that the situation was actually very serious. If everyone stayed in the shelter, the result would most likely be that everyone would freeze to death together. Leaving and trying to migrate might be the only way to survive. But if enough people left, the demand for charcoal would decrease accordingly, and the chances of survival for those who stayed would increase. This made staying an option that could be chosen. Everyone was discussing this matter, and those who knew each other and those who didn't were all expressing their own ideas. At least this morning, everyone was a little distracted from work. Don't look at the intense discussion. There were almost no people who really took action. Although everyone knows that if they want to migrate, the earlier they leave, the more likely they are to survive. Huang Wenta's uncle and aunt squeezed over and asked the Yi family, "How is it, are you leaving?" There was some unhappiness because of Huang Wenta's matter, but now it seems that it is nothing, and the aunt asked eagerly, "It has not been decided yet, what about you?" "We haven't decided yet either. I think most people will choose to stay. It feels safer to leave. If you want to make a decision, you have to leave early, at the latest tomorrow, right?" My aunt said, "Don't you have a car?" "Actually, it's an advantage. You can drive as far as you can and walk the rest of the way. This way, you can be much faster than others." This is also what the Yi family is discussing. If the 5-city relay can really be realized, their biggest difficulty will become the road to Anxi, a total of 80 kilometers. If you have a car, you may be able to reduce the distance by at least half. Then, migration may really be worth trying. But the risk is still too great, and the Yi family dare not gamble. "So you also tend to leave?" the Yi family asked. "If conditions permit, we want to leave," my aunt said. "Look at so many people who can't make a decision. Staying is no different from waiting to die." It sounds reasonable. Finally, the Yi family gathered together to discuss for a long time, and Ye's father made the decision. "Migrate. Let's go to Anxi first. If there is really a relay, we will continue. If not, we can still turn back in time. Time is running out. We will set off tomorrow morning. You guys hurry up and see if you can get a few cars and oil." So everyone separated and began to prepare the items they would need on the road. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of those who were interested. As different people came to talk, in the end, more than a dozen people expressed their willingness to go with them. And Huang Wenta's uncle and aunt finally refused to leave together. "We also want to leave, but my parents can't stand it," the aunt sighed, looking like a filial daughter. "How should the elderly migrate? After thinking about it, we can only stay." This is also the truth. Although Huang Wentao was very disappointed with her uncle, he was still her only relative. In the end, she hugged her uncle's family for the last time, then turned around and left. Since then, they have embarked on two divergent paths of destiny. Not only Huang Wentao and the Yi family, but also many cities have made the same choice on this day. The time window of remote cities is really short. Whether people realize it or not today, or tomorrow at the latest, is the final choice. The choice made by the people of Donggo themselves. When everyone was busy, Ning Zhao left the academy again. She got a new formula from Xu Ling. Magic Source Node Detector. It took some time to make it, and it consumed some arcane metals that had been accumulated with great difficulty. Ning Zhao felt a little painful. But it was worth it. For example, she really didn't find that there was a magic source node hidden in Lekung. "I didn't leave the academy at all. You were flying around all day. How come you didn't find it?" Ning Zhao decided to hold Wu Jie responsible. "Jie, where did I fly around? Every time I was sent by you to do tasks. How could I have time to pay attention to this thing?" Wu Jie shouted loudly, But if you listen carefully, he was a little guilty. And this note is so weak, I can't find it if I'm not close enough. Gaw. The two have arrived at the node. It's a tall building, an office building called Chungwi Building. The node is in a room on the top floor. But when I got here, I found out. This seems to be the lair of the Rusty Sun cult in Lekhung. Not only that, through Wuga's monitoring, it found the messenger, who is also the figure of the fraud teacher. It's so close. Is this considered a dark place under the lamp? Ning Zhao was shocked again. She entered the office building invisibly. There are still believers active here, and Ning Zhao always feels a little creepy when passing through them. Although this is not the first time to deal with these crazy people, I always feel that the people here are a little crazier, even if there is no difference on the surface. They have dull eyes, and their behavior seems very dull. At such a busy time in Lekhung, it is a very strange thing that a group of people who don't work much gather here. Mayor Qi didn't start cleaning up here, mainly because he really couldn't spare the time. Managing lunatics is a troublesome thing. Something is wrong. Wuga suddenly whispered, the people here seem, it said, uncertainly contaminated. Chapter 116. Recently, Ning Zhao has indeed been cramming his knowledge about black magic, which naturally includes pollution. The rejection of black magic in the magic continent is not purely based on the distinction between good and evil, although black magic is usually evil, but also because of its polluting properties. Ordinary people who lack resistance will inevitably be affected by contact with black magic and other related items for a long time, and become paranoid, gloomy, violent. The negative emotions in their hearts are infinitely magnified. This is pollution. Black magic is like a mental carcinogen, and normal people will not ignore carcinogens. As for the source of pollution, Ning Zhao quickly saw the weak node. It has turned black and purple. He Yifan feels that this world is very unfair. He is obviously smarter and more capable than many people, but because of his poor background, he is inferior to those rich young men and women in every way. The exchange student quota that the young men and women fought hard to get, they can get with just a little effort. In order to stay in the company during internship, he worked overtime every day, but the young men and women were parachuted into the leadership. He could only endure it. He always told himself that only those who endured hardships could become superior people. If you want to stand out, you must be more dedicated and humble than others. Since there is no fairness in this society, he should at least not be the one who is sacrificed. He also wants to squeeze into the upper circle. For this reason, he has been deliberately making friends and currying favor with the so-called upper class since high school. After work, he successfully made a beautiful and rich girlfriend with his personal charm. Life should have been on the rise, but the rusty day appeared. His beautiful, rich girlfriend broke up with him, patted her, and left Dong Zhou with her family. At first, of course, he was annoyed, thinking that the family was sick and believed in the doomsday. But when the hail fell, he realized that he was the fool. How could he think that with his background, he would be more knowledgeable than those dignitaries? His girlfriend's family must have known the accurate news of the end of the world, so they left their family business here and left in a hurry. He was just a ridiculous frog in the well, a fool who was only worthy of being fooled. This idea became even stronger after he found out that his family was killed. Even if he knelt down and begged, he could not find a way for his mother to live, and could only watch her die in the hospital. If those dignitaries were here, it would definitely be different, right? If his girlfriend was still here, he might be able to use her relationship to save his mother. But there is no if, he is just a poor guy. Afterwards, he came out of the hospital in a daze, and stood on the rooftop of the office building where he used to work. Just when he was about to fall, his fate finally came. He felt the call invisibly. It was a power he had never seen before, and beyond his imagination. He found the glowing object and saw many pictures, or in other words, the past and the future. He felt that he knew the truth of this world. And he was the one who was chosen to reveal the truth. He even got a book, a tattered book that recorded the mysterious power, and from then on he learned to manipulate dreams. Since then, the messenger was born, and he was very determined. He was the darling of fate. It turns out that all the hardships are for this day. As an envoy, he uses power beyond the cognition of this world to change this unfair world. Natural disasters are not for destruction. It is for rebirth. Who can stay in the new world that is about to be born is decided by him. But why are there still accidents? The envoy looked at the strange woman who appeared in the room with some horror. Strange hair color, exotic appearance. He almost immediately associated her identity. You are the principal of the magic school. The next second, he was tightly entangled by a vine thrown from her hand, and then a ball of paper was stuffed into his mouth. Things happened so fast that the envoy did not come back to his senses until he was tied to the chair with the vine. He was very angry and wanted to protest, but the other party was too lazy to even look at him. Then the envoy watched her take out something and wrapped up the gift from the gods floating in the middle of the room, and then the gift disappeared. The messenger opened his eyes wide and almost fainted. How dare she? No, how could she do that? The messenger fell into deep confusion and panic. Of course, he knew that the Magic Academy was also in existence beyond the power of this world, but shouldn't it be just at the same level as him? That book. The notes in that book also said so. The Magic Academy is just a stupid existence with the help of external forces. This is a book given by God. Although the notes written on it may not be God's motto, they should naturally be the truth. You seem to have a lot to say? The woman put away the note that was successfully put into the magic bottle, turned her head to meet his gaze, and suddenly asked. Then, the paper in his mouth was removed. You are blaspheming. You are crazy, stealing the power of God. The messenger shouted, I am the chosen one, I can use the power of God. The paper ball was stuffed back into his mouth. The woman sighed, weighed the bottle in her hand casually, and looked at him with pity. What are you talking about? This thing is just a pollution node that is about to be exhausted. Pollution node? What? Did you see some illusions because of it? Illusion? What are you talking about? No matter what you see, it is just a projection of your own heart. TSK, you are too outrageous. You really believe this thing? The messenger. No, it should be said that the human named Hihifan collapsed in the chair. He had never been so scared as at this moment. It was not because the principal of the magic school seemed to be more terrible than he expected, but because he saw the figure of a man who looked like a clown and was very embarrassed in her eyes. How could it be him? How could he still be an ordinary, weak, and ridiculous mortal? Hihifan suddenly stood up with the help of his strength, staggered with the chair, and rushed towards the window. In fact, he should have fallen down long ago, with a heart full of resentment and disappointment towards this world. He closed his eyes, waiting for the impact and fall. But once again, he was stopped. Turning around, it was the principal of the magic school who grabbed his arm. You are still useful. Hiyifan's eyes lit up. So, he is indeed extraordinary. Anyway, you don't need it. I will accept the talent. Oh, and my elastic vine. The headmistress took out a dagger, waved it at him a few times, and then reached out to take back the vines that bound him. Hiyifan fell to the ground in embarrassment, looking at her expectantly, hoping that she would say something about him again. Okay, now you can jump if you want. But she said so. I didn't expect you to be able to make people angry. Gah! Wugga couldn't help but complain. The matter here was resolved, but leaving these guys alone was not a good thing. Ning Zhao finally notified the city government to send someone to take over here. She herself left invisibly before the government officials arrived. Do you blame me? He got so angry because of a truth. That guy is too narrow-minded. With this kind of personality, it's not suitable to engage in a cult at all. Ning Zhao was confident. Yuga was too lazy to argue with her, and turned the topic to the follow-up questions, frowning and saying, Gah, after all the effort, it turned out to be a polluted node, and it was almost drained. It will take a long time to purify and restore it. It was all in vain. It was really disappointing. Since she found out that Mr. X's purpose might be to collect nodes, Ning Zhao wanted to intercept him. Providing magic sources to increase the economic income of the academy was only one aspect. More importantly, she also wanted to build a few more magic signal towers to increase the coverage of the Dream Network. There are still too few people who can connect to the Dream Network now, which is very unfavorable for the Great Migration Plan. Forget it, at least I got another puppet with Dream Affinity. At this time, she had returned to the academy, and soon she made a puppet with the innate attributes cut from the messenger. The bandwidth of the Dream Network tonight can be increased again. Oh, there is another book. Ning Zhao took out a somewhat old magic book, and after thinking for a while, he asked, Do you feel that this book looks familiar? After a while, Wujie raised his head and said uncertainly, This seems to be Job's book. It's just that the book spirit attached to it has been destroyed by some unknown method. Of course, it may be that too much time has passed, and the power supporting the book spirit has been lost. After all, Job is a non-magic person, and it relies purely on external forces to become a book spirit. Job was soon found. He flew around the book for a long time, and finally confirmed that it was indeed his book, but the cover was altered and full of messy notes. No wonder the rune formula used by the other party is exactly the same as the one in my book. Job couldn't help but say. Ning Zhao opened the book, trying to find some clues from the notes above. Suddenly Job shouted, "Wait!" His voice was shaking. "The seal on the title page. Is it a seal?" Ning Zhao turned the page back and found a shallow seal in the lower right corner. It was in the shape of an eye. Corey, startled by the noise, also flew over and asked lazily, "What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, he also saw the eye. Then he fell to the ground with a pop. After a long while, Corey flew up again with a trembling voice. He hid behind Ning Zhao and cried in his voice, "My principal, where did you find the book of Abyss Academy?" Abyss Academy? Ning Zhao searched in his memory for a while, and finally remembered that it was the former top one of the Magic Continent, the academy that led to the 100 Years of Darkness. When you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. This is the school motto of the Abyss Academy, so their school emblem is an eye, Corey explained tremblingly. Ah. Ning Zhao looked at the book in his hand and showed a distressed expression. "TSK, why does it feel a bit unlucky?" Huang Wentao and his group had a bad start. Although they successfully got the car, it took a long time just to start the engine. By the time they were ready to set off, it was almost noon. The migration team of this shelter eventually had 10 cars and about 50 people. Some cars started quickly and had already driven to the front. The rest followed one after another. With someone leading the way, as long as they followed the wheel tracks, they would not be afraid of going off the track, so the departure was relatively smooth. Fortunately, this is a fuel car, and the warm air mainly relies on the self-circulation of the engine cooling system, which can barely bring a little heat to the car, but the temperature is too low, and for everyone, this little heat is just a drop in the bucket. Everyone was wrapped in thick quilts, shivering and huddled in their seats. Huang Wentao, Yijia, and Yijia's mother, who were sitting in the back seat, huddled together to keep warm. Driving is so cold, what can we do without a car? Everyone was a little nervous after setting off for a while. The only good news was that the loose snow on the road had become quite solid after the precipitation and the rolling of the car in front of us, and the tires were not so easy to sink into the snow. But in order to prevent skidding and some unexpected accidents, all vehicles carefully limited the speed to less than 15 kilometers per hour. If everything goes well, they are expected to arrive in Anxi before it is completely dark. As the vehicle drove to the exit that everyone agreed on the Dream website, they saw some other people moving around outside. People looked at the car that was obviously leaving with complicated eyes. In the end, there were still very few people willing to migrate. But as they got closer to the exit, fellow travelers gradually appeared. Vehicles that did not belong to their team sometimes drove over from the side roads, or drove in front, or followed behind. The team was only one aspect. They also saw people dragging sleds with luggage on them, waving desperately at them on the side of the road. Not all people who planned to migrate could find vehicles. Some people decided to walk when time was limited. There were even old people and children in it. "Actually, we can still have one more person in the car," Yijia said. "It's better not." "Yes, father," who was driving in the front seat, said. "You don't know who the other person is?" Yijia sighed. Dad was right. It was not because they were bad-hearted or thought too badly of people, but because they could not afford the risk. Participating in the migration is already a very risky decision, and every choice must be made with caution. This is not too much thinking. As the car drove out of Wanbei City and officially embarked on the migration road, inevitably, problems began to occur. About 2 hours later, they saw the first car that broke down on the side of the road. It seemed that the tire was accidentally stuck in the snow pit, and the people in the car were trying to push the car. This scene flashed by the window. They did not wait for help, and obviously, few people would stop to help. 3 hours later, a car stopped on the side of the road. The gas had run out. The people in the car took out the sled, carried the luggage, and started hiking. This scene made everyone feel a little depressed. In this depressed mood, the Yi family's car also broke down for the first time. Father Yi and Uncle Yi jumped down to check for a while, and confirmed that only the engine was out. The relatives of the Yi family who followed behind tried to stop to help. Father Yi waved to them from a distance and pointed to the front and shouted, "Keep going. We will catch up. Can't stop." At this temperature, once the car stops, it will take a lot of effort to start again, and it will also consume fuel. Everyone had already discussed that if they encountered such problems along the way, each car only needed to take care of its own. Otherwise, they would only drag each other down. So, the relatives of the Yi family drove away worriedly. This time, the ignition was finally smoother than before. Soon after, Yi Jia and Huang Wentao helped to light a bonfire for the elders to keep warm, The car started again. The two girls quickly put out the fire, put away the charcoal that had not yet burned out, and got in the car. Although the shelter does not prevent residents from leaving, it does not intend to provide much help. It is a welfare that is squeezed out by allowing a certain proportion of wood to be exchanged for charcoal. After all, the more people leave, the better the remaining people can live. They chopped wood for a long time yesterday, before finally exchanging these more portable heating materials. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, someone rushed out from the roadside. In order to avoid the other party, Ye's father turned the car urgently, and stepped on the brakes subconsciously. The car slid out for a distance. Fortunately, there were no obstacles around. The Yi family members were thrown into the car, and finally stopped safely. The other party was a family of 3. The man shamelessly knocked on the window, and asked, "Can you give us a ride?" Father Yi ignored the other party. After checking the vehicle, especially the fuel tank, he announced in front of the family of 3 with a cold face, "The fuel is running low, take your things and get off the car." Although it was a little earlier than expected, the Yi family members, who were mentally prepared for this situation, still took their own luggage and got off the car. The family of 3 who stopped the car was a little embarrassed. But no one wanted to waste time arguing with them. After checking the map and calculating the mileage in the car for a while, Father Yi said, "It's okay, there are less than 10 kilometers left. If we walk faster, we should be able to arrive at night." So they set off again. The family hesitated and finally did not keep up, but continued to wait by the roadside, waiting for the next car. Wang Wentao glanced at them, and walked forward with Yi Jia. Father Yi led the way in front, and the people behind followed his footsteps, so that they could walk faster. But soon, they found footprints left by others on the roadside. This cheered up the people who were originally in a low mood. What made people even more excited was that they found an igloo on the roadside. Wang Wentao immediately thought of the message from her compatriots in Wanbei City. Someone must try to open up a way out. We can guide the direction for our people. Could it be the other party? Whether it was or not, this discovery gave people courage again. With the ready-made igloo, the time they stopped on the way could be shortened a lot, and there was hope that they could reach Anqing before night. The sun gradually set. Just when everyone thought they couldn't make it tonight, the sharp-eyed Yi Jia took a telescope, pointed to the front, and shouted happily, "We're here! I see Anqing." The people who were almost exhausted and frozen suddenly regained their strength. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Anqing. "It's so cold, we can't make it tonight. Let's find a place to rest." Yi Jia shivered and muttered. Then, he sneezed loudly in front of everyone. "Are you okay?" Wang Wentao asked with concern. "It's okay, it's okay." Yi Jia waved her hands repeatedly. "Look for the signs quickly. Didn't you say that if you follow the signs, you can find a place to rest?" When everyone dispersed to look for the signs, Yi Jia couldn't help but touch her forehead quietly. Then her heart was hanging. She seemed a little hot. Chapter 117. Chirp, chirp. So noisy. Ji Weikong turned over and hid his head in the thick quilt, but he still couldn't resist the increasing noise. Finally, someone pushed him and urged, "Weikong, get up. If you don't go earlier, you won't be able to see the magic car entering the city." "What's so good about the magic car entering the city? Is it important to have a good sleep?" "No, I didn't sleep well last night." Ji Weikong muffled in the quilt. The helpless voice of girlfriend number 1 came from outside. "Okay, but you can only sleep a little longer. It's time to get up in the morning soon. If you get up late, you will be deducted points, and be careful not to make it in time for breakfast." "Yeah." After a few perfunctory responses, at least this room was barely quiet. Ji Weikong covered his ears with his hands again, and fell into a beautiful sleep again. Then, he woke up late. There was no other way. His girlfriend number 1, who usually urged him to get up, went to pick up the magic car. He would oversleep if he wasn't careful. Facing the lady on duty who came to check the dormitory, Ji Weikong showed pitiful eyes, like a puppy, called sister many times, and finally managed to get away with it. Alas, it's not a school or the army. Why do they have to control when people get up? While Ji Weikong quickly tidied himself, he kept sighing in his heart. But it was just a few complaints. Although checking the dormitory also had the function of urging everyone to go to work on time and work hard, on another level, it was also to prevent someone from dying quietly in the night without anyone knowing. This kind of thing has happened before. In a shelter where people are complicated and live together, the first thing to consider when someone dies is not the security issue, but the environmental hygiene and prevention of epidemics. Naturally, when Ji Weikong arrived at the canteen where breakfast was distributed, it was already closing time. Usually at this time, he could only get a few leftovers or go hungry. However, Ji Weikong's girlfriend number 11 happened to be transferred to work in the canteen. Seeing him coming, the other party smiled and handed him breakfast. Here, I guess you got up late. Thank you, sister, you are so kind. Ji Weikong took the steamed bun that was still warm and showed a touching expression. For Ji Weikong, girlfriend refers specifically to female friends rather than female lovers. As a gigolo who relied on his sisters for food before the end of the world, after the end of the world, Ji Weikong still chose path dependence and became a poor version of a gigolo who made friends with girlfriends everywhere to gain some small privileges. Don't think this is an easy thing. Ji Weikong dared to say confidently that there was no man cleaner than him in this shelter, and there might not be one in the whole Lingcheng. A pretty boy must be able to coax people and provide emotional value. In addition, of course, he must be pleasing to the eye. He never put less effort into the latter than the former. He is more handsome than other men, clean, sweet, and considerate. How can the sisters not love him? Especially those sisters who are more than 10 years older than him, or even dozens of years older, have experienced the enthusiasm of this cute and coquettish little milk dog. How can they not love him more? He just lived in the apocalypse like this. Life is not bad. After breakfast, Ji Weikong went to receive today's work tasks. With the help of his girlfriend number 7, he was assigned the relatively easy work of tidying up the house. It's not tidying up the rooms in the shelter, that's called cleaning. What he has to do is to work with his colleagues to check the problems of ordinary residential buildings and other buildings nearby to provide living space for the upcoming migrants. In fact, for someone like Ji Weikong who has never connected to the so-called magic network and doesn't even know how to connect, the large-scale migration plan sounds simply whimsical. What? They want to build a magic shelter? What kind of magic? What's the use? And there are already enough people. If so many more people come to Lingcheng, don't you think it will be dirty and messy? Just thinking about it makes me feel suffocated. If this wasn't the order of the powerful female mayor, he really wanted to vote against it, and tell everyone that people should be down to earth, and not be so easily fooled. But the female mayor surnamed Lu is really not easy to mess with. It is better to say that the women in Lingcheng are not easy to mess with. Lingcheng has no internal strife, and each area has formed its own safe nest according to the shelter, because there is a group of vigorous and resolute women here. Many of them were inconspicuous mothers before the end of the world. They managed the family affairs in one hand and arranged the eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating of the whole family. Naturally, they could also take up the banner of managing the shelter after the end of the world. Ji Weikong didn't know how many female leaders there were in the whole city, but there were quite a lot anyway. They disliked the men in Lingcheng who were too rough, too slow, and loved to play tricks, so they turned the table over and made decisions themselves. They are often good at fighting. This is not to say that the men in Lingcheng only grow taller but not stronger, but when these sisters and mothers are ready to fight you, even if you can beat them, you have to consider where to go for medical treatment if you get injured. It is better to give in. Anyway, women only want management rights, and men are happy to have free time. This is the current ecology of Lingcheng. Therefore, Ji Weikong felt that he could not be blamed entirely for being lazy, because the sisters are so capable. Just when Ji Weikong was exhausted from climbing more than 10 flights of stairs, he heard his colleagues exclaiming, "Look, is that a magic car?" A group of people found windows and looked out. So, Ji Weikong saw magic for the first time. The strange house growing on the leaves looked gorgeous. Wherever the leaves passed, they left a wide blue ice surface. So quickly, so easily, and left happily like a bird. Where are they going? Ji Weikong, who was not interested in the magic car, couldn't help asking. To the reserved factory and farm area. The person next to him answered. Why go there? To build a magic factory and a magic farm, of course. The other person looked at him strangely. You don't know this? Well, I don't know much. Ji Weikong said weakly. He didn't believe in magic at all, so he naturally didn't care about it. Even if he had heard of it, he would forget it quickly. In his world, sleeping a little longer, working less, and eating more are all more important than magic. I tell you, magic is amazing. I've seen documentaries. The other party was actually a lucky person who had logged into the Dream Network. Because of this luck, he was quite fond of sharing what he saw and heard in the Dream Network with others. The people around him couldn't help but gather around to listen to his amazing story. Most importantly, do you know how to build a magic shelter? The man pointed to the sky proudly. It is said that the simplest way is to build a cover above the mausoleum city. Huh? Not to mention Ji Weikong, others were also surprised. It is impossible to build a magic house, that can accommodate so many people in 3 weeks, so we have to make the most of the original buildings in our Lingcheng. Otherwise, why do you think we are cleaning the room? The biggest problem here is the pressure resistance of the building and the snow crisis, so the Academy decided to use a magic platform directly in the sky to intercept the snow. And below, it is enough to carry out basic magic water, electricity, heat source, and other transformations. Ji Weikong couldn't help but express his concerns. The lid? What if it falls off? And how can this be done? Such a big and heavy thing will definitely collapse. Ha ha, so you don't understand the magic of magic mud bricks. The other party described in detail what magic mud bricks are, and everyone couldn't close their mouths. Impossible, how can there be such a thing? No matter how magical magic is, can it cover a city? Ji Weikong couldn't imagine it. Hey, brother. The other party patted his shoulder, looking very understanding. If you have a chance, you should really go to Dream Network to see. There are many things that magic can do. Indeed, there are a lot of them. So as the person in charge of Lingcheng, Mayor Lu only exchanged a few simple greetings after the expedition vehicle arrived, and then got on the vehicle directly, shouting go, 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 and led the expedition team to the industrial zone. The anxious and familiar look made Captain Zhang, the leader of the team, a little unsure of how to deal with it. She didn't have any necessary courtesy, and visited the magic car. When she saw several boxes full of magic items, her eyes lit up. Ah, are these our magic supplies? When she saw the crowded slime animals, she couldn't help but sip. Ah, these are the magic animals of Lingcheng. It's just too down to earth. In Mayor Lu's mouth, she wished that all the magic cars were hers. After arriving at the vacant location, the expedition team saw a lot of people. Mayor Lu, who got off the car, waved his hand and said, "This is the magic mud brick assembly line. Xiao Xiao, take this magician lady over there, and try to build 10 or 8 of them before the evening." The magic preparatory students on the bus were hurriedly pulled away by the Lingcheng people before they could even stand firmly. The material box that was almost pulled down was also hurriedly moved away. Xiao's son, hurry up and take the magic animals away. Be careful, no one is allowed to run away. Then, another group of people got on the bus. Although they secretly glanced at the decoration inside the car, they quickly grabbed a magic animal, picked it up and ran away. Members of the expedition team. In just a short while, the expedition car was almost empty. What else? Oh, this is the construction team. Who can teach them how to build a lid with magic mud bricks? Mayor Lu pointed at a group of people and asked again. The Lekung team member in charge of this matter just raised his hand, and the person was already drowned. He was carried away before he could even open his mouth. Captain Zhang couldn't help but feel a little numb on his scalp, and took a step back slightly. Ha, ha, Mayor Lu is really efficient. It seems that Lingcheng is already prepared. The expedition team originally thought that they had been racing day and night and arrived in Lingcheng in 2.5 days, which was very efficient, but after seeing the impetuous people of Lingcheng, they felt that their efficiency seemed to be nothing. Mayor Lu stroked the hair by his ears and said with a bright smile, "Well, if we start earlier, we may be able to save more people. There is no other characteristic of our Lingcheng, but we don't waste time." Captain Zhang instantly had a good impression of the mayor and Lingcheng. He felt the vigorous vitality from them, which was rare in the end times. One more thing, please arrange a magic qualification survey for all the people in the city as soon as possible. People with magic power can provide temporary magic power for many magic facilities, so that the construction can be started much faster. Captain Zhang reminded. This can also be regarded as making the best use of the quasi-magicians. There are only about 300 ice lotuses brought out from the academy, plus those made on the way, which is far from enough to support the magic operation of the entire city. Even if the quasi-magicians don't know any magic, they can still be useful. Okay, I promise to complete all the inspections before tonight, Mayor Lu said confidently. By the way, there is also a cage of special slimes. Captain Zhang remembered, it is newly hatched in the academy. It was sent to the expedition vehicle by the magic crow one day after the departure. Captain Zhang waved his hand, signaling the team members to take out the slime that was imprisoned alone. It was a snow-white slime, elastic and cute. Mayor Lu had only seen slimes that had turned into animals, and it was the first time she saw the prototype of slime, so she was inevitably a little surprised. Before she asked, Captain Zhang introduced, "Snow slime is said to be the only slime that can withstand low temperatures. It can eat snow and produce a special kind of glue." As he said that, Captain Zhang stuffed a ball of snow through the cage to the little snowball inside. The little snowball swallowed the snow in one gulp, and after a while, it grunted and finally pulled out a piece of light blue soft elastic gel. It was still slightly steaming. Well, although it looks like excrement. Well, it is excrement to some extent, but if you flatten it while it's hot, it can become a special fabric after it cools down, which can be used to make clothes or quilts. Captain Zhang reached out his hand expressionlessly and squeezed the pile of excrement, flattening it. After a while, when he handed it to Mayor Lu, he really felt like fabric. This kind of fabric is very light and has the warmth of a cotton coat. Mayor Lu, surprise! If you pinch it into shape before it completely cools down, you don't even need to cut it. Captain Zhang laughed. Yes, with it, everyone can change into new clothes. It's not just new clothes. Gloves, hats, scarves, all kinds of cloth products can be replaced with light and warm ones. Especially gloves. In such weather, people can't work without gloves at all, and their hands will be frostbitten in minutes. But gloves greatly interfere with the flexibility of fingers and also hinder work efficiency. Thinking of this, Mayor Lu looked at Xiao Xuetuan with shining eyes and felt that this monster called slime was so cute. Then she saw Captain Zhang take Xiao Xuetuan out of the cage and put on clothes that were obviously made of the fabric produced by it. There were 2 long ropes left on the clothes. Mayor Lu didn't understand why he watched this series of actions. Xiao Xuetuan trembled in Captain Zhang's hands and looked very scared. Because Captain Zhang, took out a whip made of magic vines. Snap! Captain Zhang grabbed the 2 ropes in the shocked eyes of Mayor Lu and pretended to whip them in the air. That's right, the principal said that since this kind of slime is not afraid of the cold, maybe it can be tamed and used to pull a sled? Captain Zhang said with a question at the end. This is because the magic school is still in the process of training the little snowball, and also because he hasn't tried it yet. After all, he's always on the road. Mayor Lu looked at the whip, and then at the pitiful little snowball. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is the principal of the magic school a devil? To come up with such an idea? But if it really works. Wow, that's great. She likes it. Chapter 118. Just as Mayor Lu said, the magic qualification survey started very efficiently. It didn't even delay everyone's work. The survey team brought magic plants for testing and called people from one place to another. Many people didn't know what to do until their names were called. Ji Weikong was no exception. Although his work was an easy job that everyone envied. Even if he had to climb stairs, it was at least indoors. Occasionally he would find some good things and hide them secretly. As long as it wasn't excessive, no one would seriously investigate. However, it was still hard work. Ji Weikong wanted to do tasks like taking care of children and doing some simple handicrafts, which could be completed in the warm room of the shelter, but that kind of work was assigned to vulnerable groups such as the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the young. This made him very distressed, so he shamelessly asked his girlfriend number 5 if she could help him complete some inspection tasks. Girlfriend number 5 had the best personality. As long as he asked her for help, she would rarely be rejected. This time was no exception. I help you after I finish my work here, the other party said. Girlfriend number 5 was in the next building and was also responsible for inspection. After hearing the answer, Ji Weikong found a room and started to slack off. In order not to be discovered, he deliberately took on the inspection work of the senior management and happily lit a fire and took a nap. So he was caught. The person who came to call people to participate in the test looked at the inspection workbook with no progress at all, and looked at Ji Weikong, who could fall asleep by grabbing the curtains in the room, and finally made a serious note of him. Deduct 10% of your work points for this month. The other party announced, okay, go down and test now. Ji Weikong was desperate. Because the guy who came to call people was not a woman. He could only accept the punishment obediently. Then, he and a group of people squeezed into the room, listened to the explanation of the test method, and then started the test together. The magic plant really screamed. The room was boiling. Ji Weikong was just shocked that there was a plant that could scream. Second round of test, third round of test, until the final round, Ji Weikong never thought that the lucky person in the crowd would be himself. So, when he was alone and made the flower scream again, the gigolo named Ji Weikong was dumbfounded. I am a magician. I can be a magician. At dinner time that day, Ji Weikong saw his girlfriend number 1 who had returned tiredly in the cafeteria, and immediately shared the good news with her excitedly. Really? Congratulations. The other party smiled happily. She was very beautiful, the youngest and best looking of Ji Weikong's girlfriends. Although she was still 1 year older than him, they were of the same age. She was also very caring. She was the kind of woman that Ji Weikong admired even before the end of the world. Perhaps because he had some confidence, Ji Weikong asked her with a bright smile without hesitation. My salary will double from today. If you are willing. Can you be my girlfriend? There was no dining table, and the space in the cafeteria was very small. If it was too big, it would waste charcoal fire. They were sitting side by side against a wall, surrounded by a crowded crowd. It was a bit noisy, but it was not so noisy that I couldn't hear what he was saying. What's more, he had a pair of talkative and lovable eyes. No, I only treat you as my younger brother. Her answer was also very clear. Because I have many sisters? Ji Weikong asked seriously, if you don't like this, I can stop associating with the sisters. He was a person with no rules, but he would do what he promised. Ha, that's not the case. Girlfriend number one still had the smile he liked on her face. As a younger brother, you are very pleasing, but as a lover, we are not the same kind of people. Ji Weikong's heart fell from the void. But he was mentally prepared for such answers. I know, sorry, just pretend I didn't ask. Just in case, I make it clearer. Girlfriend number one thought for a while, and asked softly, Ji Weikong, have you ever worked hard for others purely? That was a question that people couldn't understand. But a broken heart is not a big deal in the end of the world. What really hit Ji Weikong that day was not the deduction of work points or the rejection of his confession, but isn't it time to get off work now? After he was taken to a place with a sign of Magic Ranch, he couldn't help but ask the person who arranged his work from the bottom of his heart. Yes, but from today on, the time to get off work will be postponed by 2 hours, and this is the case for the whole city. The other party replied. The working hours have changed from the abominable 8 hours to 10 hours. Never mind, it's not unacceptable, after all, the salary has doubled. Ah, but you, the quasi-magician group, are a little special. The other party remembered and added, you have to work 14 hours. Ji Weikong, question mark. Ji Weikong, shock. So long? He was about to jump up and down. Why? Can I not increase my salary? The other party looked at him strangely. Because there are only more than 3,000 quasi-magicians in the whole city. So shouldn't we be more honorable and treated better? Raising our wages is just to exploit our labor? He knew that magic is not a good thing. Don't worry, your work is not very hard. After all, everyone in the shelter knows that you are quite lazy. The other party patted his shoulder and said earnestly, alas, your sisters still love you very much. Ji Weikong soon understood what love means. He was taken to a very warm room, which was like heaven compared to the shelter. Although judging from the fact that there are several doors in this room, this is also a prison in a sense. There was even light in the room. At this time when electricity was scarce, there was light at night close to 8 o'clock. It was still the light emitted by the magical plants that Ji Weikong didn't recognize. Of course, the most shocking thing was that there was a moving white snowball in the room. Snow Slime Hatching Base was the name of his new workplace. There was even a comfortable recliner with a pillow that looked good at first glance and a blanket on it. After the staff gave him a popular science about what a monster was and the characteristics of this snowball, they assigned him a job that he had never imagined as a man. Your task is to hatch more snowballs. Come on, male mother. Ji male mother Weikong felt like she was about to split apart. Slime needs to absorb magic to split, that is, to reproduce. In addition to eating food containing magic or absorbing liquid magic, magic can also be obtained directly from magicians. Although when a slime drills into a magician and pushes around, it is usually regarded as provocation and attack in the magic continent, but here, it is just a normal child is hungry, needs milk. Magic. Ji Weikong is even a quasi-magician with a high talent level. Although the test cannot be accurate to this extent, it can still be judged from the size of the screaming grass. It is actually very appropriate to assign this job to him. However, because of the shock at the beginning, Ji Weikong was forced to press on the recliner, crying and hugging the squirming slime in his arms, and began to provide magic with trembling. After the slime absorbed enough, Ji Weikong felt that his whole body was hollowed out. The little snowball found a grass nest in the room and began to split itself, while he rested on the recliner with lifeless eyes. Oh, there were staff members watching and clapping, celebrating the feasibility of this plan. Ji Weikong just thought they were going too far. Perhaps seeing his hard work, a staff member wanted to show the results, or perhaps it was pure bad taste, so he held the split slime to him and said, come, take a look. The child is very healthy. Ji Weikong, when you have rested well, start hatching the next one. Your task tonight is to hatch at least 5. Ji Weikong cried. Please be a human being. The task of hatching 5 small snowballs is really hard. But perhaps people are really adaptable. Ji Wei Kong not only completed the task, but when he went to work again the next day, he could already smile at life. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. Besides the discomfort of being repeatedly drained of the body, this is indeed a very easy job, almost a dream job for him. Look, he doesn't even need to move. The slime will jump on him and jump off again. Ignoring that the small snowballs like to push around and sometimes try to wrap his hands or neck and swallow them, it is really a very simple job. He can even read books, although with his empty mind, he can only read books like online cool articles, but at least it is an entertainment activity. At night, when the plant called the radiant cactus is hung in the incubator, he can also take out the solar-powered mobile phone that he exchanged for points on credit, charge it for 1 hour, and use it for 10 minutes. Not only that, in order to allow the would-be magicians to recover their magic power as quickly as possible, he ate magic biscuits, and every meal also had eggs laid by slime chickens, milk produced by slime cows, and occasionally even meat provided by slime pigs, although the amount was very small. He also had the right to enjoy fresh vegetables first. This was also a kind of mother. Ugh, father is honored by son. So in a few days, Ji Wei Kong looked at the little snowballs with eyes full of paternal brilliance, thinking that they were all treasures, cute and healing. Ji Wei Kong even asked people to send some snow in to feed the newborn little snowballs, and after they produced light blue gel, he made clothes for them by hand. Although it didn't look very good, it was at least fun. He also changed into new clothes made by residents, who knew how to tailor using this special fabric. They were thin and warm, but the colors were a bit monotonous. It was a good job. Magic was actually quite useful. Ji Wei Kong had changed his mind after being in close contact with these magic items these days, from a magic rejecter to a magic supporter. But this job also had its disadvantages. He hadn't seen the sisters for several days, especially girlfriend number 1. The work was too hard, and in order to reduce running around, these quasi-magicians were reassigned rooms and moved into houses that were gradually becoming magical. As an ordinary person, girlfriend number 1 could not enjoy this treatment. Will she regret rejecting me? Occasionally, Ji Wei Kong would think so. Then not long after, he saw girlfriend number 1 again. At the magic ranch. Lying in the room without moving was also a very tiring thing. Occasionally, the quasi-magicians in the incubation base would come out for a walk. So, Ji Wei Kong saw girlfriend number 1 appearing in the training ground next door. After not seeing her for a few days, she was still as beautiful as ever, a very charming sister. He cleared his throat, and was about to go over to say hello and ask if she had come to see him specially, when he saw a man with a whip appear next to girlfriend number 1. It seemed to be a companion from the shelter before. I had a vague impression, but I couldn't remember the name. Girlfriend number 1 smiled at him very beautifully. She was more beautiful than before, even more beautiful. The scene of the two people looking at each other was like a slow-motion shot in an idol drama, full of a romantic atmosphere that no one else could interfere with. Ji Wei Kong felt his heart tighten, because the next second, he watched girlfriend number 1 also pick up the whip and hit the snowballs in front of him. The snowballs made a slight sound. Yes, Ji Wei Kong found that these little monsters can actually make noises, then jumped up high, jumping forward as if frightened. Walking a little closer, he even heard girlfriend number 1 and the hateful man discussing. There are changes. It seems that it doesn't jump that high this time. This plant is effective. Number 3 seems to be smarter. Let's take it out for demonstration. This force seems to be a little light. Is it because I am using the wrong force? Mumble, mumble. Ji Wei Kong felt his mind was blank. When he came to his senses, he had already rushed to the fence and roared at the two people. You! What are you doing to my lovely children? It seems that you have completely adapted. When chatting briefly with girlfriend number 1 in the lounge, the other party smiled and said with emotion, I didn't expect that you would love them so much. You really deserve to be the first dad on the hatching list. In just a few days, you have born more than 70 little snowballs. Hatching list? What did they do behind my back again? Why do you do this kind of thing that will kill people? Why are you here? Ji Wei Kong asked gloomily. I came here to train the little snowballs. How come you seem to know on the first day that the city is training them to pull sleds? I didn't see it with my own eyes before. This is the truth. He was busy enjoying himself in the past few days. Ji Wei Kong pushed a bag of milk produced by the slime cow to her. Here you go. Girlfriend number 1 was stunned. Then she smiled and said, no need. She pushed it back. I can drink it every day, so this is for you. Really no need. Girlfriend number 1 said, you have been working hard these days. This is more suitable for you to drink. Ji Wei Kong was stunned. Girlfriend number 1 looked into his eyes, and said, There are already small snowballs that can pull the sled. Now the pressure in the city is getting less, whether it is transporting supplies or traffic. The fact that we can do this is inseparable from your efforts to hatch them. In fact, I was really surprised. I thought that even if you came here, you would still be the lazy one. Not to mention the bottom of the hatching ranking, at least it would be the last. But I actually saw your name in the first place. I am a little moved. Ji Weikong was silent for a while, and said, I thought you disliked me for not being ambitious enough and not being an upright good person. He thought about her words for a long time. What does it mean to work hard for others? Hasn't he ever done it? In terms of hard work, he actually has it. It is not an easy job to please the sisters. You also need to be sincere in order to get sincerity. But this is obviously not the answer she wants. So what would it be? Being a good person? An upright, kind, hard-working person? Ji Weikong also admitted that being a good person is great, but he seems to be a bad person, unable to be so selfless and become a good person. Do you call this an upright good person? Maybe. Girlfriend number 1 thought about what he meant and said, but actually my answer is simpler. I call it responsibility. The work was very busy, and the two chatted for a short time, and soon returned to their respective jobs. Before parting, Ji Weikong did not ask the other party again whether she was willing to be his girlfriend, because there was no need to ask. Isn't it said that there are 3 things in the world that cannot be hidden? Cough, poverty, and love. The love in the eyes of girlfriend number 1 was given to another person, and all he could do was bless. But Ji Weikong looked at his hands. He seemed to understand what she meant. The lit in the sky was increasing every day, and the speed was so fast that everyone was incredible. There were already a small number of Lingsheng people who could see the miracle growing slowly in the sky as long as they looked up. Miracles are not magic, or rather, not just magic. Ji Weikong did not simply win the first place in the rankings because of his high talent. When he complained about why the prospective magician had to work 14 hours a day, while others only had 10 hours, he saw many people, those ordinary people, working much longer than 10 hours. Magic is performed by people. So miracles, of course, also include those ordinary people. Slimes can't learn to pull sleds by themselves, and the clothes on their bodies don't grow by themselves. Everyone is working hard to contribute their own strength to this doomsday. When he was working, they didn't rest. Even though their working conditions were actually worse than his. Ji Weikong was doing it for girlfriend number 1, but perhaps he just couldn't be so lazy with a clear conscience. The magic shelter called Miracle should also be engraved with his name. But as he knew himself, he couldn't do it purely for others. He was not that good. He would extend his stay in the incubator at night, because this way he could charge his phone for a while longer. Anyway, he could sleep in the chair. But what does it matter? Even if he had selfish motives, he still became the number 1 dad on the hateful list. In this way, he also fulfilled the responsibility mentioned by girlfriend number 1. The journey to Ungshi was relatively smooth. Although, as the people of Ungshi said, there were no extra supplies to help them, they even provided shelters for the migrants to spend the night. This was something the residents of Wanbei City had not expected. Spending the night in a shelter that was much more comfortable than in the wild helped all those who were mentally exhausted from the day's journey to recover a lot. Yi Jia got up and touched her forehead, and it didn't feel that hot anymore. So, this was not something worth alarming everyone. The girl still showed everyone a cheerful smile. Let's go, there's still a long way to go today. Just like that, they set off again. Chapter 119. There were many more people on the next section of the road. Perhaps because there was no border line to rely on, the people of Ungshi were more willing to take risks in the face of a major crisis. Moreover, they were much more organized than the migrants in Wanbei City. In addition to those who had cars and could travel a certain distance, the walkers were arranged in teams of 10 people, encouraging each other to move forward. The 10 people were because the simple snow houses built on the roadside could usually only accommodate so many people. The Yi family and a team temporarily formed a group. They occasionally chatted on the road and soon found that Ungshi even organized the evacuation of the elderly, women, children and other people who were not convenient to walk outside. Except for those who really couldn't walk and had no relatives, the city government arranged cars for others who could get on the car. The number of cars was very limited. Although the whole city was mobilized, the quota was still far from enough. In the end, except for the necessary drivers and others, these quotas were almost all left to the vulnerable groups. What if the car breaks down on the way? As a driver who knows that he can't actually drive the whole way, Mr. Yi asked worriedly. If you can go, go. If you can't, Wait for someone to pick you up. But try to walk to the next city. Angshi residents replied, although there is little hope of completing this journey, maybe there will be a miracle? Even if we have to stay in the end, we will try to go as far as possible. This is our strategy. It's risky, but also admirable. It takes a lot of courage to make such a decision. After all, it's many lives. But how can I put it? Migration is a wonderful thing, and interesting things are happening every day. As she continued to log into the Dream Network, Wang Wentao soon learned about the snow slime. This caused a sensation in the Dream Network. Unlike many magics that are limited and cannot be taught to the people of Donggo on a large scale, monsters, like slimes, can reproduce at will as long as they want to, and the scale can be expanded quickly. In this way, those prospective magicians will not be wasted, and everyone can use their abilities to help complete this great adventure. Most importantly, with the first announcement that the snow slime has been domesticated and can successfully pull a sled, everyone soon realized that they have a brand new snow transportation tool. The speed and comfort are naturally not as good as the magic car, but it is easy to make. It means that once the magic shelters in various regions have freed up manpower, they can send personnel to pick up and drop off migrants with sleds. This undoubtedly increased the success rate of migration again. It's no wonder that the entire Dream Network is discussing this matter everywhere. Seeing the video footage of the snow slime, everyone exclaimed that it was cute. As for the whips that fell on them, well, if they obeyed, they wouldn't be beaten, right? The other good news is, of course, that the expedition team has arrived. When Wang Wentao found that the construction progress of the magic shelter on Dream Island No. 1 had begun to move forward, she almost thought she had seen it wrong. In such extremely cold weather, it was really only magic that could make it so fast from Lekung to Lingsheng. This also made the residents of Dream Island No. 1 excited. It only took one morning to spread these two good news to the migrating troops. The journey felt much easier this day. However, migration is a hard work after all. You can't walk too fast just by your legs. This is even when the predecessors have left countless footprints, making it much easier for the later ones. At night, they had to sleep outdoors. The team was long and there were many people, so the snow house was inevitably a little insufficient. Not wanting to argue with others, the Yi family dug a new snow house for the night with the residents of Angshi, who formed a temporary team. They piled the luggage together to make a bed that could barely lie down, and a group of people slept head to head. Yi Jia's fever was exposed. In fact, something was wrong earlier. Her face was abnormally red throughout the day, and the heat of her breath was more obvious than that of others. Ye's mother and Huang Wentao showed concern many times, but she evaded them. It was not until she went to bed at night that she could no longer hide it. Everyone was a little panicked. A high fever at this time could be fatal. It's okay. I'll be fine after a day's rest. I'm fine now. Yi Jia was still comforting everyone in a daze. Wang Wentao helped Ye's mother and covered her with as many thick clothes and quilts as possible. They hugged her on each side. Hey, don't get so close to me. Be careful of infection. It's okay. Wear a mask. Although it was just a simple mask made of cloth, it was mostly used to block the wind. They went to bed like this. But obviously, except for Yi Jia, who slept deeply because of her illness, the other two women didn't sleep well. From time to time, Ye's mother would open her eyes to look at her daughter, gently touch her forehead, and worry about her condition. Wang Wentao wanted to switch shifts with her, but was rejected on the grounds that she still had to go to DreamNet to collect the latest news. There was not much new news on DreamNet today. Wang Wentao wrote a message for help on the message board of Dream Island No. 1. Looking carefully, there were actually quite a few such messages for help. As more and more people joined the migration team, various unexpected situations emerged one by one. Some were just a simple lack of food or tools, which was not a big deal. Occasionally, some kind-hearted people were willing to help. But more, such as illness, lack of clothes, etc., were a bit more troublesome. Especially illness. In this kind of weather, even doctors can only do very limited things, and medicine is more precious than gold. Even if someone has it, they are reluctant to take it out. It was just a fever-reducing pill, but it put the Yi family in trouble. The next day, it was terrible. Not only did Yi Jia not get better, but his condition worsened. The Yi family decided to stay where they were for a day. At first, Father Yi and Uncle Yi tried to carry Yi Jia on their backs, but they couldn't walk far, and had to stop to warm themselves by the fire. The two elders not only consumed their physical strength, but also sweated easily. Sweating in this kind of weather is a very bad thing, which can easily lead to hypothermia. They also tried to make a simple sled, with two men pulling Yi Jia and Mother Yi, and Huang Wentao pushing from behind, but they still couldn't walk fast. Yi Jia felt sorry for her family and insisted on standing up and walking by herself. After a while, Father Yi decided, take a day off. It doesn't matter, don't we have snow slimes? We can just wait for the people from Lingsheng to pick us up during this time. Father Yi comforted the whole family. In fact, even if there were snow slimes, they might not be able to ride them. Lingsheng had to accept survivors from all over the place, tens of millions of people, and this was a risky decision. But no one objected. However, after noon, Yi Jia and her parents proposed to her uncle and Huang Wentao that they should leave first. The three of them must stay, but Uncle Yi and Huang Wentao don't have to waste time here. If one can leave, then one is better. Uncle Yi refused sternly. Huang Wentao did the same. Alas, you don't have to stay here with me, I will feel bad. Yi Jia told the truth and tried to persuade again. But you are my only relative, Huang Wentao said. Before the doomsday, they were very good girlfriends. After such a long time of suffering in the doomsday, their relationship is even closer than a family. In terms of blood relationship, the uncle's family is Huang Wentao's last relative, but emotionally, the Yi family is the real one. In the end, no one of the three of them succeeded in driving away. When they stopped here to rest, everyone was not idle. Except for Ye's mother, who had to take care of Yi Jia all the time, the others tried their best to find firewood. Fortunately, everyone was familiar with this job, and it was easy to do. The heating materials consumed on the road were replenished. At night, Yi Jia's spirits improved a lot. Although everyone was very happy, they were still worried that if they were on the road again, their condition would worsen again. I'm sorry, if I had known I would get sick, I would have stayed in Wanbei City. Even a cheerful person like Yi Jia couldn't help but say, I made you, and I stay here together. It doesn't matter, at worst we won't leave until we reach Yi County. Others said. Although it was a pity that the migration ended here, it was better to stay in a shelter and face the final test together than to let Yi Jia drag his sick body on the road. That night, when Huang Wentao logged into DreamNet again, she found that her help message had been replied. I am a magic singer. I am about 30 kilometers away from Yi County. If it is on the way, I may be able to help you. She couldn't believe her eyes. But 30 kilometers? Apparently, the magic singer was ahead of them, and was not on the way. But Huang Wentao still decided to give it a try. Can you wait for us for a while? We are about 50 kilometers away from Yi County. We will try to get there before the evening. This means that the kind singer has to wait for a day, which is a rather selfish request. But even so, it is difficult for them to drag Yi Jia to walk the 20 kilometers in one day. But maybe they can try. Huang Wentao told the news to Ye's parents, but whether to try it or not, they have to decide together. In fact, maybe it is better to give up. This choice not only troubled a kind-hearted singer, but also had the risk of worsening the illness of the Yi family. After telling everyone the news, Huang Wentao regretted it a little. Then let's set off early, Yi Jia said. If you don't feel well, you can stay here. The other party may not be willing to wait for us, Huang Wentao said. But since you left a message, maybe the other party will really wait. Yi Jia laughed, and if we have to stay, I would rather move forward and stay closer to Yi County. How do you know the result if you don't try? Ye's parents supported their daughter's stubborn decision. So at dawn, the family set off again. Yi Jia recovered a little, and could walk on her own, but she was wrapped up thickly, and she had to be carefully watched to prevent her from falling. Everyone went into the igloo more frequently to keep warm, but also took shorter breaks. However, by noon, the family had not yet completed half of the journey. Knowing this, it was thanks to the people in front who left marks along the way to remind them of the mileage. Yi Jia threw off the extra burden on her body and announced, Don't take these, it's too stuffy and I can't walk fast. No one could stop her. With such a heavy heart, the Yi family set out again. I have a question, Yi Jia tried to cheer up and asked, How can we identify the magic singer? Even if she is really waiting for us, can we find her accurately? This. Huang Wentao was about to explain, but she looked up and saw a black bird flying slowly and low in the sky. She was stunned, then waved at the crow puppet. The crow stopped in front of her. Huang Wentao hesitated for a while and reported a string of passwords. Then, the crow really opened its mouth and spit out a note. She was a little stunned. This is the school's messenger crow, which should be responsible for our area. Huang Wentao explained, in addition to distributing flyers, if there is a reasonable request, you can set up a password on the Dream Network to use it to transmit information, deliver items, or give directions. Her heart was pounding, and she opened the note nervously. This could only be the note from the magic singer. And it said, "I'm here." An hour later, the Yi family saw a young woman with some urban white-collar atmosphere. The puppet crows circled and brought the person to them. "It's too slow to wait for you here. Anyway, it's not too far, so I'm coming back." The woman said, "Come, heal me." So, the Yi family witnessed a miracle of magic. Yi Jia, who was originally drowsy and felt that she was topless, felt purified by the pleasant singing. Her body became light and healthy again. "Wow, you are so great, sister." She couldn't help but excitedly hold the woman's hand. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome." The woman just waved her hand and declined the Yi family's thanks for trying to give her something. "I do this because I can accumulate performance points, and maybe I can directly enroll in the magic school later," she said frankly. "But if you really want to thank me, if you have the conditions along the way, try to help others as much as possible. This way, this end of the world won't seem too bad." Then, she continued to walk back under the gaze of the Yi family. It was not worthwhile to return just for Yi Jia, and there were still some patients waiting for her behind. She planned to cure those who asked for help, and then continue to move forward with the team. Although she and the Yi family team were on the same journey, they did not have to travel together. They said goodbye in the snow. According to rough statistics, about 673.22 million survivors participated in the Great Migration of the entire East continent. The final number of people who arrived was about 621.83 million. Then, the brutal blizzard arrived as expected. Chapter 120. Golden October. For most cities in Nanzhou, this is a comfortable season with a very suitable temperature in the year. But the senior students of Hongyang High School are still drowsy during every break, and they just feel that life is too hard now. I really envy the students in Dongou. At least they don't have to go to school and take the college entrance examination. At the most disgusting moment, some people couldn't help but mutter, "Yeah, they don't have to live anymore." Someone replied dissatisfiedly, "Don't make fun of Dongou. It's not funny at all." Facing the accusing eyes, the former shut up embarrassedly. Occasionally, there are not so dull moments in the classroom. During the longer breaks or the lunch break at noon, a few people who are close to each other will get together to talk about the latest hot topics. In the past 2 years, these topics are usually centered on entertainment gossip, games, and animations. But in recent months, everyone always starts with, "Is there any new news?" The new news here naturally refers to the information about Dongzhou that has been silent on the internet for a long time. "It's been almost a month, the blizzard," someone sighed. According to the latest test, the snow is already 23 meters deep. I saw a media capture a building collapse in Wanbei City. I don't know how many people can survive. Yes, at least Wanbei City has made preparations in advance and stockpiled a lot of supplies. The blizzard will eventually pass. "Hey, do you think that magic school is real?" The topic turned to the place that the students had discussed countless times. The guy who turned in had bright eyes. "Anyway, I saw the big guys discussing that the magic crow can't be made with existing technology, and the video is not fake. So it is very likely that there is a magic crow that can fly and talk. Then the magic school that predicted the ultimate blizzard must also exist. Do you think it is possible for us to learn magic? What kind of magic will it be? Can it make me fly by myself? Riding a broom will also be fine. Compared to this, I want to know whether the Great Migration plan has succeeded or not. Those media reports are too chaotic, sometimes successful, sometimes failed, and I don't know whether they are true or false. TSK, I tell you, don't believe any of the revelations on the internet, they are all made up for traffic. I have proposed to the authorities to arrest all media that publish fabricated and false news, and these people should be sentenced. In the ears of Tang Dongfeng, who was buried in his homework, the sound of discussion gradually disappeared, and his attention was refocused on the test paper full of red crosses. Life passed day by day in such a repetition. In fact, compared to the beginning, the topic of Rust Day and Dongzhou has become less popular, especially after the network in Dongzhou was paralyzed and the long snowstorm came. It is difficult for everyone to get news from that land, and this is almost a tacit understanding that many people died. Not long ago, the country established a new public memorial day, which was the 100th day of the Dongzhou disaster. For high school students like Tang Dongfeng, it is a rare temporary holiday. Not only did all the web pages on the internet turn black and white, but when going out, you could also see many people wearing black and white clothes. Tang Dongfeng, his parents and his grandmother attended the morning ceremony held in the district. There were so many people that day that traffic jams occurred. People placed many white lanterns in the river, forming a long road of the dead. This shocking scene was also photographed, and made the national hot news that day, along with the various memorial ceremonies. However, what impressed Tang Dongfeng the most was not the lanterns or the touching eulogy, but a group of people crying by the river. They were the relatives of the victims of Dong'o. Indeed, they were a group of poor people, but Tang Dongfeng did not have a very good impression of them, especially when he saw a group of professional photography and live broadcast teams behind them. I don't know which organization or organizations formed the Survivors Association and reported their news on the internet. At the beginning, it was a moving story. A mother and son who depended on each other, a fiancé separated by life and death, friends who quarreled over trivial matters but never had a chance to reconcile, earned countless tears. But as the first person began to accept donations, things gradually changed. More and more people who didn't know whether it was true or not began to make up all kinds of bizarre stories. Some of them even became anchors, saying that they were just recording their lives, but in fact they were asking for tips from fans. What he saw that day was such a group of people, crying heartbreakingly, which was more or less a hard work. If afterwards, he didn't see the same group of people laughing and drinking in the food stalls to celebrate this month's income has reached a new high. Tang Dongfeng, who was overwhelmed with enthusiasm, almost went forward to argue with them, but was quickly stopped by his grandmother. "Mind your own business and just do our best," Grandma said. On the way home, Tang Dongfeng was a little depressed. Finally, he couldn't help asking, "Maybe there are still many people alive in Dong'o?" "I hope so." Dad touched his head and sighed. Obviously, Dad didn't think there were many people alive in Dongzhou. In fact, there are very few people in the entire Blue Star who think that there are still many people alive in Dong'o. All the discussions on this topic on the internet are not optimistic. Objective analysis, tell the truth, rational discussion, in the posts with such titles, none of them predicts a survival rate higher than 20%. Even the experts found by various media often express not optimistic. Very few people will express the view that I expect at least half of the people will survive, and talk about how to build shelters to survive. This kind of speech is also quite popular, although the expert was later found to be a fake to attract attention. However, no matter how many Dong'o people are still alive, one thing is certain. We should cherish our current stable life. Look at Dong'o. It is a shame to waste life doing nothing. Nowadays, such thoughts are prevailing. The disaster made people reflect on the meaning of life, and many people live more positively and optimistically. For example, Kaka. Tang Dongfeng, who was going home from school, ran into a blind girl with a dog at the door of the building again. Kaka is a guide dog, a golden Labrador. At this time, he was wearing his little clothes and leading the girl out. It is best not to touch the guide dog casually when it is working. Because of this common sense, Tang Dongfeng just greeted Kaka and did not touch the big dog he loved so much. "Persimmon, take Kaka out for a walk?" he asked Kaka's owner, a blind girl nicknamed Persimmon. In fact, the two were classmates in junior high school. Unfortunately, Persimmon, who had excellent grades, experienced a car accident after the high school entrance examination. Although her body was not seriously injured, her eyes were blind forever. This was undoubtedly a very painful thing for the young girl. Tang Dongfeng remembered that he had not seen Persimmon for a long time afterwards, and she almost never wanted to go out again. At one time, the neighbors were very worried that the girl would be upset. She lost not only her eyesight in that car accident, but also her parents who loved her. Although he knew that he might be hated for doing so, Tang Dongfeng would occasionally knock on Persimmon's door to make sure she was okay. At that time, Shitzi was taken care of by her aunt, but she also had her own family and needed to work to support her family, so she couldn't accompany Shitzi 24 hours a day. A hired nanny may not be reassuring. So neighbors like Tang Dongfeng would occasionally visit to show concern, even if they were repeatedly rejected. Later, Shitzi gradually came out of her self-enclosed grief and was willing to chat with everyone. Tang Dongfeng watched how she gradually became familiar with the furnishings at home and became a blind person. Later, Shitzi adopted Kaka. After having a guide dog, Shitzi could occasionally go downstairs to take a walk, but not very often. Guide dogs are smart, but they can't solve all the difficulties in life, and she doesn't want to bother others. Persimmon is cheerful on the surface, but Tang Dongfeng can see that she still has a lot of pain. Then, the disaster in Dong'o happened. Persimmon can only rely on listening to understand the news, which makes her source of information very limited, but she is also concerned about that unfortunate land. Persimmon began to feel that being alive is already a very lucky thing. Even if she can't see anything anymore, she began to learn to go out more. When Tang Dongfeng went to school, she could take Kaka to a place farther away from home alone to enjoy a simple meal. She even took pictures, even if she couldn't see, but she used voice to record and write every day of her life. This is a rare positive side of this unfortunate natural disaster in Dong-o. At least Tang Dongfeng felt that not only Persimmon seemed to live more positively, but his family atmosphere also became much better. Tang Dongfeng said goodbye to the man and the dog, and when he took the elevator, he met Grandpa Wang, who loved to play his mobile phone out loud. Grandpa Wang was listening to a short video on an unknown platform today, which was about how the elderly can exercise and cope with extreme cold. This is also a big change in life. Although only Dongzhou has suffered a disaster, people in other continents are inevitably panicked, and various doomsday survival tutoring classes are blooming everywhere. Most of them are centered around dealing with extreme cold, and are subdivided into many fields. When they are most popular, they even rely on scalpers to grab admission places. All major primary and secondary schools have also temporarily added natural disaster survival courses, occupying the time of physical education classes. This makes physical education classes more interesting, although after a few classes, the teachers probably saw that they could report to the higher-ups and began to occupy the precious physical education time of the third year of high school. Natural disasters are natural disasters, and life is life. After a few months, the outside world gradually began to return to its original rhythm. Every day in the future will still be spent like this. Even if the third year of high school is very hard, it is not a kind of happiness. Tang Dongfeng fell asleep with such a prayer. Then, the next day, the people of Nanzhou got up early with smiles on their faces, but when they looked up, they saw that strange rusty sun in the sky. Chapter 121. Jianxi pulled open the curtains. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and the weather was fine. If you didn't mind the inexplicable rust spots on the sun, it would be a great day. After washing up, Jianxi yawned and got on the elevator to the restaurant. At this time, the elevator was unusually crowded with people, pushing luggage in their hands, and the hotel elevator was packed. "Are we going to have breakfast?" the young child asked. "Be good, eat on the way. The high-speed train is about to start. We have to catch the train home, okay?" The child opened his eyes and asked, "Didn't we just come here yesterday? We said we would go to Tiantian Paradise to play. Why are we going back?" "Let's talk about it later, be obedient." The parents didn't explain it too clearly. While dealing with the child's questions, they were swiping their phones desperately. Another male traveler, who was traveling alone, was on the phone. Loudly, "Can you help me get a flight ticket to Zhongzhou today? The sooner the better. Alas, I'm just unlucky. My company just sent me on a business trip to Nanzhou. Okay, help me think of a way. Money is not a problem. Thank you." In such a tense atmosphere, Jianxi, who was relaxed, inevitably seemed a little out of place. The elevator stopped at the restaurant floor. Only she went out, and everyone else rushed to the front desk to check out. But there were still people in the restaurant. In fact, there were quite a few people. "Take as much as you can eat. Our restaurant does not allow takeout." The man dressed as a foreman shouted at the guests, who were desperately stuffing food into their bags. "Didn't you take it yesterday?" "I took it and ate it on the way. Yesterday was yesterday. Today, the rules have been changed. I'm sorry for this guest. Can you put all the extra food back?" A tall security guard helped to stop people, and finally, the man who filled 2 large bags with the buffet breakfast provided by the restaurant muttered and put the food back. In fact, many of the foods here are not easy to store, and even if they are taken away, they are easy to spoil. But perhaps out of panic, there are actually quite a few people who took more food to prepare. Jianxi poured a bowl of her favorite preserved egg and lean meat porridge, took a sweet corn, and made a cup of soy milk, and sat down by the window to taste it slowly. After a while, someone put the plate opposite her, and sat down to eat breakfast. "Are you really not leaving? Bloods are not easy to deal with," the other party asked while starting to eat elegantly. "If you have to wait for the extreme heat, it will take several months." Jianxi squinted happily. "I don't want to wait. There are too many variables. It is indeed very big. Since falling into this weird cycle, there has never been a time when the development of things is exactly the same as the previous round of trajectory. Even the continents affected by the disaster will change." It seemed that only the damned natural disasters were coming one after another without any hesitation. Jianxi had already forgotten how many times this cycle had happened. Anyway, she had tried all the methods she could, but nothing could stop it. It was a feeling of powerlessness of a tiny human being facing an unknown force. Sometimes, Jianxi really wanted to give up. She could rely on her meager advantage of foresight to survive from continent to continent, and restart when she couldn't avoid it. This seemed to allow her to live comfortably. However, even if she could adapt to endless repetition, it couldn't change the fact that this was chronic suicide. After all, who could guarantee that this cycle was really infinite? What if there is an invisible countdown? If you give up rashly, when you could have been looking for a way out, it would be stupid to be driven by laziness. She will regret it, regret giving up the effort. Of course, among all the changes, there are also things that remain unchanged. She raised her eyes, and secretly glanced at the man opposite. Duan Mayu, a childhood neighbor and old friend, could easily believe her lies and provide her with the most needed help after being separated for nearly 10 years. Of course, it's not really easy. When she first found him in Zhongzhou and told him all this, she was also worried about mental problems. It's just that the other party was very cautious. If the natural disaster hadn't really come, he would probably still be worried about how to take her to see a psychiatrist. However, it was only that time. Then this guy began to reveal the secret himself, providing her with evidence to convince herself next time, and she didn't have to worry about completing a set of awakening processes at all. He said it himself, just treat him as a companion waiting to be summoned, he will always support and trust her. It must be said that Duan Mayu's presence made this originally somewhat lonely exploration journey no longer lonely. Of course, there are actually several such companions. But relatively speaking, Duan Mayu is the easiest to persuade and the one who can provide the most support. So when she decided to take a look at the biggest variable in this round, she couldn't help but bring Duan Mayu with her. After all, she also needs someone to give her advice. Yes, this round of World Restart has an unprecedented variable of Magic Academy. No matter how the other party appears, whether he is really friendly, and what kind of danger he will bring to himself, she must try to contact him. After breakfast, she and Duan Mayu came to the front desk, which was already full of guests who came to check out. What's your room number? Are you here to check out too? Because there were a lot of people, the hotel staff had to let everyone line up. When they saw another guest, someone immediately came forward to ask. She reported the room number of the two people, and then said, "We are not checking out. Please help us change the room to a higher floor." This is a surprising request. Since the rusty sun appeared in the sky early in the morning, the whole Nanzhou has begun to be in chaos. Not to mention the guests staying in the hotel, even many hotel staff have overreacted. Those who have already gone out and went to work according to inertia are fine, and those who didn't have time to go out have asked for leave. Even those who are working, seeing the wave of guests checking out, several people hesitated and submitted their resignation applications. Those who stayed were not for the salary promised by the superiors, but for the outsiders, who had nowhere to go even if they left. In just a few hours in the morning, the bus tickets and plane tickets of major platforms have been sold out. Even online taxis could not be called. The manager spent a long time calming everyone down to keep the hotel running smoothly. "Okay, I've registered for you. You can go back to your room and rest. We call you when you can change rooms," the hotel staff said. "Don't worry, we're going to be out for a while. You can change rooms when you come back in the afternoon. Please help us keep the rooms on the upper floors as much as possible." After saying this, she drove away from the hotel with Duan Mayu. In order to cope with the next flood, of course, it is necessary to prepare supplies. Many things have been bought by the two of them a few days ago. After all, buying them now is not only expensive, but also may not be available. With the previous experience of Dongzhou, many shops almost closed their doors immediately, especially those small shops with independent management rights. Drive carefully, the road conditions will not be very good today. She pressed the car window and looked outside with a serious expression. There were many cars on the road. It was not a holiday, but there was a rare traffic jam in the whole city. Most of them were going to the highway. If you can't buy a ticket, drive away by yourself. This is the idea of all car-owning families. It has to be said that these people are right. In the whole of Nanzhou, today is the only day to have the opportunity to buy a ticket. From tomorrow, I am afraid that all long-distance public transportation can only be taken by connections. This is a war between power and wealth. Those who still hope to pick up leaks or continue to grab tickets tomorrow will only miss the opportunity to leave. Duan Mayu has tried his best to avoid crowded sections, but it is inevitable to encounter traffic jams. The two could only helplessly follow the traffic at a snail's pace. Then, they saw several car accidents along the way. Panic spread in the city. Near noon, the mobile phone finally received a citywide text message. The city hall issued a message asking all citizens not to panic and avoid accidents. It was already very efficient, But this pale text message could not stop people from getting worse and worse. She felt heavy in her heart, but all she could do was to remind people on social media and forums in Nanzhou. The flood is coming. The extreme cold is coming. Do we have enough clothes? For Tang Dongfeng, this is really a magical day. As a senior high school student, he is the first one in the family to get up, except for his grandmother, who sleeps less because of her old age. After eating the loving breakfast prepared by his grandma, he went out to take the bus to school as usual. As a result, when he got on the bus, he found that the sun had risen in the sky. The miserable senior high school student became a confused senior high school student, but it was not appropriate to get off the bus at this time, so he had to go to school stupidly. Then, he found out that he was really a fool. Not only were many classmates late, or simply asked for leave and skipped classes, but even the teachers did not arrive on time. The morning self-study turned into a vegetable market, and even the class committee members, who were in charge of discipline, participated in the big discussion. What should we do? Do you have any inside information? Is that a rusty sun in the sky? I see that all the teachers have been called to a meeting. Is the school discussing this? No, I have to go back. My parents told me to run away. Hey, have you bought the tickets? I saw this morning that the station and the airport are crowded with people. Many people are preparing to buy sleeper berths to get tickets. Oh my god, it's scary. No tickets, my family will drive. Can you give us a ride? We don't have a car, please help. Haha, you have time to dream here. Why not go back and pack your luggage early? In such a noisy situation, some people really couldn't help but pack their bags and leave, and only those with more obedient personalities stayed in the classroom, honestly. But after a while, the head teacher appeared with a tired expression and announced, I won't say more. The current situation is special. The school has decided to suspend classes for a week. Everyone can go home. When he said this, he was obviously relieved. Then Tang Dongfeng mixed in a huge crowd and rushed home. When he got home, his parents were indeed at home. Not that they were back, but that they hadn't gone to work at all. The family was packing their luggage in a hurry, especially the warm winter clothes. Why are there only a few? Are they enough? If not, go buy some now. You'd be awesome if you can buy them. Mother Tang couldn't help rolling her eyes. Although they didn't go out, the internet was working. In the morning, all the supermarkets that were still open in the city were packed, and all the shelves related to warmth were cleared out. I was just saying, and didn't I buy them? Father Tang pointed to the shopping bags piled up in the living room, and said with some pride. He was awakened by screams in the morning, and found that there was a rusty sun. Father Tang didn't even have time to brush his teeth. He put on his clothes, and rushed down to buy things. Fortunately, he was fast enough. When he checked out and left, the owner was already desperately trying to drive people away. The turnover of one day is probably equivalent to several months, but people don't want to sell at all. They can only look at the empty shelves with a bitter face and scan the code helplessly. What are you proud of? I said I would buy a car, but now we can't leave even if we want to. Seeing his nose in the air, Tang's mother wanted to scold him. Well, I asked if there is anyone I know who can take us a ride. Tang's father went to make a phone call in dejection. In fact, it was really late at this time. On the TV, the news screen was showing a traffic jam in the city, and the host read the script. The Nanzhou government is negotiating evacuation matters. Please don't panic, follow the official arrangements, don't spread rumors. We have full confidence and preparation to survive this crisis. The scene changed, and a shelter with complete facilities appeared. Such a big thing happened in Dongzhou, so other continents naturally could not just worry. 1 week after the natural disaster, all continents had already started to build shelters. That is why those who could not leave immediately could barely maintain peace and comfort each other. It's okay, at worst, go to the shelter to hide. That's what the Tang family thought. If it really doesn't work, you can listen to the city's instructions and stay in the shelter for a while. You should know that these shelters built in a hurry are much better than those in Dongzhou. The world has also made a documentary about the newly built shelters in various continents to appease the public. This is a wise decision. Look, isn't it useful at this time? In the chaos, the senior high school student who didn't know what to do was finally sent by his mother, who couldn't bear it anymore. What are you doing? Go and find a pass. Did we apply for a pass to Zhongzhou before? If you want to leave Nanzhou, it's not enough to just have a means of transportation. Although there is only one country in the world, each state is relatively independent, and a pass is required to travel back and forth. Tang Dongfeng remembered that when he graduated from the 3rd year of junior high school, his family went to Zhongzhou for a trip, and they should have applied for the corresponding documents at that time. He hurried to look for it. However, after finding it, he found that the validity period of the pass was 2 years, and it had expired. He told his family the news nervously. It doesn't matter. At this time, the regulations should not be so strict, right? Tang's father said optimistically, it is impossible for the other continents to ignore the lives of so many people in our Nanzhou. That's right. Mother Tang thought about it, nodded, and let it go. Tang Dongfeng had to help pack things again. At least, he had to sort out the things he wanted to take with him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Tang Dongfeng, the only one who was relatively free, ran to open the door, and then saw Persimmon, who was holding Kaka and looking pale. Hello, is this Tang Dongfeng's house? Persimmon asked. Tang Dongfeng was silent for a while and said, It's me. Great, I want to ask, are you going to leave? Can you take me and Kaka with you? Although the girl was embarrassed, she still asked this question carefully. I can pay for it. My parents still have some compensation left. She whispered. Where is your aunt? Tang Dongfeng asked in a low voice. She said, the girl pursed her lips, their family is on the way. Both of them were silent. Then, where's the nanny? In order to be on the safe side, and to take care of Persimmon, the aunt hired a nanny for her. She didn't come to her house very often, but she would come every day to cook for Persimmon. Of course, the money came from the inheritance of Persimmon's parents. Auntie has asked for leave. Persimmon hung her head. Tang Dongfeng didn't know what to say. Just then, his mother's voice came from behind him. Is it Persimmon? Alas, our family is also worried. We can't buy tickets, and we don't have a car. Now we don't know what to do. Is there anything you need? We are a little busy now. No, it's okay. Sorry to bother you, Auntie. Persimmon said, and was about to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Tang Dongfeng shouted. He turned and ran to the living room, opened the bag, took out a pack of family-sized instant noodles from it, and took another pack despite his mother's glaring eyes, and then ran over to hand it to Persimmon. Take it, he whispered, his voice a little hoarse. That's all I can do. Persimmon wanted to refuse. But Tang Dongfeng insisted, and finally, Tang's mother persuaded him. It's just a small thing, take it. Persimmon said thank you, and held the thing in her arms. She turned to leave, but hesitated for a moment and turned back, whispering to Tang Dongfeng. Well, what I said may not be right. But I heard that Nanzhou may not be extremely cold this time, but flood. Chapter 122. Persimmon said this because of a post. It was a popular post in a forum that she loved to visit the most when she was not blind. Although she can no longer see the text now, she has listened to the entire post. And the post was about the prediction of natural disasters. After accurately predicting the part about Dongho, it now updates the content related to Nanzhou. I know there are many such prediction posts, but this post author is the first to clearly state that Dongho will encounter an extreme cold natural disaster. Persimmon explained seriously, and take a look at the content about the flood in Nanzhou in the post. Tang Dongfeng read it carefully, and the more he read, the more solemn his face became. It was nothing else. The other party was very detailed. The first wave of disaster in Nanzhou is a giant tsunami, to be precise, a huge wave as high as 80 meters. It will appear from the border of Nanzhou and move towards the center of Nanzhou, causing huge disasters all the way until it reaches the landmark Bincheng building in Jiangtang City, destroying the entire building and eventually forming a flood about 40 meters deep. Please judge the direction of the huge waves according to your location and protect the doors and windows. Do not stay in buildings less than 40 meters high, unless you have full confidence that you can escape with your own diving skills after the huge waves hit. In addition, due to the impact of the huge waves, many buildings facing the huge waves are at risk of collapse or damage. Please find a tall building with a reliable enough structure to hide. If you are in a residential area, try to enter the inner building, because the building in front will weaken the impact of the huge waves. It will be relatively safe. Please prepare diving or paddling tools in advance, as well as water filters. Be careful of diseases brought by floods. Be careful of various large and small whirlpools, and dangerous marine life brought by floods. The post is very long, with nearly 2,000 words about the flood in Nanzhou. If you say it is made up, it is a bit too realistic, but if you say it is true. How to prove it? Did the poster predict the extreme cold in Dongho and the murderous hail? Tang Dongfeng was not unwilling to believe Persimmon, but he suddenly told him that the extreme cold that his family was anxiously preparing for would not come, and what they really needed to be vigilant about was the flood? Thank you, I see. Finally, Tang Dongfeng wrote down the forum address and thanked him. If possible, can you help me buy a kayak? After Persimmon finished speaking, he seemed to think that this request was too difficult, and waved his hand and said, if it's inconvenient, forget it, I find a way myself. It depends on the situation. Tang Dongfeng could only say this. Persimmon finally left with Kaka. Mother Tang, who had noticed that the two had been mumbling at the door for a long time, asked sharply, What's wrong? Did something happen? Tang Dongfeng repeated Persimmon's reminder, found the post on his mobile phone, and sent a link to the family group. He was still worried and backed up a copy of the post. This approach is correct. Soon after the whole family read the post, the hot post was 404 ed, with the reason being that it spread rumors and created panic. Flood? Mother Tang said subconsciously, it's impossible. Isn't Donggo extremely cold? But after saying this, she also realized the problem. Who said that Dongzhou is extremely cold, and Nanzhou will definitely be extremely cold? Just because the same rusty sun appeared in the sky of Nanzhou? This is an unreasonable inertial thinking. Just like, in fact, the rusty sun in Donggo brought the end of Donggo, which does not necessarily mean that Nanzhou will also experience the end of the world. However, now that there is no more experience to rely on, everyone is used to taking Donggo as a reference, which is an inevitable path dependence. Mother Tang posted the screenshot of the post to her friends and sister group, and received a lot of question marks from her acquaintances. Many people also forwarded similar prophecy posts, but the disasters in them became earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, extreme heat, etc. In just over half a day, rumors have indeed spread all over the internet. The extreme cold theory has dominated the discussion of Nanzhou people, but various predictions have emerged one after another. The addresses of the people who issued these predictions are mainly from other continents, but there are also many local people from Nanzhou, which has a sense of beauty that is more about traffic than life. After a few glances, Mother Tang calmed down. No matter, just leave Nanzhou anyway. It doesn't matter whether it is extreme cold or flood. She said, if you can't leave, it doesn't matter. Leave, live. Stay, die. That's almost the logic. At this time, Tang's father reported happily, Wife, I found a car. Didn't Lao Zhao's family just buy a motorhome? He said he could take us. The man called Lao Zhao was Tang's father's old classmate and good brother. They were very close. If they didn't have sons, they would have almost married. If they said they could take us, then they really could. After hearing this good news, the whole family finally let go of their worries. Tang Dongfeng remembered another important thing. Dad, didn't Brother Zhao open a water sports equipment store? Can he bring some equipment with him? Tang's father also saw the post and decided without thinking. Okay. The two families agreed to set off early the next morning. It's not that they didn't want to leave early, but there were still too many things to prepare. In order to avoid trouble on the road due to lack of this and that, they finally decided to wait a day before leaving. Besides, the whole city? No, the whole Nanzhou is stuck in traffic today. The highway is densely packed with stranded vehicles. It doesn't make much sense to leave early or late. Dad Tang and Dad Zhao spent an entire night discussing the travel route. The RV has a low chassis and large size. It is not very suitable for escaping, but there is no better way to fit so much luggage and two families. And to avoid traffic jams as much as possible, the two families must plan the route in advance. The two young men even use satellite maps to confirm the road conditions one by one. There are not many roads to go, but fortunately, unlike Dongzhou, which runs north-south, Nanzhou is an eye-shaped east-west continent, and it is a relatively independent continent surrounded by the sea. Nanzhou has a long coastline and several cross-sea bridges. This makes the escape journey much shorter. The two families don't plan to squeeze into a plane or a cross-sea railway. It is obvious to the naked eye that it is not a good idea. They plan to go through the bridge, and if that didn't work, they would find a boat to go through the sea. The son of the Zhao family, a young man named Zhao Haiying, made some friends on the water for business reasons, and it was likely that he could get a boat with his connections. No matter how you think about it, the probability of their successful departure is very high, as long as they can reach the coastline on time. The next day, when the Zhao family drove the RV to pick them up, Tang Dongfeng knocked on the door of the Shitzi family. I got it, a kayak, but you have to inflate it yourself, and it's relatively simple. Tang Dongfeng grunted, and helped to move a lot of things into the Shitzi room. And this, a life jacket and a lifebuoy. I don't know if Kaka can wear it, you can only try it yourself. Oh, and this, oxygen tanks for diving, etc. He was more prepared than Persimmon expected, so much so that the girl choked up when she said thank you. She fumbled with her mobile phone to transfer a large sum of money to Tang Dongfeng, which scared Tang Dongfeng and waved his hands repeatedly. Take it. If the money may not be useful here, you can use it in other continents. This is how Persimmon persuaded him. I will feel less psychological burden if you take it. Although he shouldn't ask, Tang Dongfeng couldn't help but ask with concern, what are you going to do? He couldn't imagine how a girl who had lost all her support and couldn't even see her eyes would face the next thing. Persimmon smiled. Don't worry about me, I will go to the shelter. Sister May has already contacted it for me. Sister May is the community worker in charge of this area. Hearing Persimmon say this, Tang Dongfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, stroked Kaka's head for the last time, and waved to the man and the dog. Then, goodbye? I wish you a smooth journey, the girl said. The evacuation began. Although the route was planned in advance, the RV was still stuck on the road soon. Because the RV was too big and very obstructive, it was scolded a lot soon after it came out. There were too many cars, even more than yesterday. Some media people who were still holding on said that yesterday, all major 4S stores ushered in the highest sales peak in history. Many cars were on the road before they even had time to get license plates. Fortunately, enough gasoline was prepared in advance, otherwise not only would there be traffic jams all the way, but also queues at gas stations. The route chosen by the Tang and Zhao families was better than the popular route. At least, they could move forward occasionally. If they took those remote roads, they could even drive smoothly for a while. Even so, when they finally left the city, it was already around 2 p.m. It's okay, we should be able to arrive within 4 days. Zhao Haiyang comforted the people in the car. The atmosphere finally relaxed a little. Just then Xiao's mother asked, have you got your pass? It shouldn't be checked, it's already this time. Tang's mother replied. Xiao's mother said solemnly, I saw a short video, many people were stopped at the continental border. There was an uproar in the car. Everyone squeezed over and looked at the video on Zhao's mother's phone. That was the airport. The airports in Zhongzhou, Beizhou, and Shizhou were all filmed. Many people with luggage were stopped at the airport, and they angrily argued with the staff why they couldn't leave. The staff was explaining anxiously that this was the rule. As a matter of course, not only did the scene quarrel, but also violent incidents broke out. The comments were full of curses from all states, and many people even said that this was anti-human. This video quickly became a hot search. Just as everyone was browsing their phones, the follow-up came out. The airport was under martial law. The governments of various states said that they were negotiating a solution. And the reason was very reasonable. Of course, the other 3 continents welcome compatriots from South Continent to seek refuge, but if so many people arrive in a short period of time, it will inevitably cause an impact on the states, put a lot of pressure on the administrative system, and cause many public security problems. Of course, under the leadership of Central Continent, the continents clearly stated that they would adopt a visa-free policy. They are discussing how to divert refugees. Yes, because the people of South Continent fled in panic, they have been nicknamed refugees on the internet. All the people in South Africa were closely following the progress of this matter. Finally, that night, the 4 continents jointly announced that a lottery would be held to determine the destination of the refugees. The lottery website was quickly launched and immediately overwhelmed. The 2 families in the RV took out all their devices and kept refreshing them, and finally successfully registered at around 3 a.m. Then, a group of people were dumbfounded. Why are we assigned to different continents? Many people asked the same question that night. Soon, some people expressed their understanding. The lottery program was launched too hastily, so it was not perfect. The appropriate approach is to treat the family as one account and arrange the destination in a unified manner. However, this will add a troublesome verification procedure, and some people have suggested that this may lead to some people taking advantage of loopholes, such as buying and selling family account quotas. In short, although it is unreasonable for each person to draw lots separately, it reduces the possibility of many mistakes. Moreover, allowing adults to bring a minor without an ID card, at least there is no need to worry about 2 young children being left unattended. The problem of a family being divided into different states is also easy to solve. Once things are settled, they can cross states. This statement appeased some people, but more people still don't buy it. After a lot of criticism from the entire network, Nanzhou announced again, change it again and again, the lottery process will be back online tomorrow. However, that requires a new lottery. In fact, the lottery is not only about arranging diversion, but also about arranging entry ports and the order of priority, because the transportation volume is limited. Those who draw first can of course enter the country first. Redrawing means there is a risk of being left behind. The original entry time for the Tang and Zhao families was scheduled for 5 days later. If they were later, they would almost be unable to leave. In the end, they discussed not to redraw and go separately. But a car of people was divided into 3 ports. Can all arrive in time? And why? There is a vague sense of uneasiness. If you ask me, the people from Nanzhou should not be allowed to come. In the dim room, Guogu was clacking on the keyboard. Don't you think about it? Since the Rus sun has appeared in Nanzhou, will it also appear in Zhongzhou? What about Beizhou and Shizhou? What if the Rus sun appears in all continents? I don't have any opinions about the people of Nanzhou, but to be cruel, the resources in this world are limited. If a large number of people pour into our Zhongzhou, it means that the resources that each of us can possess will become less. It's okay if there is no doomsday. After all, many things are renewable, but once the doomsday comes, it's a matter of life and death. Even if we take a step back, South Africa has a population of 800 million, which is about 200 million if divided into 3 continents. With so many people pouring into our cities, commodity prices will soar, housing prices will soar, wages will fall, and unemployment will rise. People come here not to travel, not to be guests, but to settle down. More than 200 million people. How to digest? After replying to the post, he lit a cigarette for himself and refreshed the page again. In just a short while, there were dozens of replies. Most of them scolded him for being inhuman. Guogu didn't care at all. He just thought that those who were talking about moral issues at this time were all saints and idiots. The more they scolded, the more he felt superior. On the contrary, another group of people agreed with him, which made him raise his eyebrows. It felt like he had found a kindred spirit. In order to avoid being bullied online by saying something that was not politically correct at this critical juncture, many people did not dare to reply to support him directly, but sent him private messages. One of them said, "I think this lottery system is great. Ah, this is really the same idea. On the surface, it is a last resort, but in fact, it is to prevent many people from coming. Different ports and separated family members will definitely make some people unable to catch up, or give up directly to avoid separation. Yes, the internet only thinks that the official is incompetent and cannot do such a simple small program well, but some people feel that this is intentional. When there is only one country in the world, the concept of the country is not that important. After all, the formation of the collective us requires an external you as a comparison. For Blue Star, the relationship between continents is actually the relationship between us and you. We are all compatriots, but we do not really have the same interests. The continents usually fight overtly and covertly, but many people who don't care about politics don't notice it. Just like the escape of Nanzhou this time, the gossip said that the Nanzhou government exchanged oil resources for entry quota. Nanzhou is surrounded by the sea and has many offshore oil fields. The rich oil output has always been envied by the continents. Anyway, these riches will probably be wasted for the future of Nanzhou. If they don't make demands now, when will they make them? Even Zhongzhou has acquiesced to this exchange, right? Guogu was immersed in the fun of unraveling the truth, and he firmly believed that he was right. The governments of various continents may have realized that disasters may not let anyone go. At this time, it is a smart thing for a wise man to find a way out for his own continent as soon as possible. There are not many people who think like Guogu now, but on the internet, such arguments have been quietly hidden everywhere, subtly changing everyone's ideas. At the same time, in the community, but Kaka is a guide dog, a working dog, not a pet dog. It is very well behaved, it will not make noise, it will not bite people, and it will not urinate or defecate casually. Persimmon said to Aunt May on the other end of the phone in a begging voice, "Please, I only have Kaka. Without it, I can't go anywhere." Hearing his name all the time, the big golden dog lay at Persimmon's feet, always paying attention to her, and wagging his tail quickly. When Persimmon showed a sad expression, it rubbed her hand with its head, trying to comfort her. But this only made Persimmon more sad. Finally, Aunt May on the other end of the phone agreed to help Persimmon clear the way again and try to get Kaka to go to the shelter with her. Persimmon thanked her repeatedly. Then she couldn't help squatting down and groping to hug Kaka. "It's okay, Kaka. Sister will always be with you." She seemed to be talking to Kaka, and also seemed to be talking to herself. "Maybe it's a good thing that we can't go to the shelter. I heard that the shelter is only 20 meters high. If it's really a flood, we might as well stay at home and live one day at a time." As she spoke, she was full of courage again. Anyway, the worst thing has been experienced, and now every day is earned. She stroked Kaka's soft hair, and her heart was inevitably a little sad. Although she wanted to live, Persimmon was not afraid of death. But when she thought that Kaka might not survive this doomsday, she felt that it was more painful than facing her own death. She was so weak. And it is. So do they still have a future? Chapter 123. Nanzhou Rust Day, the fourth day. The good news is that the Tang and Zhao families finally arrived at Port 13, which is the customs clearance port for Tang Dongfeng and Zhao Haiyang. The bad news is that there are too many people. Long queues lined up 4 streets, the roads were blocked by people, and people were sleeping on the ground everywhere. After asking, I learned that due to limited carrying capacity and port control, some people who could have cleared customs the day before were still stranded in the city, causing panic. Fortunately, even if you miss the departure time, you can still fill in the ship, so there is no trouble. But this is also because there have been several drowning incidents. Once an accident occurs, transportation will be delayed again. The port manager directly left the bodies outside and warned everyone to abide by the order, otherwise everyone will die together. The originally beautiful port city is now full of garbage. The end of the world has not yet begun, but it is already a depressed scene. The RV couldn't get any closer, so the 2 families packed their luggage, got out of the car, and sent the 2 children to the end of the team. You go first, we see you later, Dad Tang said. Haiyang, you have to take good care of your brother, Dad Zhao said. Why don't you wait a little longer? I think of a way to get a boat, and we can go there by ourselves. Zhao Haiyang was still worried about his parents, so he spoke up. But in fact, he had already thought of all the ways he could think of. He had been contacting friends these 2 days, but the friend who promised to take them across the ocean said with guilt that the boat was directly confiscated by the government, and there were Coast Guard patrols on the sea to prevent smuggling. He couldn't even send his own family away, he was really helpless. Zhao Haiyang was very disappointed, but he couldn't blame his friends at this time. It was just that this completely blocked the way for the 2 families to leave together. No, since the official arrangements have been made, just follow the official arrangements. Dad Zhao patted his son on the shoulder. Don't worry, can't we adults even pass the customs? You, don't miss the boat. Seeing that the group of people were worried, the middle-aged uncle in front of them interrupted and said, Don't worry, I calculated the speed. We can definitely get on the boat within 2 days. You are not at this port. Leave quickly, otherwise you may not be able to catch up. His words were not pleasing, but they were also well-intentioned. The 2 families nodded and thanked him, and then reluctantly parted. There was really no time to delay any longer. Mother Tang was cruel, holding back her tears, and not looking back at her son, leaving only a sheet back. They didn't even need to go far, they were drowned by the crowd, and could no longer be seen. Although he had been separated from his family before, Tang Dongfeng still felt panic for no reason. Grandma, Mom and Mom Zhao were all assigned to the same port, which was about 80 kilometers away from here. If they were fast, they could arrive at night. But even if they arrived, they would probably have to wait in a long line. As for Dad and Uncle Zhao, they were at a port 200 kilometers away. They would be lucky to arrive tomorrow. As for whether they could get on the ship, looking at the crowd of strangers around him, Tang Dongfeng felt more and more scared. Dad might not be able to leave. Every time he wanted to raise this issue, he was interrupted by his family. The adults swore that they were old hands and had many solutions. Moreover, we must believe in the country. Even if we take a step back, the result of not being able to leave on time is just to enter the shelter. For this reason, several adults have been doing psychological work for Tang Dongfeng and his partner, saying that the only thing they have to do is to leave safely, otherwise they will be dragging their families down. If anyone can leave, then leave. This is not the time to act on impulse. He, the youngest, was scolded like this. Is it heavy? Can I help you carry it for a while? Zhao Haiyang was actually a little absent-minded, but he was an older member of society after all. He felt that he had the responsibility to take care of Tang Dongfeng, who was only in his 3rd year of high school. Seeing that he was carrying a heavy bag, he kindly asked, Thank you, brother, no need. Tang Dongfeng fanned the air with his hands to dispel the stuffiness brought by the crowded crowd and listened to the noisy noises everywhere. Some people had quarrels because of queue jumping. Some people tried to exchange ID cards and landing ports with others. Some people shouted thieves and angrily suspected that someone took the opportunity to molest them. A small port city, but many dramatic scenes are staged here. Brother Haiyang, do you think Dad and the others can really leave? When the other party opened his mouth to answer, he stared into his eyes and asked seriously, Tell the truth, don't fool me just because I'm young. Zhao Haiyang's Adam's apple rolled a few times before he vaguely said, Maybe we can catch up. Maybe? Obviously, Zhao Haiyang was not optimistic about his father's group. Just then, there was another commotion behind. A girl cried and hugged her mother, and couldn't help shouting, "I won't leave, I want to be with you." The mother has been trying to persuade her, but she just won't listen, keeps repeating the same words, and pulls her mother's arm, refusing to separate. Finally, the mother slapped her. "You will only make me unable to leave if you do this," the mother said coldly. The slap startled everyone around, and many people showed their unwillingness. But the girl ignored the redness and swelling on her face, and said stubbornly, "Then we won't leave. At worst, we will die together." The mother cried. There was no father around, and it seemed that the mother and daughter depended on each other. Unable to bear the pain of her daughter, the mother finally touched her daughter's face with heartache and said, "Okay, let's go to the shelter." They left. This had a certain impact on the people in the queue, and the middle-aged uncle who interrupted in front couldn't help but sigh. Some people left the team silently. Tang Dongfeng didn't know where they went. Maybe they just went to the toilet, or maybe they also chose to find their families. It's wrong to do this. Although he warned himself rationally, Tang Dongfeng still heard himself saying to Zhao Haiyang, "Brother, I want to go find my parents. I'm afraid I will regret countless times in the future for not catching up with them now." He was already a grown man, and tears could not help but welling up in his eyes. Zhao Haiyang was silent for a moment, wiped his face, took out his mobile phone and dialed. After the call was connected, he said, "Dad, we are here to find you. Where are you now?" As expected, there was a burst of cursing on the other end of the phone, and Tang Dongfeng also heard Zhao's father seem to say, "We have already got in the car and left." "Okay, then Dongfeng and I will see if we can take a car to chase you," Zhao Haiyang replied. The other end choked, and finally told the location honestly. Zhao Haiyang hung up the phone and repacked his backpack. "Let's go back." The two young men were lectured by the whole family. "Now it's good, how can we go?" Finally, Tang's father said helplessly. "The cross-sea bridge is blocked, it's jammed over there, and many cars have fallen into the sea." Zhao Haiyang looked at the phone and said in a low voice, "How about we go back?" Tang Dongfeng suggested. Everyone in the car looked at him. "At least it's familiar over there, and it's easier to get into the shelter," Tang Dongfeng said, "and our city is not close to the edge. There are fewer people now, and the shelter will have relatively loose supplies." He didn't return blindly. After he couldn't think of a way for the whole family to leave together, he was thinking about where he would have the highest chance of survival if he stayed. In the end, he thought that going home was the best option. Many people who are still trying to leave are stranded in various port cities. It is conceivable that once the doomsday really comes, there will be a shortage of supplies. Although following the crowd can make people feel safe, it is often dangerous. "Did we come out just to go back?" Dad Tang smiled bitterly. What a waste. Even so, after discussing it, the two families finally decided to return. Mother Zhao comforted everyone. "Oh, maybe in the end we will find that nothing happened. We are just scaring ourselves." "Yes, just think of it as a trip." Mother Tang supported her. Now everyone is uncertain about the future, but Tang Dongfeng's heart has become stable because he is with his family. He browsed the class group, and the messages were always 99+, and everyone was exchanging their own news in the group. What makes people laugh and cry is that they are not the only family that did such stupid things as leaving and returning. Although there are many reasons, such as the desk mate who always forgets, he simply forgot to bring his ID card this time, and could not pass the customs at all, which made the whole family unable to leave. In the end, up to today, only one family in the class successfully left. The other party's parents have a little power, and even got a plane ticket to leave on the night of the rust day. And half of the class are still stranded at the customs port or on the way to the customs port. Tang Dongfeng sent them his reminder and stopped talking. Maybe it was because today, all the cars that were supposed to leave had already left, or maybe it was because this was the return trip and the traffic conditions were much better. Although there were still traffic jams, the road conditions were obviously smoother than the previous 2 days. Tang Dongfeng leaned against the car window, looking at the port city that was gradually moving away, and couldn't help but start to worry in his heart. Did Persimmon and Kaka successfully enter the shelter? Under Kaka's guidance, Persimmon quickly became familiar with the route from the small room in the shelter to the bathroom, restaurant, and other places. Yes, they successfully entered the nearest shelter. Auntie May finally persuaded the leader to let this special resident and the guide dog Kaka in, showing her human care. Persimmon was very grateful to her. If there was no apocalypse, she would even want to give her a banner. But not everyone is like Auntie May, willing to understand and care about her, a helpless blind girl. The shelter is a large dormitory, but it is not particularly crowded. 4 people can sleep in one room, with upper and lower bunks. An old lady lived in the same room. When she saw her with a dog, she immediately screamed and cursed, and said fiercely that she would report it. She really disturbed the staff of the shelter. Although everyone patiently explained that guide dogs would not bite people, and were trained and very obedient working dogs, the old lady still stubbornly asked the shelter to drive Kaka away. Even if she was asked to change her room, it was useless. Is this about changing rooms? There are so many children in the shelter. What if they accidentally bite them? Will you be responsible? My grandson is here too. What if he is scared and cries? The old lady was unyielding. Persimmon was at a loss holding Kaka. In the end, she and Kaka were arranged in a small separate room in the corner. Well, try not to walk around with the dog. The staff said embarrassedly, if you need anything, you can call us. Okay, thank you. After the staff left, Persimmon smiled and comforted Kaka. It's okay, we don't like to go out anyway. She fumbled to make the bed, and took her backpack to check if anything was missing. Because she couldn't see, and was alone, Persimmon didn't bring many things into the shelter. She only brought a life jacket and a swimming ring, even the water supplies that Tang Dongfeng gave her. Not only was it inconvenient for her to use, but also because if it was really a flood, the height of the shelter would be doomed to be submerged. Persimmon couldn't save herself or Kaka, so there was no point in bringing them. If it was a flood, it would actually be better to stay at home. The community is all super high-rise. Her home is on the 27th floor, and it happens to be in the back row, which is a relatively safe location. But Persimmon was also hesitant. What if it was still extremely cold? Even if she couldn't see, she would feel more at ease staying with the crowd. The outside world is closely following the developments in Nanzhou. In the past few days, the news about Nanzhou has suppressed the news about Dongho, and almost no one cares about what is happening on that frozen land. Even the fact that the blizzard is gradually decreasing, and seems to be over has not caused much discussion. And the whole network originally wanted to know whether there are still people alive in Dongho after the blizzard. Obviously, Dongzhou is about to become a thing of the past. All the news that had previously occurred in Dongzhou has come again in Nanzhou, and this time it is more explosive and crazy. People on the whole network have predicted the future of Nanzhou over and over again, with a complicated mentality. Some unscrupulous media even made harassing calls to people in Nanzhou, wanting to interview them by phone. Not to mention, because they are willing to spend money, there are really people willing to accept remote interviews, and even people who do not intend to leave, broadcast live to show the chaos in Nanzhou and ask for rewards. All the stories about Nanzhou, whether they stayed or escaped, have been repeatedly reported and interpreted, and the news on hot searches has been frequently changed. The various accidents caused by the escape also firmly occupied the headlines of the reports. People from the other 3 continents forwarded them almost every day to light candles for the dead in the accidents. The days when Nanzhou was in a state of panic, and the other 3 continents paid close attention to the reports finally arrived on the 7th day. It was on the 7th day that hail and rain began to fall in Dongzhou, officially ushering in the extreme cold. The world seemed to have been paused. The originally blocked customs ports in Nanzhou were immediately unblocked. The last few ships left in the morning and officially stopped operating in order to avoid danger. Those who did not have time to board the ship could only desperately start looking for a place to stay, and the shelters were overcrowded. Rarely in Nanzhou, no one could be seen on the streets, and everyone hid in safe indoor places. Everyone kept a close eye on the sky. Many media outlets set up live cameras to broadcast the changes in the sun in real time, and there were also cameras shooting the exterior scenes of various places in Nanzhou. Those who did not watch the live broadcast would also stare at the thermometers everywhere, ready to put on thick clothes at any time. Nanzhou fell into a strange silence. In this silence, the morning passed quietly, and nothing happened. But no one relaxed. Everyone clearly remembered that the disaster in Dongzhou occurred around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time unknowingly came to 2 o'clock, close to the time when the end of Dongzhou would come. Then, the pointer passed this time point. People in the 4 continents looked at the sun in the live broadcast room, looked at the thermometer, and then looked at the time, and began to feel a little uncertain. Could it be that Nanzhou was fine? The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. High-intensity attention to one thing can easily make people tired. At this time, many people crowded in the shelters at major ports couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They decided to take a break. At this moment, a trembling cry sounded. What is that? The other person was standing by the window, looking at the distant coastline, wanting to rest his eyes for a while. But a strange white line appeared on the sea in the distance. He reacted for a long time, until he found that the white line kept moving towards this side, getting closer and clearer, and finally couldn't help screaming. Tsunami! It's a tsunami! But it was too late at this time. He watched the white waves approaching quickly, and that was his last and most unforgettable scene. The magnificent waves, like a city wall that had never been seen before, rushed in his face. Crash! It was just a moment that most people didn't even react to, and the fragile structures such as doors and windows were shattered by the huge waves, and humans were washed away like toys, and from then on, sunk forever in the water. Chapter 124. Persimmon was very uneasy. Her blindness limited her ways of receiving information, and she was always a beat slower than others in getting news. But she still tried to catch the sound with her ears, and the volume of the live broadcast room on her mobile phone was turned up to the maximum, refusing to relax at all. Persimmon found a personal live broadcast room that broadcast the dynamics of the port city. The anchor was a small internet celebrity before the doomsday. Because of the live broadcast of the entire escape process, the number of fans on all platforms increased by nearly 10 million, especially after being stranded at the port and failing to leave successfully. The live broadcast data skyrocketed. Although it would be meaningless to be an internet celebrity or not once the doomsday comes, at least now, the other party enjoys the feeling of being watched by the whole network. Moreover, he is not as serious as the official or media live broadcast room. He chats with people around him from time to time, and the content of the filming is not limited to the sky. He is very close to the port, which is why Persimmon chose him. Persimmon is not afraid of extreme cold, which would increase her and Kaka's survival rate. What she is afraid of is water. Persimmon can swim. Nanzhou is a large continent with a long coastline and many rivers and lakes. Many people in Nanzhou can swim. But in the face of huge waves and floods, that pitiful swimming ability will not be of much use at all. What's more, she can no longer see, so swimming is too dangerous for Persimmon. She put on life jackets for herself and Kaka, and her heart was beating fast. After 3 o'clock, unlike most people who began to relax gradually, Persimmon had a worse premonition. The script did not repeat according to Dong-O, which may not be a good thing. Then, Persimmon heard the screams from the live broadcast room, and keenly caught the word tsunami in the noisy sound before the glass shattered. Gurgle, gurgle. She heard the sound of the seawater crashing, and soon there was no movement in the live broadcast room. Persimmon felt that the blood rushed to her head all of a sudden, and she even had the illusion of tinnitus. But she quickly calmed down, gave up watching a few more live broadcasts to verify, and decisively gave Kaka an order. Kaka, go home. Kaka couldn't tell the height of the building, and the only high place it could lead her to was home. The big golden retriever, who was waiting obediently, got up immediately, and began to lead Persimmon away. They quickly came to the hall, where the crowd gathered from the innermost part of the corridor. Many people were waiting for the latest news here, so the road was not easy to walk. This was not a wise move for Persimmon, but she still shouted, "It's a tsunami! The tsunami is coming! If you want to live, leave here quickly and go to a high place." In the not-so-noisy shelter, her shouting was particularly obvious, and soon the crowd became agitated. "Why haven't you left yet?" It was the voice of the unfriendly old lady. "Someone come and take care of it, the dog is going to bite people." Persimmon ignored her until she was stopped by the other party maliciously. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Leave quickly, I want to go out. Everyone, go to a high place and hide." What? The old lady didn't understand what she was shouting. But soon, someone in the crowd screamed, "Fuck, she's telling the truth. Look at the hot search." The topic of suspected tsunami in Nanzhou has quickly soared to the top of the trend. Many people are still checking their phones to confirm the news, while others who act quickly have already stood up and shouted, "Quick, leave." Finally, driven by this tense atmosphere, many people in the hall moved. Kaka was disturbed by the crowd, and couldn't take Persimmon to shuttle quickly. Just when Persimmon was anxious, a strange male voice sounded beside him. "Thank you for your notice, I will take you out." He asked Persimmon to lie on his back and asked, "What about the dog? It will catch up by itself." With the help of strangers, Persimmon finally succeeded in leaving the shelter in the chaos. There is still time. Unlike the extreme cold that came to Dong-O at the same time, the tsunami spread from the edge of Nanzhou to the inside, which means that there will be a distance difference in the time when each city faces the tsunami. Persimmon didn't know how fast the huge waves were coming, but she estimated that there should be a time difference of 1 hour. As long as she can get back home within an hour, it will be fine. "Thank you, just put me down here." After arriving on the street, Persimmon said to the kind person, "Ah, aren't you going to Heong Building? It's the tallest building in the city. No, I want to go home. The kind-hearted man didn't dissuade her. In fact, he was relieved. He helped Persimmon out only out of sympathy for the disadvantaged, and to repay her kind reminder. In this situation, he couldn't take care of a blind person. The stranger drove away with relatives and friends. Persimmon took a deep breath and directed Kaka to go home. It was difficult for her to walk fast without seeing, but the urgency in her heart urged Persimmon to speed up. Kaka seemed to have noticed something and led her home at a faster speed than usual. It can be reached. Persimmon estimated the distance in her mind. Normally, it is about a 40-minute walk. She specially trained Kaka to remember the way when she came here, which also saved a lot of communication and wayfinding time. But she forgot that it was when the road was in good condition. As more and more people reacted, people in the shelter and people hiding in the houses that were not very high came out from all directions. Soon, there were many noisy sounds on the road. The cars that were originally parked in the garage or on the roadside started again. At the critical moment of life and death, many people even ignored the traffic lights and drove their cars on the road where people walked. This greatly interfered with Kaka's work. The noise around was getting louder and louder, and many people ran, passing the slow-moving Persimmon and Kaka. In order to prevent Persimmon from being hit, Kaka's walking speed slowed down significantly, even if Persimmon urged him. The duty of a guide dog is to remove obstacles for the blind. As an excellent working dog, Kaka would never take Persimmon to take risks. Persimmon calmed down. Let's walk to the side. She gave up the blind path. This made the journey much smoother. But at this moment, a familiar old woman's voice came from not far away. There are life jackets. Persimmon instinctively became alert. But the next second, she was pushed and fell to the ground. And then she heard Kaka barking a warning sound. Someone was tearing Kaka's clothes, and then two hands were pulling her body. Her backpack was roughly taken off, and her life jacket was rudely snatched away. No matter how she shouted for help, it was useless. She heard the voices of a man, a woman, a child, and an old woman. Come on, my dear grandson, put on the life jacket. Some people have no sense of public morality. They keep such a dangerous big dog and put a life jacket on it. They really treat the dog as a human being. He won't live long anyway, so what's the point of you needing a life jacket? It's a waste of time. Maybe someone saw this atrocity, but as the tsunami was confirmed by cities in South Asia, the cameras in cities were destroyed one after another, and the breath of death that was closing in step by step made people have no time to rescue others. Persimmon heard that the family had gone away. She held back her tears, fumbled to pick up her backpack, and then touched Kaka's body in panic. After confirming that there was no injury, she wiped her eyes and said as calmly as possible, Kaka, let's go. It doesn't matter. There are still equipment at home. As long as we go back, it will be fine. But her knee seemed to be injured, and it hurt a little. Persimmon walked with a limp. This made her even more anxious. But Persimmon didn't give up. When the car accident happened, her mother hugged her to minimize her injuries. She couldn't give up so easily. It's over, the tsunami has reached Chantai City. Someone shouted on the road. Chantai City is in the next province, which means that Persimmon may have less than 20 minutes to escape. There were more and more running sounds on the street, mixed with various panic shouts. But where is this? How far is it from home? Persimmon couldn't make a decision at all. Should she continue to go home, or just find a roadside building to try her luck? Just when she was at a loss, an unexpected voice sounded behind her. Persimmon! Get in the car! The Tang and Zhao families didn't expect that the car would break down on the way back to the city. In order to repair the car, they wasted a lot of time and didn't return home in time. Because they were afraid of hail and rain, they stopped on the roadside for a while and found a shelter to hide. Fortunately, Tang Dongfeng paid close attention to the post that Shitzi sent her and kept an eye on the dynamics of the coastline. Therefore, like Shitzi, she discovered the tsunami at the first time. The prophecy in the post came true. The Tang family didn't care about anything else at this time and quickly called people to get in the car and go home. They didn't hide in the Zhao family. The community where the Zhao family lived was a small high-rise building. Strictly speaking, it was more comfortable than their super high-rise buildings, but in the face of floods, it was not a good place at all. They didn't squeeze into the tallest building in the city. As I said, there must be a lot of people going there, and it would be troublesome if there were too many people. The two families had decided long ago that once it was confirmed that it was a flood, they would go to the Tang family for refuge. They drove over decisively. Tang Dongfeng never expected to see the embarrassed Shitzi and Kaka on the road. There was no time to reminisce. He pulled the man and the dog into the car, closed the door, and ran towards home again. Put it on. Fortunately, Zhao Haiyang was in the business of water sports supplies, and brought enough water sports equipment. Tang Dongfeng put life jackets on Persimmon and Kaka again just in case. There are also breathing masks. Do you know how to use them? Tang Dongfeng asked. Persimmon nodded, and then asked, is there one suitable for Kaka? This is not designed for pets. Tang Dongfeng looked embarrassed, but before Persimmon could answer, he continued, I try. Persimmon had a glimmer of hope again. Although Kaka didn't understand what they were doing, he cooperated and put on the mini oxygen tank. The mask made him a little uncomfortable, but under Persimmon's persuasion, he still put it on obediently. It can't be completely sealed. Tang Dongfeng coughed, I tried my best. Persimmon thanked him and asked, is it in time? Where are we? Tang Dongfeng answered vaguely, almost there. He didn't lie. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the gate of the community. But worse news came from Zhao Haiyang, who was always paying attention to the huge waves. The waves are coming. Hurry up. Persimmon was carried into the building. They pressed the elevator button desperately, but the desperate thing was that it seemed that someone had just gone up, and the elevator was still going up. The highest floor was the 49th floor. If the other party went to the top floor, it would take a lot of time to come down. Take the stairs. In case the waves come, remember to use the oxygen mask. There was no other way. Waiting for the elevator would also kill you. Once the waves came, it might be more dangerous in the elevator. Everyone could only run to the stairwell. Zhao Haiyang ignored Persimmon's refusal and carried her up. In order to reduce the weight, everyone threw away their luggage. Persimmon gritted his teeth and ordered Kaka, go to the top floor. Kaka could run faster than them. It has a chance to run over the huge waves. Persimmon didn't hear Kaka's voice, and didn't know if it understood her command, but she could hear the sound of waves. The next second, the window of the stairs was broken, and water poured into the stairwell. Persimmon felt a huge thrust pushing her away and slamming into the wall. After the highest peak of the huge wave passed, the water flow became slow. Persimmon sank in the water and felt that time slowed down. Fortunately, she had home diving equipment and could still breathe. But where is she now? Gurgle. Except for the sound of water, she couldn't hear anything. Where is Kaka? Where are Tang Dongfeng and the others? Why does it seem like she is the only one? Although she has been accustomed to the empty world, at this moment, Persimmon still felt panic. Persimmon tried to paddle her arms upwards, but hit the top, but couldn't find a way out. She was so anxious that she almost knocked off the breathing mask. Death was approaching her. In the water, Persimmon shed tears. Then, Persimmon heard the sound of paddling. Who was it? She wanted to ask, but couldn't make a sound. The corner of her clothes was pulled by something. Persimmon touched a dog's head. It was Kaka. It pulled her to swim in a certain direction. Dogs don't have flexible hands like humans. It used its mouth to hold Persimmon's clothes to guide her. This means that the oxygen mask was broken off. Persimmon panicked. She desperately groped, trying to put the oxygen mask on Kaka's back on him again, but Kaka shook his head and refused. It wanted to show the way to the invisible Persimmon. It was her eyes. Persimmon heard the gurgling sound, and tears flowed violently. The next second, she hugged Kaka's neck with one hand. With the other hand, she fumbled to put the oxygen mask to Kaka's mouth. She couldn't tell whether this would work, but she said in her heart, Kaka, you still have to take me out. I can't live without you. Kaka seemed to understand what she meant and stopped struggling. It adjusted its body and gave Persimmon directions. It doesn't matter, it can do it. It is an outstanding graduate of the guide dog base and Persimmon's best partner. They have walked a long way together and have been to many places. In the future, it will take Persimmon to see a wider world. It will find a way to survive. Tang Dongfeng felt that he was finished. As luck would have it, he was washed out of the building by the subsequent water flow. The good news is that he still has oxygen and can breathe, and the water flow is not so fast, so he still has hope of survival. The bad news is that he made up the hope. His mind began to play his life, like a revolving lantern of life, and many impressive memories emerged again. Mom's specialty. Dad let him ride on his neck. Grandma secretly gave him pocket money. What a pity, he really wanted to say goodbye to them. I hope that only he is so unlucky, and Dad, Mom, Grandma, Uncle Zhao's family, Persimmon and Kaka can wait for the water to go down safely and survive well. Just as Tang Dongfeng was thinking about it, the life jacket was diligently taking him to the surface of the water. There were a lot of messy things in the water, and it was obvious that they were rolled out from nowhere. Clothes, TV, chairs, and many books. This scene is really wonderful. If you ignore the water here, it's like levitation. It's not a bad way to die to see such a scene in the end. Floating up, Tang Dongfeng saw a bubble. Bubble? He slid his arms and tried to open his eyes in the water to see more clearly. Well, Tang Dongfeng was half a landlubber. He could only paddle a few times in the water. He was not very good at swimming. He tried for a long time, but he couldn't get closer to the bubble. Instead, the bubble came towards him. Then Tang Dongfeng saw that there was someone in the bubble. Huh? How could there be someone? And 1, 2, 3, more than one person in the bubble. What kind of pre-death hallucination is this? He was imagining that there was a white horse. Did the princess come to save him on the bubble? The illusion approached him, getting closer and closer, and he could see the face of the stranger in the bubble. Why are they all men? And there are old men and uncles inside. Could it be that there is something wrong with my sexual orientation? Tang Dongfeng panicked and felt that he was not feeling well. No, he did not want to get to know himself again in this way before he died. He waited for the illusion to pass through him in despair. But the next second, the person in the bubble stretched out a hand and grabbed him accurately. Everyone hurriedly pulled him into the bubble. He patted the bubble and found that he was staying inside and would not get out again. Paw! Tang Dongfeng slapped himself through the oxygen mask. After feeling that he was not dreaming, he took off the oxygen mask, breathed in sufficient air, and asked obediently, "Hello, what is this?" Chapter 125. What is this strange bubble? In fact, not only Tang Dongfeng, but even the people in the bubble now, are not very clear. Anyway, it floated over with the huge waves. The person who pulled Tang Dongfeng into the bubble scratched his head and explained. Not long ago, this middle-aged uncle was actually hiding in a shelter at a port. Yes, he was the first one to face the huge waves and had no time to react at all. As the surging seawater poured into the room, broke through all the doors and windows, and swept the refugees inside into the terrible waves, everyone thought they were dead. The uncle was one of them. But he was lucky. The place where he was staying was a blind spot. The impact of the water flow was not so severe, and he was not swept into the high-speed huge waves. After the most dangerous tens of seconds passed, as the water slowed down, he finally regained the ability to move. But the uncle didn't think he could survive. In such an unknown depth of water, he and his fellow victims were only a matter of dying earlier or later. But survival is human instinct, and this uncle, who is good at swimming, still tried to save himself. First, he had to get out of the building. Compared to Persimmon, who was hit into the corridor and couldn't see the way out, it was much easier for him to find a way out. Not long after, the uncle touched a broken window and swam out of it. But such a simple thing has already used up most of the uncle's strength. The huge wave came too suddenly, and he choked on the water and couldn't hold his breath for long. Just when he was in despair, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Countless bubbles of all sizes were floating from the direction of the huge waves. That's right, what the uncle saw was not a small scene like Tang Dongfeng, but a spectacular scene of many bubbles floating together. Some of the empty bubbles were floating up, and some were floating down. Soon he was submerged by the bubble tide. Then, the uncle found himself in one of the bubbles. At first, he was a little panicked. But as he found that he could breathe in the bubble, he was overjoyed. Although, soon he felt a sense of bubble dizziness because of the bumps of the bubble in the water. The uncle spent a lot of time figuring out how to operate this strange bubble that was a bit like a water-walking ball. Don't be over there, come over here, we can rely on our center of gravity to determine the drifting direction. He began to impart experience to Tang Dongfeng. As long as you stretch your hand outward at a speed exceeding a certain level, you can pass through the bubble. If necessary, you can use this method to slide the water flow to make the bubble float up or sink. The uncle swiped his hand through the bubble to show Tang Dongfeng. He used this trick to pull Tang Dongfeng in. Don't look at the air inside, but this air is only as big as the bubble, so we need to float to the surface from time to time. Everyone put their hands out together and slid upwards, and the bubble floated up. Tang Dongfeng finally saw the flooded city. Looking around, except for a few tall enough buildings, there were not many buildings left in the city. Water, 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 water everywhere. The water flow was much calmer at this time, but it was still like a river, flowing forward from the direction where the bubbles came from. At this time, Tang Dongfeng discovered that there was more than one bubble on the water. Survivors in groups of 3 or 2 stayed in the bubbles, following the ups and downs of the water. Some bubbles just drifted with the current, while others, like them, floated up, replenished enough air with an unknown principle, and then dived into the water again. The bubbles floating on the surface would try their best to rescue those lucky drowning people who floated to the surface. But more people were still underwater, so people like the uncle would take the initiative to let the bubbles dive down, saving as many people as possible. Yes, although the uncle and his friends were also victims, they started to save people after they found that they seemed to be safe. Wait, do you want to come with us, or find a tall building to send you over? The uncle asked. Ah, then put me down. Tang Dongfeng hesitated for a while and answered. Because the feeling of surviving a disaster was so wonderful, Tang Dongfeng actually didn't want to leave this magical bubble at all, even if it would take him away, but he felt full of security. However, Tang Dongfeng did not forget that he was not alone. Parents, Grandma, Uncle Zhao and others, and Shitsi Kaka, were all people he cared about. He had to stay in the city and look for them. His eyes never stopped searching, trying to identify whether there were familiar figures in each bubble with people. However, he couldn't see clearly at all. This made Tang Dongfeng's heart tighten again. Are they safe? Where are they now? This magical bubble is very powerful, but not everyone has the luck to successfully enter the bubble before drowning. There were also bodies floating on the water. Tang Dongfeng didn't dare to look carefully. He was afraid it was the person he was worried about. Okay, then let's go to the building in front. We won't sink. The uncle said, directing everyone in the bubble to float to the tall building, and comforted him. Don't worry, many people are saving people, and seeing that you are so well equipped, your family should be able to wait for rescue safely. Thank you. Tang Dongfeng did feel much more at ease. Finally, the bubble got stuck in the corner of the building. Under the uncle's command, Tang Dongfeng quickly poked his hand out first, and then moved his body out. Finally, he successfully landed in the building. The water surface was shallow and covered the floor, but the road was still clear, and he could find the stairs to go up. Tang Dongfeng asked the uncle's name and contact information, but the uncle just waved his hand and said, I am a lifeguard, you are welcome. After thanking everyone in the bubble again, Tang Dongfeng walked upstairs. He had just reached the top floor, and was about to step onto the rooftop when he was surrounded by a group of people. What is that bubble? People who saw Tang Dongfeng floating over from the rooftop asked the same question out of curiosity. Tang Dongfeng had to repeat what the uncle had said. Maybe it is a special phenomenon caused by the tsunami? He guessed. In any case, it is great to have these bubbles, which greatly reduces the mortality rate. It has nothing to do with the tsunami. Someone said, before the huge wave came, I didn't see any witnesses of this kind of bubble in other directions. Didn't the state send observers and expedition teams to guard the border? I have been watching the live broadcast, and saw the huge wave generated out of thin air, but it was only a huge wave. So the bubbles only floated from that direction. He pointed to the east. Tang Dongfeng suddenly remembered that the prophecy post had inadvertently mentioned something that made him feel weird. If there is really no place to go, you can also try to hide in the direction bordering Dongzhou, but it is recommended to go after the huge waves. The east is the direction of Dongzhou. Tang Dongfeng immediately thought of a possibility that made him feel goosebumps, and he blurted out, Is it Dongzhou? No. Could it be the magic school? Dongzhou. Due to the long distance between it and Nanzhou, there is no cross-sea bridge here. The two continents mostly rely on airplanes, followed by cruise ships that a few people will choose, and the latter is even mainly for tourism. So now the intercontinental line between the two continents is actually a wonderful existence composed of half ice and half water. Of course, it is not all ice, but more thick snow. After the flood in Nanzhou, the sea level rose rapidly, and the height of the ground on both sides barely reached a tie. But at this moment, there is indeed a large piece of ice on the Dongzhou side of the intercontinental line. This is naturally the credit of Binghuia. On the ice, there is a large group of people standing at this time. If you look closely, most of them are quasi-magicians. This is easy to distinguish. They each hold a bubble-blowing prop called magic bubble water in their hands, puff up their cheeks, and try to blow out huge magic bubbles that can at least accommodate one person. When one person's magic power is exhausted, the next person will take over. There are tens of thousands of quasi-magicians here. With so many people working hard here, there are naturally supporting facilities for them to rest. Not far away, houses built with magic mud bricks are taking shape. The workers, who were already skilled workers, completed the construction work at an incredible speed. When the would-be magicians turned around, they would see an ice city that seemed to have appeared on the ice behind them. Not only that, Zheng Xian, the director of the Academy's construction department, was also leading a team of construction workers to build an intercontinental bridge that could not be completed before the end of the world. A 1,000-meter-high intercontinental bridge. This is really spectacular. Engineer Lee, who has been hired as a backbone of the construction department, held a ceramic cup of magma tea and looked into the sky. Although Lekong also built an aerial cover to fight the blizzard, it was far less large-scale than several other magic shelters, so he always regretted not being able to witness the spectacular magic building with his own eyes. It was even more regrettable that he could not leave his name on such a building. But this intercontinental bridge was different. It was led by the Academy, and was the existence of the South Continent version of Academy Avenue. The designers of their construction department could all leave their names. The people of Nanzhou must be amazed by the magic bubbles now, right? But that's just the beginning. Buildings floating in the air are the real heroes of the magic era. Yes, floating buildings can be built now. Li Gong only knows that the month-long blizzard. No, it should be earlier. From the 3 weeks of the Great Migration, too many incredible things really happened. Even he, who is already a direct employee of the Magic Academy, is amazed at the development of the Academy. When the blizzard came, the Great Migration plan actually only barely completed the goal of migration, and the magic shelter was not completely completed. This is normal. Hundreds of millions of people are concentrated in 10. No, if you count Lekong, it can be said that there are 11 magic shelters. It is unlikely to build magic facilities for so many people to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in 3 weeks. But fortunately, the goal of the first phase was to completely migrate. The remaining production line expansion can be completed slowly in the blizzard. Although the concentration of a large population has brought great material and management pressure, it has also added a lot of quasi-magicians who can contribute magic power, accelerated the reproduction of magical animals, and increased the production capacity of alchemical plants. With the concerted efforts of the whole continent, we successfully survived the terrible blizzard. This matter is the pride of all Dongzhou people. After announcing that the speed of material production has caught up with the speed of consumption, the Dream Network even held a celebration queue that day. Although the queue lasted for 6 hours, and the number of people online for 10 minutes. Ahem, even though the Academy has been working hard to expand the Dream Network, the number of people online at the same time has now reached 10 million, but there are still too many Dongzhou people. The free time that can be allocated to each person is only 10 minutes. Yes, free time. It is said that the network department is already formulating a charging plan. Alas, it is understandable. Wasn't it also charged for surfing the internet before the end of the world? This led to the appreciation of the Academy points again, and everyone was eagerly looking forward to more ways to earn points. The Academy even set up a new economic management department to study the points problem. I'm getting off topic. Anyway, during the month of the snowstorm, the entire Dongzhou and the Academy were developing rapidly. Especially the Academy. Although Li Gong didn't have a clear understanding of what the Academy was, he learned from the students that the Academy seemed to be able to upgrade. In 1 month, the Academy seemed to have upgraded 2 levels. Li Gong didn't know whether this speed was fast or slow, but because of the snowstorm, everyone couldn't go out, and the students were studying hard. Therefore, during this period, the Academy recruited students twice. Those preparatory students with excellent performance scores and prospective magicians were successfully enrolled. The current number of students has reached 500. It has increased several times, and this number is also due to their construction department working day and night to build magic buildings. For this reason, the Academy had to recruit a large number of construction workers from outside, which can be regarded as a contribution to the GDP of points. The area of the Academy has expanded more than 5 times. Engineer Lee and his colleagues felt the fear of overtime during this period. Although they can let their imaginations run wild to design buildings, this group of architects are very fascinated. But it is also a fact that they are exploited. For this reason, Zheng Xian asked for 5 times the salary for them. The architects are now the richest group of people in the Academy, and with the upgrade of the Academy, the floating glue that was once promised also appeared smoothly. The magic mud bricks that originally needed support to exist can now float in the air. This is a sensation in the Academy and Dongzhou. Of course, the production of this advanced magic glue is not yet high, but Li Gong is very confident that it is only a matter of time before aerial construction is popularized on a large scale. The mysterious principal also said that this will be the next key task. The reason is simple. Nanzhou will join the ranks of the unlucky ones and experience the apocalypse mode together. At first they were a little shocked, but with the blizzard incident, everyone has no doubt about the Academy's predictability. The people of Dongzhou, who were severely tortured by natural disasters, thought that other continents would also be unlucky, which was a matter of gloating for them, but in fact everyone only felt heavy. What happened to this world? Why did each continent encounter such strange things one after another? Even the principal of the academy could not give a clear answer. But one thing is certain, magic can save the world. The people of Dong'o, who finally had a break from the blizzard, began to prepare for the flood in Nanzhou without stopping. That's why everyone is here. A few days ago, the magic car brought the prospective magicians from different directions, who were vying for the Nanzhou rescue plan, and came here along the Academy Avenue. The blizzard had not completely dissipated at that time, but the Academy Avenue was protected by magic, and the magic car was constantly upgraded, so it was not difficult to come here in the wind and snow. Even the principal of the academy personally arrived at the Intercontinental Line to command this rescue operation. Magic bubble water is the main rescue plan that was finally decided. Of course, what the academy, or Dong'o, has to do is not just blowing bubbles on the Intercontinental Line. With a natural disaster in South Continent, the barrier between the two continents was lifted. Now, East Continent can communicate with South Continent. This is something that makes everyone very excited. But for safety reasons, everyone did not rush to South Continent. Instead, they planned to wait until the first wave of huge waves passed, and the water surface was slightly stable before going to South Continent. However, that was for ordinary rescue teams sent by various magic shelters. As for the academy, Li Gong turned to another direction. Alas, there is still no signal, and I can't get online. The fat boy Wang Fazai sighed, and put his phone back in his pocket. He was not an internet addict, but without the internet, he couldn't meet new girls. Wouldn't this delay his finding a wife? Wang Fazai has admired his father since he was a child. He was able to marry a powerful and beautiful wife, like his mother, to help his career development and maintain family harmony. So, he is not a playboy. He is just actively promoting the most important thing in his life by casting a wide net. He thinks he is just preparing for a rainy day. It is only him who thinks so. Others in the academy unanimously believe that this is a little fat sea king. At this moment, the little sea king is looking at Nanzhou across the sea, feeling disappointed that he still cannot connect to the network. The others were just a little disappointed and continued to check their luggage. It is normal to have no network. Such a big wave will only destroy the network facilities in an instant. Even Nanzhou must have lost power now. Although the temperature is suitable, it is actually much more inconvenient to survive in Dong'o. For this reason, each of them brought a lot of magic plants and stored them in the space bracelet exchanged for points. All 6 people in Class A of Plant Magic are here, and they have also added 4 students who entered the second batch to form a training team. As the academy courses deepened, their tasks were not only to study, but also to go out for training. Those who only stayed in a safe place to do alchemy would not be good magicians. Great magicians need training. That's what the principal said. Although only the principal Ning Zhao knew that this was actually a system requirement, there was no other way. If the students and the academy wanted to continue to upgrade, they had to go out for training and accumulate reputation. Fortunately, because 2 new courses were added, after being forced to study, the first batch of students who reached level 4 had enough ability to protect themselves in natural disasters. Ning Zhao could also let them go out without worry. So at this moment, as the 10 people confirmed their luggage, they said goodbye to Ning Zhao, and then boarded the academy's newly developed aerial vehicle and flew towards Nanzhou. Chapter 126. Jianxi and the hotel staff stayed on the top floor of the hotel building. As one of the tallest buildings in the city, the central building was hit by huge waves, but fortunately, the building structure was strong and no serious damage occurred. Many people who took shelter on the upper floors were just frightened, and there were no casualties for the time being. The hotel manager could not help but secretly look at Jianxi and the other 2. This time they were able to escape this disaster, thanks to the inside information of these 2 guests. Although at the beginning, he just thought that these 2 people were crazy, and did not believe that there would be huge waves and torrents in Nanzhou. Isn't it crazy? Other travelers were eager to leave, and they had no choice but to continue to live in the hotel with grievances, and they also arranged to go to the shelter early. Only they paid half a month's room fee in one go, had no intention of leaving, and moved a lot of supplies to the hotel. Even if the boss said that he would temporarily close the business and stop providing hotel services, they didn't care. In fact, at first, the manager, like other employees, planned to avoid the disaster in a shelter or at home, but the relaxed and confident look of these 2 guests really made people concerned. They did not deliberately publicize the flood, but everything they did was to prepare for it. When others asked, the 2 of them casually proposed to take shelter in a higher place, and study for a long time whether the building was strong enough. It was also because of their believe it or not attitude that more and more people, especially those who stayed in the building, began to be half believing and half doubting. That's why the manager gritted his teeth and took his family to the building for shelter. In fact, this decision was not difficult to make. If it was really extremely cold, according to the development of Dongzhou, there were still several days of shelter time, and it would not be too late to take the family to the shelter at that time. And if it was the huge waves mentioned by the two mysterious guests, they had only one choice to come here. At least, for the manager who has worked here for almost 5 years, this is also his territory. After telling his colleagues about this idea, many people were persuaded to come here for shelter. In addition, there were people stranded in the building for various reasons, and the entire building was full of nearly 100 people. Because it was close to the port, they were the first to witness the huge waves. The manager didn't want to recall that scene, it was too scary. He and his wife held their daughter, and the whole family trembled together. When the huge waves hit the building, they could clearly feel the building shaking violently. It was too scary. I don't want to experience that feeling for the second time in my life. The survivors present were lucky enough to see how the city was swallowed up, and then they became the first to see the magic bubble. Miss Jian was still holding a telescope, observing the direction where the bubble was floating, looking very calm. In fact, this was just the manager's illusion. Even though she had experienced it many times, Jian still felt heavy, but every time in the past, she saw more corpses, and this time, save people. Jian said to the people present. Everyone was a little confused. They were still immersed in fear, and couldn't come back to their senses. Many people even had weak legs. Why did they have to save people? Who can they save? Those bubbles from Dongzhou have survivors in them. Jian said, and walked down with Duan Mayu, throwing out the rope tied with a lifebuoy along the slowly falling horizontal line. In fact, the number of people that can be rescued in this way is very limited, but at least it is better than doing nothing. Because of the bubbles, the survivors who are still in shock and have no idea how to operate will occasionally be pushed by the bubbles to pass by the building. Those who react quickly can find a way to grab the rope to avoid being pushed away by the waves. After all, there are limited lifebuoys. Soon everyone blew up plastic bags and other objects, tied ropes or sheets together, and threw them into the water. Once a survivor grabbed the rope, everyone helped and pulled the person over. In this way, intermittently, more than 20 people were rescued in the most precious rescue time. However, before everyone had time to be happy about it, they heard a bang. Fire! The sea is on fire! Someone upstairs shouted. Jianxi's heart inevitably sank heavily. She raised the telescope and quickly locked the direction of the fire. The huge waves were only the first wave of danger. In fact, this terrifying wave would not only destroy urban buildings, but also cause many other disasters. For example, in the oil fields on the sea, many large-scale fires caused by oil leaks would occur in every cycle. This would endanger the port cities along the coast. There are also gas stations in those cities, where gasoline leaks are also prone to explosions and fires. There are also those high-voltage electricity, which will cause many deaths in the early stage. In the first batch of cities facing the huge waves, these disasters occurred the most. The scene seen in the telescope was not good. The waves pushed the burning oil film in this direction, and there was a certain possibility that it would hit the building, which might cause a fire in the building. Get the fire extinguisher, Jianxi said to Duan Mayu, and quickly asked everyone to retrieve the ropes and other things thrown out. Everyone quickly followed the command. The manager assisted Duan Mayu in getting several bottles of fire extinguishers and arranged people to be on standby at the windows and other positions. The oil film gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision, and some of the furniture that floated out was also ignited. The fire looked a little dangerous. Help! At this moment, a cry for help was heard. A young mother was holding a young child in a bubble and floating towards this side, but not far behind them was a burning sea of fire. The mother, who had no idea how to control the bubble, had a look of despair on her face. Although it was a magic bubble, no one could guarantee that it would be fireproof. Jianxi gritted his teeth and threw the lifebuoy again. If the mother could grab the rope before the fire caught up, there might be a chance to be saved. He missed the first time, and the waves pushed the lifebuoy back. Jianxi threw it a second time. The lifebuoy hit the bubble, but the mother didn't know how to reach out and grab it, and missed it again. A survivor who was rescued from the bubble quickly gestured to the mother, signaling her to quickly get her hand out. After she understood, Jianxi threw it a third time. The mother didn't catch it. At this time, the fire was approaching the mother and daughter, and everyone's heart was tightened. It was too late. At this moment, another exclamation came. What is that thing in the sky? Jianxi and others, whose attention was focused on the mother and daughter, had no time to look up. Something happened that the mother would never forget. A vine from nowhere caught Bubble and lifted it up high. Before she could react, she saw the water surface getting farther and farther away from her, and the building in the water gradually became smaller. She flew up. Before she could panic, it seemed that Bubble was too slippery, and the vine failed to catch her. She fell back into the water with Bubble. The feeling of weightlessness made the mother extremely panic. A few seconds later, Bubble fell back into the water, bounced a few times on the water, and moved away from the sea of fire. It's over. They must have been scared. Your elastic vine skills are not very good. Well, it can be considered as saving people. Such a conversation took place in the flying car. This thrilling scene was watched by everyone in the hotel building. Everyone was stunned and opened their mouths, and then they saw a flying house in the air. It looked a bit like a house, but also a bit like a car. It was made of unknown materials. There was a propeller-like propeller on the outermost edge, pushing the strange thing floating in the air down. Then, they saw that there was someone on the outermost platform of the flying object. It was unclear what he looked like, but he was wearing strange clothes. Jianxi decisively picked up the telescope and saw a young man who took out a stick and waved it at the sea of fire below. No, it was not an ordinary stick. There was a fiery red flower on the top of it. As the sea of fire gradually disappeared, the flower continued to emit red light, which was very beautiful. Then the flying object chased the bubble of the mother and daughter. After descending to a certain height, someone jumped down from it. It was a girl. She fell into the bubble easily. In order not to hurt the mother and daughter, you can even feel that she did not follow the free fall when she fell, but floated into the bubble as lightly as a feather. She said something to the mother and daughter, and then easily directed the bubble, going against the current, towards the building. At this time, everyone in the building couldn't help but swallow nervously. The bubble stopped by the window. The girl held a black wooden stick in her hand, waved it, and then flashed into the building in full view of everyone. She turned around and stretched out her hand to the mother. When the mother stood up, she found that she had no strength at all. Her legs softened, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, she was firmly supported by the girl. With the help of the girl, she successfully entered the building. Who are you? The mother asked in a trembling voice. Me? The girl snapped her fingers, and the stick disappeared from her hand. Then she smiled and said, I am a student at Hope Magic Academy. My name is Jean Ling. The scene was a little quiet. After a while, someone murmured, so the Magic Academy on the internet really exists? Jean Ling didn't care about what the other person said, but looked at the child in the mother's arms with concern. Are you hurt? The child, who was only a little over 1 year old, should not be more than 2 years old, opened his big eyes in his mother's arms, and suddenly laughed. She couldn't help clapping her hands. She didn't look scared at all. It's better to say that she seemed to think that the rolling bubbles and the bubble version of the bungee jumping machine were quite fun. Ha ha ha, what a brave kid. Jean Ling smiled and waved to everyone. If everything is fine here, I leave. Wait, the magic school is now. Ah, you can slowly ask about the school later. Jean Ling climbed onto the windowsill, thought for a while, and said, tonight, someone from Dongzhou will come. Everyone was a little surprised. Jianxi couldn't help asking, is there anyone alive in Dongzhou? How many people? In everyone's imagination, it would be a miracle if tens of millions of people survived. Jean Ling said lightly, probably, there are nearly 700 million people alive. Then, she waved her wand again, and the whole person bounced up lightly, flying towards the strange house in the sky. Chapter 127. For the people of Nanzhou, this is a day they will never forget. For the people of Dongzhou, this is also true. Qiu Guiliang, the Minister of Commerce of the 7th Magic Shelter, now known as the 7 Magic Cities, began to hastily order his caravan to prepare shortly after the departure of the school's flying car. The 7 cities consist of the former central city of Tianxian City and the surrounding urban circles. Before the end of the world, it was an economically developed area with a large number of talents. It was also the seat of the Dongzhou government. However, after the end of the world, it suffered a series of unfortunate events. Because of the contradictions and confrontations between the state government and the municipal government, as well as the internal differences between the two sides, regional divisions and confrontations occurred, and a power war was staged that made other places feel that they were too idle. The citizens of Tianxian City are somewhat arrogant, and to put it bluntly, it is a city with more sophisticated egoists. Relying on its central position, Tianxian City also attempted to continue to suck blood from surrounding cities, causing great contradictions. Fortunately, it is the end of the world, And few people are fools. No matter how high your official position is, or how good your reasons are, everyone has to take care of themselves first. With a large population and chaotic management, Tianjin City declined rapidly in the end of the world, as those hard-working officials died in several unfortunate accidents. Such a chaotic place is naturally not the location of the magic shelter. The location of the shelter is Lancheng, 140 kilometers away from Tianjin City. But with the end of the Great Migration, the magic shelter has been gradually improved, and the entire area has been integrated. To put it more clearly, the current New East continent is composed of 11 magic cities, 10 shelters, and Lekeng, which is called the Magic Capital because of the Magic Academy. Qiu Guiliang was an ordinary civil servant struggling to survive in Tianjin City before the end of the world. Because he was a small shrimp, he avoided the exhausting internal struggles and lived safely until now. Because he successfully organized the evacuation of some ordinary citizens of Tianjin City during the Great Migration, he was noticed by the current Qiqing city government and joined the Ministry of Economy. Although Lancheng is not arrogant, it is at least an economic circle city relying on Tianjin City, and it is very concerned about its own development. But the current Qiqing is too far away from the magic capital. Of course, it is not as far as Magic City 1, but among the 10 major magic cities, it is indeed a marginal city, which is obviously not conducive to the development of Qiqing. Qiqing, which thinks it is the most powerful and has top talents, is unwilling to decline. The new city government of Qiqing is full of enthusiasm from top to bottom. Even if it cannot compare with Lekeng, it must be better than the other 9 cities. But where does the opportunity come from if you want to develop? The Qiqing city government soon turned its attention to Nanzhou. Talent is the core of a region's development, and isn't Nanzhou the easiest place to attract talent? Of course, the talent here is more straightforward. Referring to prospective magicians, 11 magic cities have sent out rescue teams without prior agreement. They say they are helping fellow Nanzhou people, but in fact, they are helping, but it doesn't prevent them from seeing if there are any talents to be absorbed and any business to be done. The huge waves in Nanzhou are indeed a bit scary. Many people were scared when they saw the scene with their own eyes. Now, if they are asked to go to Nanzhou, they will still be a little scared and nervous, but time is money. Qiu Guiliang asked everyone to push the sea ship made by the 7 Cities Magic Research Institute into the water. It was a magic ship made of magic mud bricks. This kind of magic building material is really amazing. It is not limited to houses, but can make almost anything as long as you want. Ships are of course no exception. With the right magic material glue, it not only has good buoyancy, but is also very waterproof. So, the experts made a small water city with a 7-shaped logo in the center, representing the magic 7 cities. This is the marine ship of the 7 cities. In addition, there are various small ships with faster speed and more flexible shapes. There are a total of 20 ships, big and small. If it weren't for the limited production capacity of magic glue, the experts actually wanted to make more magic ships. In addition, there are also some small caravans who want to take a chance in the end of the world, bringing their small boats that they don't know where they got, and they also plan to set off together. The crew members boarded the magic ship one after another, and Qiu Guiliang quickly gave the order to set off. So, they, as well as the ships of the other 10 magic cities, sailed to Nanzhou one after another. Among the people who boarded this batch of ships, there was a woman who was not conspicuous, but obviously a little special. Because there was a magic crow squatting on her shoulder. Finally, someone couldn't help but come forward and chat. Miss Quasi-Magic. Magician, where did you buy your crow? It looks like the one of Lord Wuga. I ordered it from an acquaintance in the academy. The woman smiled and answered. Is that so? That's great. I want one too. The other party showed an envious look. As the people of Dongzhou became more and more familiar with magic, they also began to like collecting magic items, among which the most popular ones were various slimes. Yes, the most popular peripherals were slime models, especially those made of slime gel, which were very popular. Among them, different varieties of slime models were hot selling in different cities. For example, cities with mines preferred metal slimes, cities that loved meat, eggs and milk like mimic slimes, and cities that loved sports and tossing like snow slimes. Many cities have spontaneously built slime statues, which has become a window for observing the characteristics of each magic city. In addition to slimes, the second most popular is the magic crow sculpture. Cities that are good at woodworking have long imitated the famous magic crow in the academy, and successfully reproduced a wooden crow with a very similar appearance. Except that the material is different. If you look closely, the black color does not have the luster of the real magic crow, and it is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Of course, for most people who have not seen Buddha in person, that is already a high-quality imitation. And the one on the shoulder of this woman is obviously a high-quality imitation. It can move, staring at those who are looking at it with speechless eyes. This is not only a peripheral, but also a rare magic peripheral, a puppet crow made by magicians. Everyone is very envious. But they don't know that this crow is Mr. Yuga in the academy. And this ordinary woman, who is suspected to be a quasi-magician, is the principal of the academy, Ning Xiao. Feeling that Buddha is about to explode, Ning Xiao patted its head to comfort it, and took it to the secluded stern. Finally, when no one was around, Buddha said angrily, "Jie, I shouldn't have let the students make so many crow puppets. There are actually people imitating me. This is a sign that everyone likes you, and it's not easy for you to be exposed if you come out with me." Ning Xiao was feeling the sea breeze, feeling very comfortable. This was her original appearance, so it was easy for her to blend into the fleet that was temporarily formed. And she set out on the ship to investigate the situation in Nanzhou and find more magic source nodes. During the blizzard in Dongzhou this month, Ning Xiao actually went out many times and found a total of 3 magic nodes. And they were 3 uncontaminated nodes. Although all these nodes were used to build the Dream Network, they also continuously produced magic source for the academy at a suitable speed. The efficiency was much higher than that of students meditating, accounting for 60% of the academy's magic source income. If Ning Xiao was ruthless enough to absorb all the nodes, the goal of 100 million points could be completed by 1/10 immediately. How could Ning Xiao not be excited? Even Buddha couldn't help but urge Ning Xiao to find nodes every day. These nodes in the magic continent had been divided up, but there were still many nodes in this world waiting for the academy to collect. Buddha felt like he had made a fortune. However, although the income increased many times, the corresponding consumption also increased. The newly added magic facilities, the Academy Avenue, and the upgrades to the original magic facilities are all consuming the magic source production capacity. At present, the daily net income of the Academy is only about 1,000 points. It is richer than before, but in the end, the Academy is still poor. But those buildings that consume magic source can't be cancelled, unless Ning Xiao doesn't plan to continue to develop the Academy and let the natives of this world fend for themselves. Ning Xiao certainly can't do such a thing, and there is no need to do so. Wouldn't it be better to directly collect more nodes, upgrade the academy, and recruit more teachers and students? In fact, Ning Xiao also prepared source node detectors for students who went out for training. One of their training tasks includes finding nodes. But such an important thing can't be entirely relied on by students, not to mention that students can only find, but lack sufficient ability to bring nodes back. She always has to come here in person. It's a good opportunity to set off with the ship. The magic ship was a little bumpy, but fortunately, there were no big waves, so it didn't capsize. On the mothership of the 7 cities, the experts on board were constantly recording data and secretly observing the ships of other cities behind them. The good news is that except for the ship of Legheng, the speed of their ship in the 7 cities is indeed the fastest. Their research on mechanical power and magic power is obviously ahead of the other 9 cities. It was already dusk, the rusty sun was setting, and the moon was about to rise. As they gradually approached the first city, they vaguely saw the tall building standing in the water. Qiu Guiliang and the people of the 7 cities became excited, and soon they lit up the magic lights on the ship. At this time, the people on the tall building also noticed the strange ships coming from afar. The survivors in the central building were worried again. This is a commercial building, and there are not many supplies to search. Although the hotel should have stored water and other things, because of the rusty sun, the restaurant had stopped operating long ago, and the water and other things were tacitly divided up by the employees. The manager and other employees brought supplies to take shelter, but there were still many that they didn't bring. Even if Jian Shi stockpiled them in advance, how long would they last? After the fire on the water was extinguished, more people entered the building, most of whom floated in bubbles. After gradually mastering the driving skills of bubbles, the survivors inevitably set their sights on this conspicuous building. This led to more and more people in the building, and these people who had experienced shock soon had rumbling stomachs. Even Jian, she did not intend to distribute food casually. That kind of behavior was not much different from suicide in the doomsday. Forget about food, the people who were soaked all over soon felt cold. They broke into every room in the building, trying their best to pry open the door and search for clothes to change. Only a few people may find suitable clothes, and many people are now covered with sheets or curtains. Everyone tacitly split the wooden furniture and lit a fire on the top floor. Men and women separated, hung their wet clothes to dry, and shivered by the fire. As the sky darkened, the temperature inevitably began to drop. Of course, it was not as cold as Dongzhou, but it was already October, and the night had long lost the warmth of summer. Someone sneezed. Those who were rescued felt more and more pain in their bodies. After all, many people were hit by huge waves. It was a miracle to be alive. It was not uncommon to have hidden injuries. They began to get scared, but there were no doctors or medicines here. If I had known earlier, I should have let the people from the magic school stay here. Maybe they would have a way. Someone murmured. But this is just hope. The strange things in the sky and those mysterious students seem to be doing more important and urgent rescue work. They are temporarily safe, so they can only be left here. Didn't they say that people from Dongzhou would come tonight? Someone couldn't help but stand on the rooftop again, looking into the distance. Why haven't they come yet? The word stopped halfway. The people around also reacted quickly and gathered around the rooftop, their eyes getting brighter and brighter. Many strange ships appeared on the sea. They must be Dongzhou people. Many people couldn't help but wave their hands excitedly and shouted in the direction of the fleet, "Hey! We are here! Help!" As the fleet got closer and closer, they became more excited after seeing the strange appearance of the ship. Among them, the largest ship leading the way slowly approached and stopped a few meters away from the building. Before the people on the rooftop hurried downstairs to greet them, they saw someone on the bow moving out a strange, ladder-like object of unknown material. There was no mechanism, and the ladder was suddenly firmly fixed to the bow. However, due to the drop in the water level, the ladder was not long enough to reach the top floor. But those people didn't seem to care. Soon, someone took out the second ladder, like a strong man, easily lifted it up, climbed up the ladder, and did something else, click and firmly connected to the previous ladder. Everyone on the top floor was shocked and couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Soon, the ladder arrived in front of them. Someone came up the ladder and made a friendly and enthusiastic gesture. "Hello, fellow compatriots in Nanzhou. If you need any help, welcome to the Magic 7 Cities Renaissance Mothership." Chapter 128. The first thing everyone noticed was the clothes of the visitor. He was wearing a light blue long windbreaker, a silver-gray high-neck shirt underneath, and blue-gray cuffed trousers, which gave him a simple yet gorgeous feeling. Although the style was understandable, the material was hard to tell at a glance. Especially the windbreaker, which looked thick but very light, fluttered when he walked, like the special effects of the protagonists in movies and TV series. To put it simply, it was good-looking and handsome. And this receptionist from Dongzhou was indeed a handsome guy who was carefully selected. With the clothes designed by a well-known designer, he successfully attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was willing to follow him on board without realizing it. Anyway, there was nothing to do on the rooftop, so why not take a close look at what was going on with the so-called mothership of the 7 magic cities? Everyone stepped down carefully on the steps. Although there was no handrail, it was a little dangerous, but the steps were wide enough, and there was no slipping when stepping on them. They entered the slats smoothly. On closer inspection, it was found that the building materials of this mothership were very random. Rather than a ship, it was more like a mobile house on the water. There was actually mud in the flower bed, and the floor underfoot seemed to be a very solid material. People couldn't help but wonder how such a ship floated on the water, but the guests were not troubled by these problems for too long. Noticing that many people were a little cold and didn't have clean clothes, the receptionist first took them to the locker room. It's called a dressing room, but it's actually a bit like a private cloakroom, except that the space is larger than an ordinary cloakroom. I noticed that many people's clothes don't fit well, and they seem to need to wash. The receptionist said, "Please change your clothes here. After choosing a style, go to our tailor to measure the size, then take a comfortable hot shower, and you can wear new clothes when you come out." His words made those who were wearing clothes that were not completely dry quite excited. But before taking action, there is one thing that needs to be confirmed. "Well, we may not be able to pay now." Someone said embarrassedly, "The phone is lost." Even if it's not lost, any phone that falls into the water is broken. And now that mobile payment has become the mainstream, there is no way to pay without the internet. But more people have doubts. Is Dongzhou still using the old currency? It doesn't matter. We have prepared free assistance for everyone. All basic expenses tonight will be borne by our 7 city governments. You are all compatriots affected by the disaster. This help is what we should do. Everyone on the scene breathed a sigh of relief and was slightly moved. The mother holding the child took the lead in walking to the cloakroom, where many clothes were hung. She had long felt cold and uncomfortable, but she was more worried about whether the child would catch a cold. On the rooftop, the sheets that were finally found were also wrapped around the child first. At this time, the mother was holding the thin sheets. The complete set of clothes was hung on the display rack. The mother was soon disappointed when she approached. There was no size for a 1-year-old child. Just as she hesitated, the waitress next to her came forward enthusiastically and introduced, "If there is no clothing you like here, you can also choose directly in front of the magic dressing mirror. There are styles suitable for children." Magic dressing mirror? The mother then noticed that there were gorgeous retro mirrors hanging on 3 walls in the room. "You will know if you try it." The waiter smiled and led her to the mirror. "Why don't you choose for yourself first, get familiar with the operation, and then choose for your child?" The waiter pushed a stroller and helped the mother put the child in it. The mother stood in front of the magic dressing mirror, turned around according to the instructions, and then looked at the mirror and her eyes widened. In the mirror, she was already wearing a blue dress that was completely different from the one she was wearing now. This is a mirror that can show the effect of clothes on the body. Only big brands like our Magic Clothes will equip each store with such a mirror. Magic Clothes? The mother then noticed that the cloakroom actually had a sign similar to that of a shopping mall store, and the words Magic Clothes were written on it. "We are a magic clothing brand founded a week ago, managed by Ms. XX, a nationally renowned designer, and also one of the representative brands of the 7 magic cities." The waiter introduced proudly. As the former central city of the continent, Tianxian City, which has always led the fashion of Dong'o, will naturally set an example for the whole Dong'o again. While other magic cities are still using the magic cloth produced by snow slimes to make clothes at will, the designers here are racking their brains to explore the fashion charm of it. Not only do they have to study the characteristics of the cloth, they even try to dye the snow before feeding it to the slimes, and successfully expand the color of the cloth. What? Wouldn't it be a bit cruel to do this? Oh, it's just eating some dye. Compared with those animals that were skinned and shaved, the designers think this is quite mild. In short, Qiqing was really the first to invest heavily in the fashion business. For this purpose, they spent precious points to buy a magic furniture dressing mirror from the Academy. Of course, for netizens who often visit DreamNet, this mirror is far less magical than the one in DreamNet, but as a magic dressing mirror that can be used in reality, it is still very attractive. It can even match the owner's hairstyle and makeup. In the more advanced version, it can also provide skin care and beauty advice, but in a clothing store, the primary version is enough. The mother, who was originally a little haggard, looked at herself in the mirror, who was several degrees more beautiful because of the beautiful clothes, and covered her mouth in surprise. Before marriage, she also loved beauty, but after having a child, she was busy taking care of the child, and had little time to dress herself up carefully. She seemed to see her girlhood again. And just by waving your hand, and sliding left and right, you can change the clothes on your body, and even cut off the mirror synchronization of yourself in the mirror, turn into a puppet model, turn around for yourself, and show the advantages and disadvantages of the clothes in all directions. This is more fun than those dress-up games on the market. Although the clothes input into the mirror are limited because it was founded not long ago, it is enough for her to indulge in it. Not only her, the 3 magic mirrors were quickly occupied by women. Men who thought they were not interested in buying clothes were a step late. They could only look at the physical clothes hanging on the racks first, and wait for a woman to leave the mirror for a while, and then step forward to try the magic. Well, clothes are not important, but magic mirrors are very interesting, especially after rematching their hairstyles. Seeing that they look a little handsome in the mirror, men deeply feel the charm of dressing up. A war for the mirror began. Even if the mirror was big enough for 2 people to use at the same time, it was far from meeting the needs of the guests present. The receptionist had to cough and remind them, "Dear guests, it will be dinner time soon. Please decide on your clothes as soon as possible. If you are interested in magic clothes, you can come here again during your break. Of course, if you want to shop again when you come again, it will not be free. But there is no need to say this now." Everyone had to set a maximum of 3 minutes per person to quickly choose clothes. The mother, who was obsessed with changing clothes in the mirror, finally woke up from the kind reminder of the waiter, or the shopping guide. After simply deciding on the clothes she wanted, she also helped her child choose simple children's clothes. Then, she stood at the designated position, and saw a tape measure flying up, automatically measuring the size of her and her child. The feather pen on the table also recorded the size of the guest, as the tape measure stretched and retracted. This is of course also a magic prop, a kind of tailor suit. Then, the mother and daughter were taken to the bathtub and enjoyed the magic massage bathtub service. The 7 magic cities, or all the magic cities, have invested a lot of money in the mothership, and equipped it with all the magic furniture that can be equipped, just to give the guests an unforgettable first impression. This is undoubtedly very successful. The dense foam in the magic bathtub not only automatically cleans the dirt on the survivors, but also the massage relieves the bruises and scratches. Of course, this actually has the effect of mixing with holy water. Yes, the Academy has prepared a simple version of holy water, which has now become another treatment method besides the magic singer. It's just that the healing effect of holy water is limited compared to the singing girls, who can cure more diseases as their strength increases. But holy water is enough to deal with the current situation. After Mimi took a bath, the magic hair dryer dried the mother and daughter's bodies and helped blow their hair. The two wrapped themselves in bath towels and went out, and saw that the previously selected clothes were already on the shelf. The mother first changed the child from inside to outside, and then changed herself. After putting on the clothes, she felt that she was wrapped in an indescribable warmth. Although the clothes were so light and thin, she didn't feel cold. It's worthy of being magic cloth. She could only think so. When everyone changed their clothes, they saw each other again, and they were shocked. Is this still the person who just suffered? Why do I feel like it's the guests at the gorgeous party? But obviously, their magic journey has just begun. Dinner was eaten on the plywood. Those dishes were obviously ordinary, but they were indescribably delicious. After learning that they were magical vegetables, and seeing the prices on the menu, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. There was even milk on the ship, which surprised the mother. She couldn't imagine that fresh milk could be obtained in a frozen place like Dong-O. Mealtime was not boring. Although the receptionist was not accompanying us, a series of magic documentaries were played on the screen next to us. From the initial transformation of Legion community to the development of Lekung, and then the thrilling story about the 7 magical cities. For the first time, the people of Nanzhou had a deep understanding of the later story of Dongzhou. They saw a migration that could be called a miracle. Countless people helped each other in the process. Magic was the basis of this migration, but the joint efforts of the survivors in each city were the key reason for the miracle to be realized. The carefully edited documentary about the 7 cities, of course, omitted the bad aspects and presented a central city that can be regarded as an example. The guests then learned that the magic 7 cities were actually composed of cities in the Tianxian City economic circle. Instantly, they, who were already shocked and awed by magic, added a layer of high-end filter to the magic 7 cities. As the Great Migration ended and the terrible blizzard hit, they saw how ordinary people, experts, and quasi-magicians in the magic 7 cities worked together to create a great magic city. Those who were displaced and lost their jobs found the meaning of their existence again, and people actively and optimistically cooperated with magic to begin to adapt to a new life. Among them was the creation process of the magic clothing brand. Although this part is suspected to have received advertising fees, but everyone is still happy to watch it. And the most attractive thing about the Magic 7 cities is the talent team, not only many excellent quasi-magicians, but also many top experts in various fields leading magic research. Many figures are listed here, such as how XX experts spent XX hours to successfully increase the efficiency of the magic production line by X times, how this mothership was ingeniously built, and what other research is being conducted in the 7 cities. Thanks to their efforts, the people of the 7 magic cities now live a happy life with magic and smiles all the time. The 7 magic cities is a great magic city, a city of courage that keeps forging ahead and never surrenders. The documentary ends with these words. The survivors of Nanzhou almost forgot to eat after watching it. The magic car is so cool, and the magic riders are so handsome. The magic puppets are super cute, and the puppet crows are great messengers. And magic mud bricks. How can there be such a magical building material in the world, especially the magic mud bricks, who wouldn't be moved? The survivors of Nanzhou almost instantly thought of the problem of houses. The house they bought after working hard for half a lifetime was completely destroyed by a huge wave. They dared not imagine how they would live in the future. But what is shown in the documentary, the great and open 7 cities kindly provide citizens with housing sites, not only on the ground, but also in the air. Become a resident of 7 cities, and you can own a magic house. You can change the style of the magic house at any time, and 7 cities was the capital of Dong-O in the past. The receptionist saw that everyone's interest was aroused and came again. Sure enough, someone soon asked cautiously, "Excuse me, can we join the magic 7 cities?" The receptionist looked embarrassed. 7 cities welcomes everyone, but to be honest, we already have enough population, and joining requires a certain amount of contribution. How can I get contribution points? At present, the easiest way is to provide the items we need, or to have magic qualifications. Hearing this, Jianshi finally couldn't help but ask curiously, How can I know if I have magic qualifications? Just take the test. The receptionist smiled enthusiastically. You can take the test on the ship. Do you want to try it? 7 Cities is recruiting prospective magicians. If you have magic qualifications, you can not only immediately obtain the residency qualification of 7 Cities, but also immediately obtain a 100,000 point relocation subsidy issued by the government, which you can use to purchase magic items, build magic houses, etc. Moreover, prospective magicians with outstanding talents will receive full support from 7 Cities to help you obtain admission to the Academy as soon as possible. Chapter 129. Entrance qualifications for the Academy? The people present were instantly moved. There was no special introduction to the Magic Academy in those documentaries, but the shadow of the Magic Academy was everywhere. The ordinary city that was blessed by the Academy was so good, what would the Academy be like? The strange thing in the air suddenly appeared in my mind. Of course, now that I have been baptized by the documentary, the survivors realized that it was an aerial car developed by combining the floating technology of magic mud bricks. The students of the Academy on it can come and go freely in such a dangerous environment by waving their hands. It would be good to settle down in the Magic City, but it would be really foolproof to be able to enter the Academy. In this strange rusty day, in this terrible apocalypse, is there any better future than joining the Magic Academy? Seeing the survivors' eagerness, the receptionist continued, there are about 1 in 1,000 people with magic qualifications. Dongdo currently has a total of 670,000 prospective magicians, but there are only about 300 students in the Magic Academy. The competition for admission is very fierce. This is not all to exaggerate how good it is to join the 7 Cities and get recommended. As life gradually settles down, admission quotas have indeed become the most concerned thing for all Dongdo people. Not only are prospective magicians and their relatives eager about this, but the people of each Magic City are also secretly comparing their own selection rates. It is true that the Great Migration has brought unprecedented cohesion to the entire Dongdo, but this does not hinder the competitive relationship between Magic Cities. As a preparatory student, although you can learn 1 or 2 simple magics, you must enroll if you want to go deeper. The magic mastered by real students is the core competitiveness of a city. Those who are relatives or friends of students, or even just relatives or friends of employees, can receive magic packages from the Academy from time to time. There are many good things in it that make mayors jealous. All Magic Cities are secretly trying to please this group of relatives and friends, and indirectly seek benefits for their own people. So what if it's the end of the world? Isn't it still a society of personal relationships? After tasting such sweetness, cultivating own magicians is the most important job of all Magic Cities, but there are really too few places for admission. After studying the performance scoring mechanism, smart people inevitably thought of one thing. Concentrate all performance opportunities on a few people as much as possible, so that they can quickly gain ranking advantages. This is the recommendation plan of the 7 Cities. Of course, it is not only the 7 cities that have this plan, but the other 10 Magic Cities are secretly planning this. Seriously speaking, this behavior is not fair to prospective magicians, who cannot get opportunities. But competition is sometimes so cruel. Even if they cannot be recommended, the prospective magicians have a good social status in various Magic Cities, so they will not be too disappointed. After listening to the receptionist's explanation, the survivors of Nanzhou were more excited, so after dinner, they could not wait to participate in the magic qualification census. The old method was used, the screaming flower. After all, its screening efficiency is high, and after everyone gets used to it, the screaming sound is like a good news, and more people think this method is auspicious. Although the receptionist entertained this group of survivors attentively, he did not have much hope that there would be prospective magicians among them, as the probability was too low. They just hoped to use these people to build the reputation of the 7 cities. But half an hour later, the screaming flower screamed. Not all ships are like the 7 cities mothership, patiently entertaining the survivors found along the way. More magic ships are rushing forward. Many of them are simple rescue ships. Although magic bubbles can save many people from drowning, these bubbles are heading west from Dongdo. Because of the distance, the west is destined to be unable to get rescued by magic bubbles in time, and many people are on the verge of life and death. Secondly, there are many injured people among the lucky survivors who are in urgent need of assistance. For example, there is a medical ship in the Magic 5 cities, which is rushing to the south. Of course, from the appearance, this does not look like a medical ship. Although it is hung with the Red Cross flag and the emblem of the Magic 5 cities, it is clearly a water theater. The band in black uniforms is playing soft music, and a group of men and women in beautiful performance costumes are holding glasses and chatting and laughing. Sitting alone in the viewing seat at the bow, Su Yao was holding a makeup mirror and looking left and right, asking, "How do I look now?" The agent replied expressionlessly, "Beautiful. I didn't ask you." As Su Yao finished speaking, the small makeup mirror in her hand made a flattering sound. "Oh, baby, you look so radiant today. This lipstick color is indeed more suitable for you than the one yesterday. Let me see, your skin is much more moisturized today than yesterday. But dear, you should pay more attention to sleep. I noticed that although you used enough concealer, there is still some fatigue under your eyes that cannot be concealed. Do you want to try my ancestral sleeping medicine?" Agent, Since Su Yao bought this damn magic makeup mirror, he feels more and more like a marginal person. Seeing that the person and the mirror were in a pleasant chat that he could not interrupt, he left silently and found Ma Gu, who was observing from the watchtower, and asked, "Is there any movement?" "Yes, I saw crows." In the distance, a puppet crow was wandering around a tall building. The main task of their medical ship is to rescue those with more serious injuries, but searching one by one is obviously a very inefficient thing. So, the puppet crows bought specifically to search for the wounded became the vanguard that went one step ahead of the magic ship. This model was gradually formed during the Great Migration. Today, the people of Donggo already know that if they need rescue, they can find those puppet crows to help convey information, especially those rescue crows that later painted red crosses on their bodies. Although the survivors of Nanzhou did not understand this, they all waved their hands wisely when they saw the puppet crows hovering above their heads and the obviously deliberately painted marks on their bodies. Although the search and rescue became more difficult because of the darkening sky, the puppet crow's night vision ability can be completely trusted, and the fluorescent materials specially used on their bodies also made it easier for observers to identify them. Soon, the medical ship arrived at the tall building and picked up another batch of wounded. For those who were only slightly injured, the medical ship would give them some holy water for external application and send them away. Many people who were obviously seriously injured would be carefully carried aboard. However, people on the ship are often confused. After all, no matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with medical treatment. Although many medical beds were set up in the audience area under the stage to replace seats, the surrounding lights and sound showed that this was indeed a stage. "Oh, you won't die for now. Go to bed 13 in row D and wait." The person who didn't look like a medical staff looked at the time and continued, 10 minutes, the show will start." The patient, who was so weak that he had to be supported to walk, struggled to squeeze out a sentence. "Performance? Yes, we are the most powerful magic dance troupe in the 11 cities. It's called Lark Girl, and the lead singer is Miss Su Yao, an S-level magic singer. It's precious for ordinary people to listen to her singing," the other party said proudly. "But I'm not here to listen to songs, I'm here to heal. Listening to songs can heal diseases, you will understand when you wait." As he said, the medical staff helped the man to the bed, let him lie down, and shook the head of the bed for him so that he could lean on it to watch the performance. Finally, he placed a purple fluorescent stick next to him and reminded him, "Miss Sue's cheering color is purple, just follow her and wave it later. Although she doesn't charge, we have to give her enough emotional value. I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Why do we even have a cheering color?" The patient, who knew nothing about music magic and didn't chase stars at all, lay on the hospital bed, deeply suspecting that he was on a pirate ship. Or was it a fantasy before death? Not only him, but also the patients around him looked painful, thinking that all this was ridiculous. Something even more ridiculous happened. Not long after, as the medical ship stopped again, a dog was actually lifted up on the ship. Persimmon fell into deep despair. It was not because she failed to escape. On the contrary, under Kaka's miraculous leadership, she successfully floated to the surface and was fished out by Tang's parents, who were waiting at the stairs. All the survivors stranded in the building were stunned. They couldn't imagine how a blind man could escape successfully in such a situation. Looking at the guide dog named Kaka, everyone unconsciously showed a trace of respect. But soon, everyone found that Kaka was not right. Its breathing became very weak, and it could no longer move after leaving the water. Everyone tried hard to give it first aid, but although Kaka vomited a lot of water, it still did not recover. It even vomited blood. But no one dared to tell Persimmon about this. Persimmon called Kaka's name. Kaka, who always responded to the call at the first time, only raised his head reluctantly and licked Persimmon's palm after a long time. Its eyes were full of reluctance and attachment. Persimmon cried very hard. She kept asking people around to save Kaka, but everyone was helpless. There was no animal doctor here, and even if there was no condition to treat Kaka. Tang's mother leaned on Tang's father's shoulder and shed tears. No one said it clearly, but from the reactions of the people around her, Shitsi realized that Kaka was in a bad condition, and it seemed dying. This made Shitsi extremely panicked. In an instant, she seemed to return to the car accident that changed her life, and became the child who clearly realized how insignificant she was in the unfortunate accident. Fate was so bad to her, always taking away the important things in her life. Shitsi didn't even care about the water on her body, wrapped Kaka in a blanket, tried to dry its hair, and guarded Kaka tightly. No matter who tried to persuade her, she was like a hedgehog, unwilling to leave at all. She stretched her hand to Kaka's nose again and again to confirm whether it was still breathing. She was thankful again and again, but she was desperate again and again. Kaka's breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Even if Persimmon tried to put an oxygen mask on it so that it could breathe oxygen, it could not change the fact that life was slipping away. This was a torture. Persimmon could feel Kaka's pain, which made her even more painful. But even so, Persimmon selfishly told Kaka again and again, "Please survive." It was her eyes. But more, she was her partner, her family, and the most gentle light in her dark world. As the sky darkened, Persimmon was about to take Kaka back home, but heard someone shouting, "Crow! Is that a magic crow?" Just like that, a puppet crow landed on the rooftop. It hesitated and observed Persimmon and Kaka for a long time, and seemed to understand the grief and help in her eyes, and flew up again, hovering in the sky. So, Persimmon got on the boat. Although the process was a bit bumpy, at first the rescuers thought the patient was Persimmon, and were about to say that this long-term blindness might not be cured for the time being, when they heard her asking them to save Kaka. But, save a dog, this was an unexpected beg. The eye-catching videos of owners who treated their pets as humans before the end of the world came to mind. They thought Persimmon was another guy who had raised pets to the point of losing his mind, and wanted to waste precious medical resources on a pet dog, but soon they learned about Kaka's story from everyone. This is not a pet, but an amazing working dog. In this way, Kaka boarded the medical ship, and was carried to the medical bed originally for humans in full view of everyone. Persimmon followed closely behind them, guarding Kaka. After noticing that Persimmon was a blind man and Kaka was a guide dog, the patients who wanted to say something shut up. Anyway, there were enough strange things today, and this one was not missing. The performance time finally came. So, the lights on the stage in front dimmed and mist floated. As the band on the side began to play, an ethereal chanting sounded, followed by a chanting of a slightly lower part, and then another lower. In the mist, the figures of the magic singers appeared. The voices of several parts were gentle and cleverly coordinated, and the chanting gave off a mysterious and beautiful feeling, which sang into everyone's heart. The patients who were originally full of complaints about the performance were lying on the hospital beds, like corpses. Except for the lack of tombstones, the place was quiet, and had a bit of the flavor of a grave. But at this time, the corpses sat up unconsciously. It seems, it really works? They felt a kind of tingling electric current flowing through their bodies, activating damaged cells. The fog dissipated, the lights changed, and the singers on the stage scattered and stood again, guarding a graceful figure in the center of the stage. That was undoubtedly a beauty. Some people even felt vaguely familiar, like a star. But compared to this, they saw the members of the Bailing Girls group clearly, and they felt even more weird. How could this be a girl group? There were not only little kids around 10 years old, but also old ladies who looked old. Not only that, there were a few uncles in the back row on the left. Only in the front row were there women, who could barely be considered young and beautiful. But thinking that this group is made up of rare magic singers, everyone is relieved. Well, being a magician is good enough. What else do you want? Although it is not a pure girl group, their singing is pretty good. It even feels like a professional singing group. These members are so good, then Ms. Sue, who is the center singer, should be even better, right? Everyone feels that their bodies are getting better and better, and they cast their eager eyes on the center of the stage. Finally, Miss Sue stepped forward, stood in front of the microphone, and began to sing, "Patience, eh." Persimmon, who was confused, eh. Kaka, who finally opened his eyes, eh. Su Yao Yao sang devotedly, trying to mobilize the healing power to dispel the pain of the patients. What she sang was not a song. This was life. Under the stage, seeing that the situation was not right, the manager and Yazzie and others solemnly signaled to the audience, "Wave your light sticks." Seeing that everyone around them began to wave their light sticks, the patients looked at Su Yao Yao, whose voice was very abrupt on the stage, with a moved look on their faces. Although they were confused, they still raised their light sticks obediently. Shake left, shake right. Su Yaoyao opened her eyes from the intoxicated singing and saw the beautiful fluorescent ocean under the night sky. Ah, she is so great! And under the stage, the patients who felt their vitality coming back waved their light sticks more and more vigorously. Wow, listening to songs can really cure diseases. As for whether this song is good, it must be good. It is because their appreciation level is limited that they think it might be better without the lead singer. Chapter 130. Miss Su, thank you. I am so grateful. Woo, I am fine. I really don't feel any pain anywhere. Woo. After the one-song concert, the patients jumped up from their beds and excitedly surrounded the members of the Bailing Girls group. As the absolute main C, Su Yaoyao was naturally the center of everyone's gratitude. This is not my own achievement. It is everyone's effort. Su Yaoyao waved her hand and called her members to come forward to accept the thanks from these fresh fans. Yes, the Bailing Girls group has successfully gained fans again with its strength. Didn't you see that everyone was holding not only glow sticks, but also free team cards and other things in their hands, and excitedly asked for autographs? This made every member of the group feel very accomplished. In fact, in order to form such a special singing group, Wuching really spent a lot of effort to support the construction. During the entire snowstorm, everyone rehearsed together a lot, and relied on hard work to become the strongest magic singer team in the 11 magic cities. Su Yaoyao also successfully obtained a place in the academy preparatory students, and is waiting in line for admission. So the Wuching government let her lead the team to participate in medical assistance, with the selfish intention of helping her to improve her performance points. Of course, on the other hand, it is also determined to make this special singing group a business card for Wuching. After Su Yaoyao continued to use his abilities, and improved his music magic through online classes on Mengwang, he has become proficient in performing this kind of music therapy covering dozens of seriously injured people through music resonance with everyone. This is also the most special thing about music magic. It can achieve effect addition through collaboration. Therefore, in order not to waste the precious magic power of magic singers, and to improve the treatment efficiency as much as possible, the medical ship has become a mode of accumulating enough patients every once in a while before starting treatment. At first, people who came for help naturally had some complaints, thinking that this group of people were simply making fun of their illnesses, but as long as they listened to the concert. It smells so good. Having struggled on the verge of death, any normal person who knows how to be grateful cannot help but be grateful to the Bailing Girls group. As a female star who was once blackened by the entire network, Su Yaoyao enjoys such moments. No one can refuse to be loved by others. And when there is a special animal fan among this group of new fans, this sense of satisfaction is even more joyful. After getting the permission of Persimmon, Kaka, who came back to life, shook his tail into a propeller, used his body advantage to successfully squeeze into the center of the encirclement, and excitedly circled around Su Yaoyao and the others. Everyone already knows that this is a heroic guide dog and loves it very much. When Su Yaoyao reached out to touch its head, Kaka even made a rare woo sound. Su Yaoyao's heart melted. While the manager wasn't paying attention, he kissed Kaka on the forehead. Successfully got a mouthful of dog hair. The manager next to him almost couldn't breathe, and the new fans next to him said, "I'm so envious, I want to be a dog too." It's a pity that such a fan meeting is short-lived, and the medical ship has new tasks. Su Yaoyao didn't sign autographs for the new fans, but took a group photo with everyone, including Kaka and Persimmon, as a souvenir, and began to drive the reluctant people off the ship. But the patients soon discovered that the ship had sailed to a place they were unfamiliar with. This was natural. In order to collect patients as quickly as possible, the ship did not stop during the entire voyage. Now there were even several patients on the ship waiting for the next performance. Ma Gu came out to explain to everyone, "Don't worry, if you want to return to the previous city, you can take the magic bubble yourself, or find other ships to take you a ride. But I suggest you wait until daytime before setting off, and you can find a high-rise building to rest for a night." This is a very reasonable suggestion. In fact, even if you want to return, most people don't know where to go back. The flood caused nearly 80% of the buildings in the entire South Continent to sink completely underwater, including those shelters that were highly expected. The survivors of the South Continent lost their homes. This is a completely different feeling from the extreme cold in the East Continent. Although the extreme cold is unbearable, because of the existence of the shelter, everyone's hearts are more or less stable, while the South Continent has instantly become a series of isolated islands on the water. Seeing everyone's confusion, Ma Gu comforted them. "Don't worry, you will be able to rebuild your home soon, and..." He pointed to the sky and then to the water. "You can build your home in the sky and underwater as you want." Of course before that, Well, you may need a government first, whether it is the original official or not, and then they will represent you to go to the Magic 11 cities, including the Academy, for post-disaster loans. This was something that had been made clear before the entire Dongzhou set out. The friendly Dongzhou people certainly don't mind rescuing their compatriots, but they don't want to be suckers. After the initial disaster situation stabilizes, rebuilding their homes is the business of the Nanzhou people themselves. There is a lot of room for negotiation here. Nanzhou is also a resource-rich continent. Although it is severely flooded, with magic bubbles and magic mud bricks, underwater construction is not a big problem. Several magic cities, especially those lacking mineral resources, are eager for the resources of Nanzhou. In addition to these, the sky is also a place that everyone is competing for. It is true that the people of Dongzhou have adapted to the extreme cold life, but if there is a place with a better climate, why must they squeeze into the bitter extreme cold place? Many magic ships carrying government officials have an important task in the past 2 days, which is to negotiate investment in Nanzhou. Many magic cities want to move some buildings, such as some factories, to Nanzhou, where there is no climate problem. There are also residential areas, entertainment areas, etc., which are also suitable for moving here. For Wuqing, the municipal government promised to build a magic theater for the Bailing Girls group here. In the future, magic singers can stay in Nanzhou for a long time to hold healing concerts. This is why everyone is very enthusiastic about rescue. In addition to brotherhood, of course, there is also interest. The people of Nanzhou, who have received such a great favor from Dongzhou, have the nerve to drive away the magic cities that want to invest here? Just as Ma Gu was comforting the anxious patients in recovery, Su Yaoyao was brought to Persimmon by Kaka. I thought the big dog was reluctant to leave me, but when I saw Kaka looking at me with expectant eyes, and then looking at Persimmon, and running back and forth between the two of them, Su Yaoyao quickly understood. Kaka was asking her to treat Persimmon. Su Yaoyao was a little amused. Persimmon once again sincerely thanked Su Yaoyao, and then heard her say, "Although our songs cannot treat your eyes for the time being, the magic school may be able to." Persimmon looked up blankly. "Ah? The academy now has a special medical room, which can cure more diseases. I heard that it can even make people with missing arms and legs grow new limbs." Su Yaoyao shrugged. "Of course, I just heard about it. You have to find out the details yourself. However, if you want to use the academy's medical care, you may need a very high score." She glanced at Persimmon, whose eyes were dull, and said, "Unless you can enter the academy, or have relatives or friends who can enter the academy, it will be much easier. In fact, this is not easy. Even if Persimmon has a talent for magic, will the academy be willing to accept a blind student? Even if the academy is willing to accept, there are so many prospective magicians in Dongzhou waiting in line for admission. How long will Persimmon have to wait? But this is a hope after all. Let me help you get a test ship." Since he has already intervened, Su Yaoyao decided to do more. "You can test whether you have the magic qualifications later." So, everyone changed to a ship from Wuqing. It was still a catering ship. It didn't have those fancy things that the 7 cities had. It only provided a basic diet. But everyone, including Kaka, still felt that they had enjoyed a rare delicacy. The chefs liked Kaka very much and made an extra portion of meat for him. Kaka was very happy to eat. Persimmon actually didn't have any hope that she had magical qualifications. At this moment, her mind shifted to other things. "I wonder if Uncle Tang and the others have found Tang Dongfeng." She touched Kaka's dog head and whispered. After being rescued from the water, Persimmon heard many people's voices, but not Tang Dongfeng. She seemed to hear that the uncles and aunts were worried about Tang Dongfeng's safety. It was just because Kaka was dying that Persimmon focused all his attention on Kaka and completely ignored the kind-hearted partner. At this time, she felt a little guilty. "I will apologize to my uncles and aunts next time I see them," she said to Kaka. "I hope Tang Dongfeng is okay." "No, he will be okay. Of course Tang Dongfeng is okay. He has even reunited with his parents. And the method is very simple." Tang Dongfeng fished out a magic bubble. After thinking about it, he rode the magic bubble back to the community. He couldn't wait in peace. The safety of others made this high school boy who had just escaped from danger boldly go into the water again. Of course, he did this because he was sure to catch the magic bubble. So Tang Dongfeng went upstream smoothly and reunited with his family, and this happened not long after Kaka and others were rescued by the medical ship. Although it was a pity that he didn't see Persimmon and Kaka, Tang Dongfeng was really happy when he learned that Kaka had a chance to be treated. Later, other magic ships also came to this high-rise community. Everyone participated in the magic qualification test. But unfortunately, all the survivors in the entire community were wiped out, and there was not a single quasi-magician. Tang Dongfeng was very disappointed. Seeing that they were just a group of ordinary people, the subsequent magic ships did not get closer. Alas, Dongzhou people are so realistic. Tang Dongfeng ate instant noodles without hot water and thought sadly. At the same time, Persimmon and everyone else after the meal also participated in the magic qualification test together, and the screaming grass in their test room rang. The whole ship was shocked. This is the KPI. Every time a quasi-magician is found, the whole ship will be rewarded. If you can convince the other party to sign a contract with the Magic 5 cities, not only will the reward be doubled, but you can also get a magic house for free. The excited captain personally came out to host the next test for everyone. In the group where Persimmon was, the screaming grass rang again. Persimmon's heart was thumping and beating rapidly. Inevitably, I began to look forward to it in my mind. Could it be that she might be a quasi-magician? Persimmon was in a happy mood, but Kaka was a little anxious. Although it was trained, and would not be easily frightened by such sudden noises, it still felt uncomfortable after hearing the harsh sound of the screaming grass twice in a row. Persimmon regained his mind after noticing Kaka's emotions, and hurriedly asked the staff on the ship to take Kaka aside. The staff enthusiastically took Kaka outside to wait. In order to take care of the disabled Persimmon, she was arranged to take the third round of tests first, but in the expectation of Persimmon and her teammates. Screaming grass did not scream. Everyone just felt like they were on a roller coaster. Persimmon pursed her lips, and was taken out of the test room by the staff. She sat on the bench, touching Kaka's fur, and found that she was very disappointed. But the miracle has already happened once. You shouldn't be too greedy, Persimmon. The girl comforted herself like this. Then, she and the other disappointed people cheered up together, looking forward to which patient would have this good luck. The fourth round, the fifth round of tests. Until the last round. Choose one of the two. The person who went in first was so nervous that he almost couldn't walk, and then there was silence. He left disappointed, and the last person left was surrounded by everyone, who kept congratulating him. Although the result was no longer in suspense, the test had to continue, and the lucky person confidently approached the screaming grass. Something strange happened. The screaming grass still didn't make any sound. This test, the ignorant South Continent survivors asked weakly, is it accurate? They all looked suspicious. Accurate? Can you doubt magic? The captain jumped up and down. Well, at worst, we tested again. Maybe one of you didn't work hard during the test? It's not impossible. With hope in mind, everyone re-entered the test room. Persimmon was also helped in by the staff. Then, the screaming grass still didn't make any sound. After a long silence, the South Continent people kindly reminded, is there something wrong with this grass? Or you can change a pot? It shouldn't be. Not only the captain, but all the East Continent people on the ship were confused. The screaming grass test method has been popularized for so long that there may be omissions, but it will never scream false alarms without the presence of a quasi-magician. Even omissions are extremely rare. However, after testing again and again, the screaming grass really stopped screaming. It's so strange. There is no change in the participants compared to before. Just when the captain was about to announce his abandonment, Persimmon's voice suddenly sounded. Can I test it again? She grabbed the dog leash on Kaka's body and asked with a trembling voice, take my dog with you. 3 minutes later, all the humans on the ship were silent. Yes, all humans. Everyone looked at the golden guide dog with complicated eyes, and even the captain, who had received various emergency training, felt the mess in the wind. He couldn't make the decision on this matter, and he had to report it to the academy. Because this mysterious quasi-magician is a dog. Chapter 131. Why am I not dead? Luli did not expect that he could open his eyes again. Dizzy, he felt that he was floating on the water, swaying with the current, breathing slightly turbid air. Being alive is a good thing for most people, but Luli is an exception. He is too tired. Luli is 10 years old this year. He is a well-known little prodigy on the Nanzhou internet. He has been skipping grades since the first grade of elementary school. Now he is a senior high school student who will take the college entrance examination with his brothers and sisters, and has nearly 10 million fans. In the eyes of countless parents who want their children to succeed, Luli is the enviable child of other people's families. He is not only obedient and good at studying, but also sensible and well-behaved. He will take the initiative to help with housework at home, and is very filial to his parents. His parents' educational methods and his learning methods have been made into offline courses, and sold at a high price, so that his parents no longer have to work hard for others. In order to maintain his parents' lazy but financially free life, Luli had to work very hard. Since the first grade of elementary school, when his teacher suggested that he could skip a grade because of his good memory, Luli has never lived like a child. He had to study until 12 o'clock every night, and then get up at 5 o'clock to make breakfast for his parents and read. All the time between classes had to be spent on doing exercises. There were no winter and summer vacations, no holidays, and no weekends. The only time he could not study was when he helped with housework at home. His parents called it tempering his character and cultivating children's gratitude. He had to feel how difficult it was for his parents to raise him through housework, and these jobs were not done in vain. They could be exchanged for his daily food and pocket money. They also proudly showed his salary list to those parents. The dense housework and low pay caused a public opinion storm on the internet, but when reporters came to interview him, Luli insisted that he was voluntary and he liked to do housework. Although this was due to the threat from his parents, Luli didn't think he was lying. Compared with the terrible pressure of studying, doing housework is already a very easy job, especially after mastering the skills. He can even pretend to be very hard, but actually deliberately dawdle to enjoy the rare lazy time. What is really unbearable is the constant performance requirements from parents. He must always be the first. Otherwise he will be beaten. Luli doesn't know how many beatings he has received, whipping, spanking, kicking. He often can't eat because of the pain. It's abuse, but his parents will take him to see a doctor and give him medicine. And blame him with disappointed eyes. It's all your fault for not studying hard. Even the teachers can't stop the parents' violence. Even if they call the police, or the Women's Federation comes to mediate the education, the parents will only cry and show that they are also distressed. But this is for the sake of educating the children. Only those who endure hardships can become the best. As a child prodigy, he must work harder than others to live up to his talent. Just like his name. Hard work. But his classmates will laugh at him privately. A slave. Luli has no friends. All his free time is filled with endless exercises. He needs to get the first place in the exam, or even full marks, and then take the skipping test and participate in various competitions, both within the continent and even around the world. He has many compliments and tens of millions of fans, but he doesn't have even one friend. He is too tired. Even if he works hard, wins one first place after another, one trophy after another, and gets the love and praise from his parents, he will face the next goal and the next cycle in the next second. He tries his best to get the so-called love from his parents, seeing them bragging about him to everyone around them, being proud of him, and showing their care for him, but Luli envies his desk mate, who always ranks last in the exams. Even if he is not smart or well-behaved, his parents will not ignore him. What is love? Little Luli is confused about this. He thinks he lacks love, so he works hard again and again, wants to get praise, and see the love in his parents' eyes, but after getting it, he feels even more deeply empty. So tired. If the love of parents for their children is like this, Luli really wants to say that he doesn't want it. Maybe this is just whining, but on Luli's 10th birthday, he felt that the number on his birthday cake should not be 10, but 20, 30. Or maybe 40. When the rusty sun appeared in Nanzhou, his parents panicked. Everyone around him was afraid. Only Luli had a thought. I have lived long enough. So he was not afraid. Originally, they might have had a chance to leave. The family had a car, and was not far from the port city, but his parents were reluctant to part with the real estate, and tried to sell it in a short time and exchange it for money. It was this greed that prevented them from leaving successfully. Even though his parents shouted to the immigration officers, "Don't you know my son? He is a child prodigy, and will soon go to XX University," they were not allowed to leave. Some people recognized him as a talented internet celebrity, but that made Luli feel even more ashamed. They were stranded in a strange city, a strange shelter, and then a huge wave came. Luli did not feel fear, although the impact made him painful, but pain was his childhood companion. He thought about how he would leave, and the scene he had imagined countless times was that he would jump from a tall building, and from then on he would be separated from his parents by life and death, and would never see them again. But he never thought that their whole family could leave this world together. It seems not bad. After death, there should be no more exams and studies, right? They may be able to be a loving family again, without any additional conditions. So why am I still alive? After being completely awake, Luli gradually figured out this mystery. This is the farthest west from Donggo, the most thoroughly damaged area with the least survivors. The magic bubble arrived in this area at least 3 hours after the huge wave came, and the rescue team from Donggo had not yet arrived. Lu was not actually on the water. Yes, he was underwater. I don't know how many meters deep. Then, he was very, very lucky and was washed to an air pocket. There are many causes of air pockets. Lu didn't want to know how this luck was caused. After groping around, he found that this place seemed to be a collapsed ruin. He touched a corpse. And some limbs. But it was a bit strange. Why was he not afraid of this touch at all? Some strange pictures flashed through Lu's mind. It seemed to be a dream he had when he was unconscious. In the dream, he was not washed here, but was pressed down by something and couldn't get out. He vaguely saw his parents beside him, also trapped. Unlike his calmness, they were very panicked, struggling desperately, gurgling bubbles. Then, they twitched a few times and stopped moving. Lu was about to give up. But at this moment, someone approached him. Should it be called a person? He vaguely saw that the other person had a face as pale as a corpse. Then, something was stuffed into his mouth. What was it? I can't remember. The subsequent memory was very vague. He seemed to see that his dead parents suddenly moved again. They floated to his side, removed the heavy objects that pressed down on his clothes, and took him away. That was their unprecedented tenderness. They held his hand so carefully, blocked all kinds of debris attacking from the water, and dragged him to find a way out. It was like parents trying their best to save their children. But the underwater terrain was too complicated. Not long after, they gradually began to become stiff again, and finally, he was put here. Lu suddenly opened his eyes again, with an incredible expression. So, this is why he survived? Did his dead parents save him? They couldn't take him out, but they found a cheap point for him. It turns out that they can also be good parents. After they died, Ning Zhao didn't expect that he would board a fishing boat casually. In fact, it's not accurate to say this. In addition to fish, they also saved various animals. Unlike most animals in Dongzhou that froze to death due to the sudden drop in temperature, various animals in Nanzhou can still find ways to struggle in the water. Sometimes, some of them are lucky enough to be caught by magic bubbles and survive. But the animals don't know how to manipulate magic bubbles, so they follow the water flow and keep floating to the west. That's a pigmouth fish. Before the end of the world, the deputy captain who was the director of a zoo shouted excitedly to Ning Zhao, "Catch it." As the most powerful quasi-magician recognized by the whole ship, Ning Zhao had to take out the bubble water, blow a magic bubble, dive in, and catch fish for him. Along the way, Ning Zhao and another quasi-magician on the ship have caught a lot of fish. Unfortunately, the conditions are limited, and they can only be separated according to the food chain relationship for the time being and mixed in several large tanks. When Ning Zhao successfully drove the magic bubble at the speed of a racing car, and caught the little fish that was a little dizzy due to the impact of the water flow, he heard a chef on the ship ask when he came back, "Is this delicious? This is a rare fish species. What can you eat? But there are mimic slimes. What's the treasure?" The chef was justified. It makes so much sense, I can't even refute it. This chef also got in with money. He ran a restaurant before the end of the world, and was considered a colleague of Wang Fugui. He appeared to be here to participate in the rescue, but in fact, he came to expand the restaurant's menu. It is a pity for everyone that Dongzhou failed to save most of the animals. The director who loves animal protection does so out of love for small lives, while chefs like Wang Fugui are simply limited by the lack of ingredients. Since life is about to settle down, what should they do next? Of course, they will go back to their old business and open a magic restaurant. If we don't rescue the food, crossed out, animals right after the disaster, will we have to wait until they are all dead before we start crying and shouting? So the director and the chef harmoniously directed everyone to fish out the animals, and occasionally had a few words like this. Fish is very needed, because there is no fish left in Dongzhou, and many fish-loving gourmets have long been greedy. But other non-aquatic animals are the key rescue targets, but there are few animals in the city. Although they try to drive to the area with zoos, they still rescue very few animals. The director was heartbroken for this, and he just prayed that more animals could be saved by the magic bubble. So, although the ship occasionally fished out some fish, it was still heading west. When it passed the central city where the huge waves met, it was obvious that there were more corpses floating on the water. Fortunately, night fell at this time, covering up more tragic scenes. The rescue boats had all become much quieter without them noticing, and they were more enthusiastic about the survivors they had found. Although this fishing boat did not need to carry people, as the number of animals increased, some of the animals were transferred to other boats for transport and protection. At this moment, Ning Zhao discovered that the detector had responded. There seemed to be a source node nearby. She simply said hello to the captain, then left the boat and manipulated Bubble to go into the water to search. The detector showed that the node was at the bottom of the water. Ning Zhao drove Bubble and swam for a long time in search of increasingly strong signals, and finally saw the node emitting a faint light at the bottom of the water. She collected the node with ease. Just as she was about to leave, "Gah, it seems that there are still people alive here?" Wugga, who had excellent hearing, said in surprise. "Are you sure? This is at the bottom of the water. Go over there and take a look." Wugga distinguished the movements and began to direct her. Then the man and the bird were surprised to find a miraculously surviving boy who had fallen into a coma at the air cavity. Chapter 132. For Ning Zhao, saving someone was just a trivial matter, although the boy's way of survival was a little special, which inevitably impressed her. But in the end, she just handed the boy she had fished out to the survivors in Nanzhou, and then waved and left. The survivors who were already familiar with this set of procedures took over the child, and found an empty temporary bed for the child to lie on. "It's nothing serious. This child is really lucky," a doctor said tiredly after a simple examination. "Hey, why does he look a little familiar?" Another person looked at the child's face and suddenly slapped his forehead. "Isn't he the internet prodigy? His name is Lu." "Yes, Lu Li." The other person shouted to the crowd behind him in surprise. "Hey, Lu Li's parents, your child has been found." Dong-o. Hope Magic Academy. More than a month has passed, and the school has changed a lot. There are many buildings on large tracts of open space, making the school, which was originally a little empty, finally look a bit bigger. At this time, the most lively place is a garden about 1 kilometer away from the main tower of the school. It is not quite accurate to call it a garden. The real protagonist here is a tree. The gnarled roots are intertwined into a thick trunk, spiraling towards the sky, and clusters of branches are full of silver leaves emitting faint light. It is not only beautiful, but also very tall. Although according to its growth cycle, it is only a seedling at this time, but the trunk has a diameter of nearly 10 meters and a height of 40 meters. In order to grow it, a large area of land was specially cleared here, and the outermost part was used as a fence garden, with many magical plants planted as embellishment. Although it looks like a leisure courtyard, it is actually a factory. Success? We made it! In the factory, the interest club instructors who participated in the experiment and the students who assisted cheered together with the papers in their hands. This is a new interest club. It is called Magic Printing Products Club. As the name suggests, it studies topics such as magic publishing and magic paper. There are many magical items in the academy. One of the most interesting ones for professors is the magic books in the reading room and the student manuals in the hands of students. Paper that can carry magical power allows knowledge or information to have a different display method from the scientific society. Many professors who love books are very interested in this. Unfortunately, they have no magical talent, cannot have their own manuals, and cannot enter the fantasy world of books at any time. Only after getting familiar with some book spirits can they occasionally get favor and communicate with them. The professors were very sorry about this. With the magical transformation of Lekang University has moved to a special magic education area, and that area is not too far from the academy. So more professors took the academy's magic car every day to come for exchange and study, but in fact, they stayed here to participate in research. During a chat, the professors of the journalism department and the professors of materials science talked about the topic of magic books, which resonated with many colleagues. Unable to bear it, they applied to the academy to establish this club. At first, Ning Zhao was a little embarrassed because she didn't have any magic related to the production of magic books. But as the books in the reading room were refreshed again, she got a book about the history of the magic publishing house. The book spirit had a very open mind and loved the publishing business very much. He was also an old acquaintance of Corey, so he enthusiastically gave Ning Zhao a suggestion. It's time to establish a news club in the school. Even in the magic continent, magic schools are not only concerned about students learning, but also extracurricular life is an important part of school evaluation. Although the news club sounds very modern, it is not uncommon for it to appear in the school because almost all the principals are time travelers. However, many times, this club usually only exists as a background board. What is more eye-catching is the school organization like Academic School magazine whose main purpose is to publish the academic research of students or teachers and students. But I hope that the magic school is currently, how to say it, although it is already a level 4 school, the academic strength is too weak, and there is no opportunity to communicate with other schools. Since it cannot participate in the Fierce School magazine competition, there is no need to rush this matter. The news agency is more suitable for the current school. This has nothing to do with the publishing industry fanatic who loved to eat melons when he was alive. In this way, Ning Zhao got a seed of the knowledge subtree. It is the incarnation of the knowledge mother tree in the material world and the prerequisite for making magic publications. Things like information will be circulated through the knowledge subtree, thus achieving the effect of information exchange similar to magic books, including various magic contracts, which are actually realized through the knowledge subtree. In a sense, it is also a kind of existence similar to server, but compared with the dream network that must enter dreams to communicate information, it is not only more convenient, but also more fair. Even the principal of the magic school cannot create false information in it. This makes the knowledge subtree have a more important purpose. But trees alone are not enough, there must be magic paper, and the Magic Farming Club successfully obtained a raw material for magic paper through hybridization. Magic bamboo. The school now has a special piece of land for the birth of magic bamboo. Through modern technology combined with alchemy, finally today, the printing club has produced magic paper that can resonate with this knowledge subtree. This is a day worth recording in history. The professor who led this club said to everyone present, "But our journey has just begun. I hope everyone will continue to work hard and strive to realize the publication of magic books as soon as possible." Yes, although the paper has been made, there is still a long way to go before making magic books that can give birth to book spirits. But this does not mean that this is not an important breakthrough. Because the advent of magic paper first solved a problem that has troubled the Academy and Dong-O for a long time. The record of work points and points. Although the communication network can now be repaired, it will take a long time to complete the entire construction. After all, science is much slower than magic in efficiency. This makes it a troublesome project that requires many people to participate in recording and verifying everyone's work points and academy points. Even if the notebook and mobile phone can be used again, the information synchronization is very inefficient. It's different now. Dongzhou, oh no, now also Nanzhou people will soon have a new ID card made of magic paper. Name, address, family relationship, deposits, etc. can be updated in real time regardless of distance. At the same time, major magic cities no longer need to send special people to record the information on the Dream Network every day, and then copy it to reality to realize the transmission of information. Now everyone only needs to have a school newspaper to get the latest information. We need to ask the principal what content should be published in the first issue. The temporary person in charge of the school news agency, a parent who worked in a media before the end of the world, began to touch his chin and think about this problem. For such a small matter, let the students decide for themselves. The news was quickly reported to Ning Zhao in Nanzhou. As a lazy person, she is very happy to delegate power. However, today's school cannot continue to upgrade simply by expanding enrollment and improving campus facilities. School extracurricular life has also become a new indicator of upgrade. So one thing is certain. The school newspaper needs to be student-led, and their participation rate must be increased. Ning Zhao touched his chin and thought. This is to avoid being judged as opportunistic by the system, such as finding a bunch of outsiders to be responsible for publishing, and students just put their names on it. This is not acceptable. Got it. Let's make a call for articles. Ning Zhao opened the principal's manual and issued the task of collection of articles for the first issue of the school newspaper, and gave a reward of 30 credits for each accepted article, and there were additional rewards for excellent articles. Then, she put the matter behind her with peace of mind. No matter how much of a sensation this task caused among students, parents, and employees. 30 credits? With this, I don't have to worry about the assessment next month. Sun Jiayu looked at the tasks in the student handbook and said excitedly, "You still have to worry about this?" Jean Ling looked at her curiously. As students who were selected together to participate in the training, both of them were considered excellent students in Class B, so they didn't have to worry too much about the credits. Of course I worry. Although there are credits for the training, compared with those fixed credit tasks in school, this uncertainty is too great. Sun Jiayu looked at Jean Ling with resentment. I'm not like you, who grabbed so many rescue tasks. The two are no longer on the school's flying car. 10 people are together, the efficiency is too low, so they simply split into 5 groups and go to 5 different directions. Anyway, for them, there are still ways to come and go freely in Nanzhou without a flying car. Sun Jiayu was a little unlucky. He found fewer opportunities for training. In the training information automatically recorded in the student handbook, the credits he got were not many. She was a little worried about how to solve this problem. What do you want to write? Write something about Nanzhou. Sun Jiayu thought for a moment and said, "It might be more appropriate to publish content related to the Academy in the first issue of the Academy, but now is a special period. Nanzhou has just experienced a terrible natural disaster, and what they need is not gossip about the Academy. Even the people of Dongzhou must be more concerned about the disaster situation in Nanzhou now. Compared with their competitors in the Academy, they are participating in the rescue in Nanzhou and have a natural advantage in reporting. However, writing about Nanzhou does not necessarily mean that it has nothing to do with the Academy. In fact, the disaster relief itself has traces of the Academy's deep involvement. Without magic, there would be no timely assistance. But what should I write specifically? If we talk about the issues that everyone is concerned about, on the one hand, it is the progress of the disaster, and on the other hand, it is the future construction of Nanzhou, but it is estimated that many people will write about these contents. Sun Jiayu doesn't mind trying, but feels that it is not safe enough. Well, maybe we should stay a little longer and interview people from Nanzhou. Sun Jiayu sighed. There must have been a lot of stories in this disaster. Exclusive interviews will definitely increase the success rate. Speaking of which, I heard a rumor. Jean Ling suddenly said. It was spread by people from the Magic 5 cities. Sun Jiayu looked at her in surprise. It seems that a magic dog was found in the 5 cities? Chapter 133. As long as you join Magic 5 cities, you can now stay in the 5 cities mothership, own a luxurious and personalized suite, and get free food and lodging. The 5 cities receptionist read the contract terms to Persimmon one by one. The contract was actually quite long, and since Persimmon couldn't see it, he could only trouble the other party to read it out. After the receptionist finished reading, his mouth was dry, and he gulped down a large glass of water. Is there anything else that is unclear? The other party asked gently. No more. Where do I sign? Here. After handing the pen to Persimmon and guiding her to sign her name in several places on the 5 cities resident application form, the other party's voice became several degrees more enthusiastic. Next, it's Miss Kaka's turn to sign. Put a paw print. After the receptionist finished speaking, someone respectfully brought the ink and said to the big golden retriever lying obediently at Persimmon's feet, Miss Kaka, come, put a paw print on the application form. You are our Wuching dog, and your owner is a Wuching resident. Everyone looked at Kaka expectantly, as if they thought that since it was a magic dog, it must have a very high IQ and could complete the paw print by itself. After all, this is not a very high requirement. In reality, some dogs with extremely high IQs can complete many commands that seem incredible to humans. However, as a qualified guide dog, Kaka, who was on standby, just lay quietly and did not move. Persimmon coughed again. Kaka, raise your hand? Although this is not a training command for guide dogs, Kaka, as a highly intelligent dog, can really understand such a simple command. It raised its left front paw hesitantly, and was held by Persimmon. Well, please help me, Persimmon said to the receptionist and others. Well, I'm sorry. In a place where Persimmon couldn't see, the receptionist carefully took the dog's paw, pressed it into the ink, and after applying it evenly, he began to press the paw on the application form with Kaka. There are a lot of places where we need to press the paw. This is the first one. If Miss Kaka is not satisfied with anything, you can stop at any time, or bark. As long as you bark, it means that this paw pressing is against your will. If you remain silent, it means that you are voluntary. She said it very carefully. Not only that, there was someone next to her who recorded the whole process with a mobile phone as evidence. In this sensitive period of the war for talent, such caution is very necessary. In case there is a dispute over the ownership of a certain prospective magician in the future, the evidence of all voluntary on both sides can come in handy in time. Even if the object of recruitment this time is a dog. They were all very serious, cautious and earnest throughout the whole process. Only Persimmon, who was sitting on the side, didn't know what expression to make. In fact, Kaka was the household owner of this resident application. She was accepted as a relative. Even though she had always regarded Kaka as a family member, Persimmon had never thought that there would be such a wonderful day. It seemed to be carried away by Kaka. Okay, do you want to choose the room to stay in next? This was the second day. After Kaka was detected to have a magical talent, Persimmon was first left on the catering ship, and then transferred to the magic mothership of Wuching. Persimmon couldn't see what kind of magic ship it was, but from the description, it should be a very big ship. She unconsciously thought of the luxury cruise ship she had seen before she became blind. She had dreamed of going on a cruise with her parents after the college entrance examination. But now not only are her parents gone, but traveling seems to have lost its meaning to her. She had never thought that one of her wishes could be realized in this way. Take us to see it, let Kaka choose. Persimmon could only say this. Then, she had a ventilated, sunny, and very large family suite. The important thing is that this room does not require stairs, and it is very convenient to go to the plywood. This room can be remodeled at any time according to your and Miss Kaka's preferences. At this point, the receptionist realized that Persimmon might not be able to make too many suggestions on the room decoration, so he said, "Our staff can serve you at any time, just describe your needs. Also, what kind of doghouse does Miss Kaka like?" Although the rooms on the mothership are luxurious and comfortable, taking into account the comfort of the prospective magician and his possible relatives and friends, the designer could never have imagined that one day a magic dog would live here, so there is no doghouse here. Just soft, prepare some pillows for it. After Persimmon finished speaking, he asked with concern, have you found my friends? Yes, they are on their way. On the first night of the disaster, Tang Dongfeng did not sleep well. It was not entirely because the stimulation of the disaster was too great, and he could not fall asleep. A more realistic reason was, the residential building became too crowded. There were people everywhere. Due to the arrival of the magic bubble and the Donglo rescue ship, survivors were constantly discovered, and the place where they could stay was the few high-rise buildings in the city. Rescue ships kept coming all night, bringing the survivors over, and soon the Tang family's neighborhood was crowded with people. They were actually quite lucky, after all, they were legitimate owners. In addition to the key to her own house, Persimmon also gave the key to her house to Tang's mother before leaving just in case, so the Tang and Zhao families at least had a place to stay. The water level has gradually dropped now, but it still flooded to the 14th floor, which resulted in only 15 to 49 floors of space for activities. It seems a lot, but because the water was the deepest, it flooded more than 30 floors, and there were actually very few floors that were really dry. A rough estimate shows that there are nearly 2,000 people crowded here. Except for a few lucky ones, who have quasi-magic talents and boarded the motherships of various magic cities to live, the remaining ordinary survivors can only squeeze into the big bunk bed here. This is not the worst, there are still corpses in the building. Some of them were residents, who had not escaped in time, and some were survivors, who were rescued, and family members, who were unwilling to let go. Under the damp air, after one night, the bodies began to emit an unpleasant smell. Putting themselves in their shoes, it was a difficult problem to deal with them, and no one could say to throw the bodies away. Moreover, throwing them into the water would only make the situation worse, and there were no suitable conditions to prevent the epidemic. Not only did Tang Dongfeng not sleep well, but few people in the building could sleep well except those who were too tired. Almost all the people who were sleeping had nightmares. Even if the sun was shining, and the water level dropped a lot the next day, it didn't bring good mood to everyone. What's worse is the food problem. The night before, Dongzhou's rescue allowed many people to eat hot food, but this morning, Dongzhou people said with embarrassment that they couldn't provide more. It's not that Dongzhou people are stingy, but Dongzhou's own grain production is just enough to ensure everyone's food and clothing. Those used for rescue were already shared by everyone in the blizzard, and it's really impossible to provide food one by one. What's more, Dongzhou does not yet have the production conditions to make those convenient foods that can be supplied in large quantities. You can organize your own people to salvage supplies. The Dongzhou people pointed to the water surface and suggested, "Aren't there still magic bubbles? Dive underwater, and you should be able to find some food." But in order to restore food supply as soon as possible, we still have to start the construction of the magic city. Have you found your mayor? Or any leader? When it comes to this topic, Tang's father and Zhao's father sighed. Who knows? In fact, they doubt whether there is still a mayor in this city, and whether the governor of Nanzhou is still in Nanzhou. This is not groundless speculation. The fact that they, the common people, cannot escape from Nanzhou does not mean that those dignitaries and officials cannot leave. During the evacuation, they noticed that there was a shortage of public officials to maintain social order. The traffic was chaotic, and the staff organizing customs clearance at the port were pitifully few. Although the grassroots administrative agencies can still operate, the mass escape and such an unexpected flood have made it questionable whether the leadership team that can be responsible for the residents of various places is still there. What's more troublesome is that there is no way to communicate now, and I don't know where to get information. It's a mess. In this situation, the survivors must fend for themselves. The first to suffer is the entire community. Those survivors from outside began to pry open the door to find food. When the Tang family left, they took all the supplies at home. When they returned, they didn't have time to load the supplies together. When they encountered huge waves, the packages were lost. Now there is not much food left. Fortunately, Tang's mother reacted quickly, and took the two families to the Persimmon's house on the 33rd floor. When someone tried to pry open the door, she stopped the group of people. After all, they were not rogues. Seeing that the original residents were at home, the group of people could only let them go. And Tang's mother also found the instant noodles that Tang Dongfeng had given to Persimmon's family in the kitchen. Tang's mother, if she had known that her son's kindness could help them at this time, she should have asked her son to give more. There was not much food, and everyone shared it, which was just enough to fill their stomachs. After all, these were Persimmon's things. Although Persimmon gave them the key because he was willing to share the room and supplies with them, they couldn't take it for granted. They didn't even feel comfortable sleeping on Persimmon's bed. The family slept on the floor that night. Just when Tang Dongfeng was about to go out with Zhao Haiyang on the magic bubble to retrieve supplies, the ship from Wuchu arrived. The Tang family and the Zhao family were taken on board with a confused look on their faces. You mean, Kaka can not only take you, but also take us to the Magic 5 cities? After seeing Persimmon, Tang Dongfeng asked in shock, as its relatives? Persimmon nodded. You can bring no more than 10 relatives and friends. In order to win over the prospective magicians, the Magic Cities have of course taken the issue of family members into consideration. They not only gave the green light to direct relatives, but also gave more flexible quotas for relatives and friends. Persimmon took this quota, and since there were extra, she wanted to repay the Tang and Zhao families who saved her. The room on the ship is so big, and it is also for receiving prospective magicians and their relatives and friends. Kaka, you are so great. Tang Dongfeng wanted to give Kaka a hug excitedly, but his hand froze in midair. Wait, Kaka is now a noble magic dog. Is he worthy of petting it? Perhaps noticing Tang Dongfeng's hesitation, Kaka took the initiative to raise his head and rub the dog's head on his hand. Tang Dongfeng was very moved. Well, so are you willing to join the 5 magic cities together? Seeing that the two families were reluctant to express their opinions, Persimmon asked again. Of course I am willing. Tang Dongfeng was about to answer without thinking, but was suddenly interrupted by his father. Wait a minute, Persimmon, we are very grateful to you, and are willing to let Dongfeng and his friends go to the Magic 5 cities. He coughed and continued, but now, there is a very serious problem. Uncle, please tell me. Your Uncle Zhao, and I, Tang's father patted his old friend on the back and said solemnly, are ready to compete for the mayor and deputy mayor of our city. Chapter 134. Everyone present was stunned. Tang Dongfeng opened his mouth as big as an egg, and asked after a while, Why? Dad, do you have experience in politics? Oh no, management. His suspicious eyes scanned from bottom to top, and he couldn't tell that the father of a small clerk who was content with the status quo would be so ambitious. Mayor? Deputy mayor? Are you teasing him? Of course it is to restore order in our city as soon as possible, why else? Tang's father said dissatisfiedly, and how can I have no experience? Have you forgotten that I am also a member of our community's property management committee? Indeed, the property management committee also needs to be elected. Although Tang Dongfeng never saw how the whole process was carried out from beginning to end, his father suddenly became a member of the property management committee on the public list. However, the reason given by his father at the beginning was that joining the property management committee could better grasp the dynamics of the community and seek benefits for the family. Speaking of which, although Tang's father is not so enterprising at work, he is indeed an activist in taking care of the family. But there is a big difference between a homeowners committee and a city, right? Tang Dongfeng only remembered that his father would occasionally go to meetings, and it didn't seem very hard. Is this experience useful? What's the difference? A city is nothing more than a larger community, Tang's father boldly declared. And most importantly, it will be good for everyone if we get this done sooner. Although the weather is not hot now, so many things are soaked in water and are easy to break. We have to organize everyone to salvage and clean up, and we have to start the reconstruction work as soon as possible. If we wait for someone to take the lead, how long will it take? It's better to do it yourself. But how do we compete? Tang Dongfeng was very confused. Who will organize it? Is it legal? What he didn't say was that they were not sure whether the current mayor was still alive. So how could they start the election? Dad Tang and Uncle Zhao looked at each other and showed their white teeth. Well, why don't we organize it ourselves? Tang Dongfeng and Grandma Tang were left on the boat to accompany Persimmon, while the others cooperated with the two fathers who were vigorous and resolute, and borrowed magic bubbles to start setting up a city government in the city. It is indeed a very troublesome job to take over the management of the entire urban area. But the two fathers simplified things a lot, and the specific method is as follows. They went directly back to the top floor of the community, convened everyone to hold a democratic meeting, and announced the start of the election. Dad Tang was the mayor, and Dad Zhao was the deputy mayor. In addition, if there were any other positions, anyone who was willing to recommend themselves could raise their hands on the spot to participate in the election. No fancy tricks were done. Every time a candidate came on stage, everyone was asked to raise their hands on the spot, and if less than half of the votes were against, it would be considered passed. This is to allow us to resume normal life as soon as possible. Those who are capable of taking on this responsibility should step up now. If you don't want to participate in the formation of the government team, please donate your manpower to support our work. If we are quick, we can get a post-disaster loan tonight and rebuild our city before other places react. Because of this speech, although everyone thought it was ridiculous, they still held the mentality of I don't have to be responsible anyway, let them do it, and they cooperated immediately. Especially after popularizing the concept of what a magic city is. Many people here who have been on a magic ship have watched the documentary, which is just right for popularizing science for those who have not been on it. Everyone was so excited as they listened that they simply raised their hands to cooperate. After all, they were afraid that something would go wrong if they did it recklessly, and many people thought it was unreliable. The election for the entire government team was not fierce at all, and the prototype of the government office consisting of more than a dozen people was quickly finalized. Then, they also drafted a red-headed document and asked everyone to make it public. In order to appear more democratic, they also made a citizen authorization letter to collect everyone's signatures, stating that this city government was authorized by the affected residents in the crisis, fully respected the opinions of the citizens, and was a reasonable and legal appointment in times of crisis, effective immediately. Mother Zhao, who is good at carving, also took a carrot contributed by a resident of the community, carved a temporary city government seal, and stamped it. Then, the whole team began to rush to negotiate loans with the magic cities on behalf of the city. In fact, the mayor of Jing'an City, the city where Tang Dongfeng is located, is still alive. Not only alive, but he is still in Nanzhou. Of course, to be more precise, he didn't leave. Mayor Xiao relied on his family's power in Zhongzhou to become the mayor of Jing'an City at a young age. He is one of those people with a relatively good background. Logically, he could have left in time, but the plane he was going to take had a malfunction, and he was unfortunately stranded. Mayor Xiao actually planned to evacuate on the first day of the rust day. He had already found a reason. He was going to Zhongzhou for further study. Unlike those mayors, who simply resigned or gave way to others, Mayor Xiao actually planned to wait and see. If Nanzhou was fine, he would return as if nothing had happened. But everyone can see his little tricks clearly, and no one is stupid. Several more practical deputy mayors made it clear that they would either take them to study together or resign. It was fine to clean up the mess for this second-generation official in the past, but no one would fool people like this at this time. In order to appease everyone's emotions, Mayor Xiao secretly looked for someone who could take over the job and coordinate it for a few days, which led to his departure being one step late. Who would have thought that he would encounter such unfortunate things as a plane failure? After finally rushing to the port, he wanted to pass the customs by sea, but he was asked to queue up by the staff, who didn't understand what he said, and even showing his identity was useless. Mayor Xiao suspected very much that someone in his family was tripping him up, and hoped that he would die in Nanzhou. Unfortunately, the wish of this potential enemy was unfulfilled. Although Mayor Xiao fell into the water, he was lucky to be rescued in time. Not only that, he was cured by the magic singer when he was dying, and now he is alive and kicking. But Mayor Xiao did not reveal his identity at the first time, even though he knew that Jing'an City needed a leader to preside over the work. It was not that he was afraid that the people of Dongou would know that he, a mayor from another place, was at the port, which would be unpleasant to hear, but Mayor Xiao was very suspicious of the intentions of the people of Dongou. It was true that they were all compatriots, but in the face of such a terrible natural disaster, would they really be so kind to come to help? He was not an ordinary person. As a child of the rich and powerful, of course, he had to think of everything as a conspiracy theory. He was not good at governing the city, but he could engage in some messy political struggles. Mayor Xiao thought he was still quite good. Therefore, while observing, Mayor Xiao did not forget to inquire about the so-called post-disaster loan what it was. In fact, this is a plan led by the Magic Academy, in which the major magic cities provide post-disaster reconstruction materials for the people of Nanzhou. Most of the resources are provided by the magic cities, and the Academy will give the magic cities a certain amount of points as compensation. As for the specific details of the loan, the people of Nanzhou need to negotiate with the magic cities themselves. From what he heard, Mayor Xiao can be sure that Dongou needs Nanzhou. For example, almost all magic cities hope to occupy some land in Nanzhou. Oh, in the past war-torn era, isn't this a robbery of invasion? In the name of loans, Dongou wants to take Nanzhou for itself, right? It is easy to understand that Dongou has such a demand, because it is cold there. Although Nanzhou suffered heavy losses from the flood, and it is unknown how the natural disaster will develop and escalate in the future, the fact that Nanzhou's climate is better than Dongzhou's is worth Dongzhou's covetousness. Mayor Xiao immediately understood the bargaining chips in his hand. It seems that he can't leave Nanzhou now, so he has to strive for the greatest benefits for himself and Jing'an City he owns. As for the Nanzhou government, as far as Mayor Xiao knows, the important leaders have already fled, so there is nothing to worry about. After watching those documentaries, especially the current situation of the magic cities, Mayor Xiao actually rekindled a little career ambition. Dongzhou has those huge magic cities. Can't Nanzhou also have them? He even plans to contact several city leaders who are still alive and form an alliance to facilitate negotiations with Dongzhou people. Therefore, there is no need to rush about the loan. But won't this delay things? The confidant who was also lucky enough to be rescued asked Mayor Xiao. Now everyone has problems with food, drink and shelter. Will something go wrong after a long time? How could that be? Mayor Xiao looked at the magic ships on the water with indifference. Don't Dongzhou people want to be good people? Are they really going to watch us starve to death? Why would they save us? How hypocritical. Don't worry about it. Help me find a way to find the government seal. This is also one of the reasons why Mayor Xiao is not in a hurry to get a loan. In order to prevent himself from having difficulty regaining the right to speak after returning, he secretly took some important things with him. Among them was the official seal. As a result, the things were lost after falling into the water. It can't be said that they were lost. The things must be well hidden in his suitcase, but now they are buried under the water, so we have to look for them carefully. In fact, the confidant was still a little worried that Mayor Xiao would not return to Jing'an City in time, and something would happen. Would those vice mayors with ulterior motives unite to sideline him and seize power? But Mayor Xiao was right. He was the mayor officially appointed by Zhongzhou, and he had the official seal. Even if those people tried to seize power, as long as he went back and showed up, wouldn't everyone be obedient? So don't worry. At this time, Sun Jiayu and Jean Ling, who were planning to do an exclusive interview, had also arrived at the mothership of the Magic Five Cities, and found Persimmon and Kaka. Not only Persimmon and others, but everyone on the ship was a little flattered. The students in the academy are real magicians, and in the past 2 days, the students were active in the most dangerous places. They not only dealt with incidents such as fires and electric leakage, but also rescued survivors in collapsed buildings in time, which made many people who saw them talk about it with relish. There are also hot posts on Dream Network specifically discussing these students. Perhaps because they were all girls of similar age, Persimmon calmed down quickly after a little nervousness at the beginning, and told them the story of herself and Kaka. As he was also a relevant person, Tang Dongfeng also helped to add some details. But his eyes always unconsciously glanced at the student handbook flying in the air, and the feather pen that Sun Jiayu used to record the content of the interview. There were blank pages in the student handbook for students to take some notes temporarily, and Sun Jiayu only needed to sort it out afterwards. Although Kaka lay on the side obediently, her eyes followed the feather pen, and shook her tail from time to time. The story soon came to an end. When Sun Jiayu heard that Kaka miraculously found her little master underwater and rescued her from death, she was dying. Tears came out of her eyes unconsciously. When she talked about the bailing girls group saving Kaka, Sun Jiayu was even more moved. "Woo, can I hug Kaka?" After the story ended, Sun Jiayu couldn't help but make such a request. Not to mention that Kaka is a magic dog. Even if Kaka has no magic qualifications, she is willing to write an exclusive report for it. This wish was naturally fulfilled. Burying herself in the big dog's golden hair, Sun Jiayu felt very happy. Alas, she hasn't seen such a cute and brave dog for a long time. Well, how does the school plan to deal with Kaka? Persimmon asked a little nervously. Although it can make flowers scream, it doesn't seem to have any other special performances, and Kaka is just a dog. Can it enter the school? Tang Dongfeng also looked at the two girls nervously. The one who answered this question was Jean Ling. "Oh, we asked the principal, and she said that if Kaka is really a magic dog, the academy is willing to make an exception and admit this special student." Persimmon and the others, surprise. How will Kaka learn magic? Can it understand the lessons? Tang Dongfeng couldn't help asking, and we don't know what kind of magic talent Kaka has. Don't worry about this, magic animals have very high IQs. They just need a little special ceremony. Jinling glanced at Persimmon. If you are in a hurry, you can take the ship of the Magic City later, and report to the academy first. Me, can I come with you? Persimmon heard the meaning of her words. Of course, you are Kaka's relative. Sun Jiayu added with a smile. After taking some more photos, and confirming many details, the two girls stood up and said goodbye. I feel that this article will definitely pass. After walking a distance, Sun Jiayu said to Jinling excitedly. It's so interesting. And Kaka is so cute, who can not like its story? In addition to people and pets, there is also friendship between people. I think we can also go to Sheetsy's community to do an interview and learn about her story from the side. Jinling agreed with this, but she touched her stomach and reminded, I'm a little hungry, can we have dinner on the boat? Of course, it's not free food and drink, they can pay points, and the school can reimburse them. So, the two girls happily solved the dinner problem on the boat. During this period, Sun Jiayu was still racking his brains, trying to find something to add color to this report to make it foolproof. Just as they were about to leave, they ran into the boy they met during the interview, Tang Dongfeng. He was walking towards a group of people with serious expressions. Next to the group of people, a government employee from Wucheng was smiling and asking, Is Mayor Tang satisfied with our dinner? Do you need to take a break before we continue to discuss the loan? Not long after he finished speaking, Tang Dongfeng approached and called out to the leading man in confusion. Dad? What? Sun Jiayu's ears perked up. This seemingly ordinary, kind-hearted boy is actually the son of the mayor of Jing'an City? Oh my god, how could I miss such a surprising report detail? Chapter 135. Dad Tang's loan negotiation went very smoothly. After all, as a makeshift team that was all about efficiency, he was too lazy to consider this and that. He would just cooperate with whoever could give the best solution the fastest. Moreover, as a common citizen, Dad Tang's idea was very simple. Without the help of the people of Dongno, Nanzhou could not do anything at all. Giving up some interests that they could not even keep in exchange for their own development was clearly a waste of money. What's more, Dad Tang and Dad Zhao were somewhat disappointed with the original Nanzhou government. Well, not just somewhat, but very disappointed. They knew that the current state of being leaderless was not simply because the flood caught Nanzhou off guard, but more importantly, the group of people who usually led the way were probably no longer in Nanzhou. Is the lottery fair? Who is the fool who believes it? Even if the lottery is fair, the other several safe and sound continents do not seem to be so welcoming to the people of Nanzhou. With the previous experience of Dongno, knowing that a large number of people will die when the disaster comes, why bother about the diversion issue? Even if you really think that there are too many people from Nanzhou coming at once, can't you redistribute the Nanzhou refugees after they are transferred? To put it bluntly, those who are still in Nanzhou are the abandoned and eliminated in the time-limited game called Escape, together with the entire Nanzhou. In this case, what else is there to worry about? From the moment they can no longer leave, Nanzhou belongs to the remaining ones. Dad Tang really has no interest in power. In his opinion, what he does is to represent the people of Nanzhou in a city and redistribute their city. The magic cities really want the land of Nanzhou. What's the problem? Many people have left Nanzhou, and many people died in the huge waves. It is really reasonable to exchange such a vast land for magic. There are also some other resource exchanges, and Tang's father also agreed very readily. The advantages of the 11 magic cities are different. First, pick up the most important magic mud bricks, magic farms and ranches, hospitals and other projects, and then slowly discuss the rest. In this way, that night, Tang's father fulfilled the promise made during the election, got the first batch of loans, and successfully obtained the first batch of materials. The most important of them is the magic building materials package. It's still too much nonsense. Shortly after Tang's father and others left, on the top floor of the community, the crowd who witnessed the birth of the new Jing'an municipal government team and participated in the election and voting inevitably made such a voice. When the head was hot, he followed the signing and acted recklessly. At this time, the wind blew and calmed down, and he began to feel regretful. But it was too late, and he could only pray that nothing would happen because of this. Since there was no command, the people who stayed here were doing their own things. Those who could catch magic bubbles actively died to search for food, and those who couldn't catch them tried to clean up the wet empty houses, and tried to make it more comfortable to live in at night. In order to fight for magic bubbles, several waves of conflicts broke out. But when those lucky ones, who were lucky enough to grab magic bubbles came back, their pale faces made others feel more balanced. Many people even couldn't help vomiting. Underwater is hell. Because everyone mainly went to the shelter for refuge, and most of the supplies were concentrated in the major shelters in the city, everyone's first destination was to sneak into the shelter. However, this is also the place with the most deaths. The corpses that have been soaked in the water for a day show all kinds of expressions underwater. Even if you have seen many corpses, you will still be scared. Moreover, the water is so deep that there is almost no light inside the building. Even if you turn on the flashlight, the visibility is very limited, and you will be more easily scared by the corpses that suddenly float over. This inevitably leaves psychological shadows on the survivors, who were originally just ordinary citizens. I will have nightmares again tonight, they thought with a wry smile. At this time, Dad Tang and others came back with supplies and aid ships from magic cities. Come on, move things, and we will start building the new Jing'an city tonight. Dad Tang waved his hand and said to the people who were completely stunned by the large number of magic ships. Not only the people in the community were dumbfounded. Jing'an City, the major survivor groups, were also dumbfounded. Thanks to those unscrupulous builders, Jing'an City still has many super high-rise residential buildings, plus some high-rise commercial buildings. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 140 survivor groups. It was impossible for Father Tang and his team to organize all the survivors that night. So, they began to promote cadres desperately. From today on, we will divide the organization according to the regions of all high-level survivors. Each district will have a district chief who will be responsible for the construction of the district and will be responsible to me. Father Tang said with a serious face. The district chief will organize his own staff. The first week is the assessment period. If he does a good job, he will continue to work. If he does not do a good job, he will be replaced next week. I don't care what method you use, I only look at the results. Then, the district chiefs were appointed in a hurry. If there were volunteers, they would be elected. If there were no volunteers, they would be conscripted at random. This time, because of the supplies on the magic ship, many more people took the initiative to stand up. I don't like to waste time. Let's build a prototype tonight. Father Tang said, each district can build a sky house near itself. In addition, I will choose a few places to build magic farms and ranches. These are the magic building materials we borrowed. If you don't know how to use them, you can consult the staff of each magic city. Oh, there is one more important thing. Father Tang looked at everyone and declared seriously, the land and houses we built the houses on belong to you. Jing'an City does not charge any house purchase money or property taxes. So dear residents of Jing'an City, choose your future new home for yourselves. Under the leadership of this mayor, who was very enthusiastic and not procrastinated at all, the survivors of Jing'an City were forced to start the election and organization construction without being allowed to say no. Mayor Tang said that if any district is not attentive to the construction of its own area and lags behind, the subsequent resources will be halved. He doesn't care about those people who don't even want to save themselves. They have suffered such a great disaster, but they don't work hard and move quickly. Do they think they are still living before the end of the world? They have to go ahead even if they have to bite the bullet. So no one dared to think about it anymore, and in order to prevent their area from becoming a backward model, the capable people among the survivors had to stand up and make plans to organize everyone. What to do with those who don't cooperate, learn from Mayor Tang, then we won't allocate resources in the future. Each area soon became busy. One group of people went to learn how to use magic mud bricks. One group was responsible for studying building planning, one group prepared water for everyone, and one group took a nap before changing shifts. Are you going to build a community by yourself? I don't know how to do it at all. Oh, can't you build a matchbox? Let's build that. Can't we make the house as big as possible? I finally bought a 120 square meter house before the end of the world, and I just paid off the mortgage. At least it can't be smaller than that one, right? How many households per floor is better? And have you figured out the direction? Remember to face north and south. Compared to this, where should we build our building? Should we build it directly on top of our heads? No, won't that block the light here? What a bad idea. Let's build around the edge. Everyone was arguing and taking action. Anyway, it is said that the houses built with magic mud bricks can be demolished at any time. If you feel that they are not suitable, can't you just demolish them? Fortunately, the newly appointed Father Tang acted quickly and bought all the magic building materials brought from the 11 major magic cities, so that each area can have something to do. When the first ladder leading to the sky or the bridge hanging on the water was built one by one, even those who originally wanted to rest and sleep were not sleepy. Because of the rusty sun, people are actually a little afraid of the sky. But this is night. The water surface, which is still blown by the wind and constantly hits the buildings, occasionally makes people tremble, but at this time, it reflects a full moon. The white moon radiates gentle moonlight. It seems to be a beautiful scene. Mayor Tang is really reckless. The light is not good at night, and everyone has to work in the dark. Many people originally complained in their hearts. However, they saw the moonlight. And under the moonlight, although dim, it has regained its direction and future, belonging to their city. 3 days later, the editorial department of the Garden newspaper. The editorial department, composed of 10 students and 10 instructors, is gathering in the conference room to discuss the manuscript of the first issue. The deadline given by the principal is today, so the manuscript of the first issue must be finalized as soon as possible. This newspaper is just an experimental simplified version, with only 1 sheet of paper and 4 pages in total. It looks pitiful, but considering that this is a magic newspaper, it is actually enough. The school newspaper will adopt the form of monthly throwaway, that is, the validity period of a newspaper is only 1 month, but within this month, the information on all pages is flowing. After all, it is a magic newspaper that can automatically synchronize information. After discussion, everyone thought that there is no need to stick to the form of traditional newspapers. The articles on it can be changed at any time as needed. In a sense, it can be called a mobile monthly magazine. Since it has this feature, the layout can be relatively generous. Everyone divides it into 4 major pages according to the information content: School Dynamics, Magic Research, Donggo Current Affairs, and Nanzhou News. School Dynamics is the front page of the school newspaper, mainly publishing important information in the school. Changes in the school, activities or instructions from the principal, etc. can all be published on it. It is not only an external information disclosure section, but also plays the role of school publicity. Magic Research intends to gather students and professors from various cities to discuss issues related to the application of magic in the end times. It is a practical and professional section. As the name suggests, Donggo Current Affairs and Nanzhou News are of course to publish major news that need to be widely publicized in the 2 continents. If it is done well, everyone thinks it is not impossible to take some advertisements. Of course, at this time point, these 2 sections are probably centered around the disaster in Nanzhou. This time, what caused everyone to fall into debate was the 2 manuscripts in the Nanzhou News section in the first batch of published manuscripts. Although this magic dog, Miracle Savior in Nanzhou is recovering under the moonlight are both good manuscripts. But it is not appropriate to publish 2 manuscripts by the same author in the first issue, right? The opposition pointed to the 2 manuscripts that were successfully passed and said, "But this is a special period. The first article tells a touching disaster story and has an inspiring effect." The supporter said, "The second article is even more exemplary. This new Jing'an city is the first city in Nanzhou to obtain a post-disaster loan and quickly complete the initial construction. It can give great confidence to the survivors in Nanzhou." The 2 sides held their own opinions and started arguing. But soon, the editor-in-chief made a decision. The first issue will of course publish the content that everyone wants to see the most. Is it related to the same author? What's really important is to make the newspaper as soon as possible. Nanzhou now needs such an important information channel. The meeting ended quickly. Everyone left in all directions. One of the professors stopped the editor and asked in confusion, "So is that true?" "What? In Nanzhou, the implementation of post-disaster loans doesn't seem to be going smoothly?" Chapter 136. In the eyes of Donggo people, it is incredible that Nanzhou people are dragging their feet on post-disaster loans. After all, the first loan cannot provide ordinary materials as in the past, but mainly magic materials. If they were not worried about the survival of their compatriots in Nanzhou, the magic cities would not be so generous at this stage. There are still many areas that can be improved in their own magic construction, more magic factories, more comfortable magic houses, more delicious magic food. There is room for improvement everywhere. As for now, Donggo has not yet realized the happy life of everyone having a magic house, and magic mud bricks are still a scarce material in major magic cities. Taking it out to support the construction of Nanzhou, at least in the eyes of many Donggo people, they are just too kind. So, what are these people thinking about? Why should we give back the talents we snatched with our own ability? Besides, we didn't snatch anyone away, so it's absurd to say that we are taking advantage of the situation. Minister Qiu Guiliang of the 7 magic cities took a sip of tea and said in a lukewarm tone. This was on the mothership of the 7 cities. In addition to him, the heads of the other 10 magic cities were also present. It could be regarded as a joint meeting of magic cities. The topic, of course, was the attitude of Nanzhou. Although it was indeed somewhat unkind to compete for talents at this time, this was the end of the world. Do you really think it was a peaceful era? After more than a month of contact with the Academy, basically some internal information was obtained by everyone from various channels. For example, everyone present knew that the Magic Academy was only temporarily staying in their world. Many people have forgotten this because of the friendly attitude of the Academy, but those who bear the responsibility of urban development actually have a sense of urgency in their hearts. Judging from the current situation, it would be very difficult to survive in the apocalypse without the Academy. Even if the various magic formulas and knowledge that have flowed out of the Academy can support the recovery of Dongzhou, who knows what will happen in the future? Will the natural disasters in Dongzhou worsen further? Will the strange sky phenomenon of Rusty Day gradually spread around the world? If all 5 continents will be involved in the apocalypse, then when this moment really comes, what will happen next? They finally struggled to complete such a difficult migration and survived successfully. How can they naively think that the disaster was really defeated by magic? If the cause of the disaster is not figured out one day, everyone's heart will never be at peace. If you want to live longer and have a higher risk resistance, quasi-magicians are naturally a talent resource that must be competed for. The people in charge of the Magic City will not feel guilty about this. Moreover, as Minister Chiu said, not all would-be magicians are willing to join them. After all, many people have some attachment to their hometown. And those who are willing to join are not completely unwilling to help their hometown. Almost all of them have asked whether they can help Nanzhou with construction. The Magic Cities did not force them, but each of them planned to use generous treatment to really keep people. To some extent, this is also a fair competition. But even so, there are still people from Nanzhou who object to this. They hope that the Magic City will retain people, resources, and magic technology. To this end, they can reluctantly exchange some of the products of Nanzhou, or allow Dongzhou to set up factories in Nanzhou, and propose to give low taxes. This made the leaders of the Magic Cities laugh. I always feel something is wrong. The person in charge of the 4 Magic Cities frowned. They don't seem to be in a hurry at all. And the more westward the city is, the more obvious this phenomenon is. In fact, it is not entirely true that the post-disaster loan has not been implemented smoothly. Many areas close to Dongzhou are already undergoing reconstruction. The setback happened in the past 2 days. In the first 2 days, the attitudes of those city leaders were actually quite good, and some were almost about to sign. How did the accident happen? Oh, probably after the establishment of the Nanzhou Survivors United Government. Speaking of which, there are indeed many officials who were rescued at the port. It is obvious that they originally planned to leave Nanzhou. Once this group of people recognized each other, they established this joint government and planned to negotiate with them on behalf of Nanzhou as a whole. The group of people who were ready to abandon the city and flee seemed to think that they had the confidence and began to argue endlessly at the negotiation table. It was really annoying. It's understandable, the losses in the West were greater, and their trust in us was lower. Someone sighed, their mental state is much worse than that in the South, and they probably have a bit of resistance. Psycho, saving them has made them sick? Someone couldn't help but curse. There's another reason, another person added, our magic network has not been moved here yet. Although we can support them in urban transformation now, without the magical plant of Ice Lotus that relies on the extreme cold environment to provide unlimited magic, the progress is much slower. Therefore, the importance of prospective magicians is even more prominent. The construction of the magic network is a big project. In Dongzhou, this is an important project led by the Academy, which is under construction, but has not yet been completed. To put it bluntly, it is to connect magic power into a large energy supply network like electricity. The idea of the Magic Academy is to connect the entire Dongzhou. Although there will be magic attenuation and transmission, it is not as complicated as electricity. Connection problems are very suitable for forming a large and complex network. The Academy will levy some symbolic fees based on the total amount of magic power provided and used in various places. And this network can also supply energy to other regions, such as Nanzhou. It's just that for now, the Academy Avenue located in the sky is still under construction, and the magic transmission network has naturally not yet been formed. Isn't there a magical plant like the water vortex? I heard that it can consume water to produce magic power, which is a kind of energy-producing flower. A person in charge, who knows more about magic plants said, it happens to be very suitable for Nanzhou. The Research Institute has conducted tests, and found that its production efficiency is not as good as that of the Ice Lotus, and it is not stable enough. But most importantly, the output cannot keep up. Only the Academy can produce this kind of magic plant, and there is a huge gap in various magic items. Students are actually a bit too busy with alchemy every day. Even with the help of magic puppets, they cannot supply the needs of Nanzhou for a while. This has led to some magic facilities being less effective than those in Dongzhou. Although there are various objective reasons for this, the people of Nanzhou will still have some complaints about it. No matter what they think, I don't think it's necessary to waste more time here. They have already discussed their bottom lines. Minister Chiu took the lead and said, "Just leave a few people here, and we can go back." Everyone was silent for a moment, and finally someone echoed, "That's right. We shouldn't be anxious about this matter." And to be honest, the West is too far away from Dongzhou, and the teleportation magic mentioned by the principal has not yet been realized. We should still give priority to assisting the development of the eastern region. This is really everyone's voice. Even ordinary Dongzhou people think that the group of people in the West is a bit annoying. They are far away and have many requirements. Why should they rush to do it? So, who cares? Retreat. That being said, the Magic City still secretly left more people than agreed. Hey, what if things take a turn for the better? It's easier to get things done with more people. Wei Jingfei is one of the people who were left behind. He is the captain of a fishing boat in the 7 Magic Cities, and it is the one that Ning Xiao took at the beginning. However, as the fishing of fish, well, mainly the fishing of animals, came to an end, many people on the ship had gone back, and the would-be magicians also left one by one. Although this ship still has fishing tasks, it actually has more responsibilities as a restaurant, providing 3 meals a day for other colleagues. Although life on the ship is not bad, it is not as good as being on land, and entertainment is also very scarce. But Wei Jingfei did not envy the group of people who could leave first. On the contrary, he was very satisfied to know that his ship would continue to stay. At this time, he sat leisurely on the deck, cast his rod, and fished. Yes, Wei Jingfei is a fisherman. Before the end of the world, he would call his friends to go fishing almost every weekend. After the extreme cold in Dongzhou came, facing the frozen water, Wei Jingfei's heart bled many times. He thought he would never be able to fish again. For many cold nights, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep because of this trivial matter that seemed unimportant to others. But what did he find out now? You can't fish in Dongzhou, but you can in Nanzhou, and the area he was staying in belonged to the former port of Nanzhou, which was by the sea. To put it bluntly, this was sea fishing, although it is a bit difficult to say whether the sea still exists now. After all, the entire Nanzhou is soaked in water, and the once complex water system is now completely connected. Thanks to the huge waves, all kinds of fish were impacted and scattered. The water now, well, I'm a bit sorry for the people of Nanzhou. In the eyes of fishermen, it is a fishing sanctuary full of surprises. You can drop anything, not only fish, but also garbage such as broken shoes, and occasionally, corpses. Of course, it is also full of dangers. Wei Jingfei has encountered sharks before, and it was quite scary just yesterday. This makes this port area not very suitable for going into the water. These days, there are obviously more dangerous fish. Therefore, Wei Jingfei couldn't understand why the people here were so calm and not in a hurry to negotiate post-disaster loans. Even if they weren't hungry, wouldn't they feel suffocated to be squeezed in such a small space all day? Speaking of which, Wei Jingfei felt a little strange. It seems that more people survived in the West than expected. He and his colleagues talked about this matter. In fact, when everyone came here, they thought this side would be the worst and not many people would survive. But in fact, the number of survivors was no less than that in the East. But think about it, it's not strange. This is a port, a place where you can escape from Nanzhou through customs, and it gathers more people than other cities. This reason convinced everyone, and soon no one cared about this problem except Wei Jingfei. Wei Jingfei noticed one thing more than others, he felt. The number of people seemed to be increasing. In order to change places to fish, his boat often wandered in this area, so he encountered many crying children or crying parents. Especially children, because they are pitiful, they are more likely to be noticed. The little child cried until he hiccuped in front of the bodies of his dead parents. It was very sad. But later, when Wei Jingfei saw the child again, he saw a happy smile on her face. Moreover, she was not alone. Her hands were holding 2 adults on the left and right. Wei Jingfei vaguely heard her shouting, "Dad, Mom." It was scary. So Wei Jingfei felt that he remembered the child's face wrongly. It was just because of this that he paid more or less attention to the children in this area, and then found a slightly strange place. The children here seemed to be accompanied by their parents. Orphans were rarely seen. Alas, this is really a strange thing. Night. It was about 2 or 3 in the morning. Lu Li, who was half asleep, was picked up by his parents gently. He lay on his father's broad back, and his mother wrapped him in a blanket. They began to go downstairs. Every floor they walked, there were parents guarding the stairs, bringing their own children and following silently behind. Soon after, almost all the children in the whole building came down with their parents. They came to the floor closest to the horizontal surface, where the survivors had already lit candles diligently. Seeing Lu Li's family appear, they said kindly, "Hello, little magician." Lu Li's mother quickly made a hush gesture. So the other party nodded, and slapped her mouth a few times to indicate that she would shut up. Lu Li slept for a while, then yawned, opened his eyes, and jumped off the back of his gentle and reliable father. He came to the center of the crowd, and first looked at the supplies that the survivors had carried into the building. Well, there are a lot more food. There are also many snacks he likes. He and the children came to the window, and waved at the fish that poked their heads out of the water. The white fish looked a little weird in the moonlight. But the children were not afraid at all. The other survivors also looked at the fish as treasures, because they could find food for them underwater. Lu Li took the lead and bit his finger. Then, together with other children, dripped blood into the water for the fish to fight for. After feeding the fish, the parents sucked the blood off the children's hands with heartache. The wound healed soon. Accompanied by his parents, Lu Li sat in the center of the crowd and took out a book with a red cover. It was a magic book. The book automatically flew into the air and opened. Lu Li said in a still childish voice, "Let's learn the next lesson." Chapter 137. 2 days later, the school newspaper was officially published. Because it was the first attempt and the production was limited, only 3,000 copies were printed in the first issue. Considering that the school did not expect the newspaper to make a profit, the price was settled in the form of work points, which gradually became the common currency of Dong-O. 500 work points per copy was equivalent to about 1 month's salary for a quasi-magician. It was quite expensive, but it did not prevent it from being sold out quickly. 11 magic cities alone snatched more than 2,000 copies. In addition to the reservations of various official institutions, slightly larger emerging companies or factories also participated in the rush to buy. Some of the more wealthy quasi-magician families also gritted their teeth and bought them. The remaining 1,000 copies were reserved in advance by the editorial department and sent to Nanzhou as friendly aid materials, and given free of charge to larger survivors gathering places, especially in the new urban areas that have begun magical transformation. For example, Xinjiang City. Uncle Lu, you've worked hard. Take a break. Ms. Gao is bringing food. As soon as Lu Sun came out of the water, he heard Xiao Sun from the team calling him. "I'd be right there." He agreed, turned around and helped move the 3 newly salvaged bodies in the magic bubble to the platform, then wiped his sweat and walked to the place where the food was placed. On the way, he passed by several survivors with sad faces. A conversation came from behind. "Come and identify them. This batch will be sent for cremation in the afternoon. Be prepared before coming." Okay. Are there any girls around 22 years old? About this tall, very slim, very beautiful, with a mole at the corner of her mouth. Alas, Auntie, you should look at it yourself. It's been so many days. Let alone the face, it's hard to tell whether it's a man or a woman. You should look at the clothes and see if they look familiar. Here, take the mask and the plastic bag. If you can't stand it, don't spit on the ground. Thank you. It seems that it's neither. Dad, Mom, where did you go? Brother, don't worry. It may be a good thing that you can't find the body. Hey, don't cry, you're a grown man. This is probably the most unwelcome place in the entire Jing'an city. Because, this is a temporary morgue. Or in other words, it's a temporary morgue platform. All the bodies salvaged have been concentrated here these days, and they will only be kept for 1 day at most, and then they will be cremated together. This is a practice that has caused some complaints, especially for survivors who have not found their relatives. On the one hand, they are lucky, and on the other hand, they are worried that when they don't know, their relatives will become a handful of ashes and can no longer be recognized. The best result is that the person they care about is alive, and the second best result is that they can be properly buried. But even though they complained, most people understood that corpses cannot be kept for a long time, and timely cremation is the best choice for everyone. So with a contradictory and complicated mentality, many people who are looking for their relatives come here every day. Although it is a well-ventilated environment, with so many corpses piled up, it is inevitable that the stench is overwhelming. People like Lu Sun can eat in such an environment without changing their expressions, purely because they are used to it. since the city government officially announced the start of the body recovery work. No, even earlier, when the rescue was basically over, Lu Sun joined the body recovery team and has been working until now. This is not an easy job, and many people can't stick to it. Therefore, Lu Sun, who took the initiative and actively participated in this work and became the deputy director of the municipal health department, really looks like an outlier. Uncle Lu, will you go to the square to take a look later? I heard that the magic school has published a newspaper, and many people can't help but go to watch it. Xiao Sun asked vaguely while eating instant noodles. Newspaper? Why does the school publish this? Lu Sun was confused. It is said that it is convenient to exchange information. Xiao Sun said mysteriously, I heard that the content of the newspaper will change. It is completely different from the ordinary, obsolete newspapers in the past. The most important thing is that this inaugural issue has 2 articles about our Xinjiang city. Ah, that's worth a look. Lu Sun said vaguely, but what does it mean to exchange information? Can the school newspaper be used to find people? I don't know, it seems not. Oh, so that's it. Lu Sun lowered his eyes, a little disappointed. He was not disappointed for himself, but for those who endured the stench every day to find their loved ones. There are still many survivors in Jing'an City, but due to the inconvenience of communication, it is not very convenient to find people. Although the municipal government, with the assistance of the Magic City, has built a small solar power station and can use computers to record and query information, it can only build a local area network at most. If you want to know whether someone you know is still alive, you have to go to the current municipal government center, and the result may not be accurate. At first, Lu Sun hoped that the Magic Academy could help solve this problem, but to his disappointment, it seemed that there was no magic in this regard. The only thing that can be used is called Dream Network, which is not open to Nanzhou yet. It is said that the magic base station on Nanzhou is still being debugged. In short, although everything is going well in Xinjiang City, it is actually in a period of chaos. After dinner, the sun gradually set. Considering that the light was too poor, Lu Sun did not continue the salvage work, but followed Xiao Sun and slowly set off towards the square area. They walked on a bridge built with magic mud bricks. With the square suspended on the water as the center, the nearby high-rise settlements and preliminary magic buildings are connected, presenting a wonderful bridge network. This has become the main traffic artery of Xinjiang City today. Although it is not very convenient, at least everyone can walk around the entire new city on foot. Of course, there's another way of transportation, that is, magic bubbles or boats. The salvors are not all fishing for corpses. Rescuing supplies is also the main job of many people, or survivors. Now there are many public boats docked in each gathering place, with their own numbers written on them, and only those who are allowed can use them. As for the magic bubbles, although they are convenient and magical, they have a lifespan. This is something many people only learned later. The durability of bubbles that are hit will be reduced, and even bubbles that are not bumped will slowly lose durability and automatically disappear after 3 days. Therefore, the municipal government purchased a batch of magic bubble water as an important material, which is specially used by people in key positions like Lu Sun. Although Lu Sun and Xiao Sun can take the magic bubble to the square faster, they are more accustomed to walking here, just as a walk after dinner. Sure enough, the square was full of people. The magic lamp illuminated the circular square quite brightly, and a small notice-like thing stood in the center of the square. It was a vertical signboard with glass on both sides, and a newspaper was sandwiched in the middle of the signboard. Many people crowded around the signboard, stretching their heads to watch. Hee, it turns out that our Jing'an City is the first to start building a magic new city. Hey, isn't our mayor surnamed Xiao? Why is this surname Tang? Damn, he looks familiar. How come he looks like a colleague of mine? It's a bit weird. Let's take a closer look. Go away, don't try to get close to our Mayor Tang, and call him your colleague. Wait. He's really my colleague, even the name is the same. He used to be a member of my team, a company veteran who slacked off. The man's exclamation attracted a burst of unbelieving laughter from the surroundings. There were too many people, and Lu Sun was not very interested in the magic newspaper. He wanted to read it later, but Xiao Sun insisted on pulling him into the crowd. So he also saw the report. As a government official, he had met Mayor Tang, and was not curious about the mayor's story, but the photo of the new Jing'an City under the moonlight was quite beautiful. Unfortunately, Lu Sun stared at the picture for a long time, and found that it was just an ordinary picture, and did not move. A little disappointed. The report not only mentioned the active self-help of the people of Jing'an City, but also mentioned the story of the mayor's family, and the miracle dog. Lu Sun had heard recently that a magic dog was found, but he didn't know the specific deeds. At this moment, he read the whole report with relish, but soon, his eyes were attracted by the big dog and the blind girl in the photo. Looks like a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. Lu Sun looked a little dazed. If his Yaya was alive, would she have grown up to be a girl like this? Lu Sun is now a lonely man, but he once had a happy family. His wife is virtuous, his daughter is cute, and both his parents and his parents-in-law are kind and amiable. But an accident 10 years ago destroyed such a peaceful and beautiful life. Yaya was lost. She was taken to the park by his wife and his parents-in-law. Only Yaya's shoes were found by the lake in the park. Because the surveillance did not find any suspicious people taking Yaya away, the police judged that the child fell into the water and died unfortunately. However, after 7 days and 7 nights of salvage, the child's body was not found. Lu Sun began to doubt this judgment. He thought that the child might still be alive and was abducted. But this is not necessarily a better result than the child's misstep. The couple, as well as the 2 families behind them, embarked on the journey to find their daughter. In order to alleviate the guilt of his wife and his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Lu Sun has been actively leading this matter, but a year later, the 2 elderly people still died of depression. 3 years later, his wife, who began to have mental problems, jumped into the lake while he was not paying attention. The lake where the daughter disappeared. The wife wrote in her suicide note that she dreamed that her daughter was calling her name in the water, so she just went to see her daughter and hoped that Lu Sun would live a good life. 5 years later, the elderly Lu family parents also left, and Lu Sun was really alone from then on. He has been traveling to various continents since then and has become a very professional corpse retriever. The next day, Lu Sun, who had initially joined the government health department just to start work as soon as possible to prevent more people from not even seeing the bodies of their loved ones, was called to the Government Affairs Center for a meeting. Mayor Tang was still as resolute as ever. After briefly explaining the recent arrangements, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. The total meeting lasted less than 10 minutes. At this meeting, Mayor Tang announced an important thing. With the support of the Magic Academy, Xinjiang and City can apply for Magic ID cards. Brother Lu, don't work too hard. You should rest well when you need to rest. Don't get too tired. After the meeting, Lu Sun was patted on the shoulder by the amiable Mayor Tang and comforted. It's okay, I'm not tired. Lu Sun was a little flattered, and thinking of the report he had seen, he reminded awkwardly Mayor, just call me Xiao Lu. How can that be? You are so much older than me. Oh, don't be restrained. Let's not do those empty things. Just be casual. No. Lu Sun sighed, I'm not even 40 this year, so I should be younger than you. Mayor Tang showed a shocked look. Lu Sun touched his half-white hair and said embarrassedly, there is a reason why I look old like this. He said it vaguely, and was unwilling to talk about the painful past casually. Luckily, Mayor Tang was not a person who liked to pursue privacy. He changed the subject. Well, I heard that you haven't chosen a house yet. And the salary, haven't you discussed it with the HR department yet? Ah, it's up to the government to arrange these. I have no opinion. Mayor Tang looked at this hardworking and non-competitive colleague with some regret, and finally said helplessly, okay, you go and register quickly. Let's make the ID cards of the cadres first. Okay, I go right away. So Lu Sun hurried to the household registration department, where a line had already formed. As soon as he sat down on the chair outside the door, a clerk handed him a piece of paper. What is this? Lu Sun asked curiously. This is the consent form for applying for a magic ID card. The clerk said with a vague look in his eyes. Chapter 138. Why do I need to get an informed consent form when applying for a magic ID card? Lu Sun doesn't understand. After flipping through it, it seems to explain the principle of the magic ID card. The key point is that it emphasizes at the beginning that because it is a magic contract, once you agree to apply for it, it means that your personal identity and interpersonal relationships are supervised by the magic knowledge subtree, which cannot be forged. It is fair, objective, and rational. All disputes arising from this will be borne by the applicant himself. Blah blah. This is bold and black. Lu Sun glanced at it, and felt that there seemed to be no problem. Like most other modern people, he activated the characteristic of not reading too many words, quickly skipped it, and signed to express his consent. Although the phrase various disputes makes people a little concerned, what's the problem? Isn't this just an ID card? Is there really anyone who is afraid of the disclosure of magic information that is unforgeable, fair, and objective? Compared to this, it is clearly the unknown thing like the magic contract that makes people more scared. It is probably to reduce the fear of ordinary people like them, who lack the concept of magic, that such an informed consent form was made. Not only Lu Xun thought so, but his colleagues who were queuing with him also thought so. Although some people would read it with great interest, after all, it also introduced the content about the knowledge subtree, but more people just thought it was similar to the registration agreement of an app software. There was nothing to care about. But the next second, the door opened, and the group of people who had entered earlier came out with red eyes and tears. Everyone outside, Someone asked in horror, "What's going on? Is it difficult? Is it painful to apply for a magic ID card? 1 or 2 people would be fine. Why are they all crying?" No, it doesn't hurt at all. I don't feel anything at all. One person showed a nostalgic look and answered, "You will know in a while." They left in a line, keeping their mouths shut, leaving the people queuing outside the door looking at each other. Suddenly, I was a little nervous. The magic ID card can be applied for by multiple people at a time, so it didn't take long for Lu Xun to get his turn. He entered the room. Unlike the scene he had imagined, it was a warmly decorated room. In the most conspicuous position in the center of the room, there was a circle of seats arranged in a C shape. In the center of the seat, there was a pot of a plant that looked like a branch, and a silver leaf exuded a mysterious and deep light. It was obviously picked from the knowledge tree. Although they had seen many magic plants in these days, Lu Xun and his colleagues were still attracted by them. "This leaf is so beautiful. Please choose a seat and sit down," the clerk reminded. Lu Xun and his colleagues sat down face to face around the beautiful leaf. The magic mud bricks that served as seats were painted with glue made of down. As soon as they sat down, they sank into it. Everyone was surrounded by the soft texture and felt very comfortable sitting here. They all relaxed. "I hope the processing process can be longer. I don't have to work, and there are such comfortable seats to rest. It's really the dream of the working people." A clerk came over with a dozen little Red Riding Hoods that he found somewhere. She first placed a piece of paper on the head of the person handling the process, then put on the hat and explained, "Try not to move your head during the process. It will take some time to establish a connection between your ID card and the subtree. This hat is to prevent the ID card from falling off." Okay. This scene is actually a bit strange, especially when you see the word Sunset Red Tour Group written on everyone's hats one after another. Alas, it's good to have a hat, but what style should I choose? After everyone put on the hat, the clerk poured a bottle of liquid magic into the potted plant of the knowledge subtree leaves and announced, "It started. If you are afraid, you can close your eyes." At first, Lu Xun didn't know what to be afraid of, until he found that the branch with leaves suddenly began to grow, and several branches slowly appeared out of thin air and spread towards the top of each of their heads. Lu Xun subconsciously leaned back and clenched his hands on the cushion. It was indeed a bit scary. At first glance, it seemed that branches as thick as fingers were attacking his head, and it felt like a horror movie. Could those people have been poked by branches and cried? No, they clearly said that they didn't feel anything. And if you look closely, you will find that those branches are clearly all phantoms. Lu Xun didn't want to think too much, so he closed his eyes. After a moment, he felt his consciousness sink, and then he saw his life. First, the memory that had been completely forgotten. When the vision formed, when he opened his eyes for the first time, he saw the appearance of this world. The young faces of his parents, who he had never seen before, suddenly appeared in his vision. "Hey honey, look, the child has opened his eyes. Is he looking at me? Baby, look at mommy." Instantly, Lu Xun's eyes were red. It seemed that he hadn't looked at his parents properly for a long time, and he hadn't seen such a happy, youthful expression on their faces for a long time. It was as if life was lit up and instantly dyed with color. Lu Xun suddenly realized that his world had become gray, and he lived numbly in it. The scene was short but vivid, and then switched to the next fragment of his life. The first word he learned was mom. He learned to walk. He learned to ride a bicycle with his father's company. He went to elementary school, and was moved by his young wife with pigtails, who was his desk mate for a short time. The annoying teacher, the homework he lied about forgetting to bring, he secretly went to send his wife to transfer to another school, then the 3 years of junior high school, where he played too much and delayed his studies, the high school, where he worked hard, and the college time when he reunited with his wife. The first time he wrote a love letter, confessed under the eaves when they were hiding from the rain, and the immature first kiss. After graduation, he became a social animal, had work troubles, and had conflicts with his boss. The wedding, the tears of both parents, and then his daughter was born. Some faces, because he recalled them too many times, became blurred in his memory. Lu Sun then remembered again that this little life that gave his life new meaning was actually like this. There were sobs in the room. It was Lu Sun's, but not only Lu Sun's. He happily watched his daughter grow up day by day, but he was also afraid of the terrible moment. His originally sunny life fell into eternal night one night. The memories of life are not all happy, but there are different degrees of pain. Unlike before when he hoped that those memories would go slower, this time, Lu Sun hoped that the memories would pass quickly. But he couldn't bear to let them go. Even his wife's haggard face. He saw many details that he had neglected. His parents were like candles that were about to go out. They were still trying to illuminate themselves in the last stage of their lives. Then the flames went out, and no one would illuminate the way for him in the eternal night. Okay, everyone wipe your face, sort out your emotions, and you can go out. The clerk's voice sounded in his ears. Lu Sun's eyes were blurred with tears. He raised his hand to wipe them, before he could see her clearly. She was putting her hat back, and then checked the ID card on Lu Sun's head, and made a huh sound. Uncle Lu. So you are only 39 years old this year? She said in surprise, and glanced at the ID card again, and added inexplicably, Wow, Uncle Lu, you are really a good man. No, how did you come to this conclusion? Lu Sun was confused. Then, he took the ID card handed to him by the clerk. Lu Sun, 38, born on X month X day of XXXX year. Human male. Current address, X floor X room X bed number X in District 47 of Xinjiang City. There was nothing special about these words, but the next second, these words were refreshed and replaced by a new line of words. Interpersonal relationship. Wife, Xiang Qin. Daughter, Lu Xia. Father, Mother, The interpersonal relationship section recorded his close blood relatives, but these names were all gray. Gray names mean that they are dead, or the information has not been registered in the subtree. Black bold means that your relatives are still alive. The clerk explained to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, someone exclaimed, My dad is still alive? The man's eyes suddenly turned red again, and he was so happy that he was crazy. He grabbed the hand of the person next to him and said, Did you hear that? My dad is still alive. He's fine. His joy was somewhat contagious to the people in the room, and everyone's expressions were much more relaxed. On the back of the ID card are some important information, such as resident identity number, points, etc. After taking a general look, Lu Sun was ready to leave, but when he was about to go out, he couldn't help but turn back and ask, Well, how many times can the ID card be applied for? If not, can I see those memories again? Currently, it is replaced every 5 years. You can see it again when it is replaced, but Zishu will only reproduce the new 5 years, and will not show the recorded past again. The clerk was obviously asked more than once and answered skillfully. Lu Sun went out regretfully. It seems that I can't pretend to lose my ID card and experience the revolving lantern of life again. As soon as they came out, the people waiting outside were horrified again. Wow, why do you feel that you are crying more miserably than the last batch? What happened? Lu Sun, who looks nearly 60 years old, has a rare younger mentality and answered, it can be regarded as a commemoration of my lost youth? In just one day, the magic ID card caused a bigger sensation than the school newspaper. After all, this is a magic that can make almost everyone cry. For many people, it is a shocking thing to look back on their lives unexpectedly. In order to keep this surprise to the greatest extent, most people never mention what happened. It was a good thing that he only advised others to hurry up and apply for it mysteriously. With such a reputation guarantee, everyone paid less attention to the various reminders on the informed consent form, especially when they learned that the magic ID card could identify whether relatives were still alive. Many people who had not yet found their relatives became more active. For this reason, Mayor Tang waved his hand and said, Isn't it just working overtime overnight? We are familiar with this matter in Xinjiang City. The ID card application office hung a sign for 24-hour service. Even though they worked in 3 shifts, Xiao Sun had to queue for 2 days before it was his turn. Under Lu Sun's solemn promise, Xiao Sun went happily, and then came back in a daze, covering his swollen cheek. His slightly embarrassed appearance scared everyone. What happened? Lu Sun asked hurriedly. Uncle Lu. No, Brother Lu, I don't seem to be my parents' biological son. Xiao Sun felt that he was floating when he walked. What? Everyone was shocked. Xiao Sun showed his magic ID card to everyone. On the front of his ID card, there were not only 2 names, but also 2 pairs of parents, one biological and one adoptive. Huh, so Xiao Sun, you were adopted? Lu Sun was surprised. I don't know. Xiao Sun rolled his throat. My parents never told me, and do you know what's most important? What is it? Xiao Sun pointed to the names of his biological parents on the ID card and said, I have seen the names of this couple. If they are not a couple with the same name and surname. Isn't this Mayor Dong and his wife of Shizhou X Real Estate? At this point, Xiao Sun's voice trembled a little. I moved bricks at the construction site of X Real Estate, and they came to inspect, so I have some impression. So, I am actually a rich young master? Okay, I know why he was so shocked. Who wouldn't be shocked? Although the names of the biological parents on the ID card are gray, it is probably just because the couple did not apply for a magic ID card. What should I do? Is there any place to check whether it is them? Xiao Sun was anxious. Calm down first. If it is the couple you met, you should have seen them at the beginning of your memory, Lu Xun said. No, the first people I saw were my adoptive parents. After a pause, Xiao Sun added, but I seem to have heard a voice. It seems to say that the child was changed. Xiao Sun recalled with some uncertainty. Because he was not mentally prepared at the beginning, he did not realize that there was anything wrong with the flashing memory fragment. It was after the ID card was made that he found out that his identity was wrong. Moreover, there is a question that gave him goosebumps. My real name seems to be the same as the only child of Mayor Dong and his wife? He said again in a trembling voice. The people present were in awe. Wow, what a big melon! However, until this moment, no one had connected this matter with the informed consent form of the magic ID card. Lu Xun noticed another strange point. But how did your face get swollen? Did you slap yourself because you were too surprised? Looking at the red slap marks, Xiao Sun was too cruel to himself. Speaking of this, Xiao Sun's dazed expression disappeared and turned into a sad and angry expression. I was beaten. Ah, why did they hit you? Aren't there an engaged couple in my group? It is said that they went through hardships together on Julong that day and decided to get married after a while. When they were queuing together, the two were so sweet. Xiao Sun said angrily. Then what? Everyone pricked up their ears. After the magic ID card was processed, the man's interpersonal relationship column not only had more than 30 lovers, but also a son with an unknown mother. Xiao Sun said. This time, everyone was shocked. Wait, having a son is understandable, but what about lovers? Lu Xun couldn't help asking. Brother Lu, it's like this. Interpersonal relationships not only show direct blood relatives, but also show relationships such as husband and wife and lover according to the intimacy with the lover. This is because there is no blood relationship between husband and wife, so the knowledge subtree reads the importance of the lover in each other's heart and whether they have had sex. More than 30 lovers means that the man is either amorous or, well, men should understand, right? Everyone was silent. But this has nothing to do with you getting beaten, Lu Xun said. They fought. Especially the woman was furious. Xiao Sun said aggrievedly, I just saw that they were fighting over there and wanted to see what was going on, so I went to persuade them to fight, but I was accidentally injured. That's it. Everyone suddenly realized. Be careful when eating melons. Chapter 139. Soon, even the innocent boy Tang Dongfeng felt the social change brought about by the magic ID card. Specifically, when he left the Wuqing mothership and returned to Xinjiang City to help with the construction, he was quickly recognized by the city residents. Mr. Tang, hello. This was because his photo with Kaka and Persimmon was also published in the school newspaper. As one of the most popular reports in the first issue, he quickly became a familiar little celebrity. Some of the residents who would greet him enthusiastically would pull him aside and whisper, Mr. Tang, can I ask you for a favor? Tang Dongfeng was not used to being called Mr. Tang by a strange adult, so he could only humbly say, just call me Dongfeng. What can I do for you, uncle? Well, can you talk to your father, Mayor Tang, and ask him not to force you to apply for a magic ID card? Although it was really awkward that his father suddenly became the mayor, in order to support his father's work, Tang Dongfeng would try his best to listen to the opinions of the citizens and give feedback to his father. What's the reason? Can you tell me? Don't you understand? The other party looked at him in shock, and seeing that Tang Dongfeng looked really confused, he slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot that you are still young and not a man yet. Ah, I was attacked again. What could Tang Dongfeng do? He had to keep smiling, but my father, my uncle, and many adults I know also support the promotion of the magic ID card. The other party looked embarrassed, but he quickly straightened his chest and found a reason, but this violates the personal privacy of citizens. How can such private things be recorded on it? Tang Dongfeng sighed. Alas, isn't there anything the magic school can do? That's why they said not to enforce it. Look at how many conflicts have arisen over the magic ID card these days. Isn't this increasing social instability? The other party said righteously, and what if the magic ID card is seen by a scammer? Wouldn't it be easier to cheat people if they know the other party's important private information at once? This person who came to Tang Dongfeng was able to make some sense. So Tang Dongfeng nodded, and then said in confusion, "Uncle, I understand your request. But have you ever thought about a question? Even if you don't have to force the magic ID card, if others ask you whether you have applied for it, how will you answer?" The other party was stuck for a moment. So you see, what's the difference between being forced to apply or not? Tang Dongfeng spread his hands, and solemnly concluded. Of course, the residents' demands were still conveyed to Mayor Tang intact. In fact, Mayor Tang has received some objections over the past few days. In addition to some men who were killed by the magic ID card, there are also some women, including a few middle-aged and elderly women. The last category of people also went to the municipal office. "No, my daughter and son-in-law have been married for half a year. Why are they not considered husband and wife on the ID card, not even lovers?" The auntie grabbed the clerk angrily and yelled, "This magic ID card is not accurate at all." Suddenly many people who were about to leave stopped and pricked up their ears. The clerk showed a look of shock, and then asked cautiously, "Are you sure your daughter likes the opposite sex? Also, are you sure your son-in-law likes the opposite sex?" After understanding what the clerk was asking, the aunt's face suddenly turned red, and she said excitedly, "My daughter has been holding hands with a little boy since elementary school. My son-in-law has several female lovers on his ID card, and there are 3 unborn children." Many people at the scene took a breath of cold air. "No, aunt, then why are you here? Don't you quickly persuade your daughter to divorce? After all, the clerk is knowledgeable." After thinking for a moment, she asked seriously, "Did your daughter and son-in-law meet through a blind date? Is it a flash marriage? It's been 3 months since we met. How can it be considered a flash marriage? And does it have anything to do with this?" The aunt asked suspiciously. The clerk sighed. "Did you force your daughter to get married?" "How did I force her? She picked and chose and met so many people. Didn't she choose this one herself?" The clerk's tone became serious. "Auntie, this matter is probably because your daughter did not marry voluntarily, so the knowledge tree does not recognize the relationship between the two. In the past, 2 people could get married as long as they registered, but from now on, in our Xinjiang city, only 2 people who are recognized by the knowledge tree and have feelings for each other can be considered husband and wife. And not only men and women, but also same-sex people can be recognized as husband and wife. Aren't these contents written on the informed consent form of the magic ID card?" "What?" The aunt was shocked. "I just don't know whether she was surprised that there must be a foundation of affection to be considered a couple, or that same-sex couples can also be a couple." Then one of the protagonists of the incident appeared. The aunt's daughter hurried over, and saw that the matter was exposed. She sighed in the face of her mother's angry eyes. "Didn't you say that as long as we get married, we can get divorced later?" The daughter said, "So I found someone who agreed to get married and then divorced. Alas, I was just about to go through the divorce procedures, but who knew the end of the world would come? Now it seems that I don't have to go through it anymore." You. The aunt covered her chest and almost fainted, crying to everyone, "Where can I put my face? I'm so old and not married, and I still do such a thing. Do you have to let me die in front of you? I can't do anything if you want to die this time." The daughter spread her hands. "The magic ID card doesn't recognize a marriage without feelings. Mom, times have changed. In the end of the world, it is most important to spend every day well and be honest with yourself. That's what magic says." Such farces have been staged continuously during the days when the magic ID card was promoted. Although the people of Nanzhou are still worried about their future, the fresh melons every day make everyone almost have no time to worry. There is no way. The amount of gossip I have eaten in the past few days is more than in the past year, and many gossips were reported to Mayor Tang because they involved residents' opinions. Although the busy Mayor Tang wanted to eat the gossip, he really had no time, so he finally made a decisive move. The magic ID card must be implemented compulsorily, but no one else can view it without the person's permission. This gradually led to the most romantic phrase between lovers in the end times, no longer being "I am willing to live and die with you," but "My magic ID card, you can check it at any time." Of course, this is a later story. After conveying the opinions of the residents, Tang Dongfeng told his mayor father the purpose of this trip. Persimmon and Kaka are preparing to move to the academy. So, should my grandma and I follow them? Mayor Tang's eyes lit up. Of course, that's the Magic Academy. And isn't it easier to take care of Persimmon if you are together? You can't let her, a blind little girl, go to a strange place alone. Oh, take your mother with you. With a new order issued by Mayor Tang, the storm about the magic ID card has been settled. The failure to cancel the compulsory system still makes some people who are dead in society dissatisfied, but there is no way to do it. Not allowing others to check it can be barely accepted. But these people can't become the mainstream after all. More survivors love the magic ID card very much, not only because they can experience the magic of life, but also because it makes life more real. Some truths are cruel, but some truths are beautiful. At least the little grandson who found out that he had received the script of the real and fake young master fantasized about being able to recognize his biological parents all day long, and then he giggled because of it. Not only that, as the peak of ID card application has passed, the municipal government has the spare capacity to register the urns. Yes, the ashes can also be read by the knowledge subtree. So one by one, the unclaimed urns have more names, waiting for relatives to take them back. And those who are struggling to find their relatives can find the ashes of their relatives under the guidance of the ID card. This is another magical effect of the magic ID card. When two individuals in the relationship network get close to a certain distance, the ID card will glow slightly. Of course, this requires a certain amount of magic power nearby. This is not a problem for the current Xinjiang municipal government. The resting hall has set up magic devices specifically to facilitate survivors to identify relatives. This is much better than having people painfully identify corpses again and again. Time has diluted people's panic about loss. Just finding the ashes of the deceased is already a blessing. The bodies salvaged no longer have to be piled outside with a stinking smell. They can be directly taken to cremation, which also reduces the health risks a lot. When people pass by the corpse recovery team, their steps are no longer hurried. Occasionally, someone will hold the urn of a relative and say thank you to Lu Sun. Lu Sun feels that his life has meaning. At this moment, an even more unexpected surprise came. On his magic ID card, his daughter's name lit up. The negotiations were dragged on, so that the magic transformation lagged far behind the Western Port City cluster in the east. At this time, the first issue of the school newspaper finally came. Of course, the number was very limited. But this did not prevent Mayor Xiao from seeing the newspaper. In fact, he was one of the first group of people to see the newspaper. When the ships of the magic cities began to drive him out of the meeting room, Mayor Xiao, who had become an important official of the South Continent Survivors United government, was almost angry to the point of his nose being crooked. But soon, not only did the attitudes of the Magic City clerks change drastically, but his new colleagues also looked at him strangely. Mayor Xiao then realized that something was wrong. After reading the first issue of the school newspaper. Although the school newspaper has been updated with many new articles, the previous issues can still be viewed. He couldn't help but smash the table. What the hell? Where did this fake come from? I am the mayor of Jing'an City. This guy who has never been heard of is not even a government official. He shouted angrily to his new colleagues. We should protest against the magic cities together. They actually support the puppet government. Today is Jing'an City, and tomorrow we don't know where they will be occupied. The crowd who were just watching the excitement suddenly became nervous. That's right, we have to protest. However, the protest was ineffective. The Dongzhou people said very simply, it doesn't matter who the former mayor was. It's enough that someone is in charge of the gathering place of the survivors now. The other party looked at the school newspaper, then looked at Mayor Xiao, and sympathized. Now all of Nanzhou probably knows about the deeds of Mayor Tang in Jing'an City. Mayor Xiao's eyes went dark. The official seal is here. The other party didn't care. Well, the new Jing'an City also has an official seal. Look at this copy of the contract. Here is their official seal. Mayor Xiao took a look. Then he became more angry. Can't you see that this is just a random carving? So it's very unique. The other party looked at the results of the carrot seal and praised. Will it be more difficult to imitate it? Is this the problem? After a silence, Mayor Xiao shouted, Please change someone to talk to me. It is impossible to change someone. Dongzhou has long been fed up with this group of confused people, and directly drove them away again. Mayor Xiao stood on the rooftop for a long time in a daze. Just when his confidant was worried that he might be depressed, he suddenly turned around and said, Quick, prepare a boat for me. I want to go back to Jing'an City. Chapter 140. However, it was more than a week after the huge wave, and the free magic bubbles that were blown here at first had already burst one by one. It would cost money to rent from the magic cities. You can also consider taking the boats of the magic cities, but there are not boats to Jing'an City every day. Even if there are, tickets are still required now. There are ways to avoid asking for help from the magic cities, such as kayaks, fishing boats, etc., but the former not only consumes manpower, but may not be able to safely withstand the wind and waves on the water, and the latter cannot be borrowed at all. When Mayor Xiao was anxious, he saw the ring on his confidant's hand. It was a diamond ring with a small diamond, and gems were one of the items purchased by the magic cities. It is said that this is because many magic alchemy items require gems. Xiaogua, you can exchange this for 2 boat tickets. Mayor Xiao showed a helpless expression. I know you originally wanted to use this to propose to Lily, but now we have to do something urgent. I will give you a pair of better wedding rings later. You can take Lily to choose anyone within 500,000 yuan. Lily is the girlfriend of Xiaogua, the confidant. Mayor Xiao introduced them to each other. She is a young and beautiful college student. Her family has some assets. Marrying her is even a good opportunity for a poor boy, but Xiaogua likes Lily as a person, not her family. Although Lily's consumption is a bit high, she doesn't like to work and travels around the world all day, but what's wrong with a white, rich and beautiful woman having a relaxed and comfortable life? And thanks to Lily's hobby, she happened to be not in Nanzhou, and successfully avoided the disaster, didn't she? It's just that the confidant is a little nervous about the future. He doesn't know if he can see his sweetheart again, so he wears the ring on his hand to remind him of her and prevent it from being lost. Although he was a little reluctant at this time, thinking of Mayor Xiao's kindness to him, the confidant gritted his teeth and agreed. So the next day, the two successfully hired a magic ship that happened to be returning, and the other party agreed to take them to Jing'an City by a detour. In this way, Mayor Xiao, who found that his hometown had been robbed, successfully returned quietly 3 days later. Along the way, the two passed by many cities that were being transformed by magic. The buildings suspended in the sky amazed the confidant, while Mayor Xiao remained expressionless. It can be seen that when he saw the new Jing'an City, even Mayor Xiao, who wanted to pretend to be calm, was a little broken. This is Jing'an City? Compared with the previous sporadic and unscaled new cities, the current Jing'an City has a bit of the appearance of an archipelago in the sky, and looking up, these archipelagos are not the matchbox appearance published in the original newspaper, but each has its own characteristics and a lot more beauty. The archipelago has grown aerial walkways around circular squares. These walkways are not only crisscrossed, but also have vertical depth, making the entire city look more three-dimensional. On the water, many people were pointing and talking around a square area under construction, which looked very lively. Mayor Xiao walked over with his confidant, with his hands behind his back, and asked in a steady voice, "Residents, what are you doing here?" The person he asked did not care about his strange tone, pointing to the water surface in the square area, and said with a happy expression, "Don't you know yet? Look, this is the fish pond that Mayor Tang contracted for us." Mayor Xiao? He looked at the water surface carefully again, and found that there were indeed many fish in it. A green fish. Why did the fish change color? Mayor Xiao asked subconsciously. Others looked at him strangely. Slime fish, you don't even know this? And some of these were previously rare and protected species that were not allowed to be eaten. Now they are raised and everyone can taste them. Another person continued. I was worried that our Xinjiang city could not resist the mature magic factories in Dongzhou, and did not have its own pillar industry. Who knew that Mayor Tang would come up with this differentiated fish pond? Dongzhou can't raise fish, but we can raise fish in Nanzhou. While other cities haven't reacted yet, we have to seize the fish market first. Mayor Tang is so wise. Mayor Xiao, Seeing that many people in the crowd were nodding and praising the puppet mayor, his teeth were almost broken. What made Mayor Xiao even more angry was that with so many people gathered here, no one recognized him? Isn't it enough that he usually appears on TV and accepts interviews? Are you residents of Jing'an City? You don't even recognize your own mayor? Seeing that Mayor Xiao was a little upset, the confidant hurriedly made a surprised expression and shouted, What, Mayor Tang? Our Jing'an City mayor's surname is Xiao Xiaotian. Have you forgotten? The people around were stunned for a while, and after a while, someone grabbed his head and said, So it seems so. Then where did this Mayor Tang come from? Others continued, Mayor Xiao was killed. Mayor Tang took over his burden? You were killed. Mayor Xiao almost jumped up and kicked the other person's knee. Impossible. The confidant hurriedly shook his head, and there is no one named Tang who is qualified to take over the mayor's position in the municipal government. Well, I used to work in the city hall. Is that so? The residents looked at each other and suddenly realized. However, the next second, they showed a nonchalant expression. Mayor Tang must be too capable. He defeated a series of competitors and succeeded in taking office. The position of mayor should be occupied by the most capable. Long live Mayor Tang. The residents of Jing'an City are hopeless. Forget it. What do ordinary people know about the harm of a puppet government? Not wanting to stay here any longer, Mayor Xiao whispered to his confidant, "Let's go, let's change places." He came back to seize power, and the basic condition for seizing power is to have his own people. Where did he come from? Of course, he went to find his old subordinates. Since he is a puppet, he will definitely not reuse the previous municipal team. As long as he shows favors and promises to his former subordinates, he will definitely be able to win them back and expose the conspiracy of the puppet mayor together. Where will his poor subordinates be sent? In short, go to the city hall first. There will always be a few acquaintances there. When the two arrived at the city hall, their expressions froze. At first glance, they didn't see any familiar faces. They went to the offices of various important departments and didn't recognize anyone. They were soon driven away because they disturbed the work of government officials. But soon, the sharp-eyed confidant caught a glimpse of a familiar figure and said in surprise, "Mayor, look, is that the ant who cleaned the toilet before?" Mayor Xiao? He looked over in confusion, and sure enough, among the crowd wearing the uniform of government employees, there was a former cleaning ant. The other party was surrounded by several people at this time, and seemed to be listening to some reports. It seemed that she was a bit like a leader. Two people, Well, shall we go find her? Mayor Xiao thought for a moment and showed a confident expression. Go! The puppet government actually reused a cleaning lady. What does this mean? It means that his speculation is correct. His former colleagues must have been very aggrieved, and now they don't know where they have been sent to. And he only needs to use his identity as the real mayor to intimidate this ant, and he will definitely know the whereabouts of his subordinates, right? So the two followed the ant, planning to find an opportunity to talk to her, but who knew that when they turned around, they saw the ant entering an office. Office door number, Magic ID Card Application Office. In this way, the two people lined up in a daze, and after a special experience, they got the Magic ID card ahead of the South Continent Survivor Alliance in the West. Two people, Wipe away the tears from his eyes. Mayor Xiao, who was inspired by his past smooth and happy life, felt his heart surging at this time. After seeing the familiar cleaning lady coming out of a room in the corner, he didn't even bother to take his ID card, and shouted wait, and chased after her in a few steps. The others were confused, but seeing that Mayor Xiao did know the lady, they ignored the matter. The confidant sighed, helped Mayor Xiao pick up his magic ID card, and glanced at it casually. Then, his expression froze. Okay, I know what you mean, but the current city government is pretty good. Why do you want to change back to the original state? The cleaning lady was confused. This is a puppet government. It looks good for you, but it doesn't treat you as its own people. The cleaning lady looked at Mayor Xiao strangely. If the puppet government you are talking about is, everyone has welfare housing, a job, a reasonable salary, and is dedicated to serving the people, then what's wrong with a puppet government? When the confidant came over, he happened to hear this sentence, and his steps could not help but stop. Well, forget it. Just tell me where the other colleagues have gone. I am very worried about them. Mayor Xiao showed the look of worrying about the country, and the people that he often practiced before. Those who are still alive, and willing to join the government are now basically serving as district heads or deputy district heads in various districts. The cleaning lady said, I can't remember where they have gone. You can go and ask yourself. District head? This was an unexpected answer for Mayor Xiao. Here, those who are capable, willing to work, and willing to take the lead can all play to their own expertise. Don't say it. I used to think that many people in our government only know how to talk official language and can't do practical things. After this experience, I found that many people are really capable. The cleaning lady sighed. Seeing her confidant coming, her eyes suddenly lit up again. Secretary Gua, you are here too? Oh, that's great. Do you want to compete for the position of District Chief of District 27? I think you are capable, and will definitely do better than the current District Chief. I am telling you this because you are an acquaintance. The District Chief may be replaced. Mayor Xiao had no time to stop her. The cleaning lady talked about the current government policies. Although it sounded like nonsense to Mayor Xiao, it was irresistible. It was really tempting. In particular, Mayor Tang seemed to be very opposed to those bad habits in the officialdom. He treated many people as friends except for necessary occasions, and delegated power to each gathering area to the maximum extent, making the entire Xinjiang city more like a survivor alliance. Equality and fairness. The confidant was stunned. At the end, the cleaning lady even made a whimsical suggestion. By the way, Mayor Xiao. Ahem, I'm used to calling you Xiao. Do you want to run for the position? You've been the mayor for so long, you must have some ability, right? You should be able to be a small leader? We recruit talents without any restrictions here. Huh? You asked me, a legitimate mayor, to run for the position in the puppet government, and you even said something uncertain. There should be a limit to looking down on people. A villain is successful. A villain is successful. Mayor Xiao was so angry that he fainted. 3 days later, Mayor Xiao stood at the port of Xinjiang City, with a depressed look on his body. The confidant didn't know how to help him get a ticket back to the west again. Mayor Xiao, who was disheartened, decided to return to the South Continent Survivor Alliance. In the past few days, he has found many old subordinates, but damn, no one is willing to follow him. They are all corrupted by the puppet government's sugar-coated bullets. Mayor Xiao has never felt so lonely. Fortunately, he still has a confidant. Turning his head, he saw the confidant walking over with a relaxed body and empty hands. Mayor Xiao asked in confusion, "Xiaoguo, where is your luggage?" "I decided to stay here." The confidant smiled. "I succeeded in the bid for the mayor of District 27, and just went to choose a house." Mayor Xiao's eyes opened wide. After a while, a cry of grief, "Even you betrayed me." "What betrayal?" The confidant took out a magic ID card from his pocket. "Don't forget your ID card. By the way, Lily is also one of your lovers." He smiled falsely. "Xiao Yitian, I underestimated you. You are really shameless." Mayor Xiao's expression froze. "Go away. Since you have helped me a lot. I won't beat you up, though I don't know how sincere you are." The confidant said, waved his hand, and turned away. After making sure that Mayor Xiao would not see it, he showed a sour expression after a breakup. Woohoo, next time, he must find a girlfriend with a magic ID card. In this way, Mayor Xiao came with 2 people, and went back alone. West. When Mayor Xiao returned in disgrace, and complained to the South Continent Survivor Alliance, he suddenly heard a piece of news that shocked him. "Those magic cities in Dongou dared to treat us like this. Isn't it because they have the support of the Magic Academy?" The other party said to him with a smile, "But from today on, we don't have to be so passive anymore." Then he stepped aside, and revealed the man with blonde hair and gray eyes standing behind him. "Let me introduce you. This is the principal of the Albai's Magic Academy, Mr. Hull Jones." Chapter 141. The story starts with that child. Geng Liqiong is the director of the Maritime Bureau of Dongbuan, a port city located west of Nanzhou. Of course, that was the position before the flood in Nanzhou. Because he volunteered to stay and take charge of sea transportation and command the work of evacuating people, Geng Liqiong was reused and soon became the minister of the Municipal Transportation Department. Now, because of his outstanding organizational skills and courage to take responsibility, he has a very high voice in the Nanzhou Survivor Alliance. Although he has not run for election, he is actually equivalent to a big leader. Because Lu Li's parents made trouble at the port and demanded privileges, Geng Liqiong happened to be there when they were sent to leave first. He was deeply impressed by the family of 3. The parents are selfish scumbags, and the child is very pitiful. But he will not open a back door for this family because of sympathy for the child. Although it was indeed a little genius after verification, everyone is equal before the rules. After the flood, Geng Liqiong, who was lucky enough to escape the huge waves because he was checking the boats, almost immediately began to organize rescue work. But a lot of people died. There were far more dead people than living people. The city he loved was like a cemetery. He saw many corpses, and those faces would appear in front of him in every moment of inadvertent trance, until he was numb. However, the crying of the surviving children beside their parents' bodies was still painful. At this time, he saw Lu Li again. At first, he was just happy that this poor child was miraculously saved, but when he found out that his parents were also alive, he paid attention to this family again. So Geng Liqiong found that the parents had changed. They changed from selfish and arrogant scumbag parents to loving parents, who put their children at the center of everything. If this can be explained as a great enlightenment caused by the disaster, then when seeing those orphans holding their parents' hands and smiling again, even the dumbest people can sense that something is wrong. After tracking, Geng Liqiong found that the child was very special. He could wake up the dead. The parents of those crying and helpless children were all resurrected by him. At first, Geng Liqiong was a little creepy. Although he had a certain understanding of magic because of the rescue from Dongou, if there was some kind of magic that could even revive the dead, wouldn't it be a bit too beyond imagination? In his worry, he contacted these resurrected parents and found that except that they became more caring for their children, they were almost the same as before they were alive. Even their bodies still had temperature, although it was a little lower than normal people, but it was not the cold touch of corpses. This almost made Geng Liqiong think that the child really knew the magic of resurrection. For this reason, he couldn't help but ask the child to revive more people, but the child's power seemed to be limited, and the number of resurrection spells he could perform every day was only in the single digit. Until the child suddenly remembered his teacher. The child was able to survive because the mysterious teacher inspired his magic talent, but because this inspiration was a little unbearable for the child, he temporarily lost that memory. Then, Geng Liqiong met the teacher. Hall Jones, a young man with an alien appearance, looks gentle, thin, and pale. He claimed that he came from the same world as the famous Hope Magic Academy. It was a world called Magic Continent, where there were many academies competing with each other. The competition among the academies in our world is too fierce, so the academies at the bottom of the rankings are looking for new ways out. Hall Jones told Geng Liqiong the secret hidden by the Magic Academy. The principal of Hope Magic Academy said that she was only staying here for a short time. No, she will not leave. Where else can she find so many excellent students except here? So, Geng Liqiong began to feel a little dissatisfied with Hope Magic Academy. Seeing this, Mr. Jones even explained in a panic, "For that school? This is also a very normal lie, I hope you don't mind. And if my school is not too weak and must tell the truth to gain trust, I am willing to tell such a lie to increase the sense of urgency of prospective magicians. Yes, Abe's Academy is different from Hope Magic School. It is a magic school with a much smaller scale and ability, but the most fundamental difference is that the magic it mainly teaches is not very popular. This is an ancient witchcraft. In fact, you guessed it right. Those people did not resurrect, but only their bodies were resurrected." They talked for a long time that day, and Hall Jones explained to him in detail the magic course called Ancient Witchcraft. This is a magic related to soul, blood, and death. Magicians with corresponding talents can use these three as media to perform various magical spells. In fact, in terms of power and versatility, this magic is not inferior to the existing magic in Hope Magic Academy, but this kind of magic is often feared by people. This is a prejudice that is difficult to change. In fact, we, the so-called black magicians, have been working hard to improve our magic system and reduce its apparent harm to the human body, but those orthodox magicians do not want us to rise. Our magic is like a sword. Although it can hurt people, its real effect depends on the person who uses it, right? As an educated modern person, Geng Liqiong immediately understood the other party's point of view. Then, it also saw the good use of this magic. The fish that originally caused trouble to underwater operations became helpers for the residents. Moreover, those were also some dead fish, and there was no need to continue killing them in the disaster. Residents who have established a contract with them can not only send them to search underwater, but also use them to catch fresh, edible seafood. This greatly alleviated the food crisis of the survivors. The price paid is nothing more than some blood. But what makes Geng Liqiong most excited about this magic academy is the magic it possesses can be used not only by magicians, but also by ordinary people. The only thing needed is a wizard who is proficient in ancient witchcraft to help them establish a connection with the corpse. Not only that, many basic ancient witchcrafts can be performed by ordinary people as long as they master the rituals and offer the correct offerings. This means that everyone can become a magician. Her Jones smiled bitterly. Perhaps this is also the reason why the orthodox wizards do not want wizards like us to grow and become stronger, and spare no effort to suppress us. In a world where everyone can be a wizard, wizards are no longer noble. But as the principal, no, to be more precise, I am a low-level magician born in a poor village. I hope that everyone can learn and perform magic equally. Although I am also a loser in the magic continent, I see hope in you. I want to build a magic academy in this world that is open to everyone and teaches everyone. Geng Liqiong was moved. Of course, he did not immediately believe the principal, but soon, the principal proved his sincerity again. He announced the important formula that Hope Magic Academy kept strictly confidential, and only carefully selected prospective magicians could learn. Among them was the magic mud brick that made all the survivors excited. I can't do anything about plant magic. I don't understand that course, Hall Jones sighed. My academy is indeed backward, and many magic systems have not been mastered. Otherwise, I can teach students according to their talents. Of course, I can understand Hope Magic Academy's conservative approach. Many academies on the magic continent are not willing to disclose the formulas they have mastered. It is actually a very open academy. And these alchemical formulas are not only used by prospective magicians. At least ordinary people can transform their blood into magic power by donating it into the cup called the Blood Holy Grail, so that the set alchemical process can continue. Even adding some specific residence blood, such as rare blood types, can speed up the entire alchemy process or double the output. The magic cities regard magic mud bricks as important aid materials and want to negotiate with the Survivors Alliance in the West, but in fact they are not in a hurry and have been producing them privately. Gum Liqiang's only concern is that frequent blood draws will affect the health of residents. But then, Principal Hull Jones gave him another big surprise. It doesn't have to be human blood, animals can also be used. The blonde, sincere-looking principal said, even after gathering all the materials, we can plant a magic tree called Blood Spirit Tree. Plant it in a specific place, and its leaves will drip blood. From now on, no life will need to donate blood. Gum Liqiang's shock could no longer be concealed. Is this a very weak magic school? No, just because it can make almost everyone a magician, it is destined not to be weak. As Hull Jones said, he couldn't make it in the magic continent, perhaps just because of the prejudice of the people there. Then, what do you want? At this point in the conversation, Gum Liqiang had made his own choice. Instead of trying to win the favor of Hope Magic School with the people of Dongzhou, it would be better to join forces with Nanzhou to support another magic school. Even Dongzhou would not object, right? After all, with competition, the two schools would be more willing to offer some benefits. He no longer cared whether there were any lies in the words of this Principal Hull Jones. Now he just needed to know what the people of Nanzhou had to pay. I said, I am a principal who wants to build a magic academy that everyone can enroll in. So, my requirements are not many. Please help me realize this wish. At this time, Ning Zhao, who had returned to the academy and planned to meet the first magic dog, saw that his principal guide once again jumped out by itself. As the pages turned quickly, the long-lost reminder sounded in his ears. Other magic academies are detected, and the academy competition section is being opened for you. ZZ, opening failed, restarting. ZZ. Ning Zhao, question mark. What? Why is it still stuck? Just when she was about to ask Wu Jie what was going on, the sound finally became normal. Opened successfully. Please check the principal guide for details. The guide stopped at the newly appeared academy competition section, which had a lot of content, but Ning Zhao and Wu Jie first noticed the conspicuous ranking list. Ranking of magic schools in this world. Number 1, Hope Magic School. Number 2, Albai's Magic School. Gaw! Yuga flapped his wings in shock. What the hell is this? Where did another magic school come from? In fact, the competition section can be opened when the school is upgraded to level 3, but Ning Zhao and Wuga did not see the corresponding content after reading the guide. So the two had originally ruled out the possibility of there is another magic school in this world. But suddenly, this school appeared. No, why is its name flashing? Yuga looked at the school name that flickered on and off on the principal's guide and made a confused sound. If you don't know, it's even more impossible for me to know. Ning Zhao took out Corey and asked, but this book spirit, who was known for his profound knowledge, was also at a loss. Perhaps, this is a school that is still being born and is not formal? Finally, Corey guessed so. All our academies are legitimate. Wuga said dissatisfiedly, but thinking that the academy system had made a mistake once, sending it and Ning Zhao to the wrong world, he added guiltily, well, but it is understandable that a bug occurs rarely. Compared to this, Ning Zhao tapped his fingers on the table and said shockingly, Albai's. Does it refer to the word abyss? So translated, its real name is Abyss Academy? Chapter 142. Instantly, Corey snapped the pages of the book shut, and Yuga fell from the air, which was rare. The book spirit and the bird looked at Ning Zhao with eyes full of fear, and there was a strange atmosphere, as if the name Voldemort was mentioned in a certain wizarding world. Is it so scary? Ning Zhao reflected on himself. Alas, he was not a native of the wizarding world, so he really couldn't understand everyone's fear of the Dark Lord. Even when Ning Zhao was cramming the history of Abyss Academy some time ago, he treated it as an ordinary failure case. That was indeed a typical mistake made by some new principals. Thinking of the Magic Academy as a pure business game, players who have been baptized by modern electronic games will inevitably have a player mentality. And among the players, there are those who follow the lawful good route, and naturally there are those who follow the chaotic evil route. Although it is said that the principal of Abyss Academy is an evil player, it is a bit wrong to blame him. The principal just wanted to try the black magician route. Do black magicians necessarily represent evil? No, evil is the one who uses magic. Even if the probability of antisocial elements among black magicians is higher, well, one of the functions of the school is to cultivate students' sound personality, isn't it? He naively believed that with the talent of black magic, one can also become a kind and great magician. Anyway, it's a school. Why can't we open a different school that only accepts black magicians? Those poor children, who have experienced hardships, and are excluded by the world also have the right to live uprightly. And selfishly speaking, he thinks black magic sounds much cooler than white magic. The decent are inevitably old-fashioned, and the villains are always full of charm. So, this unprecedented academy, that only recruits black magicians is open to all students with black magic talents on the continent. The principal also did what he promised, treating black magicians equally, and never discriminating. No matter how evil magic sounds or looks, it can be freely discussed in the academy. At the beginning, he did succeed. Those children who were almost killed just because they were detected with black magic talents regarded him as salvation. The black magicians who were forced to hide became faculty members of the school, and were grateful for him providing them with a place to breathe. The whole school worked together to change the impression of black magic on the magic continent. Although black magic is more powerful than other magic, everyone is forbearing in order not to hurt others. And forbearance often leads to more severe bullying. The principal is a player who takes the black magic route. It is not the original intention of such a player to be bullied. So, he began to allow students to fight back a little. Things got out of control from then on. Although the principals later reviewed and believed that this route was doomed to fail from the beginning, at least at the time, that was the beginning. The children began to understand. In this world, the strong should have the final say. Justice? Evil? Whoever wins is right. What the weak should really do is to see their own status clearly, and bow down to the strong. From then on, the academy began to go against the principal's ideas. Why does the whole continent need to accept the idea that black magic can also be good and evil? In fact, it is simpler. Let the whole continent be afraid of black magicians. Wouldn't it eliminate prejudice? They just want to live freely on the mainland. Why not choose a more relaxed route? Abyss Academy, after the students had an unprecedented desire for power, quickly reached the top. At first, the principal was happy. He was the fastest principal to reach the top in history. But later, he found that his students had concealed from him, and did many terrible things. They were indeed no longer bullied and killed, so the bullied and killed became others. Others who were more numerous and weaker than them. The principal wanted to stop it, but after several times, the students who always looked at him with admiration and regarded him as a spiritual father began to say to him, "Principal, you are old, this is no longer your time." The principal felt fear for the first time. He began to oppose the students, played badly, and tried to interfere with the students' learning and promotion through the system, but it was too late. The students who had been prepared for this had already found a way to bypass the restrictions of the academy, and continue to upgrade. In the end, the students who could no longer tolerate him, who always got in the way, locked the principal up. The Dark Age begins here. A school that is absent from the principal but firmly occupies the top spot on the list of magic schools was born. Next, it is a story about how various magic schools compete with the Abyss Academy. Putting aside the effect, it is a very passionate story. The Chief Academy is not just a good name, but the various system rewards make it hopeless for latecomers to catch up. However, without the principal, the value of the school cannot be fully utilized. After many tests, the principal, who was judged to be reformed and cowardly, was released again, and became a puppet of the 5 black magicians, who control the school. The cowardly and incompetent principal, in order to escape torture, has since turned a blind eye to everything that has happened on the continent. But he doesn't know that the students will not be satisfied with this. They have secretly set their sights on the system, attempting to occupy this mysterious existence that is above all magic, and use it for their own benefit. Once they succeed, other academies will never be able to turn things around. After all, after it was proven that the academy system can be plundered, the black magicians only need to deprive all the academy systems one by one. However, at this point in the story, the records in the history books of the magic continent began to diverge. One thing is recognized. In the end, all the academies made sacrifices to successfully defeat the Abyss Academy and kill the black magicians. However, there are many versions of which academy has the greatest contribution and what it did in the end. But this does not prevent the story from having a good ending. The 5 terrible black magicians, who are about to surpass the legend, died. The stupid and incompetent principal who caused all the disasters also lost his life in the final battle, and even his body turned into ashes. Abyss Academy was destroyed since then. So the question is, the Abyss Academy in history is indeed gone. So what is the story of this Abyss Academy? Ning Xiao said, is it related to that academy? Could it be that the students of that academy are not dead, or that the Abyss Academy back then was not destroyed, but came to this world? Can I give you a suggestion? Corey couldn't help but said, let's call them Albai's Academy, and don't tell such a terrible story. He even regretted that he was bought out in full. If he was just renting books, he could leave after a month, and not have to face the terrible speculation. At this time, Wooga gave Corey a reassurance. Abyss Academy is indeed gone, and this has been determined by all the academies. It was very vague, but Ning Zhao understood what it meant. The system can see the survival status of other academies. Whether they disappeared for no reason or were destroyed due to business failure, all subsystems can get accurate answers. However, there is another question here. Is it Abyss Academy that disappeared, or the academy itself? Ning Zhao asked Wooga. These days, she has a certain understanding of the existence of the academy. In fact, a failed academy is usually just like a computer being formatted and then distributed to the next host, but there is another situation where the computer is completely broken. In this way, the main system has to create a new computer. Considering that the game system always had bugs here at Ning Zhao, she had reason to suspect that maybe the Abyss Academy was just formatted, and then for some reason, the data was restored, which might explain the current situation. I don't know. After a while, Wooga answered guiltily. It was just a newborn magical creature associated with the academy, and it had not really experienced the era of the Abyss Academy, so naturally it had no relevant memories. And according to Wooga's understanding of the academy, as a subsystem, it was impossible for it to know whether another subsystem was formatted or damaged. And for the subsystems, there was actually not much difference between the two. After all, the formatted new school can be regarded as a successor to the old school, but just like multiple personalities are regarded as independent individuals, the new school actually exists independently. The only thing that can prove their relationship is a school chronicle that the subsystems jokingly call Family Tree. It records the story of every host of the subsystem. In a sense, it is an experience reference book for all hosts. However, Wooga did not show this book to Ning Zhao for some reason. After listening to Wooga's explanation, Ning Zhao sighed in disappointment. It seems that we can only make a judgment after contacting this school. Then the rest is to check the specific content of the school competition section. Perhaps because there are only 2 schools, the content here is pitifully small compared to the Magic Continent. There is only one competition. Countdown to the registration of the Academy Charm competition is 2 days, 23 hours and 31 minutes. Dear principals, after this period of operation, have you found the charm of your own academy? If you are confident about this, welcome to participate in the Academy Charm competition. Our evaluation criteria are very simple. This is a school festival jointly held by all academies. Each academy has 3 booths. The people participating in the festival will vote after the festival. The academy with the most votes wins. Ordinary people and prospective magicians have different votes. Champion reward, upgrade speed of teachers and students in school X2, permanent buff, new course lottery opportunity X1, advanced magic building X1, choose one of the 3. Ning Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw the champion reward. No wonder this is a school competition game. Getting a ranking is indeed very important for a school. I'm starting to like that Albai's Academy. Ning Zhao said in the incredulous eyes of Corey and Yuga, isn't this a reward for us? Aren't you worried about losing it all? What if it's really that academy? I can't think of a reason to lose. Ning Zhao looked out the window. It's not because I believe in myself, but I think the residents of this world are trustworthy. This is a world that can create miracles. There are too many people trying to get it out of the abyss of the end of the world and make it better. Why don't you believe that they can make the right choice? In fact, this competition comes at a very timely time. Ning Zhao threw the principal's guide and said, I also think that these hard-working people should have a wonderful holiday. But we really can't take it lightly. Changing the subject, she began to walk out the door. Let me think about it. Is there any way to increase our chances of winning? Otherwise, start by choosing a mascot? Chapter 143. Dong'o is really too cold. Following the team of the 5 magic cities into the territory of Dong'o, Persimmon was immediately frightened by the sudden drop in temperature and shivered all over. She couldn't imagine how so many Dongzhou people adapted to such a cold temperature. Of course, Dong'o now has a lot of ways to keep warm. Warm clothes made of fabric produced by snow slimes have become people's daily drinks, magma tea, and of course, ice lotus that can be used as a portable heater. But this can't cover up the terribly cold air. They changed to the magic school bus of the academy at the border between the 2 continents. The constant temperature compartment finally weakened the fear of being in the extremely cold world. After adapting a little, they began to marvel at this ice and snow world. Of course, Persimmon can't see, And it is Tang Dongfeng who acts as her eyes. Wow, this blue ice is so beautiful. It's really spectacular to see such a long road stretching out. Our car, it's dancing. Even if you have watched the documentary more than once. On the boat, the people of Nanzhou treat it as entertainment, but seeing it with your own eyes will still be shocking. Persimmon heard the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against the ice, and the sound of the cold wind coming and going freely in this empty ice and snow country. With Tang Dongfeng's description, she seemed to have seen a world of ice and snow. Kaka, who was sitting next to Persimmon, was also attracted by the completely different scenery of Dongou. He rarely lay at the window, staring at the outside with his big black eyes. The tail was shaking slowly, conveying its surprise with such a small movement. The world of thousands of miles of ice is the great power of nature, and the city standing in the ice and snow is a miracle created by people themselves. The Academy Avenue in Dongzhou has taken shape. From a distance, you can see huge arrows pointing in the sky. Going along this road, you will pass by a few peripheral buildings of the Magic City. The huge cover above the city is too conspicuous. Tang Dongfeng was soon stunned. The Magic City painted the cover with glass material, and carefully adjusted the transparency and refractive index. When the sun comes out, the dome that is not completely covered by snow will shine brightly and charmingly. It seems that some city designers have beautified the Magic City in a unique way. Some of the light cacti, which are the main light sources, are hung by vines and fall vertically from the dome, forming a staggered city lighting landscape. In order to accommodate as many people as possible, the Magic City is built vertically, which is very similar to Xinjiang City, but more thorough than Xinjiang City. The staggered city buildings form a complex transportation network, connected by stairs, slides, and elastic vines. Dongou people are popularizing and getting used to this kind of magic vine that can quickly rise to a specified height, and racking their brains to develop more uses. Just looking from afar, people are very tempted to walk into the Magic City and experience the magic life in person, but unfortunately, their destination is not the Magic City, but the Magic School. Passing through the more orderly and vibrant Lekung, the magic car entered the territory of the Magic School. Unlike the Magic Cities that still have a bit of modern architectural style, the architecture of the Magic School is obviously too exotic. Just by describing it, Tang Dongfeng can no longer clearly explain what it looks like. In the end, he could only sigh in his heart. Oh, if Persimmon could see it with his own eyes, it would be great. No, it must be possible. That's why they came here. Soon, Persimmon and his group were taken to Xinjiang Building for temporary settlement. Kaka was not officially enrolled. After enrollment, they could move to Xianming Building. Perhaps because they were new here, as outsiders, they were inevitably a little restrained. In short, they felt that the teachers, students and staff of the Magic Academy were very different from other Dongou people. How to describe it? Here, it seemed as if natural disasters no longer existed, and there was a sense of calm and tranquility in the years. Originally, Persimmon and his group planned to be a team of worry-free guests who stayed in the house and didn't run around before meeting the principal, but soon someone recognized Kaka, so many people took the initiative to come up and socialize. The circulation of the school newspaper is not large, but many people have read it. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the magic dog. There are already hundreds of versions of speculation about what kind of magic talent it will have. Everyone can only wait for the principal to reveal the answer himself. It was almost 2 days later that the principal met Kaka and his group. Persimmon, the Tang family members who accompanied them, and Kaka all dressed up carefully, and then nervously followed the school staff to the principal's office. Tang Dongfeng only dared to look at this mysterious school with the corner of his eyes, and he was looking forward to and disappointed to what it would feel like to go to school here. Please sit down. The principal's office had already placed sofas according to the number of guests. They were gently pushed down on the sofa by magic, and Kaka also had a special cushion to show respect. I don't like nonsense, so let's start the test directly. Persimmon heard the nice female voice say, Kaka, look at me. She was more nervous than she was about to take the test. Can Kaka pass the magic test? Can she really understand what the test is for? What will be the result? These days, Persimmon has learned that even quasi-magicians have different talent levels, which almost determines the upper limit of magicians. She doesn't care what the result of Kaka's talent will be, even if it is the worst, she still loves Kaka, but what if the result is not ideal? Will the Academy be disappointed with Kaka? Just as Persimmon was thinking about it, she suddenly heard someone in front of her say, Do you want to see Kaka's test? It was the principal's voice. At first, Persimmon didn't react to the question, until a hand was placed on her shoulder. Your name is Persimmon, right? Do you want to see it? I. Just answer whether you want to or not. The principal interrupted Persimmon's uneasiness. So the girl bit her lip and nodded. I want to. Then let's take a look together, everyone. Please close your eyes. After the voice fell, Persimmon closed her eyes obediently. Although it made no difference to her whether she opened her eyes or closed them, her world was only dark, or a little light that could be ignored at all. But this time, after a long time, Persimmon really saw the light. Even though she knew that this was not what she could really see, her eyes still felt uncomfortable after being in darkness for a long time, and suddenly seeing the light, so her eye sockets were slightly moist. She blocked her eyes with her hands, and after a long time, she dared to look at this world. Persimmon had a dreaming feeling in a trance. Yes, blind people can also dream, but people who are born blind still have dark dreams, while people like Persimmon who are born blind can see a colorful world in their dreams. But this perception of the world will gradually fade away as the time spent in darkness increases. She hasn't seen such a bright and clear world in her dreams for a long time. Although, it is actually very empty here. This is the Source Magic Tower, which is very familiar to all students in the Magic Academy. Through conversations with students in the past 2 days, Persimmon has already had some ideas about this test. Although everyone also speculates whether the test of magical animals will be different, well, all lives are equal. However, perhaps it is not very equal. As a golden retriever walking on all fours, can Kaka climb up smoothly? The stairs below began to collapse, and Kaka was still squatting on the stairs nervously, not daring to move, as if frightened by the scene. Kaka, run, Persimmon shouted in her heart. Kaka's ears moved slightly, perhaps because she heard Persimmon shout, or perhaps because it was smart and understood the current situation, she began to run up. This was the first time Persimmon saw Kaka running. To be more precise, it was the first time that Persimmon saw Kaka in person. Just like what she had imagined in her heart through touching, this dog was a beautiful and majestic dog. It looked very agile when running. In order to lead the way for the invisible Persimmon, Kaka could only walk slowly during working hours. It was rare for it to run so fast and freely. It ran faster and faster, and could easily cross the gradually separated steps. Persimmon held her breath, happy for Kaka, but also worried about him. The speed of the staircase collapse was changing, and the distance between the steps was also getting longer, but the scene described by the students, such as plants appearing to form a bridge, had not yet happened. Persimmon vaguely knew that the number of steps climbed represented the talent level, and the magical scene that would help him represented the magic affinity attribute. But until now, the magic elements were still motionless. Finally, Kaka's leap was not high enough, and his feet were empty, and he was about to fall down. Even though he knew it was just an illusion, Persimmon's heart suddenly stopped beating. But the next moment, transparent steps seemed to appear under Kaka's feet. He used the force to kick in the air, stabilized his body, and soon jumped onto the steps in front again. What is it? This kind of talent? Could Kaka fly? But this is obviously different from flying. Soon, Persimmon saw this ability more clearly. In the test space, a situation that the students had never encountered appeared, and a white fog rose. The vision was blocked by the white fog, and the steps in front were looming, until the entire test environment was wrapped in thick fog. But Kaka was still running. Persimmon didn't know how it did it. Every time, it could accurately find the steps to land on. Even if it couldn't find them, it seemed to be able to step on something invisible in the air to help it go up. The sky began to change. There was a strong wind, lightning, and heavy rain. Persimmon felt that he was swaying in the wind and rain, and he had completely lost his way. But Kaka could not only run, but also dodge lightning flexibly. The denser the lightning, the faster she ran. Gradually, Kaka was no longer running continuously, and her figure began to appear and disappear, until finally, she successfully began to flash, and every time her figure disappeared, she could appear farther ahead. Finally, Kaka easily passed the surrounding thunderclouds. The world cleared up again, and it stood on the top of the tower. Persimmon couldn't help covering her mouth, happy for Kaka. This is considered reaching the top? She had never heard that this magic tower used for testing had a top. Does this mean that Kaka's talent is unexpectedly powerful? But the test doesn't seem to be over. Kaka's ears moved again, and the next second, it suddenly swooped down to the ground in front of it, and then penetrated into the tower. Persimmon then discovered that there was a room there. The room was full of various dolls. Kaka did not stop digging in the pile of dolls, and it took a long time to pick out a doll from it. Kaka rubbed the doll's face with his nose, then lay beside the doll, contentedly letting himself rest well after being tired. Persimmon saw that the doll had a face like his own. So that's it. Its magical talent is the pursuit of breaking through all obstacles. It can generate transparent steps out of thin air, travel through space, and pass through walls. There are few places in the world that it cannot reach. It is a free magic dog, but all its pursuits are just to accompany the most important human in its heart. Congratulations, this is a magic dog with a talent level of SSS, and you are the anchor that can enhance its ability. Chapter 144. As the principal's voice fell, the vivid and bright world in her mind gradually dimmed, and finally, Persimmon's world returned to darkness again. But compared to reluctance, she was more concerned about the principal's evaluation of Kaka. Pursuit? She asked uncertainly, is this also a kind of magic? This is a very special magic, a bit like finding objects or finding people magic. With Kaka's talent level, it can find almost anything in the world, of course. The premise is that it must have at least indirectly contacted it. The principal's voice seemed very happy, and in order to reach your destination, stepping into the air and leaping through space are just incidental magical effects. So although it looks like a kind of space magic, it is essentially a magic of finding objects. Persimmon understood vaguely. Is Kaka's talent because he is a guide dog? It's a little related. The talents of magical animals are related to their blood and wishes. That's why I said that because you are Kaka's anchor point, it can become such a magical dog. Persimmon remembered the moment when Kaka found him underwater. Guide dogs are a type of working dog that is expensive to train. Not only do they have to go through strict puppy screening, but they also have to undergo about a year of hard training after growing up to the right age in foster homes. The elimination rate is also very high, and they are more likely to develop various occupational diseases in their subsequent service careers. For most of their lives, they work against their nature, loyally, patiently, and diligently. And finding the way is not the goal of a guide dog. In fact, the training of guide dogs is mainly for avoiding obstacles. But Kaka activated the talent of pursuit. What was it thinking? In addition to finding Persimmon, perhaps it also hopes to use its own power to let Persimmon go anywhere in the world she wants to go. Persimmon promised that she would live well, and go to many places with Kaka to check in, and feel the beauty of this world. But if Kaka wants to learn to use its talent, and exert its ability, he still needs a lot of training and learning. Persimmon, are you willing to be its teacher and teach it personally? The principal suddenly asked. Persimmon was shocked. Can I? Yes, you are suitable, but you also need to learn. I will let you experience the illusion similar to the one just now, and you can learn how to train Kaka from it. The principal paused and said, moreover, if you become a school staff member, you can also use the school's medical resources first. Maybe it won't be long before you can see the light again. I am willing. Persimmon answered firmly, please let me try. Okay, welcome you and Kaka to join the academy. So now let's discuss the last question. Is Kaka willing to become the spokesperson of the academy? Oh, should I say spokesperson dog? Ah, not only Persimmon, but also the Tang family, who had been listening silently, were stunned. There is no one in the world who can refuse the expectations of the principal of the Magic Academy. So after officially joining the academy and becoming the first animal student, Kaka has another identity. The Academy Ambassador. Although it has a high IQ, and it will get higher and higher as its magic power increases, it is not a human after all, and has no accurate concept of endorsement. Fortunately, the principal's requirements were not high. It could occasionally attend activities with the school. The most important thing was that it could be petted at any time. However, after discussion, the identity of the mascot was finally given to Wooga. Or rather, it was designated as a crow. This time, Wooga did not object. As a magical creature accompanying the school, if it didn't become a mascot, who would? Of course, it would not appear casually for people to have fun. It was still possible to consider showing up at the school festival and accepting the cheers of the crowd. There was not much time left for preparation. After dealing with the magic dog, Ning Zhao immediately convened a meeting of the core members of the school. No one had expected that a school that did not even have breaks between classes, weekends, winter and summer vacations would suddenly hold a school festival. Noticing the confused and shocked looks in the employees' eyes, Ning Zhao wanted to say I'm not a devil either. But considering his personal image, he didn't say it. Everyone needs a good rest occasionally. Although this school festival will last for a month, the real key is the last 3 days. The school will have 3 days off. Let's enjoy this holiday happily together. Of course, although this is a friendly competition between us and another school, the ultimate goal is to win the final popularity vote, but I hope that this festival can also provide an opportunity for the hard-working people of Dongho and the people of Nanzhou who have just suffered a catastrophe to forget the end of the world. Although all our hard work is to survive, living itself should not be our goal. How to live is more important. This is what I hope everyone can convey to the outside world through magic at this school festival. We will eventually enter 3 events, but there can be more than 3 participating in this school festival. All teachers and students on campus, as well as our partners, Magic Cities, and the vast number of preparatory students, welcome everyone to join this festival. Since she is going to participate, Ning Zhao did not intend to be a stingy principal. She decided to take advantage of the situation to organize a large festival event, and was willing to give out some of the magic props that the outside world coveted as event rewards. The system requires the popularity of the 2 schools to compete, but Ning Zhao will provide another popularity selection channel in addition to this, so that all participating booths can compete for the popularity award provided by the school. Ning Zhao actually wants to run a magic amusement park. Happiness is the best medicine to cure everything. And this amusement park, that is, the location of the school festival, she plans to set it in Nanzhou, and the location she likes happens to be Magic Kaka's origin, near Xinjiang City. Although it would be more advantageous for the academy if it was established in Dong'o, the temperature in Dong'o is too troublesome. And Ning Zhao has another idea to try. I understand. Fang Huilan, the best secretary, swallowed her saliva after digesting the huge amount of information, and asked first, but principal, have these been discussed with that Abai's Magic Academy? When did we establish diplomatic relations with them? She thought she was the person who knew the most about the academy besides the principal, but at this time she was just confused. No, we haven't established diplomatic relations yet. Ning Zhao coughed lightly. These are all decided by me alone. But I think the other party will not raise any objections to this. Attendees, and we should remain vigilant about the academy for the time being. Ning Zhao thought for a moment and added, I'm afraid it will be very different from us. The school festival was quickly publicized with the emergency interruption of the school newspaper, causing a huge sensation throughout Dong'o. The people of Nanzhou were also surprised, but as newcomers who didn't understand the style of the academy, they naturally discussed it less. What Dongzhou people are most excited about is not even the school festival prizes provided by Hope Magic Academy, but a privilege that can be obtained as long as the booth application is submitted and approved. Everyone has the right to enter the library of the Magic Academy and find the magic needed to set up the booth. Of course, they cannot learn those magics due to the rules of the academy, but they can hire students from the Magic Academy to learn and then help them complete the design. This means there are many new magics coming soon. After the school was upgraded to level 4, Ning Zhao upgraded the magic reading room to a magic library, which not only has more books, but also has many other rooms. This library, which embodies the most magic knowledge in the world, has been placed in the northeast of the school as an independent building. It is a very beautiful 3-story magic building. There is a special audiovisual room for book spirits. Finally, they can avoid the interruption of teachers and students and watch dramas quietly. Different room themes are even opened according to the content of the drama. The use of watching dramas is not limited to small tablets. Book spirits with high status and high contributions can use large screen TVs and even projectors. There are more book spirits following the drama, so the formulas and magic knowledge obtained by the academy are gradually increasing. The students can no longer learn, so they choose their own learning direction according to their affinity and interests. In fact, this is the norm of a magic academy. A truly well-managed magic academy has a rich magic reserve. The academy will teach students in accordance with their aptitude to prevent students from wasting time on magic that is not suitable for them. Magic casting is divided into proficiency and power. Even magic alchemy will greatly improve the success rate and output after reaching full proficiency. Too much will only make you chew more. Of course, there are many formulas here that cannot be made at the current level of students, or lack of materials, but there are still many that can be made, but there is no time to learn for a while. This makes the prospective magicians outside jealous. Almost immediately after the registration for the school festival booths began, all magic cities, magic research institutes and other institutions took action, bringing their trusted quasi-magicians to the school to pan for gold. Even if they can only understand the effects of magic, it would be wonderful. And, well, after the booths are dismantled, the remaining magic props will not be taken back by the magic school. Right? The outside world is ready to move, while the inside of the school is relatively serious and solemn. The teachers and students at school felt Alexander. All the interest clubs were worried about the 3 exhibition projects, and the magic class, which had expanded to 8, also organized internal meetings for this. Ning Zhao knew the principle of 3 monks having no water to drink, and she gave a death order to both the interest clubs and the magic class, and they must produce at least one project. Then she will select the best 3 to represent the school. It is impossible that there are so many ideas that she can't find 3 people who can represent the school? Then Ning Zhao will definitely say that this is the worst class of magic teachers and students she has ever taught. In order to motivate her own people, she gave more generous rewards. Of course, there are punishments. I must remind you that I will really expel those who are unqualified. When she said this, there was no smile on her face. Her serious and indifferent attitude made everyone realize that this was really not a joke. Damn it, if it weren't for the magic pillow, they would have suffered from insomnia in front of the principal. Ning Zhao, who had turned into a stress monster, not only bullied his own teachers, students and staff, but also called out his good friend Corey and assigned him a task. You can already write this kind of plan, right? Yes, I can. Very good, then it's your responsibility to let the book spirits in the library use their brains and contribute some inspiration. Just hand in 10. No, 20 plans. Principal, can you speak human language? If you don't hand in all, I will limit your drama watching time. To be honest, if you are not alive, you will really die from watching dramas from morning to night. I guarantee to complete the task. Fearing that he would be torn to pieces by the angry book spirits, Corey said with a sad face. At the same time, the opportunity to make first contact with another magic academy, or to establish diplomatic relations, suddenly came. Mu Zhua and Yu Ren discovered a magic source node in Nanzhou. Just as they were about to record the location and excitedly tell the principal, a group of South Continent survivors stopped them outside the node. Are you looking for the magic source node? Said the survivor, who looked like an ordinary person. Yes. Sorry, this is our Nanzhou property. Your school has no right to seize it. The other party said forcefully. Mu Zhua, who had never thought of encountering such a thing, was at a loss for a moment. Then, he soon learned from the other party that this node was even rented to another magic school. The other party said so because they were concerned about the existence of the school and were afraid that they would forcibly seize it, so they had to bring out the backers behind them. So Mu Zhua and the other person, who had not yet had time to read the school newspaper, were completely dumbfounded. What? Where did the other school come from? After reporting to the principal and reading the school newspaper, the 2 people figured out the situation. The principal assigned them another task: to discuss the school festival with Abai's magic school. So soon after, the 2 were invited to a lounge to wait to meet people from another school. The 2 people who had never thought of such a development had many more speculations in their hearts. Mu Zhua realized that they, who suddenly became the representatives of the school, were responsible for establishing the image of the school. We must perform well. It is said that the Abai School of Magic was founded not long ago. Considering that the 2 were just students, they would also send student representatives to meet them. We must not lose to them, whether in momentum or other aspects. I must work hard to gain benefits for the school. Thinking this way, Mu Zhua met the representative of the Abai School of Magic the next moment. Then, looking at the childish child who was only as tall as his chest, Mu Zhua fell into silence. Wow, they actually sent a child younger than Wang Fatsai to negotiate. You have no martial ethics. Chapter 145. Okay, I do as you say. Something is not right. Mu Zhua had so many expectations for this meeting, but none of them matched the actual situation. The student representative of Abai's academy, who introduced himself as Lu Li, was really too well behaved. After greeting him, he sat obediently on the chair, with his back straight and his hands on his knees, and maintained the correct sitting posture of a good boy for almost the entire meeting. No matter what Mu Zhua said, he listened patiently. His eyes would look at him attentively, without any perfunctory intention, as if every word Mu Zhua said was important. During this process, he would also respond to Mu Zhua's speech with small expressions such as surprise, confusion, and exclamation, which made people feel a sense of accomplishment. As he spoke, Mu Zhua, who originally acted like a calm big brother, slowed down his speech and became kind. After conveying the meaning of the academy, he patiently asked, "Do you understand? Do you need to repeat it again?" Lu Li said he understood everything, and then, he had no objection. Mu Zhua, is this really okay? We are here to discuss, not to inform. You are so easy to talk to, it makes me a little scared. It's over, is our school a bully? But there is really nothing to say about Abai's academy. When saying goodbye, Lu Li sincerely thanked the school for taking care of everything. All the details of this competition were decided by the school, but they were also responsible for it. It sounds like they just need to move in with their bags. Oh no, They just need to show up with people and projects. Thank you for the efforts of Hope Magic Academy. We will also work hard and try not to lose too badly. Finally, the little boy clenched his fist and promised Mujwa very seriously. Mujwa, Aw, we won now? When he left, his feet were still a little shabby, and he always felt that he punched cotton. And this Magic Academy really looks a bit shabby. Mujwa noticed that Lu Li's wizard robe version of the school uniform seemed to be an ordinary product sewn by hand, and it looked completely incomparable with their school uniforms with automatic cleaning and automatic resizing functions. And after a brief exchange of a few words about the academy's situation, he learned that the Albai's Magic Academy did not have a central magic tower as the main building, no student dormitories, and no teaching buildings. Of course, Lu Li said that these were under construction, using magic mud bricks. Mujwa couldn't imagine it a little bit. Although he hoped that the Magic Academy would also have magic buildings built purely with magic mud bricks, more than half of them were still directly from the magic world. The beauty of their appearance and the magic inside were not comparable to the later ones built by humans. This newly emerged school doesn't even have a building like this. There is only one magic subject. Of course, this is nothing. After all, Hope Magic School only had plant magic at the beginning. There is only one teacher in the new school, and the principal is also in charge. This is quite comparable. Although Hope Magic School has added a few teachers, it is still a self-service classroom, not as good as Albai's Academy, where the principal teaches magic in person. However, Mujwa, who was originally full of expectations for this new magic school, felt a complicated sense of disappointment after knowing that it was simply a beggar's version of the school. It seems that there is really nothing to compare. The difference is too big, Mujwa said. Don't take it lightly. Yuren glanced at him. Don't you know the child just now? Why? He is a famous little prodigy in Nanzhou. He's skipped many grades, and is said to take the college entrance examination this year. Yuren used a calm tone, but Mujwa almost jumped up. Isn't it that this child has such a background? And this little genius is so well-behaved and obedient? So don't underestimate him. Maybe there will be many people willing to support them just for this name. Lu Li didn't know that he was being talked about behind his back by the two magic seniors. After leaving the room, he also breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense back relaxed slightly. I hope the people in the magic school look so kind. It's not as overbearing as the teacher said. Although, well, they did arrange everything before notifying. But to be honest, Albai's Academy has no room for conditions now. It's great that they don't have to be responsible for anything other than the competition. And that academy is really amazing. Lu Li has never seen it with his own eyes, but he has heard his friends talk about the students in the Magic Academy, including the two big brothers just now. They know a lot of cool magic, and saved a lot of people in danger during this huge wave. From their behavior, conversation, and dress, it can be seen that it is really a powerful Magic Academy. Lu Li actually has a good impression of Hope Magic Academy. Because, when he was underwater, he vaguely remembered that a woman carried him out of the Jedi, and later heard that the other party claimed to be an ordinary student of the Magic Academy. Of course, he was able to survive with the help of his teacher. It was the teacher who helped him activate the magic power in his blood. The teacher did not directly save him from the bottom of the water, so that he could better stimulate his talent in desperate situations. The teacher was not wrong, but perhaps this kind of for his own good thing. His parents have done too much. Lu Li is more grateful to the strange woman who pulled him out of the water. However, the teacher is also very good. Lu Li knocked on the door of the teacher, or should I say the principal's office of Albai's college, and saw the man standing at the window, looking at the water, and turned around. There was a very gentle smile on his face. How is it? Lu Li repeated the whole meeting process, then sighed like a little adult, and asked in confusion, do we really want to participate? How to do it? It's impossible to win. It doesn't matter, don't feel pressured. Principal Jones touched his head, and the corners of his mouth raised a charming arc. Just play casually, anyway. We can't lose. Hello, my name is Mukuching. Are you Mr. Pan, shall we? Dongzhou, Magic 9 Cities. This is a newly opened magic restaurant located in the center of the 9 cities. The decoration is very luxurious, and it is conceivable that the price is also very expensive. Originally, such a restaurant should not appear in the end of the world, but with the improvement of basic production and the gradual stabilization of everyone's life, restaurants serving the rich still appeared. It is said that the main investor behind this is the city government, and the purpose is actually to recover the work points given to quasi-mages, which are far more than those of ordinary people. At the same time, such a luxurious place can also make quasi-mages more willing to stay in the Magic City. After all, being able to consume here is a symbol of status and privilege. Mukaching came for a blind date. Yes, it was a blind date. I thought this word would not appear in the apocalypse, but in fact, there seemed to be more people who were keen on doing this. Of course, this kind of hurried blind date in the apocalypse usually does not happen to ordinary people. It is exclusive to prospective magicians. Especially those prospective magicians, who are of the right age and single. Now it is visible to the naked eye that prospective magicians are about to become two classes from ordinary people. Smart families naturally start to try their best to get in touch with each other. Isn't the best way to get married? The profession of matchmaker has even revived quickly, specifically to match up prospective magicians in need. Mukaching was introduced by a matchmaker, and forced to come by her parents. She is an ordinary person, so naturally she has no money to spend in such a high-end restaurant, so what is unusual is her blind date, a prospective magician, who is almost 20 years older than her. She was not a woman who coveted money, and she would not sell herself for the sake of climbing up the social ladder, but both her parents and that sister thought that she should do this. She owed them, and she had to give to this family for free. In the past, Mukaching had no way to resist such verbal violence. Although her parents favored her sister, they also raised her well. Except for letting her do more work, they did not abuse her. And her sister. Mukaching felt guilty about her. When she was a child, her parents were busy with work, and she helped to take care of her sister. She was not careful, and caused her sister to knock over the kettle and burn her arm. The marks left can be seen now, which makes her sister unable to wear sleeveless or short-sleeved clothes. The younger sister resented her. So, she had every reason to ask her to be good to her. From childhood to adulthood, Mukaching has been working hard to contribute to this family, but she is becoming more and more like a transparent person and a tool. She thought that her parents had a problem with her because of her negligence when she was a child, but not long ago, she applied for a magic ID card, and then she had another answer. They are not related by blood. She is an adopted stranger. Even so, the family members, who knew that the truth was exposed, still habitually forced her to contribute to the family. For example, to go on a blind date with a strange man. Mukaching is only 16 years old, and can't even get a marriage certificate, but her parents think that the piece of paper in the end times is not important at all. She is beautiful and young, just enough to please the magician. At most, they can date for a few years, and then get married, so that it is easier to be certified as husband and wife on the magic ID card. Mukaching wanted to leave that home, but she was too young and still had a fear of the end times. So she could only endure it. Even so, she couldn't let a stranger spend so much money to treat her to an unnecessary lunch. She planned to speak her mind directly and leave immediately. But when the man turned his head, Mukaching was stunned. To be precise, she was a little scared. There were large black spots on the right side of the other person's face, which made his ordinary appearance even more horrifying and ugly. Realizing her own gaffe, Mukaching subconsciously wanted to do something to cover it up, so she got excited and pulled out a chair and sat down opposite the other person instead of leaving. Mukaching, damn, she was so stupid. But what can she do? It would be strange to leave now, and if she said she wanted to leave when she saw someone like this, would it be considered discrimination? Thanks to her sister's indoctrination, she subconsciously had more sympathy for people with facial defects. Fortunately, the embarrassment did not last long, and the other party spoke. It's me. He paused and said, sorry, you look too young. How old are you this year? 16. There must be something wrong, I will check it. Little girl, go back, we are not suitable. Mukaching was a little surprised. She thought that this prospective magician was the kind of person who relied on his magical talent, gradually became arrogant in the pursuit, and deliberately selected young girls for blind dates. Thank God, Mukaching hurriedly stood up and bowed. Then, I go first? Just at this moment, her stomach growled. There was no other way. Most of the work points she earned were taken away by her parents, so she couldn't eat too much. To show my apology, if you don't mind, please have a meal with me, the other party said politely. No thanks. Mukaching waved her hands repeatedly, feeling even more embarrassed. Am I too scary? The other party whispered, before the end of the world, no one was willing to have a meal with me. You may not believe it, but I came out for a blind date because I could have a meal companion and chat. Especially the opposite sex, everyone is afraid of me. He kept talking to himself, leaving Mukaching stunned. Uncle, your suspicion has increased again. Are you really not a pervert who wants to deceive a little girl? Sorry, did I scare you? If you don't want to, you can leave, the other party said. After saying this, he turned his head again and looked at a place outside the window, as if he didn't expect any answer. Mukaching saw that he seemed to be serious, and thinking of his face, he finally hesitated and sat down. "Can I ask, uncle, what are you looking at?" Her voice surprised Pan Xiaohui. He turned back and hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want to participate in the school festival?" The topic jumped a little too fast. Mukaching nodded in confusion. "I want to, but I can't go, right? We are too far from Nanzhou. This is the north of Dong'o. Although it is not as far as Magic City 1, it is still a relatively far place in terms of distance. If you want to go to Nanzhou, you have to take a long magic car and then transfer to a magic ship. It will probably take about 2 days on the road. Even if you have this time, the travel expenses are not affordable. In addition to travel expenses, food and lodging, as well as some school festival items also require work points." Mukaching discussed with her friends that ordinary families, like them, had no hope of participating, although she was very eager for such an unprecedented magic festival. "Don't be afraid of the distance." Pan Xiaohui pointed to a platform outside the window and said, "A magic portal is being built over there." "What?" Mukaching was really shocked. She looked in the direction he pointed and saw that many people were indeed working. But such scenes are too common in magic cities. She never thought that it would be something like a portal. Is it the kind of portal that can be transmitted to a far place in a whoosh? Her eyes rekindled hope. Does it cost work points? It is said that it can be transmitted directly to Nanzhou. Pan Xiaohui replied, "It costs work points, but the price is not clear yet, but it is said that it consumes a lot of magic power. That would be very expensive." Mukaching lowered her eyes in disappointment. She really wanted to go. Not only was it out of the curiosity of a young girl about the magic festival, but also because there must be a lot of people at the school festival, right? People from all over the world. Among them, there might be the name that was still lit up on the magic ID card. Her real family. Her father. Chapter 146. In the end, Mukaching stayed for lunch. She wanted to know a lot of details about the school festival, and the quasi-magician on the other side obviously knew more inside information than her. Of course, she was still unwilling to do the shameless thing of eating for free, and finally, she just chose an ordinary egg fried rice. A portion of egg fried rice, which was just enough for a little girl like her, cost 50 points, which was her salary for a week of hard work. But it was actually cheap on the restaurant menu. Mukaching looked painful, but when the rice mixed with egg liquid and a little golden entered her mouth, she suddenly felt as if, "It's not bad to indulge occasionally. It's so delicious." Forgive her lack of words, but this is the only description that can come out of her mind, and this is definitely not because it is difficult to eat rice after the end of the world. Even compared with the experience before the end of the world, this is also a taste she can't imagine. This is newly ripened magic rice. The man opposite explained, "Didn't the academy start selling magic soil some time ago? It's planted on that, so it has some magic power. Whether it is good for the human body remains to be observed in the long term, but the taste is much better than ordinary rice." These eggs are also carefully selected. The ranch has cultivated a lot of breeding chickens, leaving the best egg-laying varieties for slime to copy. The quality control is very stable, so the price of egg products is relatively cheap now. Pan Xiaohui may indeed be a little short of eating companions, or even a little short of talking companions. He kept talking during the whole meal. And sometimes it is obvious that he is talking to himself, because he doesn't seem to care about getting a response. Although it is polite not to talk after eating, Mukaching is still willing to say a few words at the right time and turn the topic to something she is more interested in. But soon, she knew why this uncle couldn't find a girlfriend. It was not just a matter of appearance. He might be a bit straight. As he talked, he began to talk about his own things regardless of the audience's emotions. "Alas, although people don't have to get married, I really don't want to be alone. Too lonely. Now there are many people willing to go on blind dates with me, and there are even several who are willing to continue to contact and cultivate feelings, but I always feel that they are here for my money. My identity as a quasi-magician. Maybe I am too naive. I still yearn for love at my age, and life needs to consider material things, but once I think about how I am as a person, I feel very depressed. I now have the contact information of Miss A, Miss B and Miss C. They are all very good, but I can't be sure who to continue with. Who do you think is most likely to marry me first and then fall in love with me?" Mr. Pan told the girl about his emotional troubles and distress. Mukaching's face was expressionless. "Why don't you choose someone with good acting skills?" she suggested. "Maybe the one who can perform the feeling of I love you is better." Mr. Pan was shocked, and then looked at the little girl with accusatory eyes. with tears in his eyes. Do you also think that I can't find true love? He even choked a little. Oh my god. Suddenly I felt guilty for bullying others. No, I'm kidding. Isn't it often said that life is like a play, it all depends on acting? Mukaching quickly explained, to be honest, I think you just need to choose someone with good character. She thought for a moment, and said seriously. Emotions can be developed from getting along, but the premise is that the other person is someone who knows how to be considerate and grateful. Otherwise, no matter how long you get along, no matter how good you are to her, she will think it is natural, and you will always be a tool that is not worth mentioning. Her eyes dimmed, and she thought of her adoptive parents. They argued that they adopted her because they felt sorry for her. But in the revolving lantern of life, she saw that she was bought because they were misdiagnosed as unable to have children at first. Of course, it was a transaction packaged as adoption, but a few sporadic scenes made Mukaching, who could already be considered an adult, understand that her adoptive parents knew that there might be something wrong with her origin. But Mukaching didn't really resent them. Compared to being sold to a worse place, her adoptive parents' family was already very good. They didn't even want to raise a boy, although from what they said, they thought girls were easier to raise and more filial. Children are the guarantee of one's future, and they implicitly taught her, and even her sister, such gratitude. However, they themselves seemed unable to make an equal exchange of emotions, giving a little bit of charity and expecting a lot of love in return. Of course, due to blood ties, they would at least treat their sister more fairly. You're right, I decided to invite them to participate in the school festival together, of course, the kind that is separated for 3 days. During this process, maybe I can really make a decision. Pan, shall we on the other side continue the topic? Lunch ended here. Mukaching thanked the other party for his generosity again and said goodbye. They did not exchange contact information. Anyway, they were just strangers. Mukaching decided to try hard. She wanted to save enough money to attend the school festival. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is enough to pay for the travel expenses. She can just go shopping and not participate in any activities that require money. If you want to stay overnight, bring a blanket and find a place to lie down for a night. She believes in the security capabilities of the school, and there should be no danger even if she sleeps on the street. Bring some water secretly. The only problem left is the ticket. Mukaching remembered that before the end of the world, the largest amusement park in Dong-o could receive 50,000 tourists a day during the peak period of traffic. The school festival might be a little magical and could increase it 10 times. Even so, in fact, many people should still not be able to participate, and the reception capacity is very limited. So there will be a ticket, right? Even if it is free, it is a good idea to control the flow of people by using tickets. Mukaching was not wrong. The next day, she saw a new report in the school newspaper. The school festival has tickets, which are in 2 forms. The first is to spend a certain amount of work points or school points to exchange for tickets for a specified time, and the second is to draw tickets for a random date for free. But surprisingly, the school said that there is no limit on the number of tickets. All survivors, whether from Dong-o or Nanzhou, can participate in this festival celebration. Those who cannot come can also experience some popular projects in their dreams, or watch the scene through the Dream Network or broadcast channels. It is also very simple to obtain tickets. Just swipe your Magic ID card. Each Magic City will set up a special office, and residents can go to draw tickets by themselves. Of course, those who want to go with family and friends don't have to worry. You can get multiple tickets, and people who are close to each other on the Magic ID card will be arranged on the same day first. Mukaching drew a ticket for the third to last day of the school festival. This made her feel relieved. Now she has more time to accumulate work points. The portal was also completed soon. Many people went to the scene that day to watch. Everyone watched the huge door absorb a pool of magic power, and the magic runes on it were lit up one by one, and then the whole door began to glow. After testing, people and materials can pass smoothly, and excited cheers rang out on the scene. Next, it is about the cost of using the portal. One-way charge is 150 points, not particularly expensive, but it is really not cheap. Mukaching decided to take more work, as long as she went home a few hours later every day. But she couldn't tell her parents and sister that she wanted to do odd jobs, because they wouldn't allow her to have too many work points. So, she had to think of a reason. And this reason was ready. Well, her blind date with Uncle Pan went smoothly, and they had dates every night. Isn't it strange? Before she said goodbye, she even asked the uncle to help her, and lied to the matchmaker. Tang Dongfeng entered the magic library again. He was going to the public library that ordinary people could also go to. After swiping his magic ID card, he skillfully got a flying chair at the door. Then, after confirming the area he wanted to read today, he sat on the chair and said the password. Soon, the chair carried him up into the air. Looking around, the entire circular library that runs through the 3 floors of the Magic Library is full of people sitting on flying chairs, suspended in the air. No matter how many times you watch it, it is a very shocking scene. Behind him, there is another newcomer who intends to find a usable formula in the library, and he can't help but exclaim. The sound quickly disappeared, because the other party consciously covered his mouth and abided by the library's etiquette of quiet borrowing. Tang Dongfeng no longer held the armrests tightly with both hands, like he did when he first came in, nervous like a wooden man, for fear that he would fall down accidentally. He can now lean on the chair comfortably, and even cross his legs leisurely. There is anti-fall magic here. If you really fall, you will only fall gently like a feather, and there is no need to worry about safety. It's not that he has experienced it personally, but he has seen it with his own eyes in the past few days. After all, there are always people who can't help but be curious and want to try this kind of magic. He skillfully operated the flying chair, passing over people who were as panicked as he was when he was a rookie, and stopped at his target area. The entire circular wall was full of bookshelves, with densely packed books. In addition to the recipe instructions of the Academy, there are many books here, from the Magic Continent, but they are ordinary, miscellaneous books without book spirits. These books are cheap, but their value may not be low. For example, Tang Dongfeng thinks that some of the exotic novels in them are very interesting. He just saw the magic way saving the legendary magician yesterday, and was wondering if he would successfully become a disciple in the follow-up. Although this routine is not uncommon in the online novels of the modern world, the vivid other world is exciting enough. Tang Dongfeng was fascinated by it, and went back every night until the closing time. There was no way, they just came here with Persimmon. They were originally worried that Persimmon would need help from acquaintances because he couldn't see, but since the principal was willing to let Persimmon treat his eyes in the Academy, they could rest assured. Persimmon has entered the hospital of the Academy. It is said that he will be able to see again in 2 days. By then, Tang Dongfeng and his friends will also leave and return to Nanzhou. After all, it is not good for a family to be separated for a long time, and as the mayor, Mr. Tang, who is very busy, also needs the help of his family. There is not much time left in the Academy. Tang Dongfeng regretted it. He was just turning over a book and reading with relish when 2 chairs suddenly flew over from the left and right. They snapped and merged with Tang Dongfeng's chair, turning into a 3-grid bench side by side. Then, the bookshelf compartment in front became longer, and a small table extended out. The person on the right snapped his fingers, and a transparent cover covered them, isolating them from the outside world. Hi, Tang Dongfeng. The student on the left said excitedly, I have good news for you. The magic roller coaster project you proposed has passed the principal's selection. Moreover, it has become one of the 3 representative projects of the Academy. Chapter 147. Tang Dongfeng suspected that he was hallucinating. My roller coaster? He said in disbelief. Then, isn't that a very ordinary idea? This matter is a long story. In fact, Tang Dongfeng did not want to get involved in this school festival. After all, he had a guest mentality, and was embarrassed to give orders to the school on such an important matter. But he couldn't stand it. There were too many people trying to get close to him. Yes, getting close. Now in the school, not only Magic Kaka, Persimmon, he is also a little celebrity, just because he not only participated in Kaka's rescue incident, but his father is also the mayor of Nanzhou Advanced Magic City. The venue of the school festival happened to be near Xinjiang City. As a group of people who grew up in a society of favors, wouldn't it be natural for them to want to get close to him? Although everyone didn't necessarily want to use the back door, it was also difficult to do such a thing in front of the school. But what if, considering that they were young Master Tang's new friends, Mayor Tang was willing to provide help in some small matters to the best of his ability, anyway, making friends. It doesn't cost money to try. And since Nanzhou is the home court, everyone also wants to know what kind of magic projects Nanzhou people would be interested in. After a while, Tang Dongfeng became familiar with the 2 B-class students next to him. Then, unable to resist their enthusiastic greetings, he proposed his idea of a magic roller coaster at the internal discussion meeting of Class B. It's not entirely because of the boys' love for exciting projects. These days, Tang Dongfeng is not just reading miscellaneous books in the magic library. He would occasionally flip through the magic instructions, and after seeing some special alchemical device effects, he came up with the idea of a roller coaster. It was more exciting than a real roller coaster, but also more dreamy and magical. Moreover, he had a bolder even. Crazy idea? Do you mean a simple roller coaster, or? Tang Dongfeng asked tentatively. The boy on the left nodded and said excitedly, of course it includes everything, so congratulations, because with your proposal, the entire school. No, the entire Dong'o, including all the magic cities, will participate. This is a big project. Tang Dongfeng was completely dumbfounded. Will the principal agree to that? This is really a super big project. In fact, Ning Zhao quickly passed the project because of this roller coaster made a big deal, and even planned to make it a focus. Apart from anything else, she personally thought the idea was very interesting. There was an urge to play it. But more importantly, this roller coaster project is just right for showing the Academy and East Continent to the people of South Continent. Ning Zhao certainly knew that the promotion of magic loans was blocked in the West, and it was obviously inseparable from the involvement of the Albai's Magic Academy. If you want to solve this problem, you have to break the information cocoon. At this time, Ning Zhao was looking through his principal's guide, which was showing lines of text. Puppet Lingling is squatting in the corner and eavesdropping. It's best to strengthen patrols recently, and don't let strangers, especially those from East Continent, in. Don't worry, there are at least 3 teams guarding here. Even if we hope that the principal of the magic school will come in person, he will definitely not be able to steal our source nodes. Albai's Academy is good in everything, but the magic consumes too much blood. Alas, I feel a little anemic recently. In fact, you should catch a few live fish, and the fish blood can also be used. This is a monitoring magic that can transmit the sound or simple picture detected by the magic puppet back through the recording function of the principal's guide. Ning Zhao asked the students to have a brief contact with Albai's Academy, just to reduce the other party's vigilance. In fact, she certainly would not carelessly leave the opponent alone. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you will win every battle. Even the physical education teacher understands this truth. But considering the danger, she did not send employees or students to perform this task, but chose to let Mu Zhua and others secretly put down a magic puppet. The magic puppet also carried an invisibility potion for emergency use, which was very suitable for the lurking task. At this time, the puppet named Lingling was collecting intelligence in Nanzhou by relying on the invisibility potion and its inconspicuous small body. Seeing that the two people were no longer communicating, Lingling took her short legs and began to move quickly along the shadows. As a magic puppet, it has a pretty good IQ and is naturally a bit adventurous. Lingling found this lurking mission very interesting. The only regret is that it has not found the principal named Hull Jones yet. Although Principal Human asked it to avoid the gentleman as much as possible out of caution, Lingling was curious about the other principal. After more than a day of exploration, Lingling had almost explored the nearby terrain and even accurately found the entrance to the Albai's Magic Academy. Compared with the magic school, the academy was too shabby. From the outside, it was not even recognizable as a magic school. It was completely submerged in ordinary Nanzhou buildings. But Lingling would follow children. It even quickly understood that the group of children were the first batch of students in the academy. Although she had only seen the child named Luli teaching others to use magic, she had not seen the principal teaching anyone. Lingling wanted to continue to collect valuable information. For example, she knew that the 2 academies were about to compete in the school festival. So, what information is more important than getting the opponent's project in advance? Lingling took this as her goal and quickly analyzed the value of every human being around her. Through tracking, she actually found a clue. It was a place near the water, similar to a research institute. A group of humans, who looked very knowledgeable, were calling the fish in the water to cooperate with the experiment. Lingling approached quietly, and then, the little puppet's face showed cartoon eyes of shock. Why are there so many sharks here? Let's try the saddle. We have to make sure that tourists won't fall off easily when they sit on it. And can the bubble magic for diving be installed correctly? Don't let any safety accidents happen. It seems to be a project where you can ride on sharks. Lingling tried her best to pass the information she got to the principal through magic. After she had almost finished the investigation here, she tried the same trick again to find the traces of the other 2 projects. Strangely, Lingling searched all the suspicious places and found no clues at all. There was not even a trace of preparation for this. Just as it was wondering, it accidentally heard a conversation. Don't you think this preparation is a bit too perfunctory? A male voice said, will they be outdone by the magic school in Dong'o? Perfunctory? But you know, they have advantages that the school can't match. Of course I know, but is this enough? What do you want? Another male voice smiled. Do you think the magic I handed over is not enough? Ah, that's not what I mean. Well, I hope to be safe and come up with some more special magic. No need, okay, let's not discuss this anymore. I want to rest. Another voice was silent for a moment, and finally said, okay, Mr. Principal. Principal, Lingling was too happy, and carefully climbed down from the roof where she was, trying to sneak a peek at the room through the window. Unfortunately, the window was actually curtained, leaving only a small gap. But for the puppet, it was enough. Lingling lay down cautiously, trying to take a sneak peek at the principal. Then, she saw a blond man grabbing his chest, with veins on the back of his hand bulging from exerting force, and his face full of pain. What's going on? Lingling was a little confused. At this moment, the blond man suddenly turned his head and looked over here. Who's there? His voice sounded a little cold, and without hesitation, he walked to the window in a few steps and pulled open the curtains. Lingling fell to the ground in panic. What's worse is that it found that the invisibility potion seemed to have taken effect. The window was opened, and just as Lingling was about to run away, a hand grabbed her. What are you doing here? The principal's voice became gentle again. The person he was questioning was a little girl standing outside the window. The little girl raised the puppet in her hand and showed it to the principal, saying in a childish tone, I'm looking for Hua Hua. The male principal stared at the puppet in her hand for a long time and asked, Is this yours? The little girl nodded. Lingling was so scared that she dared not move. Fortunately, she was wearing a small skirt made for her by the girls in Magic Class A, and she looked a bit like an ordinary doll. Go, it should be time for class soon? The little girl nodded again. Well, goodbye, principal. Then, she jumped and left with the doll. Hall Jones looked at her back for a long time and sneered. And Lingling was soon surrounded by a group of children. The girl proudly held it up high and said to the other children, Look what I found, a doll that moves by itself. Wow! The children exclaimed and quickly surrounded her. Lingling was horrified. Damn, I'm surrounded by children. The little girl excitedly grabbed its arm and shook it up and down. Hua Hua, move quickly. Lingling could only pretend to be dead and would not move even if she was beaten to death. What should I do, principal? Am I exposed? Ning Zhao, who was far away in Dong-O, fell into deep thought. Looking through the records, she found a strange record in it. Your puppet Lingling seems to have discovered a necromancer who is suffering from the backlash of the curse. Necromancer? From the conversation, it can only be the principal who has not met yet. Even, it is likely that it is Mr. X. But what about the curse? Chapter 148. Speaking of which, I remembered something. The omnipotent Corey suddenly interrupted at this time, and said hesitantly, When I was traveling on the mainland, I once met a madman. Ning Zhao and Wu Jie both looked over. He claimed to know the truth about the end of the Dark Age, claiming that it was by no means a glorious history, because it was the black magic itself, the magic called curse witchcraft, that killed those black wizards who were unstoppable at the time. Of course, no one believed what he said. There were always various revelations about the truth of the year by people who claimed to be insiders, but in the end, without exception, they were all proved to be just used to defraud money. Corey shrugged in the frame. So this is very likely a lie made up by the drunk madman to avoid paying for the wine. It's not even a very exciting lie. It's just that among all kinds of complicated, legendary and righteous heroic stories, or obscene, erotic stories that meet the imagination of the lowest level petty citizens, it is a little boring because it is not so righteous, but it can leave a trace of impression. At this moment, it was unexpectedly remembered. Well, maybe he is really just a madman. Don't pay too much attention to his words. Seeing that Ning Zhao was really thinking seriously, Corey quickly added, Can you be more specific? Ning Zhao continued to ask. Let me think about it. Corey thought for a while, flipping through the pages of the book, as if looking for something, and soon he stopped. Oh yes, here. I noticed another reason for him. Because he claimed that his ancestor was a male servant of the Nevins family. Ah, that saint. Ning Zhao quickly remembered where he had heard this name. The saint named Nigel Nevins was prejudiced against all magic schools because the Abyss Academy massacred his family, which led Ning Zhao to spend a lot of effort to deceive, in exchange for a weakened version of the holy water formula. In fact, the formula is still useful. Although it is not as powerful as music magic, it is still good for curing some simple minor injuries. Applying it to the skin can even have a beauty effect. The ladies of the Parents' Union are even planning to use it to create a cosmetics brand. Yes, it's the Nevins family. He vowed that the end of the dark rule of that academy was the work of the last mistress of the Nevins family. She sacrificed her own name and cursed those magicians. Yuga couldn't help but interrupt. Jie, Even if an ordinary lady sacrificed her own name, it would be impossible for her to cause a serious curse on those legendary black magicians, right? This sounds ridiculous. Yes, so no one believed him at all. Corey said hurriedly, maybe it's just a coincidence. The curse he mentioned is not the same as the one mentioned in the principal's guide? What is the content of the curse? Ning Zhao continued to ask. It's not clear, he can't explain it himself. Corey said quickly, do you need me to help check it? Yes, please. Ning Zhao was very satisfied with Corey's self-awareness. She had a hunch that it would not be a coincidence that it was specifically mentioned in the principal's manual. In fact, more and more clues now point to the fact that Albai's School of Magic is closely related to Abyss Academy. Although this makes the enemy look a little dangerous, it is also a good thing if you think about it from another perspective. At least the truth about the natural disasters in this world seems to be getting closer and closer. Time passed quickly, and as the teleportation arrays of various magic cities were completed one after another, a large number of magic materials were transported to Nanzhou. The citizens of Xinjiang City almost watched those magic buildings being completed step by step. During this period, the floods in Nanzhou were further intensified. Although floods are easier to deal with than extreme cold in terms of harm, it is more because the entire Dongou has laid a good foundation for Nanzhou. As long as people keep warm in extreme cold, they can still move freely, but floods greatly restrict people's travel, which means it is difficult to exchange materials and improve productivity. Moreover, the weather conditions in Nanzhou are much worse than those in Dongou. Although several blizzards in Dongzhou have caused a lot of trouble to the survivors, the frequency is not too high. If you make adequate preparations and stay in a safe place without leaving your home, you can generally cope with it. But Nanzhou has heavy rains from time to time, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The water level will rise again during this period, but since the Nanzhou buildings have been built in the air in advance, this does not cause too much trouble, but lightning can kill people if they accidentally strike. Moreover, this makes the water dangerous. Except for the magic bubble, other ordinary ships are almost only used for short-distance transportation, because once it is a thunderstorm, as the water level rises, it is difficult for people on the ship to get ashore in time to avoid it, but the magic bubble can sink to the bottom of the water quickly. The conductivity of lightning and water will weaken with distance, so hiding below is a good choice. However, thunderstorms do bring troubles to the people of Nanzhou, and make the construction of the school festival difficult. Fortunately, this problem can also be solved by magic. Weather bottle is a relatively advanced alchemical tool, and one of the alchemical materials in it is considered rare in the magic continent. But it happens that an alloy in this world can be converted into this material in the pot of turning stones into gold. Nowadays, there is a special underground room in the academy that is constantly studying the conversion map. There are many professors who are interested in this. It is said that they almost fought to compete for research quotas. Except that there are always people who want to throw strange things into the pot. Everything is going well. In particular, the huge magic network of Dongou is gradually taking shape, and the speed of magic accumulation is many times faster than before. In the inexhaustible extreme cold that provides a working environment for the ice lotus, the pot of turning stones into gold has successfully become a bud-level weapon. The weather bottle was refined by Ning Zhao himself. It can put thunderstorm weather into the bottle, and then convert the lightning power inside into electrical energy through other equipment. Moreover, the weather bottle is very large, and it can clear about 1/5 of the lightning over Nanzhou at a time, which makes it very sufficient to provide electricity. Now the engineers in Nanzhou are thinking about how to effectively convert this high-voltage electricity into electricity for residents. Of course, this is actually a BUG. Normally, the coverage area of thunderstorm weather cannot be so large, but who makes this a natural disaster world that does not play by the rules? In short, with the thunderstorm weather resolved, the natural disasters in Nanzhou are almost difficult to cause harm to the people of Nanzhou. However, even the people of Xinjiang City do not particularly understand why the magic school held the school festival at such a time. I am very grateful to the people of Dongou and the Magic Academy, but we still have a lot of things to build, so how can we have time to play now? Some residents complain quietly. Besides, the disaster has just passed. Is it really appropriate to hold such a celebration? Isn't it said that this is to compete with the Magic Academy in the West? The person who took over the conversation pointed to the West with his eyes, and said disdainfully, really? Do people in the West really think that kind of bloody magic is good? With the in-depth coverage of the school newspaper, the people of the two continents now have some understanding of the inside story of the school festival. This shows how timely the appearance of the school newspaper is. The professors of the liberal arts majors straightened their chests with tears in their eyes, and vowed to help the school in the war of public opinion. Recently, they have spared no effort to promote the school, using the spring and autumn style of writing that journalists are good at to lead the rhythm. Some reports were even so exaggerated that Ning Zhao couldn't bear it, and called a halt in time. To be honest, that Abaisai Academy is the poor one. Stop beating them, it will be too much. In such a busy time, the main venue of the school festival was built. The delegation of Abaisai Academy arrived in Xinjiang City. Mayor Tang and Ms. Wang Chunhua of the Parents' Union received the delegation together. The delegation had more than 100 people, and most of the Sky Hotel that was built temporarily for this school festival was occupied. But the most eye-catching thing is that there are a lot of children in the delegation. They also brought their parents, as if they were on a spring outing, and they seemed very relaxed and happy. Except that Lu Li, as a student representative, had to attend important occasions with the leaders of the South Continent Survivors Union. The other children really took their parents to play very quickly. Chairman Gong Liqiong of the Alliance was the speaker of the delegation and had friendly exchanges with representatives from Donggo. However, Mayor Tang noticed that there was a small staff member in the delegation who kept staring at him inexplicably, as if there was some deep hatred. Well, never mind him, it doesn't matter anyway. During the meeting, Chairman Gong Liqiong kept trying to win over the mayor of Nanzhou, but Mayor Tang perfectly ignored it. Intrigues and such are too difficult for this small-town mayor. I don't understand what you are talking about. How is your school's project prepared? Do you need help? Wang Chunhua turned the topic to the school festival at the right time and asked Lu Li. Gong Liqiong answered, No, our project is not complicated. However, I plan to wait until the last week to announce it. The deadline for this competition is 1 month. Ning Zhao plans to use half a month to lay out the venue and projects. In the second half of the month, some booths will be open for everyone to play. In the last week, the 3 key projects will be gradually made public. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Albai's Academy does not intend to reveal its cards too early. Although, as they said, it is really a simple project. Okay, if Chairman Gong doesn't mind, would you like to visit and guide our Donggo booths during this period? Wang Chunhua said with a smile. Gong Liqiong paused, alert in his heart, but with an unchanged smile on his face. Then I trouble your academy. In the hotel, the little girl's parents are opening their luggage and taking out the things inside one by one and putting them away. In addition to clothes, the most they bring are toys. If you look closely, there are even quite a few very expensive toys, which parents would never buy for their children before the end of the world. But now, children who have mastered many fish puppets can easily own them. Anyway, they are pulled out from underwater. These days, the children gradually feel the joy of mastering magic. In the past, the things that parents did not allow them to have and do in the past, they can now enjoy them at will. Although it hurts a little to drip blood, compared with being controlled here and there, life is so happy now. Especially, those dead parents will not even say a word of objection. At first, the children were very sad about the death of their parents. Now, some children even think that their parents are better off dead. Anyway, they can be resurrected. After resurrection, they will be good parents who will care for them and not be nagging at all. The living parents are becoming more and more taciturn, and they dare not say anything extra about the current situation. They don't want to accidentally fall into the water and be bitten to death by sharks. Such accidents have already happened. Except for a few people, no one knew about it. When they wanted to tell the truth, they would feel the creepy prying eyes. So they could only keep silent. Children were always ignored because they were considered to know nothing, so few people in Nanzhou would notice such changes. But now, a toy noticed it. Lingling was turned out of the box and thrown aside casually, as if the little owner had lost all interest in it. But it still didn't dare to move or run away. Although it had thought about it before, such as quietly leaving at night while everyone was asleep. But it just turned its head and met a pair of eyes. No, 2 pairs of eyes. The little girl's parents, at night, kept looking at it with their eyes open. Chapter 149. The next day, the delegation, accompanied by the staff of the school and Xinjiang City, became the first group of tourists to participate in the school festival. Although some projects and booths are still under construction, some less complicated amusement projects and shops are almost ready to open. The entrance made into a large arch simply hung a trial run sign. In addition to receiving the delegation, it is also open to nearby survivors and Donggo tourists, who come here to experience it in advance. This can also disperse the pressure of the flow of people after the official opening. Gong Liqiong noticed that after entering the gate, there were 12 small doors with clocks. At first, he thought it was just a cue to prevent crowds, but soon he heard Wang Chunhua's smiling explanation. This is the time channel, a large-scale magic specially created to allow more people to participate in the festival. Her tone seemed casual. Tourists can choose to enter the park at any time from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., so that in the entire amusement area, there will only be tourists who choose the same time period to play together. What do you mean? Gong Liqiong didn't quite understand. For example, if we enter the park from the 9 a.m. gate, we will only meet 9 o'clock tourists in the entire park, and no matter how long we stay in the park. Of course, the maximum stay time is actually 12 hours. Only 1 hour will have passed when we come out, that is, 10 o'clock. Wang Chunhua stroked the hair by her ears. This is a time magic. I don't understand the specific principle, but I heard from the principal that it consumes a lot of magic power, so it will only be open in the second half of the month when the flow of people is the largest. Moreover, each person can only choose 2 time periods to enter in a day. If there are more time periods, it is fine for quasi-magicians, but ordinary people will not be able to bear it. The delegation members were stunned. There is such magic in the world. Don't make it up. Although they don't believe it, they still pass through the time gate with awe. Some members of the delegation who originally planned to return after the visit have been secretly thinking about whether to stay for a while longer, at least until they have seen the power of time magic with their own eyes. And this is just the opening of the school festival, no, even just entering the door, which stunned the members of the South Continent Survivor Alliance, who were originally full of confidence. In addition, there is actually magic at the gate where we enter the park, Wang Chunhua added. Passing through the gate will receive a blessing. When tourists encounter something too exciting or life-threatening in the park, they will be magically teleported to the nearest save point. She pointed to a round platform being built on the roadside. It is this kind of thing. There are about 20 save points in the park. If you stand on it for 5 seconds, a white light will light up on your body, which means that the corresponding save point has been recorded. She even went up to demonstrate it, and sure enough, 5 seconds later, a soft white light shone from her body, which looked like some kind of special effect. The delegation wanted to be reserved at first, but there were more than a dozen children with them this time. They couldn't help but run to the stage one by one out of curiosity, and then screamed wow. So the whole delegation went up together to experience the feeling of archiving. Well, let's continue to the next stop. Even though he hadn't played any games yet, Gong Liqiong felt that he was already walking a little lightly. Where on earth was he? Principal Hull Jones had never said that there were actually these types of magic. How did Hope Magic Academy do it? In fact, time magic was still Ning Zhao's big move with the help of the system. But this teleportation magic set up to protect the safety of tourists was something that students could design on their own. This was the content of Rune Formation Studies. This course was relatively complex and had a bit of magic programming implications. But there were computers in this world. People like Yuran and his father almost quickly mastered the essence of this course, and also pulled a group of computer department professors to develop corresponding magic programs. As long as there was a steady stream of magic support, many magical effects that originally had to be achieved by Ning Zhao's summoned magic buildings could be replicated in artificial buildings. Of course, some advanced rune formations required magicians to upgrade before they could be used, but upgrading was a matter of time. Next, the tour officially began. I don't know if it's because the completed parts here are mainly from various magic cities, so they are relatively not as shocking as the magic academies. But it's still enough to make the delegation open their eyes again and again. For example, the first project they encountered was actually a 3-dimensional maze, designed by the Magic 3 Cities. The introduction reads, 3-dimensional magic maze, suitable for 6 to 50 years old, it is divided into 3 different levels of challenge. Finding the exit within 5 minutes is the master level, finding the exit within 15 minutes is the expert level, and finding the exit within 30 minutes is the master level. Visitors who achieve these 3 levels will receive a beautiful gift provided by the Magic 3 Cities. The quantity is limited and first come first served. From the outside, it is just an ordinary square box, but it is estimated to be nearly 10 stories high. Do you want to try it? Wang Chunhua asked. Gong Liqiong was still hesitating, and the children once again ignored the adults' wishes and rushed to line up. Then give it a try, just as if you were accompanying the children. Gong Liqiong coughed lightly. Of course, for the sake of the tour experience, it was obviously not appropriate for so many people to enter together, so they were divided into 3 teams. The staff of Magic 3 Cities briefly introduced the precautions at the door, saying that the final exit would be at the top, and after hanging a sign with 3 stars, the first group of people were let in. Gong Liqiong was among them. The square box with an ordinary appearance has a different world inside. It is designed to look like a cave. Just like the background plot that the staff read out, you are a professional explorer. One day, you wake up in a mysterious underground cave. According to your high-tech watch, the air in the cave is only enough for you to survive for an hour. Now, you must find the exit and escape as soon as possible. The wall of the cave even has a rough grainy feeling, but Gong Liqiong touched it, and it was actually soft, which is to prevent bumps. It is not difficult to do this, just mix the magic glue. The first level of the maze is not very difficult. Just like the ordinary plain maze, it is nothing more than eliminating the dead end, but because the environment is a cave, the light is dim and the vision is relatively limited. But fortunately, there are flashlights in the tools distributed, and there are some luminous plant-like decorations in the cave, although if you look closely, they are actually light bulbs in disguise. In addition, there are some small mechanisms, which require stepping on pressure plates, pulling handles, etc. to open some hidden secret passages. Just figuring out the mechanism and solving the puzzles in the cave made the children and adults have fun, and when they found the first secret passage upwards, the charm of the three-dimensional maze really began to show. Is this a magic vine? The thing called elastic vine? A member of the delegation who had been turning around for a long time without finding a way out pointed to a vine above his head and asked hesitantly. Yes, so do you want to try it? Wang Chunhua looked at him happily. In fact, if it were the residents of Dong'o, they would never waste so much time on the first floor, because the people of Dong'o are very familiar with elastic vines, while the residents of Nanzhou, especially those of the Nanzhou Survivor Alliance, are relatively unfamiliar. The other party hesitated to grab the vine, and then whoosh, the vine wrapped him up and pulled him to the hidden passage above. Fuck. The member couldn't help but burst out a swear word excitedly. Here, I found the way. So everyone was excitedly pulled up by the vine one after another and started the adventure on the next floor. But this is just a tutorial for beginners. Later, they found that in addition to the elastic vines, there were even special walls with anti-gravity that could be stepped on to walk up. Everyone experienced the feeling of flying over the eaves and walls. Not only that, this place is not designed according to layers, and the depth is not what you see on the surface. It also includes underwater parts. Seeing the magic bubble parked by the water, the Nanzhou people reacted quickly this time and found a way in the water with the magic bubble. They even found some roads marked with danger signs, and the stone slabs that kept moving along a fixed track in the air tempted the explorers to try to jump. Gong Liqiong accidentally missed here, or more precisely, stumbled and fell down. The feeling of falling just made him feel flustered, and the next second, he found himself standing alone at the teleportation point. Gong Liqiong, He waited for a long time and found that no one was teleported to the teleportation point after him. Isn't this too depressing? He returned to the entrance of the three-dimensional maze, faced the delegation members who were looking at him in surprise, and explained calmly, I tested the safety protection magic, and sure enough, when encountering danger, you will be teleported to the archive. Wow, you are worthy of being Chairman Geng. You dare to take the lead, take risks, and do tests for everyone. Someone flattered him. Gong Liqiong felt better. After waiting outside for about half an hour, the remaining two teams had entered the maze, and the first group of people who entered finally came out. Everyone had an excited smile on their faces, and kept talking. You are so smart. I didn't expect that cave needs to be jumped. Wow, so cool. How did I run through the rolling stone trap just now? Hee, if I hadn't succeeded in the challenge, we wouldn't have been able to get out so quickly. I didn't expect that we got out of it on a slide in the end, coupled with the flickering lights in the cave, and the spiders, moss, and other decorations. It was really fun. When everyone saw Gong Liqiong standing alone at the door, their voices stopped abruptly. Well, did you all successfully jump over the moving flying board? Gong Liqiong couldn't help but ask the confusion in his heart. No, there are still children here. That road is still too difficult. Someone scratched his head and answered, so we... Cough. Later we found another safer road. Gong Liqiong, The Magic 3 city staff smiled and explained, Yes, there is actually more than one way out of our maze, so you can challenge it repeatedly. Hey, come again next time. Looking at the time that has passed, everyone said reluctantly, there are still many places to go. This maze alone took an hour. Thinking that there are said to be dozens of amusement projects this time, the delegation members all felt that the ticket is too worth it. Oh, there is no ticket fee, that's fine. Although a few children wanted to play the maze again, they were quickly persuaded by other children that there were more projects ahead. The delegation did not need Wang Chunhua to lead the way this time, and they went forward excitedly. hurry up, there is not enough time. Try to play more today. Gung Liqiong saw the team that had lost its formation, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Have you forgotten what we are here for so quickly? If people lose their morale, it will be hard to lead the team. The important thing is, walk slowly, wait for me. Chapter 150. The delegation's premonition was correct. They played until the evening and were unable to experience all the projects. Many projects were even rushed, so everyone felt that they were not satisfied. In addition to the amusement projects, another thing that made everyone linger was the commercial streets scattered between the projects. Most of them were already open, and the products from major magic cities made the group of people in the West stunned. Many people even finished their visit with large and small bags in their hands. If it weren't for the lack of work points, they would even want to buy out the entire street. Because the group of people in the West were relatively repulsive to the Dong-O rescue team, only a few had experienced magic shops on the magic ship. This time, they really understood what kind of life the people in Dong-O were living with magic. A little jealous? Many people couldn't help but have such thoughts. In fact, if you accept the post-disaster loan, in exchange for such convenient and magical industries, it seems that it is not unacceptable. The last project everyone played together was the high-altitude swing. They sat on the comfortable swing chairs, feeling the wind blowing them up high. The night sky was shining with stars, and they seemed to be able to touch the moon with their hands. This was a beautiful scene, which calmed people's hearts, especially when they looked down at the entire school festival square from a high altitude. In a trance, they couldn't help but start to reflect, should they really continue to persevere? It seems that this kind of life is not bad. The delegation became a little silent on the way back. Gung Liqiong saw it in his eyes. After the representatives of the school and Xinjiang City left, he immediately called everyone to a meeting. Yes, the magic of the magic school is very good, but don't forget that it does not belong to us. Gung Liqiong reminded seriously, if you support it, the result will only make those with magical talents become the aristocracy. Do you want such a world? Abai's magic school is the right way for us to coexist with magic. He was right. The members of the delegation are all without magical talents. Although the school festival makes people linger, think about it carefully, isn't this just a sugar-coated bullet? For their future, they must stand on the side of the South Continent Survivor Alliance. So, those who are not determined should not participate in this school festival. Gung Liqiong reminded, we must learn to resist temptation. Those who originally wanted to continue to stroll secretly could not help but lower their heads and wail in pain in their hearts. But everyone present was an adult, and the greatest advantage of adults is that they know when to be self-disciplined. Correspondingly, children are very different. The children brought here range from 8 to 12 years old, and were at the age of playing and frolicking. Their mission was just to learn magic, and their parents took care of them 24 hours a day. Gung Liqiong took a laissez-faire attitude towards them. Hall Jones said that this first batch of schools was chosen by his student Luli, but it was also a good choice. It is the best time for young children to learn magic. From now on, they will get used to using magic power and become more powerful magicians in the future. As for adults, a group of them are also learning some simple magic, but it is mainly related to alchemy. After all, the West is in ruins, and there is a great demand for various magic alchemy products. The delegation members also know some magic, but they don't use magic much because they are too busy with work, and bloodletting every day can easily cause anemia and affect their work. They are mainly here to deal with some legacy issues, such as the relationship with the new magic cities in Nanzhou. As for the children, as long as they don't make trouble, they can play as they please. And the children seem to be quite obedient. They follow Luli to learn magic every night without fail. In the rest of the time, they begin to command their parents to take them to the school festival. So during the trial operation, other tourists who come here to play because of the short distance can see the children in the park from time to time. This place has become a playground that makes them happy. Finally, the day of the school festival officially opened has arrived. The people of Dong-O who got the tickets have already arranged their itineraries according to the date on their tickets, and those who don't plan to go also stay in front of the screen to watch the live scene sent back from the front. The school newspaper even published several issues of travel guides for different groups of people, and many people took paper and pen to copy them down. Ningxiao has always been low-key and did not hold any large-scale opening ceremony, but the Parents' Union still held a simple ribbon-cutting ceremony and asked representatives from several parties to give brief speeches. Each magic city approved a holiday. Although it was only one day, there was no need to work on that day, so you could go to the school festival to have fun. Of course, because they knew in advance that one day was not enough, some residents took a few extra days off and planned to have fun. There are quite a few people who do this, especially in Lekang, the current magic capital. This place is very different from the early days. Lekang accepted the survivors of the surrounding cities and expanded its size several times in that ultimate blizzard. It has not affected the quality of life of residents. Lekang is the best recovered city among all the disaster-stricken cities. Now various factories, institutions, enterprises, etc. before the end of the world have resumed operation one by one. Among them, Lekang No. 1 Primary School. Ai Jingya is the head teacher of Class 3, Grade 3. In fact, she never expected that Lekang No. 1 Primary School could resume classes. When she received the notice from the school, she almost thought it was a scam. But it was soon confirmed that it was not a scam. But this No. 1 Primary School was not the same as the past. First of all, the school was rebuilt in a specially planned education area. There are not only primary schools, but also kindergartens to universities. The new site of Lekang University is also here. Secondly, teachers and students have changed a lot. Ai Jingya was mentally prepared for this. Only less than 1/3 of her colleagues returned, and most of the students were gone, but there were new people from other schools who filled these vacancies. At the opening ceremony, everyone held a simple memorial ceremony for the deceased, and then began to start a new life seriously. In fact, being a primary school teacher is not as easy as many people think. There are many children of this age who are difficult to discipline, and parents are even more weird. This makes Ai Jingya, who has dreamed of becoming a teacher since childhood, a little disappointed with her career. But the end of the world has changed a lot. Ai Jingya soon found that not only did the children become sensible and mature, but the parents were also less picky. Of course, those parents who like to make trouble still exist, but the principal is very tough now. If the parents are too difficult to deal with, he will ask them to take their children back. Anyway, compulsory education and the like are not necessarily implemented now. In fact, all magic cities are still exploring the future. Just like that, being a teacher became enjoyable again. The principal of the first primary school is also a good principal who loves education. He not only cares about the children's learning, but also their physical and mental health. So, the principal waved his hand and reported to the municipal government and the school and decided. Autumn outing. Of course, the season seems to have lost its meaning for Dongho, but this does not prevent everyone from understanding the meaning of autumn outing. The location is even simpler. Of course, it is the school festival in Nanzhou. In order for everyone to enjoy this trip happily, the entire itinerary is planned to be 3 days and 2 nights. In addition to the children, parents can also sign up to participate, but they must pay for it themselves. Some parents signed up, but there are also some special children. Children who have lost their parents. If it is just the original first primary school, there are not many such children, but if it is enlarged to Lekang and the later expanded magic capital, there are not few such children. Ai Jingya leads such a group of children. In order to take care of their mood, the children without parents and the children with parents were divided into different teams. Her team was a lone team in the 3rd grade, and for convenience, it was called the Red Team. The children all wore red hats, which were very conspicuous. The principal also specially went to the clothing factory in Lekang to order new school uniforms and these hats. When he learned that the order was for the elementary school, the factory director gave a good discount. The new school uniform was a bit like the robe style of the magic school. It was a 3-piece suit with a small new school badge on the chest. A glowing magic cactus, which meant that the children hoped that they would become people who illuminate the world in the future. The 3rd grade Red Team is gathering here. Ai Jingya shouted, "Let's get on this car." The specially rented magic car is a double-decker. After everyone got on the car, it carried the teachers and students of the first primary school to the portal. With a whoosh, the whole car passed through the portal. Everyone only felt a light gently sweeping over them, and then the scenery outside the window changed, and they had appeared at the teleportation point outside the school festival. The driver pressed the button, and the ice dance leaf began to detach, and there were several more wheels under the car. After rolling up the ice dance leaf and packing it up, the car continued to drive towards the hotel. This was because the first primary school had a relationship with the Lekang city government, so they had priority to book a hotel. In fact, all the hotels near Xinjiang City were overcrowded these days. Mayor Tang has approved the construction projects of several large hotels in advance, but compared with the upcoming flow of people, it is still far from enough. The citizens of Xinjiang City happily hung a sign at the door of their homes that said BNB, beds for rent. Alas, they are still too poor compared to the people of Dongho, but they have a feeling that they can make a lot of money from this wave of tourism. The tourism economy is good. The hotel where Xiao Xiao stayed was just opposite the delegation of the South Continent Survivor Alliance. The magic car can not only turn into wheels and drive on the road, but also drive on water. After being improved by the Magic Club, it is now an amphibious vehicle for sea, land and ice. Such a magic car certainly attracted the attention of the delegation in the hotel. Especially when the children wearing hats got off the car, many people couldn't help but look at it. The words Lekong No. 1 Primary School on the car also made people pay attention. Lekong, the Magic Capital? Is this an elementary school from the Magic Capital? Some people couldn't help but mutter, can they go to school normally? This is too enviable. And they can actually organize such an outing. They are so powerful. I hope these kids won't make a fuss. I don't want to attend the school festival with naughty kids. Did you meet those kids a few days ago? They were a bit overbearing. Are you talking about the ones from the West? Shoo, keep your voice down, they are coming. Yes, after sleeping in and having breakfast, Luli and his group led the parents downstairs. They plan to continue to go to the school festival. Although they have been playing for several days, they can't get tired of it. And every day there are new projects opening, and the children feel happy, as if they are celebrating the new year. It's just that the situation is a little different today. It's too noisy. In fact, since the school festival officially started, they have been a little dissatisfied. There are too many people coming. Even with the time gates, the children still had to queue up, which made them uncomfortable as they could have enjoyed themselves freely at the school festival. But because they were young, the adult tourists would consciously give them some space, so they could barely accept it. But today, they looked up and saw a group of little red hats coming down from the magic car. Chapter 151. The teachers, students and parents of the primary school put down their luggage in the hotel. Children who were accompanied by their parents were taken to play by their parents, while those who were not accompanied by their parents followed their teachers. After counting the number of people and confirming that all the children in her team were present, Ai Jingyao led everyone to set off. The venue of the school festival was not far from here. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the venue. Everyone lined up obediently and took out their magic ID cards to enter the school in an orderly manner. Come on, let's go in from the arch at 11 o'clock. Ai Jingyao clapped her hands, called a few names, and reminded team leaders, remember to keep an eye on your team members throughout the whole process, and don't run around inside. Got it, teacher. The children who were selected as team leaders answered crisply, and even looked back at the team members following behind them to make sure that no one was left behind. Among them, Shunana was one of the team leaders. She is a cute little girl. She was loved by her family before the end of the world, and was once the little bully in the family. Her parents always said half reproachfully, when will Nana grow up? She always answered, no. If I grow up, my parents will get old. I don't want my parents to get old. So although this girl is always a little bit temperamental, her parents still can't help but love her. Unfortunately, although her parents didn't get old, Shunana still grew up. Now she lives in the welfare home in Lekong with some other children. She has become the elder sister of many younger brothers and sisters. Of course, she also has many older brothers and sisters. She and other children learn to be little adults, taking care of and encouraging other children, and smiling every day. Therefore, Shunana took the initiative to raise her hand to serve as the captain. She felt that she should be growing into the adult that her parents expected. Come on, let's save a file first. If we get separated, we will gather at the last save point. Remember? Remember. After dealing with the most critical safety issues, Ai Jingyao finally put her mind at ease and started to play with the children. The guide in her hand was Children's Play Route. Except for those projects that encouraged parent-child interaction, she planned to check in one by one. The first place she went was the Underwater Fantasy Drift. Created by Magic City 2, it was completely based on the special natural disaster of Nanzhou, and a small project of taking a magic bubble for underwater sightseeing was created. For people in Nanzhou, this project may not be fresh enough, but it is interesting enough for Dong'o. Dong'o has not seen large waters for a long time. The temperature is too low, and the water will only freeze quickly outdoors. The second city did not simply set up the project underwater, but also made some impact airflows and some beautifully arranged underwater bins. There were even people who played mermaids to interact with tourists underwater. The children giggled all the way and had a lot of fun. The next project was the Magic Slide, which was built by Magic Capital Lekong. It was a complex slide with a total length of nearly 2 kilometers. Visitors could sit on a special slide seat and control the slide to slide down or up, and even jump up. There were various buff magic in the air, including acceleration effects, teleportation effects, etc., and rewards were obtained according to the time it took to complete the entire slide track. A slide board can carry up to 4 people. A team leader in the front row led 3 team members to slide the whole way together in a thrilling way, which took 12 minutes and 55 seconds. This is a slightly exciting amusement project. Although the children were a little scared, they still completed it bravely. After coming down, they couldn't help but cheer. They ran to the scoreboard on the side to check the time, and soon noticed the names at the top of the leaderboard. 1. Luli, 10 years old, 1 minute and 36 seconds. 2. Yushwani, 11 years old, 2 minutes and 23 seconds. 3. Jianqi, 26 years old, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. All projects designed with challenge rewards actually have a ranking list, which does not surprise the children. What they and many adults watching are really amazed at is that there are 5 children under the age of 16 in the top 10. Who are they? Why are these children in front so powerful? Someone couldn't help asking the staff on the side. A magic student from the academy in the West. The staff shrugged. Of course he is amazing. If you come here every day to break records, maybe you can also be on the list. Ah, a magic student? No wonder. The person asking the question sighed. There are more and more people who think that people who know magic are naturally better than ordinary people. The staff looked at him, but didn't say anything in the end. He glanced back and paused. Ah, they are here. The tone became a little subtle. Everyone looked back and saw 3 children in uniform walking side by side towards this side, followed by several adults not far behind them. Why are you queuing again? Seeing the line that went around several corners, one of the boys couldn't help but complain. Another girl squeezed to the front of the leaderboard, and after seeing the name clearly, she said with some gloating, "Yin Yin, you dropped to 4th place." What? Let me see. The boy who complained earlier quickly squeezed into the crowd, and then opened his eyes wide. I really dropped. He glanced at the line, then walked straight to the front of the line, and said to Shunana, who was standing there waiting to enter, "Hello, can I cut in line?" She was quite polite. Shunana shook her head seriously. Cutting in line is a bad behavior. She pointed to a sign not far ahead, which read Q in an orderly manner, "No cutting in line." "I can take you." The boy named Yin Yin pointed to the leaderboard. "I'm very good, I can help you get on the list." Of course, the leaderboard is not only the name of the captain who is the main operator, but it will actually flash and turn the page to mark the names of other members. Although usually people only pay attention to the captain. No, there are a lot of people behind us. Shunana still shook her head seriously. It's hard for everyone to queue up. Many people were watching this side. Everyone hated queue jumping, but because they were children, and children from another magic school, many people actually had the intention of turning a blind eye. However, the child from Lekang Primary School refused seriously. Well, if it wasn't inappropriate, some people even wanted to applaud the child. Thinking that there would be a dispute, the team leader teacher Ai Jingya hurried forward, ready to mediate the conflict at any time, but who knew that the boy just said disappointedly, "Is that so? Forget it." He randomly picked a few people in the team again, this time all adults, but was still rejected. So he turned around and waved to the parents standing not far away and looking at them. "Dad, come and help me line up." The man he called Dad smiled and agreed, then stood at the end of the team. Everyone always felt that something was strange, but they didn't think much about it, and people continued to enter at this time. Shunana led the team members to grab the slide seats, and then started playing happily. After one round, the result was 11 minutes and 19 seconds. Shunana and others felt very happy, because some adult groups in front also took more than 12 minutes, and they were already very fast. However, at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. "Ah, it's only 11 minutes." They turned around and noticed that the children from another magic school had not left. "I thought they were awesome, but Lecheng students are just like that." After saying this, the boy named Yin Yin turned around and left with his 2 friends. Shunana, ? What's wrong with you? You're waiting here just for this? She was so angry that she laughed. "Don't worry, you're awesome, you don't need to compare with others. The most important thing is to have fun." Ai Jingya hurriedly comforted the children. "We don't care," Shunana sighed, "they're still young, it's normal for them to be a little childish. Although, you're not that old either." Ai Jingya swallowed her complaints. But thanks to this episode, the children didn't check the leaderboards during the following play, but whenever they looked, they could always see a few familiar names on them. Not only them, Many adult tourists have become familiar with the names of those children who are breaking records everywhere. Although they have time magic on them, their physical strength and energy will still be lost with playing. AI Jingya estimated that it was noon according to normal time, and it was time for the children to have lunch, so she found a fast food restaurant on the commercial street and sat down to eat. Although the school has set regulations on the prices of goods and does not allow them to take the opportunity to make huge profits, the food here is still a little more expensive than outside. But fortunately it is within an acceptable range. The Leking city government prepared meal subsidies for the children. They can't have a big meal, but they can still fill their stomachs. While eating, they couldn't help but look at a store next to them. It was a beverage store opened by the catering department of the Magic Academy. It provides a special transformation drink. After drinking it, ears, tails, horns and other animal features will grow randomly, and the validity period is 2 hours. Many people lined up to buy it for novelty. Teacher, can we drink that? Shunana pointed at the store and asked, can we buy it with our pocket money? Of course, you can buy whatever you want, but remember not to spend money recklessly. The children happily agreed. Just then, one of the children suddenly shouted, look, it's them again, students from another magic school. Everyone turned around and saw the 3 children they met not long ago walking from a distance. Seeing the school's beverage store, they stopped curiously. No money. One of the little girls said, I spent it all in the past few days, alas. I go ask. Yin Yin squeezed to the front, stood on tiptoe, and asked the clerk of the beverage store, hello uncle, can I ask if I can keep my mother here to work for an hour in exchange for 3 cups of animal drinks? After thinking for a while, he added 2 hours. No, 3 hours is also okay. People in the queue, Does your mother know that you deserve a beating? The clerk was not moved by the pitiful eyes of the child. No, our store is full. Just at this moment, Yin Yan's stomach growled. Then, the stomachs of the other 2 children standing behind him grumbled. You should go eat something first. A kind-hearted person in the queue couldn't help but say. We have no money. Yin Yan murmured in a low voice. Seeing this, the kind-hearted person took out the magic ID card that could serve as a bank card. Just as he was about to buy a piece of bread for the child, he was quietly pulled by a clerk. These kids have been using a lot of stores for free these days. It's the same trick every time. The clerk whispered, besides, they should learn to respect their parents. The other party opened his mouth wide, looked at the 3 children in shock, and then quietly put away the magic ID card. Yin Yin and the others left with regret, rubbing their stomachs. Standing not far away, Luli took out a few eggs and steamed buns from his backpack behind him, and silently handed them to his friends. I took them from the hotel restaurant this morning. Do you want to eat? I want to eat at the magic restaurant here. The girl wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, but finally took the food handed by Luli. It's time to find a job for mom and dad. Oh, don't let them sleep with you at night. Let them work the night shift. Yin Yin said. The other 2 nodded in agreement. After the 3 finished lunch, before leaving, they looked at the beverage store reluctantly. Shunana and others happened to be buying drinks. Seeing them happily taking the drinks handed over by the waiter, after drinking, they grew furry ears and their eyes sparkled. Then they turned and left. Shunana happily touched her kitten ears, turned her head, and saw their backs leaving. Oh, it's so strange. Although these children seem to be very powerful, why do they feel a little pitiful? Chapter 152. In the afternoon, the flow of people in the entire school festival ushered in the peak period. Even if there were time gates to divert people, the endless flow of people still caused many amusement projects to line up long lines. Although it is more convenient for people from South Continent to come here, the enthusiasm of the survivors from East Continent is higher. Ah, the temperature here is so touching. Woo, even if you wear short sleeves and short skirts, there is no problem at all. This is the place that makes everyone happy. Therefore, the clothing store in the Magic 7 cities is one of the busiest stores on the commercial street. For so long, everyone has almost no other clothes except thick cotton clothes. Especially for ladies, buying a beautiful dress that can be photographed is an urgent need. Which one do you think is better? Pan Shalwi was trying on clothes with his female companion in the Magic Clothes brand store at this time. The female companion was Miss A, surnamed Yao, a young and beautiful girl. She occupied a magic mirror and quickly selected 3 sets of matching. With so many people, each person has limited time in front of the magic mirror, so they have to make a decision quickly. The first set, Pan Shalwi said. As a straight man who lacks the ability to deal with women, he has his own wisdom. For example, he can't tell which of the 3 sets of clothes is better, so he just picks one at random. Anyway, He doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. But I think the second set is more suitable for my skin color, and the third set is more fashionable. Miss Yao said, and at this time, you should say domineeringly, only children make choices, pack them all. So, Pan Xiaowei silently took out his magic ID card and called the clerk. Okay, take them all. Miss Yao, who was satisfied, took his arm and gave him a sweet smile. This is what Pan Xiaowei thinks is good about Miss Yao. First, she will express her needs in a generous manner, and there is no need to guess her thoughts. Second, she will give enough emotional value. Even if she is pretending, she never shows disgust, but her eyes are full of fascination. Although that look sometimes makes Pan Xiaowei feel that he looks like a wallet. Where are we going next? Miss Yao asked. If you don't mind, let's go to support the new amusement project of Magic 9 Cities. Pan Xiaowei decisively stated his plan. The Magic Academy will select each project after the school festival. Although it is not a serious competition, the Magic Cities secretly have a competitive heart. Of course, the kind that puts friendship first. This does not prevent the survivors of each Magic City from being more willing to support the projects in their own city. Pan Xiaowei is also a guy with a sense of city honor. Especially when he arrived with his female companion, and found a long queue at the entrance of the project. Wow, it looks very popular. Maybe it's because it's a new project. Pan Xiaowei said cautiously. This is an aerial trampoline game called Picking Stars. It uses some floating magic, and the elastic glue of magic mud bricks. Visitors can jump on the magic mud bricks wrapped in cloud shapes, and can jump to a considerable height depending on the strength. Unlike ordinary trampolines, with the help of floating magic, although jumping up is very fast, when falling down, it will be as graceful and slow as a feather falling from the sky. With this feature, tourists can adjust their direction and jump towards higher clouds, so as to reach the top and pick the stars in the sky. Of course, there are other reasons for the popularity of this project, such as some clouds make exquisite landscapes, where you can rest and take pictures, and when you slowly fall from the sky, if you match it with an umbrella or a beautiful puffy skirt, it will also be very effective, and you will feel like you are controlling magic flying in the air. This is a way to play for low-end and scenery party tourists. And those more hardcore competitive players are another challenge. Each tourist will get a magic ring, make a pistol gesture, and with a buoy sound, they can shoot magic bullets to destroy the clouds that competitors are trying to land on, and accumulate flying magic for themselves, so that they can jump higher next time. There is only one star, so first come first served. Within 15 minutes, tourists who intend to challenge picking stars can reduce competitors and increase their chances of winning by messing with each other. Of course, there may be no winner in the whole game. After all, there will be fewer and fewer clouds in the sky. Once you miss it, you may never jump up again. After learning the details of the project, Pan Xiaowei was eager to try. Come, watch me pick stars for you. As a quasi-magician, he has more magic power than ordinary people. He should have an advantage in this kind of project, right? He confidently pulled Miss Yao to line up. Soon it was their turn, because the venue was quite wide, and hundreds of people could enter at one time. Anyway, the scenery party usually stayed on the low-altitude clouds to take pictures, which did not affect the experience of the competitive party at all. It's just that the crowd in this game is a little special. The two soon noticed that there were more than a dozen children, who seemed to be unaccompanied by their parents. At first, Pan Xiaowei didn't care about it. Children, just jumping in the low air, what threat can they cause? But soon he found that this was a wrong idea, because children not only love to jump, but also love to shoot. Come on, pick stars. Ai Jingyao waved to the little Red Riding Hoods at the outermost edge and encouraged them. Of course, she noticed that she met those children from another college again, but this is a relatively simple and easy game. Just floating in the air is fun, so it shouldn't have any impact. Although the children were excited and wanted to challenge picking stars. Not long after the game started, the whole venue was full of floating tourists, and everyone was cheering wow and trying to adapt to the whole operation. When the first group of people who figured out how to bounce hard and control the direction in the air appeared, the differentiation began. Shunana was a little slow to understand, mainly because it was too magical. She was so busy jumping around that it took her a while to remember that she had to find a way up. Some clouds can accommodate multiple people standing, but some clouds are very small and can only accommodate one person. She doesn't like competition, so she tries to find small clouds to jump on. When she was having fun, a magical light suddenly shot over from a distance, and the cloud she was about to step on disappeared. Shunana looked up in astonishment and saw the three familiar children. Among them, the girl named Yushwani was making a gesture to put away her gun, and the boy named Yen Yen was making faces at her in the air. This was obviously their doing. Not only Shunana, but her friends were also shot down one by one. The height they had finally jumped up slowly fell, and they had to start from the beginning. Shunana changed her path, jumped up again, and then was shot down again. She was sure that the three children did it on purpose. Although they also bully other people, as long as they saw a small little red hat jump to a height that could be hit, they would not hesitate to shoot. Shunana had a serious face and waved her big hand to call her friends, "Fight back." Then, the children who had no accuracy started shooting randomly in the venue. This is like bumper cars. In fact, many strangers are embarrassed to drive to hit others, but once someone in the venue takes the lead, more people will soon join in. For a while, magic light shot randomly in the venue, and the upper circle became a mess. "Nana, I cover you, jump quickly." No, we're together. There are too many people, and they can't shoot." Nana arranged tactics. Although the children cooperated well, their accuracy was not good. After all, they could only shoot in the air most of the time, and ordinary people would be a little slow to use the magic in the ring, and they were just a group of children. The cloud that was hit would disappear for 30 seconds, and the chaos soon left many gaps between the clouds at the bottom and the clouds in the sky. "I hit it!" a child cheered. He hit the cloud that Yen Yen was about to jump to, but unfortunately, Yen Yen quickly adjusted his direction and jumped to a cloud that was slightly lower, but still acceptable. Then, with a heavy bounce and a round-robin shot, the cheering children were sent back to their birthplace. "Don't bother, get the ranking," Luli shouted from above. So the two friends gave up fighting with the chickens, who could only outline the human body below, and began to join the battle at a higher level. In order to prevent the people below from catching up, they even cleverly shot down all the clouds that could be seen below. Little Red Riding Hood could only watch them go up into the sky. No, what gods are there in this game? After the chaos began, Pan Xiaohui quickly left Miss Yao behind, just to make sure he didn't fall down. Especially after discovering that several children had cleverly eliminated the clouds at the bottom, making it difficult for those who fell behind to catch up. He was even more nervous. Only Jiuqing can pick the stars of Jiuqing. He ignited the fighting spirit in his heart. But in addition to the children, there are some masters in the field, such as two young women who are also very powerful. Not only are they agile, but they also have outstanding judgment and good accuracy. A strong competitor. And it seems that he is also ambitious for the stars. Pan Xiaohui's judgment was correct. As everyone realized what the best way to eliminate competitors was, fewer and fewer people on the field could reach the sky. Soon, there were only a few left. Outside the field, a projection screen was playing the battle situation in the upper circle. The staff of Magic 9 Cities even opened the microphone and passionately explained, "Wow, now all the people left in the sky are masters. Could it be that the first person who successfully picked the stars today will appear? Let's take a look at the situation. Well, we can divide people into 3 groups at present. One group is 2 men. They seem to be good at sports and have a leading advantage. Can the people behind catch up with them before they eliminate the clouds they are standing on? The second group is 2 women. From my observation, one of them is always accurate and never misses a shot. As for the other woman, her jumping ability is so strong that she can even do moves in the air. Could she be a gymnast? But the third group that surprised us the most turned out to be 3 children. Yes, you read it right, they are children. They look about 10 years old. They have caught up with the women's group and are going to attack the men on the upper level with them on the left and right. Who will successfully pick the star? Let's cheer for them together." AI Jingyao looked at the commentator in amazement. Wow, the Magic 9 Cities has attracted enough attention this time, not only attracting passers-by, but even the scenery party taking pictures on the lower level couldn't help but pay attention to the screen. "Come on!" Someone took the lead and shouted, and it seemed that a name was mixed in, but it was not clear. So soon, the crowd began to split. "Come on, men's group. Picking stars is the romance of men. The women's group is the best. Punch sisters. Come on, children's group, you are the best." AI Jingyao felt that the last shout was a little familiar, and turned around to see that it was indeed the children she led, who were shouting excitedly. Even Shunana and others, who were forced to stay at low altitude in the venue, and become a scenery party were cheering for the children's group. You really don't hold grudges. As expected, people are creatures driven by their positions. AI Jingyao put her hand to her mouth and made a trumpet shape. "Ladies, go." The people above could vaguely hear the shouts below, which made the competition even more exciting. The height of the jump is related to strength, and the children really have no advantage in this regard. Soon after a mistake, the two boys Lu Li and Yin Yin fell down, but they also successfully took away a man on the top. The main one, if I can't get it, you can't either. There were only 4 people left in the venue, Pan Xiaohui, 2 ladies, and a girl. They came to a similar height, but there was a certain distance between each other. The clouds at this height also became narrow, and it was not so easy to find and jump. But this also meant that the finish line was approaching. Sure enough, after the 4 people took off again, they saw the star emitting red light in the sky. Now, it's the final battle. Who shoots at whom, will determine the final victory or defeat. Yu Xuanyi really wanted that star. As a child, her idea was also very simple, just shoot randomly. Bye-bye, her magic bullets were soon empty, and it took some time to recover. But her bullets luckily hit the cloud of one of the girls. There was no place to borrow strength again, so the girl shot at the cloud under the man's feet, and then another magic bullet flew over and hit the cloud that the man was about to fall with her. It was shot by another woman. Now, there were only 2 people left. Yu Xuanyi regretted that she had emptied the magazine too quickly. The remaining girl was very accurate, and she seemed unable to dodge. Yu Xuanyi was about to fall, and the little sister shot at the cloud, and then the bullet deviated a little and brushed the edge of the cloud. Yu Xuanyi's bullet finally recovered 1 bar, and she knew that the little sister would also fall on her cloud, so she bounced down decisively and buoyed the cloud. Finally, all obstacles disappeared. Yu Xuanyi raised a happy smile and jumped towards the sky easily. Her hand picked the star. The woman who landed on the ground first fanned herself and applauded the little girl who successfully picked the star with everyone. Soon, another woman landed not far from her. Did you deliberately miss it? The first woman asked. It's just a game. The second woman replied. Hello, my name is Ning Zhao, nice to meet you. The first woman extended her hand in a friendly manner. Then, the other hand decisively shook it. The second woman smiled brightly. My name is Jianxi. The stars triggered a special effect, and a small crown appeared on Yu Xuanyi's head. She slowly felt like a princess. Lu Li and Yin Yin stepped forward and gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. Then, there was a loud applause behind them. Shu Nana and several other children clapped their hands until they were red, and said excitedly, Wow, you beat all the adults. Yu Xuanyi was stunned. Lu Li and the others were also stunned. Shu Nana took out her mobile phone and looked at the shining crown on Yu Xuanyi's head with some excitement. You look like a princess. Can we take a photo with you? Chapter 153. In the last minute, the children rushed to take photos with Princess Yuxian, who was picking stars. She originally had a subtle hostility towards this group of Little Red Riding Hoods, but soon put aside her little awkward thoughts amidst the praises, and even held hands with Shu Nana and became good sisters. Although Lu Li and Yin Yin were a little uncomfortable, they soon accepted the signal of turning enemies into friends. Especially after Shu Nana agreed to Yin Yin touching her cat ears. Wow, so soft. After Yin Yin touched hers, he touched his own human ears. It's just like the real thing. It's real, and it can move. Shu Nana showed him her unique skills, and made the cat ears move, which attracted another round of cheers. I'm sorry, Yin Yin said awkwardly, I just broke your cloud. Aw? Shu Nana was stunned for a moment, then smiled generously after she reacted. It's okay, and that's how the game is played. But don't target us next time. Next time, I protect you. Yin Yin patted his chest and said, We are magicians, very powerful. The little red hat screamed again. When they came out of the star-picking game field, there were 3 more temporary team members in the team. Ai Jingyao was angry and amused about the result. But as a teacher, she was still very happy. It is better for children to learn to resolve conflicts and make friends than to be petty, and the simple spiritual world of children is one of the reasons why she is willing to be a teacher. She glanced at the adults following the 3 children. Although she was a little surprised why they acted like followers, she just greeted them in a friendly manner and continued to play happily with the students of the first primary school. On the other side, Ning Zhao was treating Jianxi to dessert. The opening of the border between Dong'o and Nanzhou gave Dong'o, which was originally short of supplies, the opportunity to introduce new ingredients, and the catering industry showed a thriving scene. Things like desserts, which can only be regarded as snacks, finally appeared. This is a store in Magic City too, and it is a store that does not contain much magic ingredients except for some ingredients, such as eggs. Compared with the restaurants on the street with various magic signs, it is indeed less attractive. But in fact, there are not many customers. After all, even if there is no magic, Who can resist the temptation of desserts? At least Jianxi can't. And some ingredients are related to magic. How can it not be considered a magic dessert? At least she ate so much that her eyes curved into crescents, and she was so happy that she didn't want to put down the spoon at all. Thank you, Ning Zhao. All the shops on this street require work points. For a poor person like me who lacks points, it is too difficult to eat them all, Jianxi said. Duan Mayu sat next to her, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. In fact, they were well prepared. There were many trading points near the school festival venue where goods could be exchanged for work points. They were not really poor, but as Jianxi said, if they wanted to eat all over the street, that was not enough. It doesn't matter. You can tell me if there is anything else you want to try. I have plenty of work points. Ning Zhao shook her special magic ID card. She couldn't deceive the knowledge tree, so this was a real ID card, but the information on it was recorded before she crossed into the book. Fortunately, magic can be used to hide some information that will cause trouble, and the rest can be shown to others generously. She had no shortage of work points. After all, she could redeem as many points as she wanted with the school's points. She was already the principal, so it wouldn't be too much to give herself a little salary, right? And she was here, of course, for Jianxi. The popularity of magic ID cards gave the school a powerful information channel. At least in terms of finding people, it became much faster and more convenient. She just wanted to try whether the heroine of the novel was likely a Nanzhou, and the result really surprised her. In fact, it was not surprising. In order to solve the crisis of the end of the world, the heroine tried all possible methods. With such a big variable in the magic school, she couldn't have no idea of contacting. So, Ning Zhao successfully met with her favorite protagonist. Where did your crow come from? It looks like the one in the school. Jianxi propped up his chin and looked at the crow on Ning Zhao's shoulder curiously. There's a shop selling puppet crows on the next street. Ning Zhao replied with a smile, if you want one, I can give you one, and it can also facilitate communication. Okay, I want it. Jianxi's eyes lit up, and he didn't mean to be polite. You said you are a student of the magic school? What kind of school is that? If you are interested, I can take you to visit it later. Ning Zhao replied, the school does not prohibit relatives and friends from visiting. She was eager to take the heroine back to the school as soon as possible and protect her safely. After the school festival, Jianxi turned his head and looked out the window. I want to feel the atmosphere here more. This doesn't feel like the end of the world at all. There was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, which was a happy expression that made people feel happy, but there was an unspeakable sadness in her eyes. Ning Zhao remembered that in the novel, Jianxi liked to smile brightly at others more and more as time went on, and the reason was simple. She had to be the one who cheered everyone up and encouraged everyone to persevere. Many members of the protagonist group were willing to believe in Jianxi again and again in the reincarnation because they liked her positive and bright smile. Ning Zhao didn't know what kind of smile it was when she read the novel, but now Ning Zhao knew. Then we can go out together more these days. She glanced at Duan Mayu, the male protagonist of the novel, who was beside Jianxi, if you don't mind. The puppet Ling Ling was left in the hotel by Yuxuani. Yes, it was Yuxuani who picked up Ling Ling and treated it as her toy. This was a good time for it to escape. These days, the children of Abai's academy were all attracted by the school festival, and Yuxuani's supervision of Ling Ling became looser and looser, and even her parents no longer kept an eye on her all the time. But Ling Ling still lay on the table as a lifeless doll. She felt very hopeless. This is the order from the principal. Ning Zhao actually noticed something was wrong with the children early on, but apart from continuing to monitor them, she had no solution for the time being, nor any reason to intervene. A very frustrating reality is, Ning Zhao knows very little about black magic. This is not only her problem. In the current magic continent, except for a few less dangerous black magic books, many black magic-related materials have been burned or strictly guarded. This is to avoid a recurrence of the incident at the Abyss Academy. Even the book spirits only know fragmentary information, and cannot form a knowledge advantage, like the dream magic at the beginning. Then Ling Ling had to stay here, and act as the eyes of the school. At least following the children was actually a choice that was close to the truth. Bored, Ling Ling could only play with other toys without magic in the room to barely pass the time. Of course, since the goal had changed, Ling Ling had to change her strategy, and try to further gain Yuxuani's trust, and become her favorite toy. This would make it more likely to get useful information for the principal. But how to do it? Ling Ling was very distressed. Just when it was worried, the door was pushed open, and Ling Ling hurriedly continued to play dead. It was Yuxuani and her dead parents who came back. This time, She did not let her parents wash her, rub her shoulders and legs, and then rest like she did a few days ago, but picked and chose from the pile of toys. Her eyes fell on Lingling again, and after a moment, her little hand grabbed Lingling and put her into the bag together with a few small clothes. After a moment of bumping, the zipper was unzipped, and Lingling saw the light again. It thought Yushwani was going to play with itself and the children of Abai's academy again, but when it looked carefully, it was stunned. Where did all the little Red Riding Hoods in this room come from? The children of Ishio happily used up their chances to enter the school festival twice a day, and then left reluctantly. Time magic is good, but after experiencing it twice, its disadvantages began to emerge. The mental and physical sense of time passing will not be eliminated by magic. After a day of playing, no matter how much you feel you haven't played enough, you will gradually feel tired. In fact, when the children entered the school festival for the second time, they were a little tired. Seeing this, Ai Jingyao also took them away from the school festival a little earlier and returned to the hotel. It was not evening as usual, but the body was telling them that it was time to sleep and rest. Shunana took the girls in her room to wash up together, wanting to go to bed early to catch up on sleep. Then, there was a knock on the door. It was Yushwani and the other two children who came to play with them. Seeing that they even brought a lot of toys, Shunana, who thought she was a big child and had the responsibility to take care of everyone, felt embarrassed to refuse their kindness and said that she planned to change rooms so that those who wanted to rest could rest first and those who wanted to continue playing could play together. Seeing the children brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and even soaking their dirty clothes in water to wash them, Yushwani was a little confused. Where are your parents? They are gone. Shunana could already answer this calmly. Did they die? Yushwani's eyes lit up. Where are their bodies? Are they still there? The children were stunned and didn't quite understand what she meant. No longer, the mayor arranged a unified funeral, and Mom and Dad have now become boxes in a very beautiful room. Shunana answered. This was a somewhat sad answer. That's a pity. Yuxian whispered, don't be too sad. Shunana patted her chest. It doesn't matter. Even if Mom and Dad are gone, they are still guarding us in our dreams. So don't be sad. They continued to be busy, watching the children take care of themselves skillfully. Yin Yin was silent for a while, and suddenly said, in fact, our parents are gone too. Ah? The children of Ishio looked at the three of them blankly. But didn't you ask your father to help you line up today? Shunana thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, aren't they your biological parents? She could only think of this reason. I'm telling you secretly, in fact, they are all dead. Yin Yin replied. The children of Ishio showed fear. Shunana swallowed her saliva and squeezed out an ugly smile. Are you kidding us? Yuxian whispered. It's true. Lu Li's parents, Yin Yan's parents, and my parents, all drowned. When the huge wave came, only we survived. They didn't look like they were joking. Shunana's expression became serious. Then, what about those adults following you? Aren't they your parents? It's magic. This time it was Lu Li who answered. We use magic to resurrect our dead parents. Not only us, but also many children. And others were resurrected. This is the most powerful magic ability of our Albai's academy. Shunana and others' mouths were already open in an O shape. Then, they showed excited expressions. Then, can you revive our parents? Shunana asked in a trembling voice. We need corpses. Lu Li shook his head, but before the children's eyes dimmed again, he added, if you don't mind having to have original ones, as long as they are parents, then there is a way. Yushwani nodded. Let's find a few more corpses. Pick the looks and ages you like. If you think corpses are not good looking, she added, you can also choose living ones, as long as they are turned into corpses and resurrected, they can act as parents. Some of our children didn't find the bodies of their parents, so they used other corpses instead. Finally, Lu Li asked Shunana and others seriously. Do you want a father and a mother? I can help you. Chapter 154. If possible, no child doesn't want parents. Especially, parents who will pamper you, tolerate you unconditionally, give everything for you, and agree to all your requests. Lu Li really thinks this is a good thing. He got something called love from his dead parents that his past self always envied. And he never has to worry about losing it. So, when he saw those crying and helpless children, he used his ability to bring their parents back to life. Sure enough, everyone was very happy, and he also had friends to play and study with. And now, Lu Li wants new friends to share this happiness. Even if you can't find the original parents, it's okay to replace them with new ones, as long as the other party can give them love. He thinks this should be a good choice, and tries his best to promote his idea. But obviously, the new friend doesn't think so. But I have a father, and a mother, they are irreplaceable. Shunana finally shook her head and said, if they can be replaced by others at will, then one day, can I also be replaced by someone? And what you said doesn't sound like resurrection at all. You seem to have turned the unique parents in the world into other strangers. Yushwani and Yen Yen were a little shocked by this, but Luli still wanted to try to persuade them. But they will become perfect parents, don't you really want to try? I have many shortcomings, and so do my parents. Even you should be too. Shunana sighed, stood on tiptoe, and touched Luli's head like a sister. What does it matter? Perfection will only make people the same, but shortcomings make us real and vivid people. Growing up, we must first start by accepting the imperfections of ourselves and others. Luli did not continue to persuade, as if he was convinced by her. Seeing the expressions of the three new friends, Shunana was very satisfied. She stole the words that the teacher had used to comfort her, and was also learning to understand its meaning. Nothing in this world is perfect. Sadness and loss have their meanings. This is a life lesson that everyone who wants to be brave must face. This little dispute did not affect the friendship of the children. After washing up, the children who did not intend to sleep gathered together in a room. That was the room contributed by Luli and the other two. They piled their toys all over the room. Although they were ordinary toys before the end of the world, the little red hats were still very happy. But soon, they noticed the special existence of one of them. Why does this look a bit like the magic dolls in the academy? Shunana pointed at Lingling and said uncertainly, I picked it up. Yushwani repeated the story of finding Lingling. Hearing that she was sure that Lingling would move when she saw it, but Lingling did not move after she picked it up. As a child of the magic capital, her advantage in knowledge was revealed. It must be hungry. Shunana said firmly, give it some sawdust to try. It's not too difficult to find. Luli and the other two asked their parents to do this, and soon, they really came back with a bag of sawdust. With the school festival, there are now some magic puppets in Xinjiang City. Of course, in the eyes of children, these are moving dolls. It's time to show off her superb acting skills. Lingling pretended to smell the smell of sawdust, and after swallowing a few mouthfuls with difficulty, she woke up. It sat on the table, looking left and right, with a puzzled expression, as if asking where is this? Wow, it really moves! Yen Yen exclaimed. This kind of doll is connected to people. In a sense, it is another incarnation of people. Of course, the personality has nothing to do with each other. Shunana explained, Magic City usually exchanges this kind of doll with criminals. In fact, not only that, some lazy guys, after seeing that criminals don't have to do anything every day and can live comfortably by lying there, even thought of renting their physical strength to make magic puppets. It's a pity that Ning Xiao only has one soul dagger, and he can't find the formula. The number of puppets that can be made is very limited, which can be regarded as breaking the dream of these lazy guys. After learning that the magic puppet was a special human in a sense, several children introduced themselves to Lingling one by one. Even Yushwani changed her attitude and no longer regarded it as a simple toy. Lingling showed a warm attitude to the children and gestured to indicate that she wanted to speak. The children of the first grade were well prepared for this and took out paper and pen. Lingling hugged a pen that was as tall as herself and began to write on the paper. Hello, my name is Lingling. Can I be friends with you? The children were instantly fascinated by the cute magic puppet that could write, and kept nodding. The girls even asked directly, Lingling, do you want to wear a princess dress? Not really. Why do humans always want us to wear skirts? This is really the top 10 unsolved mysteries of magic puppets. But in order to build a good relationship with them, Lingling nodded stiffly. It's just a dress-up game. It can. During this period, Lingling has been trying to find opportunities to find topics to find out some secrets of Abai's academy. But it writes too slowly, and it is very difficult to communicate. However, Lingling has a great helper, Shunana. She is very happy to communicate with new partners. After all, even if they are from the magic capital, they are not magic students, and they are very curious about learning magic. Although Abai's Magic Academy does not seem to be as powerful as Hope Magic Academy, it can revive corpses and let ordinary people use magic, which is enough to make Shunana and other children envious. Alas, we can also learn magic. Shunana said, but it takes so much blood, doesn't it hurt? It doesn't hurt. The teacher taught us magic to block pain. Luli replied. After hesitating for a moment, he said, actually, if you want to learn you can. In fact, one of the projects we have prepared is a small magic class. This matter should not be said in this way, but if you think about it carefully, it will be announced sooner or later. We are not as powerful as Hope Magic Academy. Our only advantage is that we can let everyone learn magic. The work of Geng Liqiong and other members of the delegation was not very smooth. In their opinion, it was a wrong decision for the group of people in the East to completely surrender to the Magic Academy, but because there were too many escapees among them, the reasons, they said, were indeed a little lacking in persuasiveness. Fortunately, no one objects to the resumption of trade. That's enough. The flood in Nanzhou has not ended yet. The water level is rising slowly every day. Everyone should make use of their regional advantages to exchange resources. Living a good life is more important than anything else. And the school festival really showed many people the future that magic can bring. Even if many of them are just entertainment projects, the confidence of the survivors in Nanzhou is unprecedentedly high. In particular, the Dream Network is connected. With the construction of the Magic Base Station in Nanzhou, representative cities, such as Xinjiang City, have issued Dream Network quotas to residents. The beautiful Dream Space, which was originally set up to solve the psychological problems of survivors, is still working today. Many psychologists have found jobs here, and use the Dream Network to help survivors face the trauma of losing their relatives. This undoubtedly greatly improves the reputation of the school. We must do something, otherwise the school will undoubtedly win over the Albai's Magic Academy. Minister Li, are our projects ready? Geng Liqiong asked. Okay, all 3 projects can start at any time. Geng Liqiong nodded with satisfaction. Come one by one, it's time for these guys, who don't know how good ancient witchcraft is, to see the real magic life. After thinking for a while, he added, also, our publicity is about to start. He has to build momentum for the Albai's Magic Academy, and get votes, and so on. Of course, he didn't quite understand what the 2 academies were doing. Why did the principal of the Albai's Academy remind him that if he lost this game, the academy would no longer exist? Lu Sun was a little distressed. Not long ago, he learned a shocking good news. His daughter was still alive. No kidding, he really felt that the world suddenly changed from gray to colorful, and it became bright all of a sudden. He used to spend every day relying on his faith, and he never fought or competed, but suddenly he had the motivation to live actively. He seriously considered his career advancement, negotiated his salary, and chose a house with a better view. These things were useless before, but now, they are all accumulated for his daughter. He imagined countless times how his daughter's life is now, and simulated how to recognize and get along with her in various situations. Perhaps, his daughter already has adopted parents and has a good relationship with them, so she will not be willing to accept him as a father who has been absent for many years. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't prevent him from treating her well in his own way. But Lu Sun thought a lot, but soon failed on the most critical question. Yes, his daughter is still alive, but where is she? How to find her? The magic ID card does not provide his daughter's current address, and obviously, she is not even in Nanzhou. At least through Mayor Tang's channel, he checked all the people who had applied for magic ID cards in Nanzhou, and found that none of them matched his daughter's characteristics. Lu Sun was inevitably a little anxious. He could only confirm every day that the name was still bright, and his daughter was safe and alive. The school festival began, and Lu Sun decisively joined the construction army. Now the corpse recovery team has no workload, everyone has become salvaging materials, or switching to other jobs, and he simply joined the construction department. Since the school festival is a holiday provided by the school, Mayor Tang also gave everyone a holiday. Originally, everyone could choose 3 days of vacation, but Lu Sun suggested that he would only take an hour off every day. He planned to try his luck at the school festival. Maybe he could meet his daughter? This was an outrageous way to take a vacation, but Mayor Tang agreed. Lu Sun was very grateful for this. But then, the question came again. Even if his daughter was also in the Doomsday area, instead of staying outside in the 3 continents where nothing had happened, who could guarantee that she would come to the school festival? Even if she came, which day would it be? Which time period would she enter? Lu Sun became the first person to be troubled by time magic, and the 12 arches made it more difficult for him to find someone. He could only choose a time period at random every day, and try his luck. But this was undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. 1 day, 2 days, a few days passed, and Lu Sun felt that there was little hope. He didn't seem to have much luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have experienced such an unfortunate life. He seemed to have some luck, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived the huge waves and learned that his daughter was still alive. But what if his luck runs out in this miracle? What if the goddess of luck never visits him again? Lu Sun walked on the street of the school festival in a daze, his eyes focused more on the crowd than on the amusement projects, forming a sharp contrast with the excited tourists. Just when he thought that he would return empty-handed today, a newly opened project attracted his attention. Lucky Magic House. Such a name is actually a bit ordinary, but the word lucky firmly caught Lu Xun's attention. The Lucky Magic course from Abai's Magic Academy does not require magic qualifications, and everyone can learn it. Everyone is welcome to come and experience it. There are not many people in the queue. So Lu Xun walked towards it. Chapter 155. Inside was a circular room that looked like a lecture hall. It was already half full, and Lu Xun looked around before he found an empty seat. Then, he noticed a stack of printed paper on the table in front of him. The packaging of the printed paper had an eye icon, which seemed to be the logo of the school called Abai's Magic Academy, and a very conspicuous slogan, Abai's Magic Academy, dedicated to enabling ordinary people to learn to use magic. This is a very interesting slogan. Soon, a man in wizard clothing walked to the center of the circular room and began to give a lecture to the tourists. Are you worried about not having a talent for magic? Do you envy those magicians with great prospects? The young man dropped a bombshell as soon as he opened his mouth. In fact, ordinary people's lack of magic ability is the biggest lie in the world. Wow, almost everyone present had participated in the magic aptitude test, and was a disappointed loser. Hearing him say this, it was inevitable that there would be a commotion. Sorry, I'm not saying that magic talent doesn't exist. Just like different people have different talents, magic talent is actually a kind of talent. But can only painters paint? Obviously not. We also have hidden magic energy in our bodies, but it is just a little thinner than those talented people. But there are actually many civilian versions of magic in this world that can play our thin magic ability and amplify it. Our Abai's Magic School exists for this reason. And this Lucky Magic House will be the first class for you to start your magic journey. Everyone was even more surprised. Originally they entered with the interest of playing, but it turned out to be a magic class. At first they were a little disappointed, but soon they were more interested than ever before. They had never thought that they could take a magic class. In fact, they heard that many prospective magicians could not learn real magic because of the limited number of admissions to the Hope Magic Academy. Next, I will teach you a magic that can increase your luck. The other party motioned for everyone to draw a piece of paper. The magic power of ordinary people is usually contained in various parts of our body, especially in the blood, and this magic is related to blood. Next, you will need to take a little blood, but don't be nervous, believe me, it's all worth it. He slid his finger along the edge of the paper, and quickly cut a small hole. Blood dripped onto the paper. Then, he suspended his injured hand above the paper, and began to chant a spell in an unknown language. This was rare and in line with the public's understanding of magic. The magic used through spells seemed very different from those in Hope Magic Academy. Then, in full view of everyone, the paper floated up. Amid the spell, the paper folded automatically, and finally turned into a six-pointed star. The teacher grabbed the six-pointed star hanging in the air, put it in his pocket, and then bowed to everyone. That's it. It's very simple, right? Ah, everyone was a little dumbfounded. Okay, next I will guide you to learn this magic spell, and then show you the magic of this magic. Please follow me, and repeat the whole process. Some people were very hesitant, but more people could not suppress their curiosity, gritted their teeth, and cut their fingers on the paper. Lu Xun was the latter. He hoped that this magic called luck could really bring him good luck, and a little injury for it was nothing. I don't know if the paper was specially treated, but it easily cut Lu Xun's finger. And there was not much pain. He imitated the teacher, dripped blood on the paper, and then began to recite the spell sentence by sentence. There were some tongue twisters, and Lu Xun thought it would be difficult to learn, but soon the teacher began to use a jingle to teach everyone how to remember. Just then, I suddenly dreamed back to my school days. The spell was not very long, and with the help of the jingle, Lu Xun really remembered it after a few times, and then he followed the teacher's instructions, and focused on the paper. After a moment, Lu Xun's pupils trembled. Ah, the paper really flew up. Logically speaking, after wandering around the school festival for so many days, even if he didn't really experience many projects, he had fully felt the magic of magic, so he shouldn't be too surprised by this magic that made a small piece of paper fly up. But this was the magic he cast himself. This feeling was very different. Because his thoughts were interrupted by the surprise, the paper fell back on the table, and Lu Xun hurriedly chanted the spell again. Until he held the six-pointed star in his palm, he still felt incredible. Is this the end? At this time, many people in the magic house had completed the spell like Lu Xun, and everyone looked at the teacher with bright eyes. wanting to know how to activate this magic next. It will work just by carrying it with you. If you want to try it, you can have a simple interaction with your desk mate. The teacher smiled and said, you can write down a random 4-digit number, don't tell the other person, and then ask the other person to say a 4-digit number. If you are lucky enough, what you wrote down is exactly what the other person said. It sounds a bit like magic. Soon, a couple eager to try in front of Lu Sun began the experiment. The woman wrote down the number, and the man said it casually. When the paper was opened, the numbers were indeed the same. The two immediately showed surprise. The woman felt that the hexagonal star in her palm suddenly became hot. When she opened her palm again, the hexagonal star had already shown signs of burning. Many tourists who were attracted by the two people couldn't help but reveal the idea that they might be a shill, but soon, as they and the people around them started this small experiment, more and more people showed surprised expressions. It's true. Congratulations, everyone, you can easily pretend to be a magician in the future. The teacher on the stage told a humorous joke, which attracted laughter from the whole audience. But I need to remind you that this magic is not omnipotent. The more blood you use, the stronger the luck will be, and it will come when you need this luck next time. But it also has a price. The teacher clapped his hands, and a staff member brought 2 glasses of water. He asked the female in the couple to come on stage. Here is a glass of salt water, and a glass of water. Choose one and drink it. The woman hesitated, picked up the glass on her left hand, took a sip, and then immediately made a painful expression and coughed several times. With the teacher's permission, she drank the water next to her. Look at the 6-pointed star in your palm again. The woman opened her hand, and the originally burnt 6-pointed star had turned into ashes, and quickly dissipated in the air. From then on, this magic really ended. This is the price. In fact, this magic does not create luck out of thin air, but appropriates your own luck. When you have good luck, you will experience bad luck, so it is a slightly risky magic. But as I demonstrated, you can pay the price by actively creating bad luck, making it a truly safe and harmless magic. Everyone was a little nervous when they heard the price at first, but at this point, they relaxed again. The teacher bowed to everyone again. Okay, this class ends here. Thank you all for participating. Lu Sun walked out of the Lucky Magic House in a trance. The crowd that followed them out were still chattering about what had just happened. Some tourists who were waiting in line to enter the venue were curious about what kind of project this was. Everyone just made mysterious expressions at the same time. You will know after you try it. I can only say that it is very surprising. Of course, it was not only Lu Sun who was surprised. Others also immediately thought of how much this magic would bring to their lives. Lu Sun saw the couple again. The woman was pulling her boyfriend and said excitedly, "Quick, isn't there a shop in front where you can draw a lottery? Let's go and try it." They quickened their pace and ran forward. When Lu Sun passed by the store, he happened to see fireworks being set off at the door, congratulating the 1001st customer who entered the store and received a free coupon for this store, and that lucky person was the male in the couple. Lu Sun, He had a feeling that the school festival was going to be a mess. And Lu Sun's feeling was right. His classmates, who had not yet used up their lucky magic, quickly rushed into various projects that required a little luck. Too many people in line? Just the person in front of you had something to do, and you luckily entered early. Always lose when playing magic games. Soon you will find that you made the right decision when you were in a hurry and won the championship smoothly. Don't have money but want to eat delicious food? Go to those stores that offer a free bill policy, and eating all over the school festival is no longer a dream. There are too many places where this magic can be performed, and the important thing is, it can even be performed repeatedly. Of course, at least at this time, the power of the Lucky Magic House has not yet affected the entire school festival, and it is only circulated among a few lucky people. But it only takes 1 day, no, 1 hour, and this project of letting ordinary people use magic will become a hot topic among everyone. At this time, Lu Sun tightly held the 6-pointed star in his hand and searched in the crowd. His heart beat fast, and he rekindled infinite hope. Can he use this luck to find his daughter? How to do it? Just then. Bang! A firework bloomed above Lu Sun's head. Congratulations to this lucky passerby for becoming our store's VIP customer for 3 years for free. An excited female voice sounded. Lu Sun turned his head stiffly. It was the men's clothing store Magic Clothes, and it seemed that some lucky passerby event was being held. The enthusiastic clerk smiled brightly at Lu Sun. "Hello, guest. Is it convenient for you to come into the store to learn more? We at Magic Clothes have the top fashion designers in the entire Magic City, and will provide the most charming dressing plans for elegant gentlemen like you. Become an SEIP of our store, and you will have a 40% discount on all products. In the clerk's mind, knowing that he had obtained such a benefit, even if the customer was not ecstatic, he should at least be a little curious and want to enter the store to take a look. However, this customer was very different. He looked at the clerk, then at his palm, where there was a 6-pointed star made of paper that looked a little burnt, and finally looked at the clerk again, looking as if he was about to cry. No, what did I do? Why did this lucky customer look at me with an accusing look on his face? Was he really so reluctant to buy a piece of clothing? Chapter 156. Finally, Lu Sun gave the grand prize to a tourist who was watching the fun, with the clerk looking at him helplessly, which made the event less awkward. He turned around and tripped over his left foot and fell, ending the magic with a harmless bad luck. Lu Sun patted the dust off his body and sighed. But it doesn't matter, he already knows magic, and sooner or later the luck he really wants will come to him. But Lu Sun was actually a little hesitant about this magic. Since the essence of lucky magic is to exchange bad luck for good luck, it means that the better luck, the more unlucky. There are actually many stories like this. Being too greedy will only bring misfortune. He doesn't want to experience loss again after finding his daughter. Judging from the characteristics of this magic, there may be such bad consequences. He only needs a little bit of luck. For example, at the right time every day, walk into the most promising time door. The lucky magic house of Abe's Magic Academy naturally caught Ning Zhao's attention very quickly. She went to listen to this experience class carefully. As a non-magician, she also felt the joy of becoming a magician with zero threshold. Speaking of which, this was a little surprising to Ning Zhao. As the heroine of the novel, Jianxi, who should be considered the chosen one, did not have a talent for magic, and even the hero Duan Mayu did not have one. It was said that when they took the test, a stranger had this good luck. Jianxi was a little disappointed, but not because she wanted to be a magician, but because she originally thought that if she had talent, it would be easier to approach the Magic Academy and she could do more things. But it doesn't matter. Just because she can reincarnate infinitely is already a very remarkable golden finger. At least she thinks she shouldn't be too greedy. So she attended this magic class with the mentality of an ordinary person. Wow, it's really magical, but how to say it? When they walked out of the magic house, she stretched and said to the two partners, I think this magic is very dangerous. The threshold is too low and the temptation is too great. Duan Mayu also nodded in agreement. Once you get used to relying on good luck to solve things, you will only be unable to live down to earth, and it will definitely backfire in the future. Of course, it also has a good side. If everyone can use such magic during natural disasters, maybe it can increase the chances of survival. Jianxi sighed, but I don't know what price such luck will have to pay. She turned her head and looked at the room again, and said with some concern, Is it appropriate to just leave it here? Of course not very appropriate. After knowing that Abai's Academy had come up with such a magic house, Ning Zhao had already consulted Corey and confirmed that this was indeed more like a kind of black magic. Of course, because its harm is controllable, it has not yet been completely banned. Corey has heard of similar magic. The harm of this magic is just as Jianxi and the others analyzed. It is too easy to tempt people to fall. If it is not controlled, it is easy to destroy fairness and bring bad consequences to others and oneself. The worst thing about it is that it can actually appropriate the luck of others, and the beneficiaries don't have to pay any price. Fortunately, this academy has restrained itself and did not teach this to everyone. Corey said worriedly, during the Dark Ages, that academy once spread similar magic among ordinary people, which led to many tragedies. Principal, you have to think of a way. Although this was instigated by another academy, if an accident occurs, I am afraid we will also be implicated. At least the Abyss Academy did cause people in the magic continent to be prejudiced against magic academies. Corey, who has already regarded himself as a member of the academy, has a strong sense of collective honor and does not want such a thing to happen. He even suspected that the Abai's Academy might be trying to use the same means to continue to create chaos in this poor world. Damn guy, he doesn't want the other party to succeed at all. But there is a problem here. I hope the Magic Academy has no power to interfere with the behavior of another academy, and it is not allowed to expel the other party from the Academy Festival. Yes, it can't be left here. I will let the Academy newspaper send someone to follow up on the report. After Ning Zhao said this to Jianxi, he summoned the disguised principal guide and assigned tasks to the school newspaper. Geng Liqiang was very satisfied with the popularity of the Lucky Magic House. At least in his opinion, the Magic House was very successful. Not everyone can bear to hide the secret of lucky magic, especially from familiar people. Under word of mouth, many people have come here to admire its reputation. Look, it's not only the Hope Magic School that is the hope of this world. Albai's Academy will allow ordinary people to become magicians in an upright manner. And isn't a small lucky magic very suitable as a stepping stone? Of course, they have also evaluated the danger of this kind of magic internally, but the effectiveness of magic is related to blood. Who would shed so much blood for nothing to ask for a bit of luck and then bring bad luck to themselves? And, they have warned, such fools should be responsible for their own choices, instead of blaming the person who invented the knife. If there is such public opinion, they will stand up to guide the wind direction, and warn those who can't control themselves not to learn magic. Who is willing to give up the opportunity to learn more no-threshold magic? People will eventually stand on their side, because Albai's Academy can really bring them benefits. And black and red are also red. Let more people know the excellence of Albai's Academy through this incident, so that they can compete with the already famous Hope Magic Academy. Of course, there is another purpose for this matter, that is, the shortcomings of Albai's Academy that cannot be avoided. Many magics here do not look so bright and credible. Announce this in advance, which can avoid a lot of trouble. He thought well, and even prepared a public relations team, although Gong Liqiong didn't think it would really be used. The lucky magic would only cause some minor troubles at most, and ordinary media workers should be able to use it. Just then, he noticed a group of strange people coming with cameras. They didn't join the queue, but took pictures of the magic house. There were also people who looked like reporters, who took out notebooks and pens, and even microphones, and interviewed people who came out of the magic house, and those in line. "Who are you?" Gong Liqiong asked with some caution. "Hello, are you the person in charge here?" The leader showed him his magic ID card and a work certificate. "We are from the school newspaper, and we want to do a report on the lucky magic house." "Ah? School newspaper? The magic newspaper of the Hope Magic School? Isn't this a rival? What do you want to report?" Gong Liqiong frowned and winked at his subordinates, asking them to beware of this group of people. "It's just a project introduction." The other party enthusiastically handed over a school newspaper. "You see, we have been following the developments of the school festival these days, and we have tracked various popular projects. Don't worry, it's just a normal report." "Don't worry about it. Is this a so-called normal report?" That night, Gong Liqiong looked at the latest report updated by the school newspaper. Is it luck or curse? The truth about the lucky magic house is actually, there are even more than one such report, and what almost made Gong Liqiong's heart ache was the content of the report. There is indeed a fair introduction to the lucky magic house, but most of the reports are alarmist, such as after using the lucky magic, I almost broke my neck, I won the lottery, but I also lost money. The goddess really agreed to my confession and asked me if I was willing to be the father of her baby. How did they make up so many nonsense events? Gong Liqiong almost flipped the table. However, his subordinates told him the bad news with a serious face. In fact, there was an accident. The subordinates said worriedly, someone used the lucky magic outside the school festival, and then unfortunately fell into the water, and was bitten by a water snake, and almost couldn't be rescued. When did it happen? Gong Liqiong was stunned. It was not long ago, and I'm afraid the school newspaper will update the relevant news in a while. The subordinate's speculation was correct. Soon, this life-threatening incident was reported. Such a thing should not have happened. No matter how unlucky you are in the school festival, your life will not be in danger due to the existence of save points. But it's different outside. Even if Gong Liqiong was mentally prepared for this, he didn't expect such a thing to happen so soon, and damn it, how much blood did that idiot use to pay such a high price to pray for good luck? No, are these things true? Gong Liqiong reacted quickly. Not sure. The subordinate was silent for a while, and then said, it really happened too fast. We need to be quick. We need to characterize this magic before any unlucky person appears. This is what Ning Zhao told the person in charge of the school newspaper. Use your imagination. Authenticity is not important. What matters is that the consequences are educational. I suggest that you find a group of actors. So soon, the school newspaper really found a few actors to create accidents inside and outside the school festival. It's not unfair to the lucky magic house, because the actors did use lucky magic, but the consequences were deliberately chosen to be exaggerated. The actor who was unfortunately bitten, and even had half of his palm bitten off, was quickly stabilized by the magic singers and rushed to the school for treatment. There was even an actor who was almost hit on the head by a falling object from a high altitude. If someone hadn't pulled him in time, there would have been a real risk of an accident. This made the school newspaper team, who had been a little careless, pay more attention to the problem of this magic. In the end, the actor just sprained his ankle and was cured quickly. They received generous compensation. Although this is acting, I think this magic is a bit scary. In the end, almost all the actors said so. So everyone worked overtime to write reports and updated them to the school newspaper. Those who subscribed to the school newspaper and those who liked to look at the newspaper column with the school newspaper every day soon witnessed the rise and fall of a new project. The editors of the school newspaper are well versed in the principle of creating topics. They actually used a bit of a method of first suppressing and then praising. They first used several reports to brag about the Lucky Magic House, especially interviewing ordinary tourists who used lucky magic to get some little happiness, and then began to bombard all kinds of weird consequences. They used their imagination to weave various occasions for magic application, and then packaged it into a story of suffering the consequences of one's own actions, rather than the teachers teaching in class that there are ways to avoid it. More importantly, those accidents were staged in public, which increased the authenticity of the consequences. Even if someone doubts that the progress is too fast, it is easy to refute. 12-time magic arches, that is equivalent to 12 days of playtime. Isn't it enough to happen? The on-site person in charge of the school festival even temporarily installed a newspaper stand for the school newspaper opposite the Lucky Magic House. Gung Licheong had not yet protested against this, and the next day, the venue of the school festival was changed again. For all projects that require luck, a temporary lottery link was added to ensure fairness. The prizes are not very expensive, and the main feature is a countermeasure to consume your luck before you get lucky. Those tourists who got good luck by loopholes soon found that the lucky magic did not play a big role at all, and they had to deal with troubles that were difficult to control. So the next day, the Lucky Magic House really became a topic of discussion. But at the same time, it also became a magic without charm that people shook their heads and sighed not very effective. Chapter 157. Herr Jones was flipping through an old, tattered book. Of course, it wasn't actually a real book. There was an eye on the cover of the book, and 4 words written in the language of the Magic Continent, Principal's Handbook. Compared to Ning Zhao's book, this one was almost antique. Not only was it gray, it couldn't be suspended or summoned, and the pages had traces of burning. In fact, this book was only half. Of course, the Principal's Handbook didn't actually have an exact number of pages. This half was just a vague description, used to refer to the fact that this book, which was a product of the system, was torn. It was not an easy task to snatch this thing from the hands of those mysterious principals, so he and his former companions paid a terrible price. Herr Jones didn't regret making this choice. As a legendary black wizard, it was stupid to let something that threatened him exist. He only regretted not being more cautious, so that he was trapped in the current situation. Since the book was acquired, it was as good as dead. After all, it was severely damaged. Not only did Herr Jones think it was mostly useless, but even several of his former companions thought so. But in the end, out of caution, it was still preserved. Over the years, Herr Jones has read it countless times, trying to find traces of the mysterious power in it. He always felt that it might be a higher dimensional magic. Unfortunately, apart from some explanatory texts that describe the rules of the magic school, there is no inspiring place at all. But, recently, this book suddenly changed. Just after he decided to regain control of the situation in South Continent in the name of Abai's Magic Academy, new content appeared in this book. About the school festival. He was very familiar with the school festival. After all, whether it was his former principal or those strange schools on the Magic Continent, they were actually very happy to hold various competitions. The school festival was just a very common one. He was just very surprised that this book was still alive. And he seemed to be the master of this book. Is it because there is another school that activated the mysterious power stored in this book? Herr Jones could only guess so. Of course, it is a good thing that the book has come alive again. It was his wish to gain control of the school, but the trouble is that the curse has also been strengthened. And at this time, there are still fools who don't know the seriousness of the matter and keep causing trouble for him. Principal Jones, there is a little problem with the lucky magic. Should we change the magic? Gung Licheong said on the phone. In fact, Herr Jones thought that this guy was just trying to get magic from him. He spent some time to fool him. Of course, magic can be given, but not now. After all, the tributes on his altar are not ready yet. After the 2 academies launched a small confrontation around the Lucky Magic House, and set the tone within a day, successfully disappointing most people, the children learned what happened. They don't care much about this kind of magic. Even Lu Li and the other 2 were not interested in this project. After all, it was not fun. You can win by strength. What magic to use? This will destroy the fun of the 3 people who are brushing the list, knowing that their friends will only stay here for 3 days and 2 nights. Luli and his 2 friends became the tail of the Little Red Riding Hood team. In addition to the new projects, they are considered to be all-knowing about the school festival, and they can lead the team better than teacher AI Jingya, and provide a lot of reference opinions for the entire itinerary. No matter what others think, at least Shunana was really happy after being led by them. This made the children have a better impression of the Abai's Magic Academy. So the next day, when they found out that the new project of this academy, Shark Warrior, was launched, the children actively expressed their desire to participate. There is nothing special about this, just sitting on the back of a shark to play. Luli introduced to his friends. It's just the kind that can jump up and drill circles in the air, or search for treasure underwater. In the South Continent Survivor Alliance in the West, various dead fish have become one of the puppets of the survivors. In addition to using them to find things underwater, everyone occasionally rides on their backs. But the survivors in the East were not familiar with sharks. At least when they were watching from the outside, many of them were still a little scared. But more of them were curious. Even if they lived in a port city, few people had seen sharks in person, let alone sat on their backs and played. The undead sharks placed in the venue were specially selected to be majestic and not too scary. They had shiny white teeth, but they were decorated with colorful seats and small clothes, which made them look a bit cartoony. This made the Little Red Hats and Dongo, who rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with animals, let alone sharks, suddenly not want to leave. So Luli and the other 2 finally decided to accompany their friends into the venue. This is a somewhat special project, which requires entering the water. Abai's Academy has prepared swimsuits, diving goggles, and a magic pearl that can produce oxygen for tourists. The water quality has also been treated with magic, and it will simulate big waves, showing the bravery of shark warriors dominating the ocean in the storm. Yushwani and Shunana changed clothes in the locker room together. Yu's mother also came and helped Yushwani take off her clothes, pack them up, and put on her swimsuit. The whole process was meticulous. Seeing that Shunana was still struggling with her swimsuit, she kindly asked, "Do you need help? I let my mother help you." Shunana wanted to say no, but Yu's mother had already followed the instructions and walked over to help her put on her clothes gently. "Thank you, Auntie," Shunana said gratefully. "You're welcome." Yu's mother smiled gently. "Your mother is so nice," Shunana whispered to Yushwani. "Did she really come back to life?" "Well, when the waves came, Mom protected me and pushed me into the house, and then she sank. When she was pulled up, Mom was no longer breathing," Yushwani said. "But I tell you in secret, I also think Mom is different from before." This is something Yushwani began to think about after Shunana and her children refused to revive their parents last time. She didn't tell Shunana, because she couldn't sleep that night because of her words. Mom and Dad still loved her very much, but they loved her too much, so Yushwani sometimes felt that they were just obedient, moving dolls. It seems that there is not much difference between her shark and the puppet Lingling. In fact, this idea has been there for a long time, but Yushwani has been avoiding thinking about it. This idea will make her painful. So she prefers to think only about Lu Li's words. What's wrong with having perfect parents? It's okay to change, as long as it's Mom and Dad. As long as they love themselves wholeheartedly, it's enough. The children each chose a satisfactory baby shark and started to play in the sea area decorated with many landscapes. There is even a pirate ship here. There are also many ruins. Huge waves will roll up from time to time, and the warriors need to make their own choices, either face it or escape. Children can order the shark to act according to their wishes, or just sit on it and let it take them through adventures. Shuttle through huge waves and wind and rain, or dive into the underwater pirate ship to find lost treasures. Originally, I thought this game was not interesting, but after the actual experience, Yushwani found that it was still very different from riding a shark at ordinary times. She soon had a blast, relying on her familiarity with sharks to shuttle through the waves. But when she was hit by the waves again and was knocked into the seabed with the shark, she suddenly felt a sense of fear. In fact, Yushwani no longer had much memory of what happened on the day of the giant wave. It was like a dream. But when she was taken underwater by the shark, in the familiar, slightly cool water temperature, she suddenly had a vision of returning to the scene of the giant wave. Of course, she was clearly safe at this time. There was even a beautiful landscape in the water, as well as the bulb fish and various beautiful fish placed in it as supporting roles. It was a completely different scene from the fear and helplessness of that day. But Yuxian had a headache at first. The shark took her to the pirate ship. shuttling through the water plants and swaying chandeliers, like an adventure. She felt dizzy. This feeling was not unfamiliar. As she fed her fish and her parents blood every day to maintain their activities, the dizziness gradually appeared and continued to intensify. Luli explained that this was normal. If they felt uncomfortable, they could give less blood or replace it with other blood. But no child would do that, which would weaken the delicate connection between the fish and their parents, and they didn't want to have to start all over again. Persist for 100 days. Luli relayed what he had learned. After 100 days, changing to other blood will not affect the connection between us and them. But once it is interrupted in the middle, it will need to start over. Sometimes if the blood is not fed enough, the parents will become a little dull. Yuxian didn't like that, so she was not very good at controlling the amount, which caused more dizziness and headaches. But in fact, it's no big deal. At most half a minute, this feeling will disappear. Yuxian thought it would be the same this time. However, after half a minute, this feeling did not fade. Instead, she gradually felt her eyelids heavy. A voice seemed to be calling her gently, letting her fall asleep. It sounded like her mother's voice. But it was not right. This was in the water, not a place to sleep. Last time, her mother tried her best to bring her out of the water. "Mom, save me." Yuxian felt that she had separated from the shark's back and was about to sink to the bottom of the water, and she subconsciously called out in her heart. Mom is watching from the sidelines. She will definitely find that something is wrong with me. Will she come to save me? Yuxian thought. But, is that really her mother? Is she the mother who would risk her life to push me to a safe place and be swept away by the waves? Hey, where is Yuxian? Shunana looked around and soon found that the little friend who was playing with her was gone. It was just over there. Yin pointed in a direction. It was hit by the waves and it seems it hasn't come out. Is it okay? Shunana was a little nervous. What could happen? Isn't there a safe point in the school? Yin said nonchalantly. Let's go and take a look. It's probably going to look for treasure underwater. Just as they were about to go over and dive underwater to find their companions, a shark jumped out of the water. Yuxian sat on it and giggled. I just found the pirate's treasure. She proudly shook the purse in her hand and said to her friends. Chapter 158. Now everyone was relieved. The children played together for a while, and finally left the venue with satisfaction. Teacher Ai Jingyao learned her lesson today, and chose a playtime close to the evening. When they left the school festival venue, the children could just go back to the hotel to sleep. Perhaps the play during the day had satisfied the children's desire to play together, so Luli and the others did not continue to disturb the Little Red Riding Hoods. After Yuxian washed up, she nestled into the soft quilt and planned to fall asleep. However, she still logged into the Dream Network out of habit. The children have their own Dream Network login time, especially the Little Red Riding Hoods, like them, who have lost their relatives. There is a Dream Island specially opened up for them. The previous Dream Islands played an important role in the Great Migration and became the exclusive islands of the corresponding magic cities. This Dream Island given to them has another purpose. When you miss your relatives, you can come up and take a look. This is the Psychological Health Department of the Academy Dream Network Department, an island reserved for the bereaved families in the end of the world. A little secret is that she is not as strong as she appears in front of her friends. At first, Shunana was reluctant to leave here. After all, she could see her parents in her memory here. She cried so hard every time, they had to wipe her tears again and again, scratch her nose, and say that she was already a big child and could take care of herself independently. Until she really learned to be independent. Today, Shunana still comes here secretly every time she misses them, but she doesn't want to cry as much as before. She still shares her life with her parents, holding them tightly and not wanting to let go, but she has begun to accept the fact that they are just memories. The teacher said that they don't have to forget their memories of them. If necessary, they can even keep these memories until they grow up, get married, have children, and grow old. Even if there is no dream network, she must believe that they will always protect her in her memory. So Shunana is not afraid of growing up. Today, after telling her parents about herself and her new partner, Shunana happily said goodbye to them. Then, she originally planned to leave. But before going offline, she suddenly saw a message. This is the private message function that Dream Network added not long ago. An ID account named Yushwani left her a strange message. Nana, save me. I can't seem to wake up. It's strange, the time was even several hours ago. What was she doing at that time? Shunana recalled in confusion. It seems that she was still playing at the school festival. Shunana taught Yushwani and the other two how to log into Dream Network, so that they can contact each other when they return to Dong-O. Although she hadn't had time to add friends on DreamNet, this stranger should be Yushwani, right? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? But why did Yushwani suddenly log on to DreamNet a few hours ago and send her such a message? She didn't show any abnormality afterwards. Shunana replied to the message, but the other parties seemed to be offline and there was no movement. In the end, Shunana didn't plan to treat this as a prank. She woke up soon after logging off and checked the time. It was only 11 p.m. She changed her clothes quietly, without disturbing the other friends in the room. She left a note just in case, and left the room with her backpack. She walked all the way to the hotel across the street. Fortunately, she still remembered the number of Yuxian's room. After knocking on the door, it was Yu's mother who opened the door for her. "It's Shunana. What's wrong?" Shunana looked into the room. "Is Yushwani asleep? I have something to talk to her about." "Come in." Yushwani was lying on the bed, but she hadn't fallen asleep yet. Seeing her coming over, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "I suddenly remembered that we haven't added friends on Mingwan yet." Shunana said, "We will go back tomorrow." "Have you registered an account?" "Add me." "I haven't registered yet." Yushwani said, "I add you later." "Is there anything else?" Although it may be just an illusion, Shunana felt that her friend seemed a little cold. "Don't you want to try that transformation drink shop? I treat you tomorrow." "You said you wanted to become a puppy," Shunana said again. Yushwani corrected with some confusion. "No, I want to become a little rabbit." "Ah, this seems to be the real person?" Shunana was confused. "I'm tired. Let's talk tomorrow." Yuxian yawned and was about to see the guest off. Shunana had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. Before saying goodbye, she glanced at Lingling, who was sitting in the corner, and winked at it. When Shunana left the hotel, Lingling quickly found an opportunity and slipped down from the windowsill. After Yushwai knew it was a magical life, she was quite polite to it, and didn't ask her parents to keep an eye on it like a criminal. Lingling thought Shunana had something to say to her, so she sneaked out. Sure enough, she saw the girl waiting downstairs in the hotel. "Lingling, can you help protect Yushwani?" The girl told the story again and added, "It may be that I made a mistake, it was a prank, but please observe her carefully." Shunana was just a little uneasy. She inexplicably remembered the brief moment of loss of contact in the Shark Warriors venue. Most importantly, she felt worried about Yu's father and mother, who looked like real people but couldn't tell what was weird about them, and those sharks that were vivid but looked like puppets. It looked too real. So as she asked, "Is it possible that the people around you will be replaced without anyone noticing?" "No one should be replaced." This was probably just a mistake made by the little girl due to her rich imagination, but Lingling nodded solemnly. The incident was quickly reported to Ning Zhao. She took advantage of the night and sneaked into the room of the child named Yushwani to take a look, and then she felt a familiar breath. The breath of the dead. But it was not from Yushwani, but from her parents. Abai's academy almost never performed, and was spreading black magic unscrupulously. To be honest, Ning Zhao wanted to stop talking nonsense and go to the door directly. But considering the lessons learned from history, she could not act rashly without full confidence. Having died once, she cherished her life very much. And now she is not the only one behind her. There are so many survivors who depend on the academy to live. So the most critical issue is intelligence. Who is the principal whom she has never met? What is the relationship between that academy and the historical Abyss Academy? What is the way to get rid of the other party at the lowest cost? It is really a distressing problem. Just like now, Ning Zhao found that Yushwani's condition is actually different from that of her parents. The body seems to be alive, but the soul does not seem to be the original one. There is a strange sense of disharmony. "Let's go and pick up Kaka." Finally, Ning Zhao said so. After this period of treatment, Persimmon can see the light again. At first, she was a little uncomfortable. Everything is like a dream. Touching Kaka's head, there is also a familiar and strange feeling. The world is no longer just sound, and it has returned to her life with colorful colors again. For this, Persimmon is full of gratitude. After learning that Persimmon can see, Kaka, who is getting smarter, is a little uncomfortable. It is like the pillar of the family, who has been ruthlessly dismissed, and has lost his sense of value. But soon, Persimmon accompanied Kaka to start new training. "Kaka, you are the most powerful magic dog in the world. Now, it's my turn to accompany you to adapt to your new life." Dog life. The principal left Persimmon with enough magic props, so that she can learn and make the most suitable training plan for Kaka. So for the time being, they will stay in the academy. The principal said that Kaka's ability is very important. Persimmon believes this sentence and plans to complete her task first. Then, that night, they were urgently sent to the school festival venue through the portal. Persimmon, I was in Dongo the last second, and in Nanzhou, which was full of ocean, the next second. It felt so wonderful. I need Kaka to find something. Well, or to say, a soul. Ning Zhao changed back into the principal's outfit and said. So, Persimmon took Kaka to start their first mission. This mission was not difficult to complete. According to Shu Nana's story, the Shark Warrior Stadium of Abai's Academy was the first suspected target. And Kaka really found clues here. Ning Zhao and his party did not alarm the guards and quickly slipped into the stadium. Then, Kaka did not spend long, and with the cooperation of the magic bubble, he found Yushwani, who was sinking in the water. To be precise, it was Yushwani's soul. Persimmon could not see the girl's soul, and Ning Zhao only had a rough sense, but everything was clear in Kaka's vision. Under Kaka's guidance, Ning Zhao put the transparent soul into the crystal ball. Yushwani's appearance emerged. She lay in the crystal ball, as if she was asleep. Persimmon opened his mouth wide, curious and worried. What happened to her? Not sure. Ning Zhao replied, but it doesn't matter, go back and ask. The two were about to leave, but Kaka moved his dog nose and stopped. It flashed and jumped into the water again. Ning Zhao raised his eyebrows and followed, and then, found another child's soul. It seemed to be the one named Yen Yen with Yushwani. Seeing the boy lying in the crystal ball, snoring, and not caring about what happened to him, Ning Zhao wanted to hold his forehead. But the real problem is, since there is a second one, will there be more? And this matter was soon confirmed by Kaka. It wandered around the school festival, and found a few more unlucky people, including the children of Abai's Academy, and even adults from the South Continent Survivor Alliance. Ning Zhao, She turned around, touched Kaka's head, and sighed. From tomorrow, as a representative dog, you will stay in the school festival and play. Go find more guys like this. The unexpected incident made Ning Zhao return to the school temporarily. She had to take these soul crystal balls to ask the book spirits. Coincidentally, Corey, who had been buried in the library for a long time, collecting clues from all sides, also came with dark circles under his eyes. Principal, do you want to see the information about black magic and curses now? Chapter 159. As you know, books involving black magic are strictly controlled, so the way I thought of is not to distinguish between book categories, but to find clues from the memory of the book spirit itself. First of all, most of the young book spirits can be excluded. Their birth year is after the strict control, which is not very useful. Then, I focused on screening the book spirits before and after the Dark Age. As book spirits born in the most popular period of black magic, they must know the most about its related knowledge. Sure enough, with my focused investigation, I finally found a lot of useful information. In the personal lounge of the library, Corey first talked about his approach at length as a show of merit. This is a written document. He put a thick stack of documents in front of Ning Zhao. In addition, I found a special book spirit. Corey stepped back, and from behind him, a book floated hesitantly. It has a very simple appearance, a brown leather cover, and no messy special craftsmanship. In today's school library management, it can be described as shabby. The title of the book is Reader's Diary, and the introduction is an ordinary citizen who loves reading, and is reading notes over a long period of time. It is so ordinary that it makes people wonder how such a book can be published. However, after reading the content, I can understand it a little bit. At least this ordinary citizen, who loves reading, does seem to be knowledgeable, and the reading notes he wrote are quite meaningful. In addition, he recommends many other books in the book, which has a flavor of 100 books you must read in your lifetime in Ning Zhao's world. Maybe he is an editor of a publishing house, hoping to use this book to promote his products. The only regret is that this ordinary citizen does not have a prominent identity. His personal profile says that he is just an ordinary person born in a remote village after the Dark Age, a magicless person. Because he is too mediocre and only loves reading, he is lucky not to be involved in any dangerous incidents. His name is Anyang Nevins. It is Nevins again, a somewhat special surname, the same surname as the once destroyed Brave family, but according to him, it is just a coincidence. In the Magic Continent, although the surname Nevins is ancient, it is not rare. Many people who admire the Nevins family will choose this surname, although after the Nevins family got into trouble, many people changed their surnames. But what makes Ning Zhao feel that this book spirit is a bit special is that he has a rather oriental appearance. Mainly because the black hair is too conspicuous, and the facial features are also very oriental. What is slightly different is that he has a pair of gray eyes. If you don't look carefully, you might even think that they are black eyes. My ancestors have alien blood. Perhaps he noticed the young female principal's gaze, and Mr. and Yang said, so both the appearance and the name have a bit of alien style. The alien here actually refers to time travelers like Ning Zhao. Over the long years, the principals who took root in the magic continent inevitably got married and had children, which made the blood of black hair and black eyes spread in that world. Although it was rare, it was not rare. I don't know if it's because this guy is a loner, he gives people a feeling of being introverted and shy. When Ning Zhao turned over the picture, he even hid in the corner of the picture uncomfortably and covered his face. What do you know about black magic? Ning Zhao just flipped through it casually and let him go. I have read a lot of related books and research notes. In our era, black magic was not only not banned, but also flourished because of that academy, so there are quite a few related books on the market. Of course, it is not very in-depth, because the truly advanced black magic belongs to that academy. Look at this, do you know what's going on? Ning Zhao took out several soul crystal balls, and roughly explained the relevant information of Abai's academy. The book spirit named and Yang carefully observed the soul in the crystal ball for a while, thought for a moment, and then said uncertainly, it seems to be a black magic version of life magic. Life magic? You should know that magicians usually have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, but even legendary magicians have a limited lifespan, usually only about 200 years. Ning Zhao, who claims to be 601 years old, said, Fortunately, this is not the magic continent, and the rhythm of crossing the country in minutes. But some magicians are not willing to leave the world like this, especially those powerful and influential magicians, who will try their best to prolong their lifespan. There are some magics that change one's physical constitution, delay aging, and even reverse time. This belongs to the type of white magic, but it usually does not play a particularly big role. Black magic is different. This kind of life magic can transfer the lifespan of others to oneself. Of course, it can also be said that it is transferring one's own death to others. And Yang said slowly, some of them use blood to establish contracts with others and exchange lifespans. From what you described, this is probably the case. Although there are many categories of black magic with low entry barriers, it is difficult for true non-magic people to perform the corresponding magic without the help of external forces. If a school claims that everyone can learn and use magic, then this is probably a black magic contract, and lifespan is probably one of the prices used in exchange. Ning Zhao put his hand on the crystal ball, and Yuxuani's soul was sleeping quietly inside. She raised her head and asked, so this child. And these people, can they still be saved? Yes. And Yang gave her good news. To achieve the final effect of the magic used by the other party, they need to collect these souls and perform the final ritual. They haven't really paid the price for their magic yet. Cut off the connection between them. Although these ordinary people may suffer some backlash, at least they don't really die. And the backlash can be gradually cured through the medical institutions of the academy. What can be done to cut off the connection between them? Ning Zhao continued to ask. Find the location of the ritual, or in other words, find the altar where this black magic is performed and destroy it. And Yang replied, but this method is relatively difficult, because the black magician uses many means to hide the altar, and it is not so easy to find. So there is a simpler way. Kill the black magician. The soul crystal balls were sent to the medical room. Hiding them would certainly prevent the black magician from completing the ritual, but the souls affected by the contract would gradually weaken. The final result is still death. In the entire academy, only the medical room can prevent this weakening, although it will increase the expenditure of magic power and magic source. But as long as the heroine does not restart the world, these two things are renewable resources that are easy to obtain in Ning Zhao's view, and there is no need to be stingy. The trouble is how to stop the black magician from unscrupulously dragging more people into the water. It is of course possible to expose black magic, but it is actually easy to fall into a war of words. After all, this world is not a magic continent, and people's understanding of black magic is as scarce as their understanding of white magic. It is necessary to do it, but it cannot be counted on. Moreover, the end of the world is only covered by magic, and it has not ended. When ordinary people hope to protect themselves, it is easy to turn to black magic. Just like the lucky magic house is no longer touted, but there are still people who go in out of luck or curiosity, and at some special moments, they can't help but try it. More importantly, during this period, either find a way to find the altar or kill the source. Ning Zhao wanted Kaka to try, but the altar was protected by magic, and Kaka, who had not touched related objects, would have some interference when locating it. It was still in the learning stage, and had not reached the moment of being truly powerful. Secondly, Ning Zhao was also worried that Kaka would get into trouble because of this. There is also a way to find the location of the altar without using Kaka. That is to become a contractor who has lost his soul, and be taken there directly by the other party. What to do? I have to think about it carefully. The matter of Yushwani and Yen Yen was not told to Shunana. Lingling even told her the next day that it was a misunderstanding. The information on the Dream Network was a prank by others. After all, Yushwani's name was not as confidential as she thought. She was listed on many rankings. When Shunana found time to log into the Dream Network, she also received a message from the administrator saying that those who impersonated others had been dealt with, and if there was any property loss, please report it in time. In short, this seems to be the Dream Network version of online fraud. Shunana finally put her mind at ease, and could play with her friends without any grudges. This was their last day of the school festival, and they could only enter the school festival venue for the last time and leave in the afternoon. In order to prevent the children from not wanting to leave, Ai Jingya chose some relaxing and leisure activities to take them. For example, the Slime Zoo. After a large-scale rescue in Nanzhou, the slime army now has many new animals. A zoo director who loves animals reported this project and received support. Real animals are well taken care of in other places, and slime animals stay in cages or closed activity areas for them to be visited by people. So green lions, tigers, foxes, elephants, and a series of animals have become exhibits in the zoo. Everyone is still happy to visit, after all, who doesn't love small animals, although when parents or teachers give children popular science, they have to add one more sentence. They are not actually green, and their food is also different. Alas, it is really a project that makes people love and hate. When the children came out of the zoo, they saw sparks in the sky. It was a special magic firework, forming a few big words in the air. Magic Theater starts today. Wonderful play Abyss Academy, a school history. Hope that one of the main amusement projects of Magic Academy has finally opened. Chapter 160. Ning Zhao and Jian Shi were in the queue. The entrance to the theater in front was made in the shape of an open book. I don't know what kind of magic was used. It looked like people were walking into a book one by one even though there were pages in front. The name of the book was also set as Abyss Academy, a history of the school. With the texture of the hard cover on the facade, it seemed as if everyone was really walking into history. Before entering the venue, the waiting team was already discussing this magic theater with great interest. Although crashing into the pages of the book was a bit of a challenge to everyone's courage, out of trust in magic, the team still moved forward very quickly. Everyone asked around and learned that a play could accommodate more than 300 people, which was a very large project. Soon it was Ning Zhao's turn, and they walked into the pages of the book without much hesitation. The vision went dark, and then a voice seemed to sound in my mind. We are extracting your identity in this play. Congratulations, you are an ordinary villager in a lonely village. When the vision came back to life, Ning Zhao, dressed in villager clothes, found herself standing in a small western fantasy village with a group of people. The village was full of people, busy with their own things. In fact, these people were almost all tourists. But from their skilled labor movements and the state of leisurely moving around the village, they seemed to be residents living here. Ning Zhao's own body also moved quickly. She picked up a pile of firewood and walked towards home. In fact, this is an immersive magic theater. After entering it, all audiences will have their own identities and experience everything that happens in the theater from a first-person perspective. Now, as the introduction stage of the opening of the play, it is describing an ordinary, quiet, and peaceful village life on the magic continent. Ning Zhao's character walked home and saw the sister who was cooking. She has a simple face. Although the two could not do anything to destroy the atmosphere of the play, it did not prevent them from exchanging glances with each other. The two characters began to chat, all of which were trivial matters, but it can be inferred from them that these are two sisters who depend on each other and have a very good relationship, and the people in this village are simple and kind. Although they are poor, they live hard. But there are also bad things. The recent taxes are increasing, and the harvest in the village is not very good. Everyone is worried about how to survive in the future. Just then, the bell in the village square rang. It was the bell to summon everyone. People came out of their homes and gathered in the square. Then, everyone saw a young magician in a wizard robe. He also wore an eye-shaped badge on his chest. This wizard is looking for someone to help him grow a kind of magic mushroom. If we are willing to help, he can give us 10 silver coins per pound. the village chief said excitedly. I visited many places, and found that the water, soil and climate here are the most suitable. The young magician took off his hood, revealing a face that looked even a little shy. If you are willing to help, it would be great. It's this kind of mushroom. As the boy said, a basket of red mushrooms appeared in the air. Except for the strange color, they seemed to be no different from ordinary mushrooms. The characters were talking to each other. After a not-so-intense discussion, the villager soon agreed to his request happily. Then, he took out a magic contract, saying that a contract was needed to protect the interests of both parties. The contract stated that the entire village of Alomi agreed to help the boy grow mushrooms, and he would pay a high reward. Then, he asked everyone to come forward one by one, prick their fingertips, and press their bloody fingerprints. At this moment, the first choice of the immersive theater appeared. A prompt appeared in front of all the tourists. You can sign a contract with the magician, or you can find a way to get away with it. Sure enough, the tourists then found that they could control their bodies to move. But leaving is not possible. Any action beyond the reasonable behavior of the characters will lead to the loss of control of the body again. After a few unlucky people tried to do this, the tourists quickly understood the rules. They are very happy to roleplay. To be honest, in just a short moment, everyone had the illusion of traveling to another magical world. Even if they knew it was fake, it didn't stop people from being happy to immerse themselves in it. Since it was a choice, there must be something fishy about the contract. Many people wanted to get away with it, but those not-so-smart practices were quickly discovered by the village chief, and they were forced to press their fingerprints. At this time, the tourists also discovered that another function was unlocked. Their voices could become bullet screens above their heads, just like the dialogue boxes above the heads of NPCs in games. If someone is familiar with the magic school, this magic will not be unfamiliar to him. Isn't this the kind of magic that Corey used on Nihon? Tourist A, I think there must be something wrong with this contract. It cannot be signed. Tourist B, but what should we do? The village chief is just like an accomplice. He will notice if we press it falsely. Tourist C, we need to cover each other and adopt strategies, such as putting some fake blood on our fingers. They were discussing with great interest, and the small village square in the magic world instantly turned into a bullet screen square. It was just a play anyway, and soon some tourists took the initiative to stand up and were willing to sacrifice, secretly smearing their blood on other people's fingers. Everyone covered each other, and attracted the attention of the village chief and the magician. Sure enough, many people successfully got away with it. Ning Zhao and Jian, she were also among those who got away with it. The bullet screen above everyone's head quickly became, brothers and sisters, thank you for your sacrifice. If something happens, we will remember you. At this time, they were still very happy. After signing the contract, the young magician generously distributed mushrooms to the villagers, left the culture medium and mycelium, and explained how to grow them. The village chief distributed mushrooms to everyone, and then triggered the choice of whether to eat mushrooms. However, all tourists who successfully signed the contract found that they could not refuse to eat, so they ate a mushroom meal with tears. Not to mention, it was quite delicious. The sun and the moon above rose and fell in turn, time passed in the village, and then, as expected, strange things happened. A tourist woke up at night, and found a dark shadow standing in front of his bed. A closer look turned out to be a relative tourist, who shared the room with him. The other person's feet were buried in the mud, like a plant, taking root, and could only look at him painfully. The top of his head, wow, I seem to have turned into a mushroom. Help me see, I can't lower my head. Yes, your head has also become bigger, and it really looks like a mushroom. But brother, is it appropriate for you to be so calm? I'm scared to death. Screams cut through the night sky of the village. It wasn't the tourist who wanted to scream, but the owner of the body he controlled, who was frightened by the terrifying scene and rolled out of his house. The sky was covered with dark clouds at some point, and soon, there were lightning and thunder, and it started to rain. Those who were awakened, and could still move freely, and had not signed a contract began to flee. Yes, flee. The guys who turned into mushrooms, and took root in the soil really couldn't move, but those who signed the contract, and had not turned into mushrooms could still move. They chased the fugitives with strange faces, holding sharp weapons in their hands. If you are not careful, you will be pierced, and then your blood will be sucked by them, and another mushroom will appear on the ground. The bullet screens above the tourists' heads are flying, and they are all screaming. It's so exciting, but as they run, some tourists fall to the ground, and even return. The bullet screens above their heads also change. What's going on? I'm running, and this body is back? My body seems to be crying. I know, This body of mine is looking for his wife. Ah, he was killed by his wife. Alas, our family has become 3 mushrooms together. The playful bullet screens gradually disappear, because the will of the body is expressing their pain. The pain of losing loved ones. There were also a few people who were still running away. Someone shouted, "Go to the city for help. There are guards there." Because Ning Zhao and Jian, she had no relatives, and were not infected, they followed the fleeing team. They experienced a thrilling escape in the rainy night, and finally saw the city gate. Everyone cheered and rushed over, but their steps stopped involuntarily. It seems something is wrong. Another flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the open city gate, and the horrifying scene inside. It's mushrooms. Densely packed, mushrooms rooted in the ground, with people's painful faces left. Damn, I'm scared to death. I didn't say the show is a horror movie. What should I do? Can we still escape? The tourists' worries were not wrong. Soon, accompanied by the sound of lightning and rain, a strange melody sounded. Someone was humming a song. The young magician, followed by a large bamboo basket, came from this city. He hummed a song, and poked the mushrooms on the road with his staff. If he was satisfied, he waved his staff to shrink the mushrooms, and let them fall into his basket. If he was not satisfied, he would leave them alone and wait for them to grow longer. His voice was not loud, but in this scene, it was particularly clear for some reason. It was obviously a cheerful melody, but it made the tourists feel cold in their hearts. Run! What are you doing? The bodies finally reacted and tried to escape. The young magician did not cast a glance in this direction, but before everyone could be thankful that they were not discovered, they saw people who looked like corpses emerging from the soil. They grabbed at them. The character played by Jianxi fell down, and just before she was about to be caught by the corpse, a sword light cut off the hand that the corpse grabbed. A strange man wearing knight armor appeared here, and stretched out his hand to Jianxi. Jianxi's eyes lit up, and the barrage above his head. Wow, this appearance is cool. Did you draw this kind of character? That man has Duan Mayu's face. I've been looking for you for a long time. Ning Zhao's character ran over and helped his sister up, and then a group of fugitives ran behind the man trembling. Are you a student of Abyss Academy? Duan Mayu's character asked sternly. What are you doing? In front of him was a young magician, who had walked here unknowingly. Picking mushrooms, isn't it obvious? I'm asking you why you turned these people into mushrooms. Do you know that this is not allowed black magic? What does it matter? I didn't attack the magician. The boy replied, and ordinary people reproduce quickly, don't worry. Ding. The man's sword couldn't bear it anymore and stabbed at the boy. Everyone thought that as a villain, the boy would dodge, but he just turned his body and let the sword pass by his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. You started it first, so I can fight back, right? It doesn't violate the school rules. The boy took out the staff and laughed happily. Looking at your badge, you are from the Nevins family? Do you mind if we pay you a visit? Chapter 161. Next is a thrilling fight scene. Except for Duan Mayu, who was assigned to the role of knight, and could experience the whole process from the first perspective, the other tourists were just watching the show. Of course, everyone was trembling and looked pitiful, but the bullet screen above their heads was full of 666. In the end, the knight paid a terrible price, and severely injured the young wizard, who took out the scroll and ran away. At the moment of victory, all the tourists cheered for the hero named Nevins. However, at this moment, the scene suddenly changed. Everyone watched the hero from the third perspective, as he returned home after a simple recuperation of his injuries. However, what came into view was not a beautiful scene of joy, but a blazing fire. The hero rushed into the fire, but only saw corpses with mosaics of death. They stood up again in the sea of fire, and attacked the hero. The tourists thought it was just another cutscene, but soon, they saw bullet screens above the corpses. Wow, how do you do this mission? How can you keep the other person alive? It seems like a QT game. If you make the corresponding action at the right time, you can trigger the dodge. Come on, accumulate enough dodges, and you can trigger the survive world line. From the lively discussion, the tourists who were watching realized that these corpses were also played by tourists. After experiencing the same tragic plot, they now play the role of the hero's manipulated undead family members, trying to work together to let him escape. Nevins, who lost his relatives, passively avoided and could not take action against his former relatives, even though they had become monsters. Soon, various signs revealed a cruel fact. It was because he hurt the black magician that his family was retaliated. Nevins fell into despair, and even had the idea of dying in the fire and leaving with his relatives. However, the tourists tried to complete one QT after another, and whenever they were about to hurt him, they avoided him awkwardly. They even pushed him away when he was almost hit by the falling fire column. After one coincidence after another, Nevins finally understood. Their family members had not completely lost their will. They were protecting him and telling him. Live. Finally, the last QT was completed, and Nevins successfully escaped from the house with the help of this group of tourists. Cheers of celebration came from above the heads of the tourists. The screen turned again. This time, a vast magic school with black and red as the main colors appeared in front of everyone. The sky was filled with ominous clouds, and the towering magic tower in the center looked like a throne standing on the continent. As the screen zoomed out, the surrounding towns and villages were on fire. The voiceover sounded, Abyss Academy, established in the 2666th year of the magic calendar, is committed to teaching evil black magic. In order to strengthen themselves, the black magicians did all kinds of evil, and became the nightmare of the whole world. 5 black magicians with different talents were promoted to legendary magicians in the process. With the evil black magic, they became the strongest existence on the continent. The world entered the Dark Age. This is a scene carefully designed by the students, with a dark aesthetic. The school is cool and powerful. It is a boss-level existence at first glance. When introducing the 5 black magicians with different talents, even at close range, special display actions were designed for each person. Those 5 faces were impressive. Especially the one at the head. The tourists in a group with Ning Zhao quickly recognized that it was a bigger mushroom boy. If Gung Liqiong and others were here, they would also find that the face of this mushroom boy was quite similar to that of the headmaster of the Magic Academy named Hull Jones. At least in terms of appearance, they were very similar. At this point in the story, everyone's perspective changed again, and they found that they were back in the body of the assigned character. Everyone was a little older, from young girls and boys to middle-aged people. And they were following behind Nevins, who had a scruffy beard and looked a bit like a handsome uncle. Narration. People live in fear and anxiety all day long, hiding from each other. In the end, those who still have courage in their hearts, led by several heroes, decide to fight back regardless of everything. Even if it costs their lives. They came to a magical ruins full of dangers. From the conversation, they learned that everyone had found a way to deal with those black magicians, and they needed to make a magic circle composed of 5 artifacts. Now they follow Nevins, and become a team to attack one of the ruins and take the artifacts. This is a puzzle plot that tourists love to hear. They have more physical control rights, and rack their brains to crack each level. These are the tourists who survived in the past plots. And those dead tourists are not idle either. They have become invisible souls, providing communication clues for their partners. Each ruin corresponds to a different team of tourists, and their puzzles are not independent of each other, but affect each other. It's just that they are in different spaces, and can't communicate clues, so the soul tourists become messengers to convey information. By moving objects, interfering with vision, stirring turbulence and other methods, they rack their brains to give hints to the living tourists. Jianxi became the main force of this group of puzzles. Ning Zhao was familiar with the plot, and even read the entire script himself. In order not to ruin everyone's game experience, he acted more as a bystander. Jianxi enjoyed it, and used his wisdom very devotedly. Seeing that the clearance was imminent, he encountered enemies again, even the big boss. 5 ruins welcomed 5 legendary magicians. The heroes who led their team sacrificed one after another to protect their team members. Now, the remaining ones are relatively weak ordinary people. You can choose to stay and buy time for your companions to escape with the artifact, or you can be the one who leaves with hope. What is your choice? Sacrifice yourself/shoulder hope. At the last moment, such script prompts appeared one after another in front of the tourists. At this point in the story, they have understood that every choice they make affects the ending of the play. And obviously, to complete the magic circle and overthrow the Abyss Academy, all 5 ruins teams need to escape successfully with the artifacts. If anyone fails, the story will probably end in a bad ending. And along the way, there are fewer and fewer companions who are still alive around them. After so many sacrifices, no one wants a bad ending in the end. So, the person who shoulders hope bears the weight of everyone's life, and will be responsible for the viewing experience of all players in this game. Obviously, escaping from the boss is not an easy task. They didn't even have much time to discuss, and everyone had to make a choice instinctively. So, I take the artifact out. While everyone was hesitating, Jianxi had already made a decisive choice. Okay, we cover you, Ning Zhao said. So everyone started to escape from the boss one after another, which was a bit like an asymmetric escape game, buying time for Jianxi to leave. Escape from the boss is also a little difficult, but with the help of the soul tourists, everyone was able to find the best route smoothly. Ning Zhao was the last one. She successfully took the boss around for several laps before she sacrificed gloriously. Finally, she also became one of the souls, and began to watch Jianxi's escape. I can only say that Jianxi is worthy of being the heroine who has been escaping from the beginning of the novel to the end of the plot. In the matter of escaping, Jianxi is professional. Amidst the cheers of the big guys in the barrage, Jianxi successfully escaped from the ruins and handed the artifact to a trustworthy contact. They were the first group to complete the task. Souls can switch locations freely, so they watched the dangerous escapes again and again. Perhaps the tourists in this show were very powerful, and in the end, they actually completed the story branches of all 5 ruins in their first viewing. In the end, the 5 bosses of the Abyss Academy were successfully sealed, and this academy that brought nightmares to people was also reduced to ashes in the fire. The world became bright again from the dark and gloomy tones. Sunshine, birds and beasts, grass, flowers. The aging Jian, she brought a group of children from the new era to a huge tombstone. They presented flowers. Names were engraved one after another on the tombstone, starting with the hero, Colin Nevins, followed by the roles played by the tourists who died in the story in order. Everyone could easily find their own role, and with this scene, the children gathered around the old Jianxi and listened to her telling the story on the tombstone. Each character had a brief description of what kind of person they had been. And finally, the last words engraved on the tombstone. They were ordinary people who could not do magic, but every shining choice made them heroes of our time. Beautiful music sounded, and the picture faded away, as if gradually withdrawing from this world. Jianxi's conversation with the children became a voiceover. Do you know what this story tells us? I know. It tells us that ordinary people can also be brave and become heroes. No, this story tells us. Beware of black magic. That is the source of disaster. The tourists who were looking at this beautiful continent with satisfaction. The sound disappeared, the picture went completely black, and the tourists who thought everything was over and were about to leave suddenly found that they had lost control of their bodies again. A faint blue flame lit up. It was a ruin, or rather, a school in the ruins. A pile of ashes suddenly shook, and the next second, a dry hand emerged from the ashes. The owner of the hand patted the ashes and dead leaves on his body, and then a face appeared. The face of the mushroom boy. No, is there a sequel? The tourists who had just left the theater were confused and soon began to discuss. Didn't we successfully kill the 5 bosses? Why, it seems that the worst one is still alive. No, don't you think the most complained about thing is the dialogue at the end? Beware of black magic and so on. It instantly turned into an anti-fraud scene. Too interesting. I want to know if there are other endings. Honey, let's watch another one. In the midst of such a lively discussion, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Am I the only one who thinks that hoping for a magic school is a bit too much? Ning Zhao turned around and saw a tourist who looked familiar and seemed to be a member of the Abyss Academy delegation. He protested. The school emblem of this Abyss Academy is also an eye? Is this implying that Abyss Academy is an evil villain? Although this is a competition between 2 academies, is it appropriate to discredit the opponent like this? In the crowd, some tourists who had participated in the Lucky Magic House course also remembered that, indeed, the eye logo is not from Abyss Academy. Just then, the staff, who noticed the movement here, came over and corrected him righteously. You misunderstood, sir. The eye pattern was chosen because this pattern has a more terrifying effect and meets the atmosphere requirements of our show. Also, this is definitely not the school emblem of Abyss Academy because Abyss Academy has single eyelids, and ours has double eyelids. Chapter 162. He was so serious. The delegation member choked and accused. Also, why does your villain look so much like our Abyss Academy principal? This is an infringement of the right of portrait. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, many people looked over and were curious about it. Really? The staff scratched his head. Your principal looks like this? Is it a coincidence? He also pointed to a sign next to him, which said, Original play, any similarities are purely coincidental. Don't worry, even if they really look alike, what's there to be afraid of? Your principal is not a black magician. Waving his hand, the staff left without caring. The delegation members stayed where they were. Isn't he so angry because he is afraid? Although this magic theater is more like a large interactive puzzle game, it is so immersive that the sense of substitution is too strong. Moreover, there is not much portrayal in the plot, But the black magic that does exist makes people very sensitive. Especially many magics use blood. There are even plots where ignorant characters are tricked into signing contracts with blood, and then they become mushrooms of black magicians. It's kind of terrifying to think about it. In the end, he shook his head, plucked up the courage to complain a few words, pretended that nothing happened, and left. The storm caused by the Magic Theater has just begun. That night, the evaluation of the Magic Theater in the school newspaper became popular. Many tourists who only played it once realized that the story not only has various development possibilities, but also that the plots experienced by different identities are also very different. It's like among the tourists who play the role of members of the Nevins family, there is even a line that can allow more people to escape, and one of them is even a key role that will affect the subsequent plot. A little girl named Celia Nevins, the little cousin of the hero Colin Nevins. A tourist who played this role enthusiastically shared her experience of playing the role. If the little cousin survives, she can even open a romantic and exciting love line. This beautiful girl will accidentally meet the principal of the Abyss Academy, charm him, and then assassinate him. This will further reduce the difficulty of fighting the boss in the finale, and more characters can survive. There are quite a lot of branches like this, which makes many tourists interested in watching it twice or 3 times, and they really want to know more about the plot. In addition, the foreshadowing at the end is what tourists talk about most. Many people are guessing whether it is a reversal hook deliberately left by the screenwriter, just like the Easter egg at the end of the movie to pave the way for the sequel, or because they did not explore the perfect ending, so the seemingly heroic story is actually not over, and the hidden dangers are left for the future. More characters are discussing issues about black magic. This time, it was not the Academy that took direct action. Many scholars sent to the Academy by magic cities, and stationed in the magic library all produced their own research papers. Black magic does exist, and according to the clues they found in the book, the Dark Ages and the Abyss Academy are also real stories that happened in another magic world. It's a pity that many of the specific research materials on black magic are banned books. All they can do is to look through the library and describe the harm of black magic based on their own speculations. The Academy newspaper specially reserved some space for them, as a small discovery of the background research of the Magic Theater program. There are also many people sharing the stories of the roles they play and discussing what actions should be taken at the key points of each plot to improve the survival rate. Unfortunately, although the strategists are very interested in this, more tourists just come to relax and have fun, and are not obsessed with getting a happy ending. Everyone is more willing to enjoy the surprise of seeing the show for the first time, so there are not many scenes, like Ning Zhao's group, that can overthrow the Abyss Academy. This makes many people more impressed by the evil Abyss Academy. The direct result is that the number of tourists entering the Lucky Magic House has further decreased. But this cannot change the fact that Kaka and Persimmon can still pick up a few unlucky souls every day. However, these unlucky people cannot be considered to have stepped into the trap because of the lucky magic, because these people are almost all members of the West Survivor Alliance. It seems that using blood to cast magic is very common there, and this is the root cause. And Yang followed Ning Zhao and explained, "It's not all bad." "What do you mean? Don't you want to know what the curse backlash on the principle is?" And Yang answered calmly, "I studied it, and it's very similar to an ancient secret technique. Its effect is that the cursed person will become weak when using magic." Ning Zhao stopped and was a little confused. "What do you mean?" "I have read all the records about that period and visited many book spirits. There has always been a saying about the sudden disappearance of the Academy. They were backlashed by black magic. Of course, for those legendary black magicians, it is incredible to be backlashed. They have too many ways to divert this kind of damage, so their backlash is actually a curse. They were defeated by themselves, because when they used magic, they consumed their own strength, including talent, magic power, lifespan, etc. And they were cursed and were not allowed to use magic to kill anyone directly." And Yang wrote a few glowing words in the picture. "This curse is called the strong way the weak. The more magic they use, the stronger they become, and the weaker they become." Ning Zhao actually always had a question. The black magician principal, let's just say so, should have come to this world earlier than himself. But why didn't he open a magic school earlier? Even before the birth of Hope Magic School, no one in this world seemed to know the existence of magic. The other party is a magician. No matter what he wants to do, it is a strange thing to give up his greatest advantage. But if what Yang said is true, there is suddenly a reasonable explanation. He can't use magic. At least, he can't use magic recklessly. It was Ning Zhao's appearance that forced him to start spreading magic, but every time, he used the power of his apprentice to achieve his goals. The Rusty Sun cult is such an existence. Enchi's dream magic teacher actually played such a tool. And Nanzhou, the child named Lu Li, is repeating this path. The only difference is that this time, in order to fight against the Hope Magic Academy, the other party had to step to the front and hand over more magic. If he cast the life magic himself this time, it also means that he will be further weakened in the process. If the magic effect is strong enough, he may even die. And Yang continued to explain. His voice was very calm, of course. He shouldn't be so reckless. After all, it is very likely that he has been fooled once. This statement is a bit strange. Because this is to determine that the other party is from the Abyss Academy, or even one of the 5 legendary magicians at the time. But in fact, Ning Zhao has always been speculating, and has not been completely sure. Book spirits like Corey even want to deny this because it is really bad news. But Yang accepted it calmly. Even if he is a book spirit from that era, he is too calm. As for the magic theater, Corey knew that Ning Zhao was going to perform Abyss Academy, a school history, and was almost scared to death. Even Wuga felt that Ning Zhao was a little bold. But the students still successfully completed the writing of the entire script. The one who provided the main help from the side was not Corey, but Yang. He even participated in the rehearsal of the play with great interest, helping the actors, who played the villain Black Magician in the play, to find the sense of play, and complete the plot recording. On the cast list of the play, his name was listed behind the book Spirit Colai, along with a long list of book spirits, who provided some reference opinions. But Ning Zhao had not noticed this before. Come to think of it, are you really a book in our library? Ning Zhao changed the subject. Why don't I remember seeing you in the purchase catalog? And Yang was stunned. Meeting Ning Zhao's gaze, he smiled again. You may have missed it. Of course I'm in the academy. I've always been there. It seemed that he was not lying. Ning Zhao let go of this sudden speculation and continued. So what you mean is that if we can let the Black Magician cast this life magic, or even give him a push, it is possible to kill him. Yes, just try not to let him notice anything unusual. And Yang said, although the number of victims is increasing every day, I don't think his goal is to recycle all souls. It is very likely that he only needs 1 or 2. And if we can increase the value of 1 or 2 souls, we can increase his backlash. The remaining people who will die, the Black Magician never cares. Ning Zhao thought carefully for a while. If this is true, she can solve this biggest trouble without any more thought. Maybe, it can end the Rusty Sun disaster that plagues this world. But will it sacrifice the souls used as bait? There is no way. Then I object. Ning Zhao said. You misunderstood me. Actually, you don't need to personally select the victim. I can play this role. And Yang said calmly, when I was made into a book spirit, my soul was greatly enhanced. And I have been alive for so many years, which is enough. Corey, who was listening on the side, opened his mouth unconsciously, and even Wuga looked at him with a weird look. Of course, it is not uncommon in history for people to seek death, because they don't want to continue to be book spirits. Eternal life is a torture, otherwise book spirits would not be so easily addicted to TV dramas in this world, which can kill time. As a companion, Corey quickly understood the choice of this fellow, so he cleared his throat, and decided to help him say a few words. If you really don't want to continue to live, this is a good way. No! Ning Zhao's voice sounded. And Yang looked at her in confusion. This is just your guess. The other party is from the Abyss Academy, and has been hit by the magic of the strong against the weak. These are things that cannot be confirmed. If this is not the case, you may even be doing more harm than good, Ning Zhao said. There are many clues to prove my guess, such as... But he was interrupted by Ning Zhao again. Don't give examples. Ning Zhao said, you are the only book here who knows so much about black magic. You have value in existence. Since you come from that era, you should know that there are enough names on the tombstone. Why add another one? Ning Zhao looked at Yang and continued, when you have time, find someone to take you to the theater. The tourists here are trying their best to get a good ending with the least sacrifice. That's what everyone expects. Chapter 163. While the survivors of Dong'o and Nanzhou were temporarily forgetting the existence of the natural disaster at the school festival, the scene outside the isolated barrier was completely different. Zhongzhou. Mingfan dragged his tired body, and finally grabbed a seat on the subway. Not long after he sat down to take a nap, he was awakened by a voice. Can you give me some money? I want to buy something for my child. He hasn't eaten for a day. An old man wearing shabby clothes, gray hair, and looking pitiful said. He held a disposable plastic bowl in his hand, and behind him was a little boy who was only as tall as his waist, looking at him with expectant eyes. There were a few 1 yuan bills in the plastic bowl, but not much. If used to buy steamed buns, it was actually enough, but it was obviously difficult to eat better. Especially, prices have been rising recently. And the reason is very simple. The influx of refugees from Nanzhou into the city has put a lot of pressure on the lives of citizens. At first, everyone was very sympathetic to these people, but as some public security incidents occurred and they felt that public resources were being occupied, everyone's sympathy gradually turned into irritation. In particular, how to resettle them is a big problem. It is true that the South African government used resources such as oil in exchange for the transfer of people, but how to distribute them is a long-term issue, and refugees can't wait that long. The relief funds were quickly used up, and the municipal government's finances could not see the distribution of benefits and could not continue to invest. Of course, the refugees have savings, but the problem is, most of those savings are in banks in South Africa. Although the famous banks also have branches in other continents, they are not headquarters after all. With the arrival of the natural disaster, the banking system in Nanzhou suffered a severe blow, at least that's what they said to the outside world, so the refugees soon found that they couldn't withdraw their money. The cash and valuables they carried were not enough to support all the refugees to settle in the new areas smoothly. So, beggars like this appeared. Ming Fan began to take out his bag. The eyes of the grandfather and grandson lit up, but soon, they saw that Ming Fan just took out a piece of paper and a pen and quickly wrote down an address. You can get relief meals here. He stuffed the note into the old man's hand and gave a suggestion enthusiastically. You will get off at the next stop in a while, and you can get there in about 300 meters. The old man was silent for a while, then squeezed out an ugly smile. Thank you. Then he pulled his grandson out of the car. As for whether to go to the relief point as Ming Fan suggested, or continue begging, Ming Fan didn't care much. The door opened, the people around him got off the car, and a new passenger sat next to Ming Fan. The other party was a middle-aged man who was not very particular. He crossed his legs and watched videos on his phone. He didn't even have the civic sense to turn on the loudspeaker. Yes, it has been confirmed that there are about 700 million people alive in Dongno, and all this is because of magic. Nanzhou has established a survivor alliance, and is building a new magical home with the help of magic. A reporter got the latest news that Nanzhou is holding a celebration called School Festival, which is said to have the following magical rites. Brothers, look what I got. The latest video from Nanzhou. Wow, is this still Nanzhou? He scrolled very quickly, and different voices rang in the car, all of which were very popular topics not long ago. Speaking of which, it seems that it has been nearly 2 months since the flood in Nanzhou. Ming Fan recalled. The shocking scenes seen through the live broadcast camera 2 months ago are still vivid in my mind. In the sea area at the junction of the two continents, huge waves appeared out of thin air and attacked the cities in Nanzhou. Even if you stay in the room and drink hot water safely, you still feel a chilling sense of horror. The people of the three continents once again saw a force that does not belong to this world. In less than half a minute, the whole network exploded. Then for about a whole week, there was no news of survivors from Nanzhou in the three continents, and everyone could only hold mourning for this. Until a Nanzhou person stayed in a strange bubble and appeared on the other side of the barrier. When this scene appeared in the video, the whole network thought it was a special effect and fake news, but it was soon confirmed through official authoritative media that it was true. In Nanzhou, many people survived. And so did Dongzhou. Especially on the day when the number of 700 million people living in Dongzhou was officially confirmed and announced, the three continents went crazy. Countless people flocked to the streets to celebrate, and many shops and merchants offered discounts. Almost all media tried their best to rush to the intercontinental line to grab exclusive reports, and some rich people even chartered a boat to witness the miracle. But soon, such behavior was stopped, and only media and personnel, who were strictly screened by the authorities, could approach the intercontinental line. People began to get new information bit by bit like squeezing toothpaste. The existence of the magic school was confirmed, and the magic life made the people of the three continents fascinated. Even some refugees from South Continent began to regret their escape. Originally, the rusty day made people in the three continents panic, but the power of magic and the miracles it created made people feel relaxed. Some people even joked that they hoped that natural disasters would happen in their own continents as soon as possible, and then the barrier would be open so that they could learn magic. This was just a joke, but soon, things changed again. About half a month ago, people in the three continents began to have strange dreams one after another. In the dream, natural disasters really happened in their continents. It was not extreme cold or floods, but extreme heat, earthquakes, and acid rain. They woke up and found that there were more memories in their minds that did not belong to this life. This is a very strange feeling. To describe it in novels, it is that everyone is reborn collectively. They have a common previous life, in which they experience terrible disasters. If it is just one or two people, it may be explained as a false memory caused by worrying too much and dreaming at night. But as more and more people remembered their previous lives, and these people confirmed each other's memories, everyone began to discover with horror that maybe the things in their memories were true. They were reborn. Of course, compared to the total population of the 3 continents, the number of people with reborn memories is very small, about 1 in 10,000, but because the overall population base is large, the number of reborn people is as high as tens of thousands. The horrified descriptions of tens of thousands of people made people like Ming Fan, who had not experienced the strange dream, start to panic. It's useless to run away. Every continent will eventually face the day of rust. Soon, this thing that was originally just speculation became the collective cognition of the people on the internet. The governments of various continents urgently began to take evacuation measures for these natural disasters, and the announcement of one project after another barely calmed the people's emotions. But obviously, this is not enough. No matter how much propaganda is made, don't be afraid, Dong-O and Nanzhou have survived. We can do it too. Everyone is still afraid. What if those reports about magic are false? Or magic only comes to those 2 continents, and we can't use it at all? In short, there are many uneasy speculations. Then, 3 days ago, the governments of the 3 continents jointly announced that they would conduct a magic qualification survey in the 3 continents and build magic shelters. Because they also have magic schools. Abai's Magic Academy, with an eye as its school emblem, decided not to hide away from the world anymore and teach magic to the people of the 3 continents. God knows how shocked Ming Fan was when he saw this news on the news broadcast. He was even more shocked than when he received that magical phone call 2 months ago, and saw that couple he didn't know but felt familiar with. Wait, we also have a magic school here, and we will recruit students from outside on a large scale, teach magic, and solve the upcoming natural disaster crisis? This unexpected news overwhelmed the dynamics of the other 2 continents and became the most concerned issue for the people of the 3 continents today. Even this academy has set up a dream experience hall, and those who want to recall their previous lives can get their memories back and become reborn by sleeping in it for a while. If it weren't for the fact that there were so few experience halls, and they were far away, Ming Fan would really have the urge to experience it. In the past few days, the authorities have confirmed that the magic of Abai's academy is real. At least they already have the same magic mud bricks as Dong-O and Nanzhou, which can be used to build shelters. Ming Fan went to the scene in this city today to confirm that the magic mud bricks are real. Although it feels strange to use blood to make this kind of magic mud bricks. The city government is even planning to organize residents to donate blood collectively, and everyone is actively supporting this. Although Abai's Magic Academy is not the Hope Magic Academy, it has at least proved its sincerity. In addition to recruiting quasi-magicians, who have been confirmed to have magic talents after a magic qualification survey, this academy is even willing to teach magic to ordinary people. In 3 days, its prestige quickly established in the 3 continents, overwhelmed the Hope Magic Academy that was previously hotly discussed. If you pay attention, you will find that many people around you have begun to put the school badge in the shape of eyes on themselves, or wear corresponding decorations. The public and the officials are now its supporters. Ming Fan got off the subway, ate something casually on the street for dinner, then returned home, turned on the computer, and after hesitating for a while, sent a message to an email address. Tell Sister Jian, that there is an Abai's Magic Academy here that teaches magic on a large scale. The key figures are very supportive of it. This is a big change, so I have to inform those too, right? Ming Fan thought. In their description, things shouldn't have gone this way. But it's not surprising, after all, according to them, there was no Hope Magic Academy in the previous reincarnation. Damn, why doesn't he have the memory of reincarnation? Even the dream of rebirth is not his turn. Sister Jian, she clearly said that he was their partner who fought side by side in countless reincarnations. Shouldn't he be treated specially? As a result, now he can only act as a mouthpiece. At the Intercontinental Line, a researcher who was conducting a research and investigation under heavy guard hung a colorful towel on the bow. The patrol personnel of the South Continent Survivors Alliance passed by and took a casual look. Not long after, she received a note. Then, she knocked on the door of the new friend named Ning Zhao. She thought that the other party had gone for a walk again, but this time, the door opened. What's the matter? The other party invited her into the room and asked casually. Jianxi put the note in front of this new friend. Something may have happened in the 3 continents outside. Chapter 164. In fact, Ning Zhao received similar news earlier. After the magic cities were established, and the lives of the survivors gradually stabilized, a special external liaison and scientific research team composed of Dongou officials and scholars was stationed at the Intercontinental Line. Of course, as the magic city closest to the Intercontinental Line between Beizhou and Dongou, a rescue team was also formed to search for more lucky survivors in cities such as Wanbei City and collect the bodies of the dead. This team set out with the rescue team, and then set up work and activity venues on the Intercontinental Line. Among them, there are also professors sent by Lekang University as a representative of the school. From the current situation, natural disasters are actually not as terrible as people imagine. As long as natural disasters occur and the barriers are lifted, people can evacuate from the Intercontinental Line in time, at least avoiding a large number of casualties. In addition to the magic rescue team, the 2 sides work together to minimize casualties. At the beginning, this kind of contact was still very smooth and normal. But recently, the professors have also sensed a strange atmosphere. The control on the other side has become stricter, and they and their colleagues on the other side rarely have the opportunity to chat privately. Something must have happened, and the news seems to be controlled. Until, finally, a colleague on the other side secretly gave some clues and hints, and then the abnormality on the other side was reported to Ning Zhao. She received the news not too long earlier than Jianxi. But this is indeed very bad news. From the supplementary information on Jianxi's side, the 3 continents outside are involved in this crisis. In fact, even An Yang, who was relatively familiar with black magic, did not expect the other party to do this. It was not that he believed in the other party's character, but he also realized that in this world, the other party seemed to have more advantages. He was able to establish the Albai's magic school on both sides at the same time, which meant that the helpers that the other party found in this world were far more than they knew. In fact, as a black magician proficient in undead magic, the other party might even have several clones that could seize the initiative at any time. Do you mind going to the magic school with me? Ning Zhao asked. Now? Jianxi was a little surprised, but quickly nodded, okay. So, Ning Zhao took the 2 of them to Dongou through the portal without any obstacles. The next second after they stood in Dongou, the scenery around them changed again, and they had come to a room that looked like an office. Please sit down. Ning Zhao snapped his fingers, asked the 2 to sit down, and said straight to the point, let me introduce myself again. My name is Ning Zhao, and I have another name. Human Hope, the principal of Hope Magic Academy. There was a moment of silence in the room. Jianxi and Duan Mayu looked quite surprised, but also understood. So I didn't make a mistake. Jianxi looked at Wuge on Ning Zhao's shoulder. It is indeed the magic crow in the academy. She actually had doubts about Ning Zhao's identity. After all, Ning Zhao did not hide the existence of Wuge, and took out the principal's guide in front of her. But even so, she couldn't guess what Ning Zhao would say next. Do you know that this world is a book? Ning Zhao asked. Jianxi was really shocked now. From the beginning, Ning Zhao had no intention of hiding the truth from Jianxi, because there was no need. On the contrary, in order to prevent the world from restarting, she needed the help of the heroine of the novel. Ning Zhao liked the heroine Jianxi very much and was willing to believe her. After all, they actually had the same goal. It was just that this matter was rather sudden, and she wanted to get familiar with Jianxi first and give her some hints, so that she would not be so shocked. Now is a good time. You have noticed that some people are not right in your past reincarnations, right? Ning Zhao tried to recall the plot, but unfortunately, she could only remember a limited number of details. These are the targets we focus on suspecting, so we need your help. It is necessary to figure out how many enemies are in key positions. She gave Jianxi some time to recall the records, and then went to the library again. I remember you used memory magic on Ihan? She said to Corey, can you teach me? Or, are there any other book spirits in the library who know this? Many book spirits can do basic memory search. Corey was a little confused. For advanced ones, I have to ask, but why do you want to learn this? Because the most direct and real information is of course obtained from the enemy's brain. Ning Zhao answered. Corey was stunned and hurriedly caught up with Ning Zhao. You mean, you want to sneak into the memory of Principal Hall Jones? It's too dangerous to do this. That's why we have to see if there is a way to reduce the risk and increase the success rate. Ning Zhao led Corey to find all the book spirits with relevant experience, and then found an empty room to chat alone. We can actually check slowly. Why are you in such a hurry? Corey still didn't quite understand. Because I'm afraid that it will lose its meaning soon. Ning Zhao told the book spirits about the situation in the 3 continents outside, and said in a very affirmative tone, the other party should be a survivor of the Abyss Academy, and it is likely to be a more troublesome person, such as one of the 5 legendary magicians. The book spirits wanted to leave the room, but unfortunately, the door was closed tightly by Ning Zhao. Please, please don't tell me about this. I don't want to get involved. Some book spirits cried. It's too late, and this has something to do with you. The war back then has not ended. As survivors. Well, at least former survivors, don't you plan to do something? And I don't plan to let you face him. I just hope to provide some magical help. Ning Zhao turned the chair into a recliner. She lay down comfortably, and took a small blanket to cover herself. I won't go out without a satisfactory result, and neither will you. How about I take a nap first, and you guys think about it slowly? She also said maliciously, I hope you have finished watching the drama you are following. At least, don't get stuck at the climax, otherwise. Hey, when can you watch it? After a moment of silence, a book spirit said faintly, You are actually a demon, right? For the book spirits in the school library, this was a strange night. The school principal suddenly took a group of them away, and they didn't come back for a long time. Moreover, the number of book spirits taken away even increased during this process. The book spirits that entered the room did not come out in the next 2 days. Some book spirits witnessed that every time the door was opened to bring in new book spirits, other book spirits inside tried to escape, but unfortunately they were blocked by the magic circle at the door. What are they doing? This curiosity is almost overwhelming the enthusiasm for chasing the drama. Then on the morning of the 3rd day, the door was finally opened completely, and the female principal walked out refreshed, followed by a group of lifeless book spirits, who seemed to have been drained of their vitality. What a strange picture. Take another look. Unfortunately, the book spirits who came out kept their mouths shut, and they didn't want to talk about what happened in the past 3 days. They were really tired of being asked, so they secretly told the secret after repeatedly confirming that the other party would not regret it. Then, the book spirit who knew the secret cried. She cried so miserably that when he asked other book spirits if they wanted to know the secret, the vigilant book spirits fled in all directions. Oh, why do you need to be so curious? If you have that time, you might as well continue to watch the drama. She wrote down all the people she suspected according to the degree of suspicion. There were actually quite a few people. In so many reincarnations, those who intentionally or unintentionally messed up her plan to save the world at critical moments were all on the list. At the end of the list, she began to feel that she was suspicious. She kept the list carefully, and handed it to Ning Zhao when she met her on the 3rd day. Ning Zhao was eating breakfast. But judging by the time, it could also be called lunch. The catering department prepared a lot of delicious food, and she ate it leisurely, and asked Jianxi and the other 2 to accompany her. However, Ning Zhao seemed to be worried. When she stopped eating for the umpteenth time, because of distraction, Jianxi asked carefully, What happened? I'm trying to make an important decision with a very high risk. Ning Zhao said, It actually has something to do with you. Jianxi was a little surprised. Me? Can you act? Ning Zhao asked seriously. Ah? Jianxi was stunned for a long time before hesitating to answer. A little? Then I explain it from the beginning. Ning Zhao cast a shielding magic and began to talk privately with Jianxi and the other 2. Coercing and bribing the book spirits is of course effective. In fact, they have really contributed a magic with a great success rate that can infiltrate the memory of Principal Hall Jones. Ning Zhao couldn't accurately estimate the strength of the opponent. Even if he couldn't cast magic freely, it didn't mean that he was a magician weaker than himself. And it was almost impossible to cast memory magic on such a magician without external assistance. In addition to magic support. This is easy to solve. The Academy has a huge magic network and several magic base stations that can be used as power banks. The more important thing is the key. The key to connect to the magician's memory. That needs to be something very special, closely related to his memory, and deeply connected. Or, a person can also be. Another big difference between the opponent and Ning Zhao is that Ning Zhao and the Academy can only exist in this reincarnation, and they are outsiders in this world. But this principle seems to be really different. He will not be restarted by Jianxi's death, and he may even exist in the novel that Ning Zhao read at the beginning. In other words, he is already a part of this world. Under this premise, it is actually more difficult to find the connection point. If you want to succeed, the key thing should occupy an important position in his memory from beginning to end. In fact, there is indeed something that meets this condition. No, it should be said that it is a person. Using you as the key has the highest success rate. Ning Zhao looked at Jianxi, but it's very dangerous. Of course, we don't have to do this. We can take it slowly and prepare in Dongou and Nanzhou, and then wait for the remaining 3 continents to open up, and then check them bit by bit. Ning Zhao sighed, but I'm not sure how many living people will be there in those 3 continents by then. This is why Ning Zhao was so anxious after knowing that the other party suddenly appeared outside the barrier and spread black magic. She had a vague guess. The other party did this because the existence of the academy made the end of the world no longer dangerous. No matter what the other party was doing in this world, it was obvious that he was collecting death. Death was the source of a necromancer's power. The curse restricted the other party's actions. In fact, he was paying a price for it now, but even so, he still acted recklessly. Compared with those costs, the end of the world was what he was more reluctant to see. So, was he really kind enough to help the people outside to overcome the difficulties? No, he just wanted to rush the academy and let the end of the world of the 3 continents come first. But this time, it was not the natural disasters that had been staged many times, but black magic. If it is not stopped in time, the tragedy that was staged in the magic continent may be staged again in this world that was already riddled with holes. Don't forget that the Abyss Academy became a historical lesson from the unscrupulous learning and spread of black magic. Chapter 165. The temperature in Dongzhou nowadays is basically around -150 degrees. Without adequate preparation, people dare not go out at all. But fortunately, there are many more ways to keep warm nowadays. In addition to the ice lotuses that serve as magic power, all magic cities sell ice lotus thermos for individuals to keep warm when going out. Although not everyone has one, it is at least not a rare item. And if you don't go to remote places, many areas actually have magic heating. For example, along the Academy Avenue, a very spectacular magic network is laid out, and the ice lotus connects it, achieving the effect of both supplying magic and providing regional heating. Along the way, there are some small shops that have begun to try to run businesses, providing warm clothing, magma tea, and even magic riders to take orders and act as magic rickshaws to pick up and drop off people who go out. Ning Zhao took Wu Jie for a leisurely walk outside. How much magic source do we have? Ga, more than 13 million. Yuga replied, if we continue to accumulate at the current rate, we will be able to accumulate 100 million in about half a year, if the school does not increase its expenses. This speed is faster than Ning Zhao expected. In fact, if the school continues to expand enrollment and reduces the expenses of various high-energy consuming magic venues, the school will accumulate magic source faster. On the one hand, this is because the number and level of teachers and students in the school are increasing. With the blessing of magic food with buff effects, daily meditation alone can provide a lot of benefits. On the other hand, several magic-based stations are also continuously providing magic source, and even become the main source of magic source for the school. In addition, in the Advanced Plant Magic course, there are advanced magic plants that provide magic sources. Although it is more complicated to make and consumes a lot of magic power, there is now a simple production line for converting magic power into magic sources. If we increase revenue and reduce expenditure, we may be able to save 100 million magic sources in about 3 months. Wuga calculated again and answered. So we can actually leave in 3 months at the earliest. Ka, yes. Wuga flew beside Ning Zhao, looking at this ice and snow magic kingdom built mainly by the indigenous people themselves, and suddenly felt a little melancholy. I will miss this place when I go back. Ning Zhao didn't speak. After a while, Wuga coughed again. Of course, I'm not so unkind. You can leave later if you want. After all, there are people from 3 continents outside who have not seen our academy. Other natural disasters still require magic to deal with. Ning Zhao suddenly took it out for a walk, which was very wrong. Wuga thought for a long time before he realized that his host probably wanted to stay but was too embarrassed to tell him. After all, they had agreed about half a year ago to leave when they had enough magic power. But now that they could achieve their goal, Ning Zhao was confronted by the Albai's Magic Academy. As a magical creature associated with the academy, Wuga considered himself the academy's housekeeper, rational, and the best assistant for the academy. At this time, he should have advised Ning Zhao to be patient and not act on impulse. What did this world have to do with him? But if Ning Zhao had other ideas, it would not be unacceptable. Do you think so? Hearing Wuga's statement, Ning Zhao asked seriously, do you support me no matter what I do? Wuga patted his chest. Of course. I am the only one in this world who will always stand by you, it said confidently. So, a few hours later, Wuga was stunned in the conference room. After Ning Zhao and Jian Shi reached an agreement, he issued an emergency meeting order. Except for some people who really had important matters to attend, students, faculty, and parents rushed back from all over to attend the meeting. Fortunately, there is now a portal. Even if you are far away in Nanzhou, you can return quickly. Although everyone didn't know what the emergency meeting was for, some well-informed people had heard about the situation in the 3 continents outside. The principal is probably going to say this time, they thought. Then, they saw a woman who was wearing the principal's magic robe, but had black hair and black eyes, and they didn't know her at all, standing on the podium. I have a crazy plan, and I need all of your help. The voice that came out of the woman's mouth was actually familiar, and there was a commotion in the audience. Because it concerns everyone. I mean, everyone in this world. I think it's best to start from the beginning so that you can clearly understand what I want to do. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Ning Zhao. You can also continue to call me Principal Human Hope. Anyway, we are all the same person. Well, let's start with the purpose of my coming to this world. So, she really started from the beginning, sorting out the things that had been hidden from everyone, as well as the important information that she thought needed to be announced, and told it all from the beginning. The mouths of the people in the audience opened into an O shape, and some of them were unable to react. Ning Zhao glanced at the audience with her peripheral vision. As she thought, although everyone was very surprised, there was no adverse reaction after being deceived. Just as she believed in these people, everyone also trusted her, and this had little to do with who she was, and why she opened the school. As Ning Zhao narrated, everyone's expressions gradually became solemn. When they heard that the Abyss School described in the school magic theater really existed, and the dark cloud of black magic was hanging over the heads of the 3 continents outside, everyone frowned. I have a plan. If it succeeds, it may directly solve our problems. But this plan is full of uncertainty and risks. Now, close your eyes, I will explain it to you in person. It was not the first time that Ning Zhao used illusions in a meeting. She led everyone through scenes, and described what she was going to do. The risk is indeed high. Because, if she fails, Ning Zhao will probably die, or worse, she and Wuge will be trapped in the cracks of time, and will never have a chance to escape. And this is the worst outcome that she and Wuge did not want to face in the first place. Of course, she can choose not to do that. She can stay here for a few months, and then leave this world directly after accumulating enough magic source without saying goodbye to everyone. Although this may make everyone's efforts fall short, and the disaster will come back in a different way, but at least the academy is safe. Or, she can simply lead everyone to compete with Abai's academy, and only establish their magic kingdom in Dongou and Nanzhou. No matter how you look at it, she shouldn't have said this. That's probably it. Now come and stop me. Do whatever you can, use all the reasons you can think of. She is such a strange principal. In the corner, as a relevant person, the book spirit in Yang, who also attended the meeting, said to Wu Jie standing next to him. He approached the conversation in a very natural manner, with a pure sigh. Although it is a risky plan, it is actually the best choice for the people here. Escape cannot solve the problem. Whether it is to delay and look for an opportunity, or to divide the continent and govern, it is actually impossible to solve the opponent. Instead, it is likely to become more passive as time goes by. In this regard, Yang felt that he had a say, so he proposed to use himself as a bait to detonate the curse on the Black Magician. In fact, he has been thinking about how to persuade the principal to accept his suggestion. He thought he was the only one who thought it was best to fight quickly. But Ning Zhao actually had the same idea as him. And her actions are more decisive than his. In the past few days, Yang almost couldn't keep up with her pace as he watched her implement her ideas step by step. What's even more strange is that people here are really advising her to act cautiously. It's not that they think Ning Zhao's plan is too risky. Judging from the expressions of the people present, many people don't want her to take such risks. Once it fails, the world can actually be restarted, and they have a second chance. Or even more chances. But Ning Zhao doesn't have this chance. She is a good principal. Finally, Yang came to this conclusion. Do you need to tell me? Wuge glared at him fiercely. It was very angry. It just agreed that Ning Zhao would stay and compete with the academy. If they could fight, they would fight. If they couldn't, they would just leave after accumulating enough magic source. But Ning Zhao wanted to solve the problem thoroughly, so she didn't care about anything and just did it. The academy shared the risk with her. Wuge thought heartbrokenly that if it failed, it would have no chance to start over. But its principal was really a stubborn person. Think about it carefully. From the beginning to now, no one could stop her from making a decision. including everyone in the meeting room. Then it's decided. Thank you all for checking for omissions and filling in the gaps. The meeting is adjourned. In the end, the principal ended with this sentence. Ning Zhao did come to discuss with everyone, but in fact, it was not to discuss whether to do it or not, but to collect some alternative plans. Everyone was a little amused. But in the end, everyone could only roll up their sleeves. Give it a try. After all, the residents of the 3 continents are also their compatriots. Ning Zhao faced the angry Wuge alone. As soon as he entered the principal's office and confirmed that there would be no rumors that would be detrimental to the image of the school, such as the principal and the crows had a fight, Wuge flapped his wings and slapped Ning Zhao. Wow, it's my fault for dragging you into the water, but there's no way, you said you would accompany me. Ning Zhao didn't stop him. For Wuge, she really felt that she could only stand at attention and take the beating. After all, if something happened, Wuge, the magical creature of the school, would die with her, and the best result would be that Wuge would look for the next host. Unexpectedly, the wings flapping on his face were very light. Ning Zhao turned his head to look at Wuge. The latter had hit him a few times, and he had had enough. Although the angry expression still remained on his face, his tone had gradually turned into helplessness. Forget it, who made you my favorite principal? At this point, everyone stood by Ning Zhao. So the next day, the guards guarding the magic source node in the South Continent Survivor Alliance were shocked to find that the magic source node was missing. This bad news was quickly reported to the principal of the Abe's Magic Academy, Hall Jones. The black magician had a big speechless word on his face. So that principal is actually a thief? He locked the suspect in the first place. Even without evidence. After all, the only person in this world who can take away the node quietly is the principal. And the reason why the other party did this is also easy to guess. Most likely, he was aware of his actions, and wanted to steal the node to weaken the strength of his barrier. Although this magic source node was not successfully contaminated, and could not be absorbed by him, it could still be used to allow others to use magic. However, stealing is really not an upright behavior. So it's not too much to fight back, right? Not long after, when the medical staff, who were responsible for taking care of the soul crystals in the school's medical room to ensure that the souls inside would not continue to weaken, they were so scared that they dropped everything in their hands to the ground after entering the nursing room. The unexpected news reached Ning Zhao and others who were busy. Principal, something happened. Fong Huilan reported guiltily. Those soul crystals all disappeared. Chapter 166. It is not difficult to take away the soul crystals, because Hall Jones saw the magic puppets from the academy. It is a familiar toy. It can be mass-produced with soul daggers. This was their little game in the past. He believes that he is better at magic in this area than the novice principal who came from nowhere. So what is so difficult about controlling this puppet? He has long known that the principal is collecting the souls that fell everywhere in the academy festival. He is not in a hurry about it. Instead, he hopes that the other party can collect more. After all, it will be more convenient when he uses this small magic puppet to retrieve the soul crystals. This is the fact. He found a reason to return to the academy and sneak into the medical room. The controlled little puppet helped him bring back all the soul crystals. And this little puppet that has been exposed is useless. It was thrown aside by Hall Jones. Now, Hall Jones is at the secret altar he preparing to deal with his decaying body. He had to act quickly, before Hope Magic Academy could react. His hand wandered among the soul crystal balls, picking and choosing in a very casual manner, and then stopped on a childlike soul. It seemed to be one of the children in the academy. He didn't quite remember the other person's name, but he had some impression of his appearance, so he took out the soul crystal ball. All the props were almost ready. He began to try to cast magic, and all the steps were very skilled. After all, he had done this kind of thing a lot over the years. Next, the poor soul needs to be sacrificed. Just as Hall Jones put his hand on the soul crystal ball and wanted to convert her into his own life, a crystal ball placed beside him suddenly jumped out and touched Hall Jones' fingers instead of the child's soul. It should have been an unexpected sneak attack. But the contact lasted less than a second before it was decisively cut off. TSK, what an old trick. Staying in the secret and dim altar room, Hall Jones looked at the soul crystal that attacked, as if he had expected it. Since he was fooled once, he didn't use this kind of uncontrollable magic easily. Just to prevent someone from using the curse of that year to hurt him again. He was very patient and cautious in such details, even if there had been no problems in the past. But, as long as he could avoid a surprise attack, it would be enough. He thought so. But when his eyes fell on the soul crystal ball that attacked, he showed an unexpected expression. Ah, why is it you? Kaka ran at the fastest speed in his life. Because its master was in danger. This was a space channel that could not be seen by the naked eye, and there were occasional space cracks, which were dangerous. With Kaka's current ability, it was not necessarily safe to pass through. However, it had several magic amulets made of arcane metal hanging on its body to help it resist danger. And in the field of vision that only it could see, there was a vague figure of Persimmon guiding it to pass through all barriers and obstacles and go to her side. Kaka could already understand what humans were saying, even if the meaning was very complicated. So it knows that this is an adventure. Any mistake in any link will bring danger to everyone. Just like its owner Persimmon. Of course, in fact, now in Kaka's heart, they are already a family, and Persimmon is also working hard to complete her task, waiting for Kaka to find her. The strength is not enough, but the bond between them can create miracles. So, Persimmon joined the ranks of soul crystals and mixed in to locate Kaka. This is too dangerous. If the other party wants to destroy all the crystals, Persimmon will die. But Persimmon participated in this adventure without hesitation. Along the way here, we have received help and protection from too many people, so it is great that we can protect them this time. This is Persimmon's reason. Kaka, I believe you will find me, and before that, I will protect myself. This is Persimmon's promise. As a brave magic dog who has created miracles, Kaka is willing to challenge difficulties again with Persimmon. Don't underestimate the determination and ability of a smart, genius magic dog. Finally, Kaka saw the door with light that could lead him to Persimmon. The soul that surprised Hull Jones was Jianshi. Jianshi, who had only undergone crash training and stayed in the soul crystal ball like a hamster, was nervous at this moment. She was not sure whether Hull Jones would kill her. In fact, if Hull Jones had not stopped just now, everything might have been over. Her soul being absorbed was equivalent to death, and perhaps before that, the world would restart again. Then Ningxiao Academy would be finished. This is the most risky part of the whole plan. Even if Jian also carries many magic props that Ningxiao gave her, there is no guarantee that she will be able to escape in time if things don't go according to their plan. Fortunately, the accident did not happen. But it can also be said that it happened. Obviously, Mr. Hull Jones knew her. But this is natural, otherwise she would not be qualified to be the key. But no matter how Jianshi recalled, she couldn't remember that she had ever seen this person. Of course she couldn't remember. Hull Jones had never met this core of the world, although he had many other clones, and had dealt with her. If possible, Hull Jones didn't want to meet her, nor did he want to kill her casually. Every time the world restarts, he also has to pay a price. Instead, he hopes that the core of the world can live longer and not cause him all the trouble to start over again, although every time he reincarnates, he will plant some hidden nails to make the next action easier. Hull Jones hesitated. Obviously, Miss Jane's presence here is a trap. The principal seems to have expected that he would take the soul crystal. This is not too surprising. But what can be done, sending the world core to him to commit suicide? Could it be an attempt to stop his actions by restarting the world? No, obviously not this purpose. If you really want to do that, just let her commit suicide. The problem may not be all hers. Perhaps there are still suspicious things about those soul crystals. Hull Jones decisively waved his wand, trying to smash those crystal balls. Jianshi quickly jumped up again, tilted his hand to one side, and then took out the props given by Ningxiao, and threw them into the crystal balls, making them invisible. But this invisibility magic can't last too long, and it doesn't make them disappear, it just creates a visual shield. Obviously, Hull Jones also knows this. Don't think I really won't kill you. Hull Jones threw Jianshi far aside, warned him, and continued to wave his wand at the place that had become an open space. Gurgle. The sound of crystal balls rolling rang out everywhere. Almost all the people who contributed their souls and participated in this operation were ordinary people. After all, the soul fluctuations of magicians can be easily detected by Hull Jones, so they take greater risks. Everyone tried to control the crystal balls, like hamsters, and fled in all directions. Persimmon was mixed in. She knew that when necessary, her companions would even sacrifice themselves to cover her. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, she must try to hide herself. This is really a tense and exciting hide-and-seek. She called out to Kaka in her heart, hoping that it would arrive before anyone died. Perhaps, because many participants here were from Nanzhou who were familiar with the operation of magic bubbles, the operation of magic bubbles and crystal balls was not much different. Everyone moved flexibly, and could avoid attacks even if they were discovered. When Hull Jones completely lost his patience and planned to teach the crystal balls a lesson. Kaka passed through the protective barrier and appeared in the room. The next second, Ning Zhao, who had been locating this special student, also decisively moved to its side. Hello, it's our first time. It's not our first time meeting, right? As soon as Ning Zhao finished speaking, the gun in her hand fired at the heart of He-Ren Jones. Bang! The bullet was blocked by the magic shield. Her Jones was speechless again. After all, he was a pure magician, who was used to using magic to deal with enemies. Although he knew something about the hot weapons in this world, he never thought that the principal of a magic school would try to solve the problem with guns. Fortunately, he was prepared. You don't think that I am restricted in using magic, so you can take the opportunity to kill me? Her Jones asked strangely. What answered him were several more bullets fired decisively by Ning Zhao. In fact, Ning Zhao was not very skilled in shooting. Even though she had been to the shooting range several times, her shooting skills were only slightly better than those of a pure human outline master, but who made this room not too big and the distance was still close. She wanted to try first to see if she could consume the opponent's protective props. But obviously, Hall Jones was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He soon used offensive magic on Ning Zhao. Although he would be cursed, this level would not hurt him. It was better for a magician to fight with magic. Principal Ning Zhao's magic robe blocked such an attack for Ning Zhao. In fact, Ning Zhao was quite distressed. She hoped that the magic school really didn't draw any offensive magic. Compared with the black magician, she really lacked the means to defeat the enemy. But fortunately, she was a physical education teacher. She was more accustomed to solving problems with force rather than magic, just like fighting with the gangsters who wanted to hurt students before she came through. Actually, there is not much difference. After all, everyone who has played the game knows that magicians are weak and afraid of close combat. She is tempting Hall Jones to cast magic. Although this is also a test of her physical strength, perhaps the opponent is just at a critical period, and he will be finished after a few backlashes? It didn't take long for Ning Zhao to confirm that this was indeed a naive idea. Hall Jones's ability is much higher than hers. Her magic robe was soon damaged. At this time, she should have escaped. Of course, Ning Zhao used the magic props bought with the magic source to set up a portal in the room that could be transmitted back to the academy. It was very small, Hall Jones couldn't get through, but the crystal balls could escape. While they were fighting, the crystal balls were moving one by one. Kaka also found Persimmon and took her away decisively. Ning Zhao wanted to divert Hall Jones' attention, but obviously, the movement in the room could not be concealed from the other party. He made an unexpected move. The next second, he attacked Jianxi, who was protecting the crystals from evacuating. He just felt it was troublesome and didn't want to pay too much. Not that he really couldn't kill the core of the world. He hoped that the principal of the magic school would be different from him and couldn't stay in this world for a long time, right? In the next round of restart, would she still appear in front of him? He was very curious about this. Although Jianxi was paying attention to the movements in the room, Hall Jones didn't hold back in this attack. He used magic that Jianxi could never resist. Even Ning Zhao could hardly stop him. It was too easy to know this. Because Ning Zhao blocked Jianxi in time, and then found that the opponent used a big move. Ning Zhao. Jianxi couldn't help but exclaimed. Ning Zhao just raised his hand and pushed her into the portal. At least in this way, the world would not restart. But she was weakening and felt her life slipping away at a terrible speed. A pair of boots stopped beside her. It was the voice of Hall Jones. It's good to restart everything, but I want to deal with you more. Good night, Principal. Chapter 167. Hurry up, are you all ready? It's time for us to go. Hope Magic Academy, Crisis Response Department. The students who were divided into groups checked their luggage and walked into the flashing memory door in front of them one by one under the worried instructions of their parents. Don't be stubborn. Come out if you feel you can't handle it. Behind the students, Ning Zhao said so. If Hall Jones was here, he would find that not only her, but also Jianxi and a group of people and souls in the Soul Crystal were all intact in the academy. And behind them, there was another place where many people gathered. It was a small illusion lake, which showed the scene where Hall Jones hit Ning Zhao with a powerful magic not long ago. At this time, he suddenly took out the Broken Principles guide and confirmed something on it. Obviously, he wanted to use this guidebook to confirm whether the principal of Hope Magic Academy was really killed by him, and the guidebook was also very cooperative. In the part of the school competition, Hope Magic Academy has turned gray. Because the opponent disappeared, Abai's Academy won directly. His actions seemed to have been fast-forwarded. After trying various ways to confirm, he suddenly closed his eyes and waved his hand. Splash. Cracks like a broken mirror appeared on the surface of the lake. He found it. Yu Ziqing, who was monitoring here, reported, "This is not surprising. If you believe it once, you need to be vigilant." Ning Zhao walked over, stretched his body, and prepared to go into the water. The most dangerous part has passed. Now, it is a competition to see who can last longer. Not long ago, she did experience an exciting adventure with Jianxi and Shizi, but when Hall Jones did not kill Jianxi, the balance of victory began to tilt towards the academy. Less than a second of contact was enough for the academy to establish 2 links with the Black Magician. Yes, 2. One is about memory. In order to ensure that there will be no omissions to the greatest extent, Ning Zhao will visit the memory of the Black Magician with the students. One is illusion, which consumes a lot of magic power, but it is worth it. Only by trapping the other party in layers of illusions can his actions be delayed and consumed. Ning Zhao does not intend to sacrifice anyone. There are other ways to deceive the Principal Hall Jones into using magic, such as locking him in an endless loop to blur his perception of time and memory. He will not easily believe that things will develop as he wishes, but if things happen again and again, how long can he persist in doubting? Just once is enough. When he believes that he has won, he will cast magic again recklessly, and then he will destroy himself. It sounds simple, but the risk is no less than the moment of establishing the connection. As a Black Magician, and a Black Magician who has been restarted many times with Jianxi, his memory must be chaotic and dangerous. It is a test for everyone to sort out the true and false, and filter out useful information. The students are the main force to deal with this test. They will go through the door of memory, and find the key memory fragments from countless memory fragments. They may get lost in the process, or even be contaminated by black magic, but no one can shoulder this task except them. They were determined. On the other hand, if the illusion wanted to trap a black magician of unknown level, it also needed many prerequisites, such as real people. The magic fluctuations of people created by illusions are different from those of real people, so many people need to be involved and accompany Principal Hall Jones to act out rounds. To increase the success rate, the acting must be as real as possible. The scene in the illusion lake returned to the time when Hall Jones shook off Jianxi, and Ning Zhao jumped into the lake, as if he was fighting with the opponent for the first time, and started another reincarnation. At this time, the students also stepped into the maze of each other's memory. Where should I start? Hall Jones is a name that is in memory and very distant. At that time, he was just an ordinary country child, living the same poor, boring and busy childhood as many of his peers. Until the age of 6, he was accidentally detected to have a talent for magic. At first, everyone was very happy. Even the village chief bowed his head to him and showed great respect. But only 3 days later, his magic talent was confirmed to be death affinity. This is a black magic talent, and he is a natural necromancer. So the wandering wizard who originally planned to take him as a disciple left, and the smiles of the people around him turned into horror. When the first stone broke the window of his house, his parents did not blame the child for doing bad things, but slapped him. He began to question the rationality of the world. He did nothing, but people's attitude towards him could change so much. What a strange thing. This doubt did not last long, as a big fire broke out in the village. It was impossible to verify the cause of the fire. He only knew that when people were rushing to put out the fire, someone tried to kill him, thinking it was his fault. Hall Jones finally escaped the disaster, and became the only survivor of the accident. When he was found, he was covered with scars. The welfare home that saved him treated him as a poor orphan who was abused and treated him kindly again, but Hall Jones knew that if his talent was exposed again, they would still show him another face. When he could live alone, he changed his appearance and quietly left the welfare home. Coincidentally, he met the principal who changed his life. He still remembered that he had a strange name from another world. Lu Yongming. He established the world's first magic school for black magicians, named Abyss. Life in the school was the happiest time for Hall Jones. There were like-minded people everywhere. The kind principal Lu would encourage them to stand up and declare themselves black magicians. "You are not aliens. You are no different from other people," Principal Lu said. Her Jones and his friends did not believe this. If there was no difference, black magic would not be warned and black magicians would not be expelled. In fact, black magic is a kind of magic that can affect people's minds and amplify their emotions. As the course progressed, they understood this more and more clearly. Her Jones did not know whether he was affected or not, and he did not care about it. In fact, he was very satisfied with himself. But out of love for the principal, he and many students are willing to follow the principal's teachings, play the role of harmless black magicians, and show goodwill to the outside world. But in this world, goodwill may not be exchanged for goodwill, and this is also the truth. They are obviously more powerful because they master black magic, but they have to give in to the group of people who are weaker than themselves and endure grievances. Why? The more they come into contact with the outside world, the more Hall Jones and others realize that they are two species from those people. Some things, once they start, can't be turned back. They began to correct the mistakes of this world, using the terrible power they control. But they didn't expect that the principal they loved deeply would betray them and stand on the other side. Sure enough, the principal and those people are the same. The academy that they regard as a shelter and a home should not be in the hands of the principal. Out of the idea of protecting the home, and at the same time, mixed with the ambition of the black magicians for more powerful power, they began to look for ways to plunder the academy. They almost succeeded. The 5 most outstanding black magic masters in history combined their respective abilities to plunder the principal's authority. In the process, they accidentally discovered another world. Hall Jones no longer remembers the scene when he first saw this planet. His memory is too chaotic, sometimes even he can't tell the truth from the false. But the shocking feeling is deeply engraved in his memory. It is a unique and beautiful planet, where many ordinary lives are bred, with a completely different civilization system. The connection with it was so weak that it seemed that it would be broken in the next second. The black magicians did not hesitate to use all their strength to try to capture it. And the accident happened at this time. Their beloved principal, the elder, cast a cruel curse on them at the cost of his life and the entire academy. The strongest black magic and the most cruel curse took effect almost at the same time. All they had time to do was to slightly adjust the magic and escape to the newly discovered planet at the critical moment. But soon they found desperately that the curse was still completed. They fell into a period of weakness at the same time, and their lives were about to end. The only exception was Hall Jones. A surprising miracle was, Rusty's son appeared. This was actually a world full of death. No world was more suitable for him than this one, especially since this world actually had magic and many new magic source nodes. It would take a lot of time to study how to use these nodes under the curse. And the bad news soon came out, this world would actually restart. It is not a world in the natural sense, but a newborn world. In order not to be excluded by its rules, Hall Jones had to turn himself into a part of this world. In this process, his companions gave him a lot of help. Then they died one by one. Of course, saying death is not quite accurate. He turned them into higher-level undead and let them fall into a deep sleep. When he successfully recovers his strength, or even breaks through further, there will naturally be a way to wake them up again. The rest is to find a way to restore strength. The most convenient way is to pollute the magic source nodes and absorb the purest black magic energy from them. The polluted magic source can reduce the backlash of the curse. But to pollute these magic sources, a large number of desperate and painful deaths are needed. But in this world, someone is trying to save the world. The girl at the core of the world is just one of them. There are many ordinary people who have no memory of reincarnation and also want to build a pure land in the end of the world. Hall Jones can no longer know the original growth direction of this world, but he also understands that the probability of having hope is much greater than the probability of only despair. How can this be allowed? He almost used up the magic props that he and his companions carried with him, trapping the whole world in a cycle. This time, it was the cycle he gave. He laid out a little bit in the cycle, wanting to use the whole world as a sacrifice to complete his promotion. He was almost successful. Hey, why did he remember these past events? Ah, it seems I can't hold on any longer. Outside the gate of memory, the magic conduit that continuously transported magic power showed signs of cracking, and everyone hurriedly evacuated all those who were still stranded in the maze. Fortunately, although some people were injured and everyone was depressed, no one was trapped inside. Is this enough? The students sorted out their memories and asked with a splitting headache. Enough, the basic important information is here, and the rest is to check and confirm. Corian and Yang, who helped coordinate, comforted everyone, you should have a good rest. What about the principal? Everyone asked with concern. She and Yang glanced at the illusion lake with a complicated look, still busy, or practicing combat? Chapter 168. I'm here now. It's boring to keep repeating the plot with the black magician and the illusion, but fortunately Ning Zhao doesn't stick to a complete replica. Rather, since she wants the other party to believe her, she has to be a little different every time to be more credible. So why not take this opportunity to practice fighting between magicians? Although in a sense, Ning Zhao thinks that close combat is still suitable for her. She is getting stronger. Similarly, If Hall Jones wants to kill her in the illusion, he has to use more powerful magic. Of course, even if she regards accompanying the other party in the illusion as a combat practice, she will still be tired. So occasionally, Ning Xiao will withdraw to rest. And the restart time of the illusion is constantly changing. Sometimes it will be advanced, sometimes it will be delayed. The constant consumption of magic power and the changes in the scene have put a severe test on the logistics of the academy. But it doesn't matter. It's not just the academy that is besieging this black magician. The school festival is still going on, and this is the last week. Although they know nothing about what is happening in the magic school, the tourists still keenly caught a hint of abnormality. For example, the Magic Theater has launched a new play. It is said that it is a sequel to Abyss Academy, a school history, a small story similar to game DLC. It tells the story of the black magician who accidentally came to a natural disaster world and trapped it in an endless reincarnation. And the tourists have to play the role of the people who know nothing about it and trap the black magician in an illusion. Compared with the popular original play, this Magic Theater is very depressing. Even the survivors of Nanzhou have truly experienced natural disasters. Almost everyone has lost relatives and friends in the disaster. Seeing the black magician playing with the disaster, no one can help but be angry. And the ending that everyone needs to work hard to achieve is to make the black magician believe that he succeeded. Wow, this is too depressing. Why does the school launch a follow-up to such a story? Some people inevitably complained like this. For the final victory, the staff answered mysteriously. It's very strange that a play that is obviously not very popular and depressing has quickly become a hot topic in this school festival. Some people have special guesses in their hearts. Lu Sun is one of them. He left with the crowd, feeling heavy in his heart, both because of the Magic Theater and because he still hasn't found his daughter. Lu Sun was very entangled. After experiencing the original play Abyss Academy, a school history, he doubted the lucky magic performed with blood. In the end, he chose to give up this magic. No matter how exciting it is, relying on this unknown magic to manipulate luck and control destiny may not be a good thing. He has been walking on the right path in his life, and at this moment, he chooses to believe in his own choice. Although this may make finding his daughter become distant again. Oh, wait a minute, this is your ticket for the magic roller coaster. The staff called him to stop distracted and stuffed a colorful ticket into his hand. Before he asked, he took the initiative to explain. The magic roller coaster is a large-scale amusement project launched by the school. Because it consumes a lot of magic power, the running shifts are limited. In addition to a small number of seats open to everyone queuing, the remaining seats are given priority to tourists participating in the school's main project. Our follow-up Magic Theater is one of them. If you feel unhappy in the Magic Theater, just go and have a look and release all the negative emotions. Magic roller coaster? Lu Sun remembered that it was a new project launched yesterday. There were a lot of people queuing up. It was the most popular project at the school festival. He thanked the staff, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards the direction of the magic roller coaster. Pan Xiaohui felt a little sorry for Miss C. He had only played with her for a short time before he came to the magic car of the school and became one of the volunteers. The magic car with the Sunflower of Hope Magic School hanging on it also appeared yesterday. The loudspeaker kept shouting, "Magic power is in urgent need. We urgently need the magic support from the prospective magicians." It was quite surprising. Many people stopped in the crowd, and some of them hesitated for a moment, then surrounded her and asked carefully what happened. The staff explained that the magic school urgently needed some pure magic with affinity attributes, which could only be provided by quasi-magicians. Not only the school festival, but now all the major magic cities are also urgently calling on everyone to donate magic. Of course, this will cause the quasi-magicians to be weak for a period of time, so it is not mandatory. Please consider your physical condition before deciding whether to participate. Participants will receive rewards such as school points. So Pan Xiaohui got on the car. Although the school points are indeed very tempting, he is on a date and can actually come after it ends. However, the magic school suddenly called on quasi-magicians to deliver magic on a large scale, which is very abnormal no matter how you think about it. He wanted to help as soon as possible, so he got in the car in a hurry. When he found that Miss C came up with him boldly, he was shocked to realize that he was indeed a straight man with little emotional intelligence. Out of guilt, Pan Xiaohui gave Miss C the magic roller coaster ticket given by the staff after finishing the demon offering. He said weakly, "You go and play, I rest and wait for you next to you." Miss C wanted to refuse, but she couldn't persuade him, so she had to take the ticket and walk to the magic roller coaster. After a while, She came back to Pan Shalwi with 2 cups of sweet magic drinks and handed one to him. Aren't you going to queue? Pan Shalwi was very confused. I met a little girl who worked for me. She is going home tonight. I gave her the ticket. Do you mind? Miss C sat down next to him and drank the drink happily. Coincidentally, she said she knew you and you are a good person. Ah? Pan Shalwi looked up blankly and then saw a familiar girl in the queue waving at him. I remembered that it was the little girl who had eaten with him and gave him some emotional advice. To be honest, I did go on a blind date with you because of your status at first, but after getting to know you, I quite like your personality. Miss C suddenly said, if you mind the scar on your face, you can actually go to the magic school to get it removed. So what do you really care about? I think it's a good choice for us to sit here and chat instead of playing those magic projects here. What do you think? Lu Sun boarded the magic roller coaster. Before the school festival, he hadn't been to a place like an amusement park for many years, let alone riding a roller coaster. Lu Sun fastened his seatbelt nervously under the guidance of the staff, and a girl sat next to him a moment later. Uncle, can I sit here? The girl asked. Of course, there's no one here. Lu Sun answered. He felt that the girl looked familiar, but he didn't have time to think about it, because the roller coaster started up soon. The tourists below looked up and saw the roller coaster slowly moving along the magic rails, starting to climb higher, as if drilling into the clouds. Then, it was a dreamy magic journey. The tracks along the way were set up with a series of fantastic scenes. In addition to the islands in the sky, they even dived to the bottom of the water, causing everyone to cheer. They even saw a waterfall flowing backwards, passing through air bubbles. But what shocked everyone the most was that the magic roller coaster suddenly passed through a magic portal set in the water after a rapid descent. When it came out, everyone was shocked. Snow country. Looking around, there was actually a vast expanse of white snow. They emerged from the sky above the three-dimensional city in the white snow, passed through the icicles in the air, and hurriedly drove in one direction. Everyone quickly realized. This is Dong-O. As the view ahead gradually widened, a strange building complex appeared in front of them, with a magic tower standing in the center. This is Hope Magic Academy? Ah, it's the Academy. The legendary Magic Academy. The girl next to Lu Sun screamed and waved at the crowd below. A group of students wearing wizard robes and taking a break also waved to them in a friendly manner. The girl felt inexplicably moved and couldn't tell why. Perhaps she had never thought that an ordinary person like herself could see this dream academy in this way. When the magic roller coaster brought the excited tourists back to Nanzhou again, everyone felt like they were dreaming. Even the people of Dong-O were very happy to see Dongzhou from such a unique perspective. The girl was wiping her tears. Just as she told Miss C, she was going back. She had regretted not being able to find the person she wanted to see on this trip, but after such a journey, she was relieved. There are still miracles in the world. So always have hope. Here, take it. Lu Sun took out a few tissues from his bag and handed them to the strange girl. Along with it, there was also his magic ID card. He was about to put the ID card he accidentally brought out back in a hurry and found. It was glowing. Familiar light, that is the light that only relatives can produce. Lu Sun suddenly raised his head and met the girl's stunned eyes. No wonder it was familiar. Her eyes were like his wife's. The first, I don't know how many reincarnations. Perhaps Hall Jones finally dispelled his doubts under the superb acting skills of all parties, or perhaps he was tired. In short, he believed in his final victory. At this time, the list of the 3 continents outside, combined with Jianqi's memory and Hall Jones' memory, had been secretly handed over to trustworthy people. All the clones that Hall Jones used to save his life were also controlled and eliminated one by one before he noticed. And he, in the illusion, was about to break through his own level limit, contact the curse, and become the strongest black magician in history. He stood in front of the last and largest pollution node. Reached out his hand. Ning Xiao also reached out his hand and grabbed in Yang Nevins, who was about to pretend to be a pollution node and was absorbed by Hall Jones. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by the black magician, thus destroying all plans. You really don't have to do this. I've connected the school's magic source here. He will be attacked by tens of millions of pure magic sources. Ning Xiao pushed the man who had left the book and appeared in spirit form to a chair beside him. Let's do something serious now, such as introducing ourselves. Who are you? Chapter 169. There is such a branch line in the Magic Theater Abyss Academy, a school history. The girl named Celia Nevins, who plays the survivor of the Nevins family, will accidentally meet the principal of the Abyss Academy, develop a relationship with him, and assassinate him, which will eventually reduce the difficulty of the ending. But what if she didn't do it? Celia Nevins found that the famous principal of the Abyss Academy, Lu Yongming, was a pitiful coward. At least at first, she thought so. Faced with the huge mistake he made, he was powerless to stop it, and could only escape blindly and pretend that nothing happened. She deliberately approached him, pretended to sympathize and understand, and won his heart with almost no effort. But it turns out that arrogance is an original sin, which will happen to this stupid principal Lu, and it will also happen to Nevins like her. He knew her purpose from the beginning. He also cooperated with her to complete the internal and external cooperation again and again. After diverting the attention of those hateful black magicians, he secretly planned a way to seal them. Lu Yongming is also a black magician. With the help of the Magic Academy, he chose several black magic talents and studied them seriously. But except for the elementary and relatively harmless ones, he basically would not perform them to the outside world, and his research usually remained on paper. So many people thought he was a weakling. Of course, if a black magician refuses to perform those evil magics, he cannot become truly powerful, so it makes sense to say that he is a weakling. He has only performed a large-scale, forbidden black magic once in his life, and that was a curse. But that was enough. When Celia Nevins realized what kind of preparations this stupid guy was making in private, she laughed in anger. Did he think that this would make up for his mistakes? Of course not, but what else can I do? He said painfully. Celia Nevins could not answer, and finally could only say coldly, then do what you say. Even if you die, you can't run away again. They became accomplices. This is a ridiculous secret. The most evil headmaster of the magic school in history became an accomplice with the person who wanted to overthrow the school. Celia Nevins helped him get a lot of magic materials for the curse in private, and to the outside world, they acted as a loving couple. She watched this guy step by step towards self-sacrifice with a cold eye, and her mood was very complicated, but she didn't know what this feeling was at the time. Until she found out that one of the materials of this curse was love. Using strong human emotions as magic materials is very black magic. But how to get this kind of material? Does that guy know what love is? But when she confronted him and met his dark eyes, she understood. Although I don't deserve it, I'm glad to meet you. Lu Yongming turned his head away, not wanting to look her in the eye again. Don't take it to heart, this is my business. It's so funny, he knew why she approached her, but he still let himself fall in love with her, and was glad that he had the last material. Everyone knew what he had done. But no one knew what he was going to do except her, and a few people. And even he himself thought that this matter didn't need to be known. The bright heroes who resisted the black magic would be a joke if they used black magic to solve the enemy. So let it be a secret forever. In the end, he said goodbye to her like this. It was not until the moment of loss that Celia Nevins realized that she hated the initiator, but she liked to fight side by side with him. She joined him at the critical moment when the curse magic was discovered, and became part of the sacrifice, adding weight to the scale of victory. Lu Yongming wanted to stop it, but it was too late, and she thought it was also her responsibility as a member of the Nevins family. What's more, she was also the material of love. However, they didn't expect there was an accident here. Celia Nevins was pregnant, that was their child, and the child was about to die before it was born. When he realized that there was a third life form in this cursed magic, Lu Yongming tried his best to save him. Abyss Academy, the system that had been with him for many years, helped him. The academy was not completely destroyed by magic. The child lost his body, and became a part of the academy, quietly surviving with the remaining academy. He grew up in a special way, and was the incarnation of the academy. But perhaps because of this, although the curse was completed, the black magicians got a glimmer of hope and escaped. They can't be allowed to make a comeback. The child knew his mission from the moment he became conscious. During the long and lonely years, he read all the books in the academy, quietly repaired himself with the academy, and waited for the opportunity to catch the escaped people. I am indeed Anyang Nevins. Of course, if I take my father's surname, I have another name. Lu Anyang. Many years later, this special child introduced himself to the principal of Hope Magic Academy like this. Her Jones finally found out that he was dying. All the clones that served as backups lost contact, and he was suffering from the strong backlash of the curse, and was rapidly weakening and aging. Then, the headmistress who should have been killed by him appeared in front of him again. This is impossible. I am sure I killed you. Even though he knew he was trapped in an illusion, the reason why her Jones believed it was because even if it was an illusion, his attack on the headmistress was real. How high is she? She is just a fledgling principal. How could she survive his attack? I just found out the reason. I can share it with you. Ning Zhao summoned the principal's manual, flipped through it, and said to him, well, here. Students cannot kill their own principal. That's the effect of this rule. That's impossible. You are not Principal Liu. You clearly hope. Hell Jones' words stopped here. I am also surprised that the predecessor of my school is the famous Abyss Academy. Ning Zhao sighed. The instigator Liu Anyang looked at her with a guilty look. He is a special incarnation of the school. Although he is in the state of a spirit, he has the authority of the school system. Then, in the vast sea of people, he chose Ning Zhao. Who made this a teacher who died to protect his students? Saving her was a subconscious choice, and then he was transmigrated into this book, or in other words, this world trapped in an infinite loop. Because the enemy he and the academy were looking for was here. He had observed her for a long time, and should have been a quiet system without a sense of existence, but the years of wandering alone were too lonely, so he couldn't help but pretend to be a book spirit and appeared in front of her. Concealing the truth made Liu Anyang feel uneasy, but if he really told her everything, he would feel inexplicably ashamed and embarrassed. He was the one who dragged the other party into this terrible situation. However, she, who knew nothing, completed the long-delayed task for him, his parents, and other people in the magic continent. This was a magical relay across time and space. And it was because she became the new principal of the Abyss Academy after the subsystem was restarted, and under the influence of his wonderful BUG, she inherited the suppression of her students as the principal of the Abyss Academy. Hall Jones couldn't kill her. At least when the magic source of the academy was enough, the protection of the principal was effective. The last black magician learned the truth and couldn't help but want to laugh. This was his last laugh. But don't think he won. The black magician said maliciously, the natural disasters in this world are naturally formed, and after I die, it will deviate from the original track and go to the worst ending. The reincarnation is about to end, and this world will still be doomed. You think you can save it by solving my problem? Too much nonsense. Ning Zhao stepped on his chest, interrupted his speech, and helped him die early. I'm too lazy to listen. Then, the black magician finally turned into ashes. But Hall Jones's cruel words before his death were not casual. When he disappeared, and the whole world was freed from the artificial shackles, and headed for the original track, she fainted. Everyone immediately sent her to the medical room of the academy. But no matter what method was used, she could not wake up. Her vital signs were gradually disappearing, and it was obvious that she was dying. After a long discussion, and Yang finally expressed their views on behalf of the book spirits. The world is going to restart. His voice was very heavy, even a little stagnant. As Hall Jones said, the current several restarts are actually the time cage with the help of magic power, and after this power disappears, the whole world is heading for the original track. But the bad thing is that in the original story, perhaps she, the heroine, and her companions should gradually find a way to save the world in reincarnation. It's a pity that this process was artificially interrupted by Hall Jones, and now the number of restarts has exceeded the original number. Next, it's probably the last reincarnation. This is undoubtedly bad news. This natural disaster world is not ready yet, and it will face the last chance to save itself. This time, Ning Zhao could not participate. This restart is the rule of the world. As outsiders, she and the academy cannot participate. They must leave this world before then, otherwise they will be trapped in the cracks of time. What a pity. Ning Zhao looked at Jian, she who was sleeping in the medical room, and said, I haven't said goodbye to her properly yet. 2 months later. Dongzhou, Nanzhou, and even some people from the other 3 continents had a dream. The principal of the Hope Magic Academy told them a story in the dream. For the survivors of East and South continents, this story is not too unfamiliar. After all, after the school festival, many people have already guessed what happened. People in the other 3 continents are relatively unfamiliar with it. But the story of the principal did not repeat the plot of the magic theater, but quickly moved to a novel. Another girl, I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate, she lives in a world of natural disasters. Once she dies, the world will restart. She is the only one who remembers everything, so she thinks that it is her responsibility to find a way to solve the natural disaster apocalypse to obtain this special power. She tried very hard to do it, but unfortunately something unexpected happened. Now, this world has only one last chance. And she did not make the final preparations according to the track she should have. But it doesn't matter, this accident brought magic. And it is a magic that ordinary people can also perform, and can create miracles. Now close your eyes and imagine a familiar thing in your mind. When you see it next time, You will remember that you have lost a memory. I hope this miracle magic will make her last journey no longer lonely. And this world will eventually get good luck. Ning Zhao waved to everyone and turned around. Goodbye, I am very happy to be here. The next second. The end of life in a simple analysis. The world is restarting. Chapter 170. Brother Zhua. Brother Zhua? The voice of his partner rang in his ears, and Mu Zhua suddenly came back to his senses and found himself standing in front of an abandoned villa. Jiang Hong, who was acting as a photographer, was looking at him with a worried look on his face. What's wrong with you? You were halfway through your lines, and suddenly you stood there in a daze. Could it be that there is really something dirty here? The other party looked at the villa timidly. Recently, because of the sudden appearance of Rusty Days for unknown reasons in Dongho, as anchor partners who rely on traffic to make a living, they came to shoot a ghost hunting video. The villa in front of them, which is said to have left many supernatural legends, is the protagonist of their current filming. Of course, as young people who don't believe in ghosts and gods, they actually prepared a set of scripts privately, and many of the introductions about the villa were made up gimmicks. It's just that when Mu Zhua arrived here, he was halfway through the introduction, and he suddenly froze as if he had lost his mind, which scared Jiang Hong a lot. It's okay. Where was I just now? Strangely, Mu Zhua didn't know why he suddenly froze. He felt that he seemed to have had a very long dream. But what was the dream about? Ahem, you mentioned the painting of that child. Jiang Hong reminded. Oh, speaking of this painting. His voice stopped again, and his eyes were attracted by something. It was a crow. Jiang Hong felt that he was very strange today, and wanted to ask a few questions with concern, but when his eyes moved over and saw the crow resting on the street lamp, he was also stunned. Not only that, at this time, in his live broadcast room, the barrage also appeared strange comments. Hey, why do I feel that this scene is familiar? No way, such a coincidence. I also feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Goosebumps I also. When he looked into the eyes of the crow, many images flashed through Mu Zhua's mind. Rusty day, extreme cold, admission letter, academy. The next second, he excitedly shouted at the crow, Mr. Wuga. I don't know if his shouting worked. The crow flew up and soon came to the top of his head. Mu Zhua was waving excitedly in the air, and the next moment, something fell on his head. Gah, gah, the crow successfully threw bird shit on the head of the bipedal monster, flapped its wings proudly, and flew away. Mu Zhua, Brother Zhua, are you okay? Jiang Hong handed over a pack of tissues with sympathy. Wipe it? It's not made of wood. What? That crow is alive. Mu Zhua murmured. It's different. After the crow approached, Mu Zhua realized that it was a real crow, not the magic crow of the academy. This discovery was more disappointing than being attacked by bird poop. Mu Zhua took the tissue and wiped his head clean, but suddenly heard Jiang Hong muttering to himself. Oh, I thought it was here to deliver the admission letter. What? Mu Zhua raised his head again. I seem to remember the scene. There was a magic crow that delivered an admission invitation letter from the Magic Academy. Jiang Hong scratched his head awkwardly. Strange. Why do I think so? It seems that there are many inexplicable memories. Not inexplicable memories. Mu Zhua's eyes were bright. It's the academy. It's the magic given to us by the principal. He turned and ran. Jiang Hong shouted from behind. Where are you going? Buy a ticket, go to the academy. This scene happened in many places one after another. Mu Zhua almost failed to buy a train ticket to the academy. When he hurriedly arrived at Xiling Shandonggo Natural Scenic Area overnight, with a simple luggage, he found that it was crowded with people. The entire scenic area had been controlled by the Lekang municipal government. He saw Secretary Xiao Wang in the crowd. The other party waved to him, and signaled the staff to let him go. Go! Mu Zhua went up the mountain with a confused face. He did not stop when passing by the hotel on the way, but walked up along the road in his memory, and then met many familiar people at the end of the road. Yu Ran, Little Fatty, Yi Han, Wen Rui. There were even some new students who joined the academy later. And the place where the academy tower should have been was an ordinary forest. The academy is not here. Yes, the principal has left. Although they had been prepared for this result, they were still a little disappointed. The little fat boy even cried in his mother's arms, and the girl's eyes were red. Mu Zhua wiped his face, took off his backpack, carefully unzipped the innermost zipper, and then took out a bag. What is this? Yu Ran asked. If I remember correctly, this is the seed of the demon flower. Mu Zhua said. There was an uproar all around, and everyone gathered around excitedly. Let me see. It seems to be true. Where did you get it? Mujwa coughed and said awkwardly, in bird shit. Everyone was at a loss. Huh? Beizhou, Jianxi and Duan Mayu were sitting in a small noodle shop on the street, eating a big bowl of their signature beef noodles. The meat of the slime cows raised later by the academy tastes good, but it has a familiar, urban life atmosphere. The small TV in the noodle shop is broadcasting the news of Dong'o. At present, the governments of Dong'o are organizing the construction of shelters, and at the same time transferring the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and pregnant women to the other 4 continents. Since the seeds of the demon flower have been confirmed, Lekung decided to rebuild the Magic Academy on the original site. In order to avoid chaos, most people in Dong'o decided to stay and face the extreme cold, and fight the natural disaster together with the new Magic Academy. The governments of South, North, West, and Central Continent donated cold-resistant materials to Dong'o free of charge, assisted in construction, and accepted refugees. According to statistics, nearly 70% of the people in Dongzhou have recovered their previous life memories, and the proportion of reborn in the other 4 continents is also steadily rising. Many people in the small noodle shop are also discussing this matter. Since most people do not have relevant memories, there are still many people who are skeptical. But there are also many people who excitedly say this is true, and the world has been restarted. Of course, the most popular topic is about natural disasters. If Rust Day really brings natural disasters, can we survive it? Don't worry, the government is already preparing, trust them. That's right, and even if science can't resist natural disasters, doesn't Dong'o still have magic? But it's just a magic flower, how much can it do? Many magical things in the academy are gone, such as mimic slimes, magic farms. Will this cause a food shortage? Hey, you know a lot. You must have been on the Dong'o forum these days, right? Hey, do we still need to use the forum? Many uploaders have made popular science videos, which made me stunned. If so many people didn't say it was true, I really couldn't imagine that there would be such magic. After eating the noodles, Jianxi took the lead to scan the payment code at the counter and pay the bill. I should do it. Duan Mayu took back his phone helplessly. No, who makes me feel good. Let me have a bowl of noodles and share my happiness, Jianxi said. They walked out of the noodle shop very normally, like an ordinary couple. No one recognized Jianxi. But this time, she no longer felt that this made her lonely. In fact, how could she be lonely? The two walked towards the agreed place together. Before they arrived completely, they saw a group of familiar and unfamiliar companions gathered there. Ming Fan had sharp eyes, and saw them as soon as he turned around, so he waved to Jianxi happily. Sister Jianxi, we are here. Coming, coming. The distance was not far, but Jianxi took a step and ran towards them briskly like a happy little butterfly. Why didn't you remind me that transferring to the academy would make me so dizzy? In the principal's dormitory, Ning Zhao rolled his eyes and complained to Wu Jie weakly. It was only a whoosh to travel to the natural disaster world, but when I came here, the whole academy was like being thrown into a drum washing machine, which made me dizzy more than the magic car made by Bing Wuyi. Okay. I didn't know it would be like this. Wu Jie collapsed on her quilt, aggrieved. Wow, you, a magic crow, would feel dizzy and want to vomit? Hurry up, get off my bed. Gaw. Don't be so ruthless. I won't vomit. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After Ning Zhao allowed it, Lu Anyang came in with water and food. The ordinary millet porridge and egg custard were very tempting to Ning Zhao, who was already hungry. When she took the spoon and tasted it, she couldn't help but sigh again. You are a spirit. How did you learn this cooking skill? I learned it from books. So the original Abyss Academy actually has cooking books? Ning Zhao was shocked. Lu Anyang helped her to straighten the pillows, sat back, and turned to clean up the mess in the room before answering slowly. There are a lot of miscellaneous books. Wow, you know so much. If you were a girl, I would marry you. Lu Anyang looked at her in confusion, and asked after a while. Do you like girls? That's not what I mean. Ning Zhao thought for a while, and said, actually, a male wife is also fine. Although my dream is to find a little milk dog younger than me. Being discriminated against by age. Lu Anyang, After he packed up and went out, Wuga said to Ning Zhao, why do I feel like he seems a little depressed? Ning Zhao just turned over and got out of bed, stretched. Okay, I've rested enough, and it's time to go out and take a look. I just don't know if the seeds of the demon flower I sprinkled last have successfully stayed in that world. Who knows, but even if there is no demon flower, there are still many kinds of magic that can be used. You don't have to worry too much. Wuga said. Ning Zhao has already made a promise, and changed into her principal's uniform again. I can't help but worry. As a reader, I want to see a happy ending. The magic tower that suddenly appeared on the Rafa plain finally opened its door. A woman in a wizard's robe, a magic crow, a floating book and a book spirit appeared in front of everyone. This should have been a very eye-catching scene. But the fact is, although someone passed by the tower door, they just glanced at them and left in a hurry without stopping. Ning Xiao quickly figured out the reason. She looked up and found that there was a very tall magic tower standing in the distance. And when she turned her head, there was a similar magic tower behind her. Of course, the appearance is different, but as the principal of the school, Ning Xiao quickly figured out what happened. There are already 2 high-level magic schools on this plane. She, a principal of a magic school who has cleared all magic sources and only retained the school level and resources because of the world transformation, has become a third party that breaks the balance of power on this plane. Although she is weak no matter how you look at it. Ning Xiao, very good, she can choose a thigh to hug according to the original plan. It doesn't matter, your school's predecessor is the Abyss School. Lu Anyang seemed to misunderstand her days, and flew over to comfort her. In fact, I still have a lot of resources from the past, but it's hard to take them out. Ah, not black magic, many are general magic resources. He added. It sounds good. Then let's go, Ning Xiao said. Where to go? Visit the neighbors, say hello, and ask them if they have a way to transform spirits into humans. Or at least find you a body or something. Ah? Lu Anyang was stunned. We still have a long time to get along. Ning Xiao stretched out his hand to him, who was stunned. Rather than pretending to be a book spirit, wouldn't it be better to stay by my side, as a human companion? Lu Anyang drifted over. Well, then what kind of looks do you like? He asked nervously. Ning Xiao gave him a strange look. Actually, you are pretty good this way. One journey ended, and another one just began.